On a sweltering summer day, the air is thick with stifling heat. Outside the window, cicadas call out weakly, leaving one to ponder whether sipping a bottle of orange-flavored soda might offer some relief. A youth, seated in the rear by the window, cannot help but stifle a yawn. The monotony is unbearable. At the podium, the history teacher, perched precariously in high heels, passionately wields a piece of chalk. Lin Gui, a student of the sciences, finds the knowledge being imparted to be sheer torment. Perhaps Lin Gui discreetly retrieves his phone from his desk pocket. Tomato novel. Activate. After merely flipping through 2 pages, an advertisement for a game pops up. The characters within display exaggerated expressions and flamboyant movements. A man strides forward, seizing a woman's phone, executing a flurry of actions. The woman protests, "How dare you uninstall my XXXX?" The man smiles faintly, proclaiming, "Now XXXX has launched a mini-program version, and logging in grants you 100 free draws, with maximum benefits awaiting your claim." Bah, what a pathetic advertisement. Lin Gui has previously been lured by such gaming ads. Once he clicked through, however, he found a reality to be a far cry from the promises made. Shoddy graphics and mismatched elements, with an array of deceitful tactics, all aimed at enticing players to spend money. Funds that could enhance the game's quality are instead squandered on promotion and traffic generation. Lin Gui silently scoffs, yet his fingers betray him as they tap watch video to remove ads for 30 minutes. After all, the incessant pop-up ads during reading can be quite irritating. After the Jingnan campaign of the Ming Dynasty, Prince Yanzhu Di ascended to the throne, renaming the era Yongle and relocating the capital to Yanjing. While waiting for the video to conclude, Lin Gui lifts his head, momentarily absorbing a couple of sentences from the lesson. Suddenly, his phone vibrates violently. Oh no! Lin Gui hastily stows his phone away, his pupils dilating in alarm. Tension courses through him. In that instant, the only sound he perceives is the rapid beating of his heart, drowning out all else. The classroom seems to dim slightly. He cautiously glances up. The history teacher remains engrossed in her lecture. Thankfully, he has not been discovered. Lin Gui takes a moment to calm himself. "This is my newly acquired second-hand Huawei Mate 30e Pro 5G. What new trouble could it be causing?" He had purchased a phone for $400 on a second-hand platform. It serves well for playing games like Honor of Kings or League of Legends, akin to a portable hand warmer. Typically, he only uses it to peruse novels and occasionally play minor WeChat games. Upon opening the phone, he realizes he inadvertently tapped the screen and switched to a WeChat minigame. A classic second-hand gaming diversion, but he decides to roll with it. Lin Gui, audacious as he is, continues to play on his phone under such circumstances. He taps the screen a few times, progressing past the first level, earning coins, leveling up, defeating treasure chests, and opening them. He acquires his first purple second-hand General Su Chu of Wei, a warrior. Guizi, aren't you supposed to be studying for the liberal arts? You still have the leisure to play games here. His deskmate, Zhang Yu, pokes Lin Gui's hand. "I've told you countless times, don't call me Guizi. You sound like a ghost, speaking so crudely." Lin Gui impatiently swats Zhang Yu's hand away. "Besides, we're in a science class. How could I possibly enroll in liberal arts? What's science? Isn't it simply divided into liberal arts and martial sciences?" "What?" Lin Gui turns, puzzled. "Which world did you traverse from?" "Martial sciences." 2 pieces of chalk soar through the air, accurately striking Lin Gui and Zhang Yu on the heads. "Private chatter is prohibited during history class. If you have something to say, stand up and speak." The history teacher, Ms. Wang, glares at the strange. Ms. Wang has never cared for classroom discipline during history lessons before. What is different today? The duo stands obediently. "Sorry, teacher, we won't do it again." "Repeat what I just said." "The capital was relocated north during the Ming Dynasty." Lin Gui replies, feeling a flicker of relief for having caught that one line, lest he face reprimand. What Lin Gui fails to notice is Zhang Yu's hesitance, as if he is struggling to speak. "The capital moved north, but where does the Ming Dynasty come into play? I expect a 1,000-word reflection from you by tomorrow." Ms. Wang slams her hand on the desk in a fit of anger. "This is something I heard with my own ears. It cannot possibly be mistaken." Even if one had been crafting traditional crafts for too long, they wouldn't forget something they had just heard. Does Ms. Wang harbor a grudge against me, aiming to target me? Lin Gui is filled with confusion. Ms. Wang points at Zhang Yu. You answer. Zhang Yu, startled, stands rigidly. You mentioned the great cataclysm in the year of the sky rift, where the death toll was roughly calculated to exceed 90%, and the nation abandoned most of its territory, relocating the capital to the imperial capital, Bushko Gate. Does Blue Star even have a dynasty called Sky Rift? A death toll exceeding 90%. Is this even Chinese? Why can I not comprehend it? Let alone that domestic security has always been stable, peaceful, and tranquil. Do you grasp the concept of a nation losing over 90% of its population? It signifies the impending doom of the state, the collapse of any moral or legal framework, with everyone living in constant peril. Our nation is thriving. How could this be possible? Such absurdities should at least be expressed in a sensible manner. I would like to see how Ms. Wang critiques you. I have to write a 1,000-word reflection, while Zhang Yu's outlandish claims warrant at least 5,000 words. Don't they? Don't even think about asking me for help. Lin Gui looks at Ms. Wang with newfound confidence. Ah, very well, you may sit down. Lin Gui slowly types out a question mark. When I express this question mark, it is not indicative of my confusion, but rather a reflection of my doubts regarding your judgment. Such an outrageous answer is deemed acceptable? Ms. Wang remarks coolly. Some students may not study themselves, but they must not disrupt others. Clearly, it was Zhang Yu who initiated conversation with me. I was merely playing on my phone and did not disturb him. Lin Gui protests, raising his voice. Teacher, what kind of history is this? Where does this great cataclysm originate? Did a great flood come? Noah's Ark? Aren't those just myths? Whispers ripple through the classroom. What myths? What's wrong with Lin Gui today? The Great Flood? Noah's Ark? Never heard of it. Ms. Wang, infuriated, slams her ruler against the desk. Silence. Then, she points at Lin Gui. You, take your book and stand outside the classroom. I do not wish to see you in my class. Stand outside? If this misguiding teacher's lecture is unworthy of my attention, I am not particularly keen to listen. Lin Gui disdainfully rises, takes his book, and steps into the hallway. Leaning against the wall, he can hear Ms. Wang's furious exclamations clearly. I do not hold high expectations for this class, but understanding history and recognizing those selfless heroes is the bare minimum. As a citizen of the Blue Star Dragon Nation, you should remember and be grateful for the privilege of learning here. Since the year of the Sky Rift, countless sacrifices have been made by the nation and its people to ensure that you children can lead stable lives. Yet here we have students who dare to lack any respect or reverence, fabricating history willy-nilly. Students, please remember that every word of history has been laid down by heroes, built upon their corpses, inscribed with their blood, and forged with their souls. Her voice is hoarse, tinged with a hint of sorrow, stirring doubts within Lin Gui. Is this all too real? Shouldn't this mad teacher have been dismissed by the school? Also, is it about to rain? Why does it feel so dreary? Lin Gui snaps back to reality, gazing out the window. His eyes widen in disbelief. In a way, a massive tail fin emerges from the clouds, only to disappear once more. Lin Gui leans out the window. Amidst the clouds occupying half the sky, a colossal whale-like creature swims languidly. The great whale stretches for thousands of meters, each movement sending ripples through the clouds. He yearns to shout, to rush back into the classroom and share this astonishing discovery with everyone. Yet he observes students on the playground, engaged in physical education, seemingly unfazed. Lin Gui swallows hard. He recalls Ms. Wang's words and glances at the history book in his hand, hastily flipping to the first page. In the year of the Sky Rift, countless spatial rifts appeared in the sky, from which innumerable beings from other realms emerged to invade Blue Star, bringing with them the extraordinary energy known as spiritual energy. This spiritual energy disrupted electromagnetic operations, rendering much of Blue Star's technology and weaponry ineffective, causing humanity to suffer defeat after defeat. Accompanying this, numerous plants and animals underwent mutations, while disasters such as earthquakes, floods, and volcanic eruptions became frequent, leading to extreme climate changes. Ultimately, within just 1 year, the Dragon Nation saw its death toll exceed 90%, with nearly 99% of its territory lost. This event is historically referred to as the Great Cataclysm. Chapter 2. One should purchase a good second-hand phone. Ding ding dang. Ding ding dang, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Teacher Wang opened the classroom door. Lin Gui stood at the entrance, eagerly awaiting her exit. He performed a deep 90-degree bow, nearly sliding to his knees. Teacher Wang, I was wrong. I should respect history and refrain from making absurd statements. Teacher Wang's expression was devoid of emotion. Are you afraid I will report you to the head teacher and summon your parents? No, teacher. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Teacher Wang. Let us see how well you write your 1,000-word reflection, and then I shall decide. With that, she turned and walked away, disinterested in further dialogue. Lin Gui lowered his hand, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Gazing at the harrowing words in the history book, he could understand the teacher's disdain and dissatisfaction towards him. Yet, the world he once inhabited was not like this. Lin Gui felt somewhat dazed as he entered the classroom. Familiar classmates, familiar desks and chairs, familiar layout. The only unfamiliar aspect was the world he found himself in now. He ignored a few close friends who approached with inquiries. Rummaging through his desk for all his books one by one, he perused them, flipping through the pages. Every subject's textbook was inextricably linked to 3 words. Great Cataclysm, in Chinese. There were numerous articles praising the heart-wrenching events during the calamity. In mathematics, examples transformed into scenarios of older brothers being chased by younger siblings, now replaced with monstrous beings. As for English, fortunately, it had vanished, which was a small relief. Or so he thought. English had morphed into a universal language for foreign races, with its incomprehensible symbols causing Lin Gui's head to spin after just one glance. It would have been better to learn English, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, geography. Each subject was drastically different from what Lin Gui remembered. I have truly traversed time, but what was the catalyst? I didn't stumble upon fortune, fall ill, or even fall asleep. I didn't lose consciousness at all. Did I just inexplicably travel through time? Lin Gui slumped in his seat, his mind swirling with dizziness from the overwhelming influx of information. Lin Gui, are you all right? Zhang Yu, concerned, tugged at Lin Gui's sleeve, attempting to comfort him. Teacher Wang is quite kind, although she was furious. She likely won't call your parents. From Zhang Yu's perspective, Lin Gui's reprimand had its reasons. If he hadn't spoken to Lin Gui, he wouldn't have been singled out by the teacher, leading to this series of events. Moreover, upon Lin Gui's return, he had been frantically flipping through textbooks, appearing somewhat unhinged. Zhang Yu feared Lin Gui might cause further trouble. Lin Gui forced a smile. Yuzi, I'm fine. It's not your fault. After all, it was not Zhang Yu who was at fault, but the entire world. The world. Yes, it's all my fault. A sarcastic voice chimed in. Isn't that a person from the Ming dynasty? Why are they sitting here with us dragon country folks? Lin Gui looked up to see his nemesis, Li Dahu, flanked by 2 lackeys, one plump and the other thin, forming a perfect arithmetic progression. Lin Gui raised an eyebrow. First of all, the Ming dynasty is also part of the dragon country. I don't blame you for your ignorance. Secondly, could you kindly keep your distance? I'm not in the mood to argue with you. Infuriated by Lin Gui's retort, Li Dahe clenched his fists, ready to throw a punch. Zhang Yu quickly intervened. The head teacher's class is about to start. Do you really want to invite your parents along for a meeting? Subsequently, Zhang Yu whispered to Li Dao. Lin Gui is acting strangely today. He dared to misbehave in history class. Just avoid provoking him. Li Dahe relaxed his fists. Turns out he's just insane. Even when faced with Li Dahu's insults, Lin Gui had no desire to engage. The head teacher had arrived. Students who had been playing at the door rushed into the classroom, alerting others. Everyone returned to their seats. Head teacher Yu Mianqing ascended to the podium, adjusting his glasses, surveying the classroom like a lion surveying its territory. Noticing the classroom's quietude, with everyone sitting up straight, he nodded with satisfaction and cleared his throat. Students, bear in mind that next week marks the beginning of the formal talent awakening. This will be a pivotal moment in your lives. As students of Shannon No. 2 High School, I hope you can maintain a positive mindset. He continued, I have a meeting to attend shortly, so this class will be self-study. Class monitor and discipline committee, please maintain order. Cleaners, remember to tidy up. With that, Yu Mianqing glanced at his watch and exited the classroom. Ding ding ding. Ding ding dang, the class bell rang tardily. The only sounds remaining in the classroom were the rustling of paper and the scratching of pens. Lin Gui retrieved his second-hand phone, opened the web browser, and searched for Great Cataclysm. Year of the Rift. A spinning circle appeared on the screen. Loading. Current network unavailable. Learn more about the exception. Or switch networks and refresh to try again. Refresh. Unavailable. Refresh. Unavailable. What a wretched phone. Is it already broken? Though it was a second-hand device, it malfunctioned far too quickly. It's barely been a month. Lin Gui's frustration escalated. He could only continue flipping through textbooks, gleaning fragments of information about this cataclysmic era. After school, Lin Gui hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulder and dashed out the door, ignoring the class monitor who was attempting to reclaim the door. He swiftly exited the school. As he ran, Lin Gui gradually slowed his pace. A shifty-eyed vendor approached him stealthily. "Hey there, the awakening day is approaching. Purchase a bottle of my special potion, and I guarantee you will awaken your talent. I see you have a good vibe. For today only, instead of $99.99, not even $69.99, just $39.99, and you can take the awakening potion home." Lin Gui disregarded him. Staring vacantly at his surroundings, a sense of abnormality and discomfort washed over him like a tidal wave. The disabled, rarely seen on the streets before, were now ubiquitous. They sported metallic prosthetics, their incomplete bodies concealed beneath their clothing, moving with ease as if they were whole. Everyone seemed unfazed, as if nothing were amiss. The small clinic at the street corner, which had treated infertility for over a decade, had transformed into a facility specializing in awakening failures. Billboards lined the roadside, plastered with slogans he could not comprehend. Yinfan Technology, your trustworthy choice for prosthetics. Gongxing Pharmaceuticals, your exclusive genetic mixer. Most alarmingly, none of the advertisements featured familiar faces. Every celebrity endorsing these products possessed distinct characteristics, a far superior quality compared to the flawed stars of his previous life. Yet, Lin Gui did not recognize any of them. A profound sense of panic surged within him. Could it be that only the people from school had changed? What about his parents? Hey, buddy, how about 2,999? 1,999 works too. The incessant chatter of the vendor continued as he desperately peddled his wares. "Thank you, but I'll pass." Lin Gui brushed him off with vague responses. All he wanted was to return home swiftly and ensure his parents were safe. "Don T go. That's $9.99. Lowest price, $5.99. The vendor lunged forward, shoving a vial into Lin Gui's hands. I said, "No." Lin Gui forcefully shoved the pushy vendor away. "What is going on over there?" The security guard stationed at the school entrance noticed the commotion and hurried over. A glint of malice flashed in the vendor's eyes, but upon spotting the guard, he quickly composed himself. "TCH, if you don't want to buy, then fine. No need to be so aggressive." He turned and slipped away. Seeking his next target, the guard approached Lin Gui, scrutinizing him from top to bottom. "Are you all right, student? Those vendors sell fake medicines. Don't fall for their tricks." Lin Gui gently shook his head. "Thank you, sir. I'm fine." The guard patted Lin Gui's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. Those vendors won't dare to act up. Next time, just ignore them and walk away. You should also remember what our school motto is." The school motto, Lin Gui recalled vividly. Diligence and aspiration forge greatness. 8 golden characters he saw every day on his way to school. What does that have to do with anything? Lin Gui, seeing the guard's confident demeanor, couldn't help but glance back. 8 stark red characters appeared before his eyes. Surely, this isn't suitable as a school motto. Lin Gui found himself mumbling aloud. Aspire to defeat the enemy. Bloodforge greatness. Chapter 3. The starving hound. Lin Gui thanked the security guard and slowly began to calm himself. "Lin Gui, why are you running so fast?" Zhang Yu chased after him from the school. The two had been not only classmates in high school but had attended the same school since elementary, living in the same neighborhood. They shared similar interests and were truly good friends. Zhang Yu asked with concern, "You've been absent-minded since history class. Are you feeling unwell? You must tell me if anything is wrong." Hearing Zhang Yu's inquiry, Lin Gui felt momentarily lost before finally mustering his courage to say, "Yuzi, would you believe me if I said I've traveled through time?" For an instant, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. "Haha, don't joke around. Were you up late reading novels again? That Ming Dynasty must be from a story, right?" Zhang Yu laughed, patting Lin Gui's back. "Which novel is so captivating that it's got you so obsessed? You must share it with me." Lin Gui began to understand that in this world, the group of little devils from Yinghua country had vanished entirely. In their childhood, there was an incident where Zhang Yu had called him Gizi, leading to a fight. That wouldn't have happened here. Thus, after Lin Gui's time travel, Zhang Yu continued to use that nickname. Given that, how much of his current memory could be deemed trustworthy? Lin Gui fell into self-doubt. Lin Gui, the calls pulled him back from his reverie. "You don't really have a problem with your head, do you?" Zhang Yu's face was etched with worry. He understood that the previous assessments of talent awakening, which deemed Fangu as the outcome, had struck you profoundly, to the extent that you even contemplated giving up on your studies. Yet, Life presents a multitude of paths, and you must not succumb to despair. Zhang Yu was aware that Lin Gui had harbored the aspiration since childhood to contribute to humanity upon awakening. For most, a single simulated test suffices, and subsequent evaluations yield no different results. However, Lin Gui was resolute in his defiance of fate, undergoing the simulation 3 times. Predictably, the results remained consistent. Fan Gu, surely, this could not have dealt such a blow as to drive one to madness? Simulated talent awakening, Lin Gui recalled the information he had hastily perused in his textbook. Only after a formal awakening could humanity embark on the path of the extraordinary. However, the awakening process was fraught with challenges. Only a select few succeeded, while those who failed faced dire consequences, including mental derangement and physical disabilities. Thus, simulated talent awakening emerged, capable of roughly determining an individual's suitability for awakening and the associated risks. With an accuracy exceeding 99. Those deemed unsuitable for awakening, labeled as unqualified, were referred to as fan-ge.it as fine. I no longer care. Lin Gui shook his head, his thoughts consumed with a desire to return home swiftly. Then let us depart. Zhang Yu, though somewhat skeptical, decided to acquiesce. He contemplated urging his uncle and aunt to provide Lin Gui with guidance, lest he succumb to despair one day. The two arrived at the bus stop, where the familiar 114 bus awaited. They boarded and tapped their cards. During rush hour, the bus was exceedingly crowded, a cacophony of cigarette smoke, perfume, sweat, and gasoline mingling to create an assault on the senses. A single breath was nothing short of a jarring awakening, akin to prolonging life indefinitely. Lin Gui, accustomed to holding his breath, resorted to breathing through his mouth. The primary drawback of this method, however, was that prolonged use would leave his lips parched. Zhang Yu stood nearby, engrossed in a novel on his phone, while Lin Gui, burdened with thoughts, held onto the overhead strap, lost in contemplation. Upon reaching their stop, the two disembarked. Lin Gui, I'm going to buy a bottle of Ray-Bai. Would you like one? Zhang Yu inquired. No, thank you. Lin Gui licked his dry lips, declining the offer. His pocket money for the month had been entirely consumed by the purchase of a second-hand phone. Zhang Yu, well aware of this expenditure, replied, no worries, it's on me. Is that really acceptable? Lin Gui protested verbally, yet his body betrayed him, following Zhang Yu towards the convenience store. If you're feeling unwell, just wait here. I'll dash over and be back shortly. Zhang Yu insisted, firmly guiding Lin Gui to a bench by the roadside before rushing off to the store. Lin Gui sat idly on the bench, boredom washing over him. Suddenly, a shrill scream pierced the air, abruptly cutting off. What had transpired? Lin Gui's curiosity piqued as he glanced around. The sound emanated from a deserted park, now largely abandoned due to the opening of a new park nearby, leading to an overgrowth of weeds and scattered debris. Concerned that someone might be injured, Lin Gui decided to investigate. Regrettably, he had forgotten that this place was no longer the safe haven it once was. Passing a neglected flower bed, where the flowers had withered from neglect, he traversed a path shrouded in weeds. Behind a thicket, he noticed something stirring. Hello, are you hurt? Do you need assistance? He called out, cautiously approaching to discern the situation. What met his eyes was a gruesome sight. A ferocious dog gnawing on a corpse. The beast was blood red, with patches of skin and muscle missing, exposing its innards and bones. Both ears had been torn away, and its jaws, filled with sharp fangs, dripped with blood, rendering it even more terrifying. It halted its gorging, sniffing the ground, and began to lumber towards Lin Gui's direction. In a panic, Lin Gui concealed himself behind a nearby trash bin, his heart racing. Was this the infamous Hunger Eater? The Hunger Eater, as detailed in the appendices of the biology textbook, was the first of the aberrant beasts, a malevolent offshoot of ordinary dogs, typically classified as a first-tier threat. Its claws and fangs could easily rend human flesh, and despite its seemingly unfit limbs, it could swiftly pursue its prey. Its senses varied with its mutations. This particular Hunger Eater, with its ears missing, possessed poor hearing. It perpetually remained in a state of hunger, ceaselessly searching for anything edible, with a particular penchant for devouring its former owner. During the initial phases of the disaster, humanity had learned a painful lesson from this once beloved pet. Many lives were snuffed out in their slumber by the aberrant Hunger Eater. The biology text ominously stated that when a familiar presence transforms into a malignant entity, both its body and soul are lost, replaced by a demon clawing its way from the abyss. Only its demise could serve as a fitting tribute and farewell. Lin Gui utilized the odor of the refuse to mask his scent, wary of making any sudden movements. This was an abandoned park, seldom visited by others, leading to the grim realization that no one else was present to witness this tragedy or offer assistance. Given the circumstances, fleeing was out of the question. Lin Gui lacked the confidence to outrun a four-legged beast with merely his two legs. He could only wait until the Hunger Eater finished its meal and sought a new target. A first-tier beast posed little threat to an awakened individual, but for an unarmed Lin Gui, who had never trained in combat, it was an insurmountable adversary. A barrage of fears flooded Lin Gui's mind. What if the Hunger Eater finished its meal and discovered him? What if it attacked another unsuspecting passerby? What if Zhang Yu returned with the drinks and stumbled upon this scene? He could not remain idle. At the very least, he needed to find a way to relay the news. This was a gathering place. Surely, there were those with ample experience in dealing with such incidents. With a desperate resolve, Lin Gui retrieved his phone, intending to dial emergency services. The call failed. Unable to connect to the network, the signal was strong, yet he couldn't even reach the emergency line, refusing to give up. He persisted, as this was his sole means of contacting the outside world. He opened the messaging app, only to be met with a notification of no network availability. What is wrong with this wretched phone? Lin Gui fumed, swiping angrily, inadvertently opening a mini-program interface. What could this possibly do? Just as he contemplated exiting, a peculiar sight caught his eye. Lord of the Salty Fish. Was this the name of a game? It seemed to have added something. The game's icon depicted a crowned, drooling, teary-eyed fish head gazing intently at Lin Gui, its eyes shimmering with an eerie light. Chapter 4. Salty Fish and a Twist of Fate. Lin Gui opened Lord of the Salty Fish. The game interface presented two unfamiliar options. Game mode, summon mode. He clicked on summon mode. A solitary purple-framed avatar appeared. Purple Salty General, Su Chu. He clicked it. Summoning, Salty General Su Chu. An elaborate summoning array materialized in mid-air, radiating vibrant light. A formidable warrior, bare-chested, rode a gallant steed, brandishing a weapon as he clashed with another general in a fierce battle. The sounds of hooves, the clinking of armor, and the resounding calls of horns and drums crescendoed, enhancing the battlefield's ominous atmosphere. An inexplicable gust of wind surged, sweeping up fallen leaves scattered on the ground. A massive iron hammer emerged from the array, crashing onto the ground with a resounding thud. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted as a mighty figure emerged, clad in iron armor, a golden beast head belt cinching its waist, effortlessly lifting a hammer taller than itself. If only its stature were not so diminutive, barely reaching 1.5 meters. As the dust settled, a large, dazed fish head appeared atop this body. Lin Gui felt as if something within him had shattered, the dream of a warrior he had harbored since youth. In the glow cast by the summoning array, a gallant general graced the battlefield, fueling his unrealistic fantasies. Alas, the image served merely as a reference. The reality was far more mundane. The fish-headed warrior, small in stature, was dwarfed by the hammer it wielded, emanating a briny stench and a peculiar odor reminiscent of fermentation. Its non-standard proportions, with the fish head disproportionately larger than its body, and its lifeless eyes cast doubt on its ability to perceive its surroundings. Delicate arms protruded from its sides, raising concerns that they might snap while wielding the heavy hammer. And a salty fish tail flailed restlessly behind it. One had to admit, the representation of the general was strikingly accurate, mirroring the appearance of the character in the game Lord of the Salty Fish. In reality, such a creature seemed almost horrific. Yet what Lin Gui desired was a figure of 8 feet in height, with a robust build, a fierce visage, and unparalleled strength. The gallant Su Chu, rather than this foolish-looking, dazed fish-headed version. Woof! A thunderous roar jolted Lin Gui back to reality. Clearly, the commotion of summoning Su Chu, along with the overwhelming scent of fish, had attracted the attention of the Hunger Eater. What are you barking at? Dog! Lin Gui, undeterred, shouted defiantly. Su Chu, go! I'll help you rally the troops. Having spoken, Lin Gui swiftly turned and fled. He was uncertain of the fighting prowess of Xianyu Su Chu, even if he could not defeat the voracious dog. Buying himself enough time to escape would suffice. As for personally stepping onto the battlefield, only a fool would do such a thing. Abba, as you command, my lord. Xianyu Chu hefted a massive hammer with one hand, the strain on its slender arm almost unimaginable, the hammer's handle appearing thicker than its arm. As the ravenous dog lunged directly at him, a glint of sharpness flashed in Xianyu Chu's eyes, revealing a newfound alertness. Abba, what wretched creature dares to disturb my lord? Taste my hammer. Its fish-like mouth opened and closed, uttering incomprehensible phrases. With a simple yet forceful swing, the hammer struck down. Bang! As Lin Gui ran, he sensed an oppressive silence behind him. The barking of the voracious dog had ceased, yet he dared not halt. Employing a technique known as looking back at the moon, he beheld Xianyu Chu standing calmly in place, the hammer stained with an indeterminate blood. While the voracious dog had been sent tumbling 2 or 3 meters away, whimpering softly on the ground. Could it truly be defeated? Lin Gui's steps faltered as he cautiously peered from a distance, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Soon, the voracious dog struggled to rise, its body swaying as if intoxicated, its forelegs refusing to cooperate, unable to steady itself, due to the rotting of its face. It extended its tongue without opening its mouth, incessantly licking its broken teeth. Lin Gui then realized that all of its canine teeth on the left side of its face had been shattered, and its gaze had turned remarkably clear. Woof! The force of that strike had been just right, leaving it dazed but unharmed. Xin Yu Chu, embodying the demeanor of a great general, refrained from striking while the enemy was off guard, instead standing resolutely in place, waiting for the voracious dog to regain its composure. After a brief moment, the voracious dog managed to recover, quickly reverting to its former ferocity, fixating on the peculiar creature before it. Its impoverished brain could not comprehend why a fish on land could fight, nor could it fathom the notion of fleeing from a foe it could not overcome. All it knew was that this being emanated an aroma reminiscent of the sea and fermentation. It was enticing, and to eat was everything to it. The voracious dog lunged once more, claws bared, but this time it exhibited a marked caution. It circled in place, maintaining a poised readiness, unlike its previous reckless charge. As time ticked by, just when Lin Gui thought the standoff would drag on, the voracious dog suddenly brightened its eyes, as if seizing an opportune moment. In a flash, it nimbly sidestepped, evading the immense hammer that whistled towards it at an awkward angle. The hammer whistled past, creating a gust that struck the ground, and due to its cumbersome nature, it could not immediately defend again. Lin Gui readied himself to flee once more, sensing the dire situation. He bolted. The voracious dog rejoiced inwardly, lunging toward Xin Yu Chu's chest, which, in fish terms, would be the belly. Success! A delectable feast awaited. Without hesitation, it opened its mouth and bit down on Xin Yu Chu's iron armor, managing to crush half of its right side teeth. A wave of intense pain coursed through the voracious dog, leaving it bewildered. Was this place suffused with a rich aroma, and it's after a brief respite. I shall summon you when dinner is ready. Lin's mother, clad in modest home attire and a deep brown apron, had her long hair simply tied back with a hair tie, exuding an aura of gentle elegance. As usual, there was not a hint of change. Very well. Lin Gui bent down to slip into his slippers, inadvertently revealing a half-empty green plastic bottle. Lin's mother, ever observant, immediately took note. I have told you time and again to limit your consumption of carbonated beverages. They are detrimental to your health, she chided, her expression tinged with reproach. It was Zhang Yu who offered it to me. I did not purchase it myself. Lin Gui decisively threw his good friend under the bus. Tell him to reduce his intake as well. You are not permitted to drink the remainder. Lin's mother confiscated the lemonade and promptly ushered Lin Gui into his room. Upon entering his room, the first thing Lin Gui did was retrieve his old, outdated smartphone. He powered it on, only to be greeted by a painfully sluggish startup animation. The touchscreen was unresponsive, and the internet speed crawled like a snail. This was precisely why Lin Gui had opted for a second-hand device. His previous phone was utterly abysmal. He opened a web browser and began to search for various information about this world. First, he sought knowledge about the Cataclysm. The country in which he currently resided was also named Longwa. 47 years ago, what should have been an unremarkable morning turned catastrophic. Humanity remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom, until the disaster struck. Unleashing psychic energy, all of mankind's proud technological advancements became useless, and communication was severed across Longwa's provinces, plunging the nation into chaos. Countless spatial rifts appeared everywhere, be it in the sky, on land, in the sea, or beneath the ground, some even materializing within cities, from which emerged myriad alien races and beasts, inflicting tremendous casualties upon humanity. Faced with this alien threat, the military activated emergency protocols, mobilizing all forces to combat the invaders and conduct rescue operations for the affected populace. The alien entities that emerged in the initial stages of the Cataclysm were primarily of the first and second tiers and were not particularly formidable. The military could still contend with them. Seizing this opportunity, the state initiated a grand migration plan, intending to construct 5 large gathering hubs and dozens of smaller ones to consolidate the population. The large hubs were referred to as base cities. The Shannon Gathering Hub, where Lin Gui presently resided, was an inconspicuous medium-sized hub. The grand migration plan proceeded in an orderly fashion until a month later when the spatial rifts expanded for the first time. After enduring the ravages of alien beasts, humanity finally realized that the true calamity had arrived. More powerful entities entered Blue Star, impervious to firearms and tanks, which were rendered as fragile as paper before them. The concentration of psychic energy on Blue Star surged, causing mutations in flora and fauna, delivering a heavy blow to humanity, which was caught off guard. This critical juncture of the Grand Migration. Despair loomed once more. It was during this time that the extraordinary beings emerged. The increase in psychic energy not only affected plants and animals, but also had profound effects on humans. The initial extraordinary individuals fell into two categories. Some engaged in trade with the alien races through various mediums, paying exorbitant prices to gain power. Others directly bore the psychic energy within their mortal forms, significantly shortening their lifespans, with most surviving only 3 to 5 years. Although this was a harsh reality, humanity regained the capacity to resist. With the assistance of the extraordinary beings, the populace eventually completed their migration. While the state abandoned all territories outside the gathering hubs, concentrating all resources to defend these enclaves. Ultimately, in the face of the cataclysm, humanity emerged with a Pyrrhic victory. The mere continuation of human civilization was the greatest triumph. The information available in history books was not vastly different, merely more detailed. Lin Gui noticed that the data made no mention of foreign nations, prompting him to conduct a search. Countries such as the Beautiful Nation, Cherry Blossom Country, Polar Bear Country, and other neighboring nations to Lin Gui yielded no information whatsoever, leading him to abandon the search. Next, Lin Gui focused on a matter of great concern, the colossal whale that soared above him daily. Anyone would experience unease and fear in the presence of such a gargantuan creature. The gray-blue whale, known as the cloud whale, was an ally of humanity that a being named Qi Guangyin had forged a contract with it. And even after Qi Guangyin's demise, the cloud whale continued to silently aid humanity, safeguarding their aerial domain. Lin Gui could only find the most rudimentary information online. More detailed data was encrypted and required extraordinary permissions to access, which he, of course, lacked. He did not mind, as it sufficed to know that the cloud whale posed no threat to humanity. Now came the crux of his inquiry. Lin Gui entered the 3 characters into the search bar: extraordinary beings. Chapter 6, Extraordinary. To harness psychic energy and attain powers beyond those of ordinary mortals. That is the essence of being extraordinary. Upon reaching the age of 17, humans may undergo talent awakening, allowing some to awaken various extraordinary gifts, thereby mastering psychic energy and becoming extraordinary beings. Even those without awakened talents may undergo physical modifications through the fusion of alien beast genes or the installation of psychic energy-powered mechanical prosthetics to become extraordinary. However, these two forms of enhancement are incompatible with innate talents. The two disparate powers influence each other, resulting in dire consequences. Moreover, the capabilities afforded by these methods are inferior to those of the gifted and require substantial financial resources, accompanied by considerable risk. Nevertheless, this has proven to be the most stable path for the unawakened to achieve extraordinary status, which partly explains the prevalence of individuals with missing limbs that Lin Gui observed along his journey. More detailed information about extraordinary beings also necessitated permissions, which Lin Gui was unable to obtain. He recalled the harrowing scene he witnessed in the park and began to search for information on alien entities. The term alien encompassed both alien beasts and races. Information regarding the races was limited to simple names and descriptions, accompanied by identifying images. The elven race, the beloved of the forests, known for their striking beauty and pointed ears, excels in magic and archery. The dwarven race, characterized by their short stature, possesses bushy beards regardless of gender and indulges in drinking and foraging. The sea race, dwelling in the oceans, comprises many branches, among which the sea serpent tribe is known for its penchant for plunder and slaughter. Additionally, there are the beastmen, the aviants, the giants, and several others, totaling dozens of races. The specifics, as one might surmise, require permissions to access. Alien beasts are categorized into evil beasts, demon beasts, and royal beasts. Evil beasts generally possess very low intelligence. Driven solely by instinct, most creatures on Blue Star become evil beasts upon mutation. Demon beasts are more common, exhibiting a degree of intelligence, with the most powerful even possessing wisdom surpassing that of humans. Most of the alien beasts emerging from the spatial rifts belong to this category. Royal beasts can command and dominate their kin through their bloodlines, endowed with superior talents and physiques, rightfully earning their title as rulers. The particulars demand permissions to access. Lin Gui discerned that any knowledge pertaining to the extraordinary necessitated permissions for even a slight deepening of understanding. Without extraordinary permissions, it seemed unlikely he would uncover any substantial truths. It was understandable that the state sought to prevent public panic or deemed it futile for the average citizen to possess excessive knowledge, hence the censorship of certain information. Yet, this superficial glimpse left him feeling as though he were reading a gripping novel that suddenly cut off mid-plot, leaving him quite dissatisfied. While perusing the material, he noticed a report 3 days prior. An incident of pet mutation occurred within the Shannon Gathering Hub. This marked the first occurrence of pet mutation in decades since the advent of suppressants. A pet cat had transformed into a dark-fonged demon cat and bit its owner's left leg. Fortunately, the owner was a second-tier mechanical modifier, and coincidentally, it was his left leg that had been replaced with a prosthetic, thus avoiding any casualties. Coupled with the incident involving the starving hound that Lin Gui had witnessed today, he sensed an ominous undercurrent brewing. In a world of the extraordinary, keeping pets posed a life-threatening risk. How terrifying. The government was well aware that ordinary animals could mutate. Why did they not outright ban pet ownership from the onset? Instead, they developed suppressants, inadvertently laying the groundwork for today's mutation incidents. With these questions lingering in his mind, Lin Gui scoured an abundance of information, only to encounter obstacles due to his lack of extraordinary permissions, ultimately failing to uncover any clarity. However, the information accessible to the general populace proved to be immensely beneficial for him. Lin Gui closed his eyes, mentally organizing the information he had gathered, gradually constructing his understanding of this world. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rhythmically rapped. Come in. Lin Gui tucked away his phone, retrieving his textbooks from his backpack and feigning a studious demeanor. Dear, dinner is ready. Prepare to eat shortly. You may have some fruit in the meantime. As the door swung open, Lin's mother entered, carrying a bowl brimming with fruit. Thank you, Mom. Lin Gui promptly accepted the offering. His mother's care allowed him a momentary escape from the concerns of his transmigration. No longer preoccupied with thoughts of the extraordinary, he exited his room and sprawled on the dark blue sofa in the living room. Relaxing entirely, he speared a piece of apple with a fork and popped it into his mouth. Sweet and crisp, just the right flavored. It seems the cataclysm did not affect the apples. By the way, Mom, where's Dad? Has he not returned home yet? Lin Gui inquired while munching on the apple. And was clamoring for a beautiful girl warrior pencil case, so your father went to buy one for her. Lin's mother's voice echoed from the kitchen. And who is that? Lin Gui was familiar with the beautiful girl warrior, having heard it mentioned at school. It was a popular anime depicting a young warrior defeating alien beasts to protect the populace. However, among all his relatives and acquaintances, he did not recognize anyone named Nin. It appeared that his father was quite familiar with this Nin, taking her to purchase a pencil case, while his mother seemed to regard it as entirely natural. You child, what are you saying? Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen, setting the dishes on the dining table, a playful scold evident on her face. You don't even remember your little sister. Upon hearing this, Lin Gui's mouth fell agape, his body tensed, and the fork he held, along with the apple, slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. When did I get a sister? As an only child. He had always been the sole offspring in the household. His parents had previously mentioned the possibility of having a second child, which he had supported, but ultimately, nothing had come of it. Lin Gui had once entertained the whimsical notion of living alongside an adorable younger sister, where idle moments could be spent teasing her, engaging in playful antics, and purchasing lovely little princess dresses for her. However, a sister should not, and must not, materialize unexpectedly while he remains blissfully unaware, especially in this post-cataclysm world. The notion of suddenly having not just one, but multiple sisters left Lin Gui perplexed. Surely, this place could not be more conducive to a child's growth than the world he had traversed from? Lin Mu approached the sofa, picking up an apple that had rolled onto the floor. Oh dear, we must not waste food, you know. Our farmer uncles have been working so hard, she remarked. My apologies, I will wash it. Lin Gui quickly adjusted his mindset. After enduring numerous setbacks since his arrival in this new world, he felt his resilience had grown remarkably robust. Not to mention a sister, even a few older brothers. Well, that was a bit hard to accept, but an older sister was somewhat more palatable. He took the apple, washed it meticulously in the kitchen, and swallowed it in a single bite. Subsequently, he returned to the sofa, casually inquiring, by the way, Mom, what are your thoughts on having another sister? Lin Mu chuckled lightly. This is due to national policy. There are subsidies for having more children. Your father and I decided to answer the call of the nation and have a second child. And lo and behold, we were blessed with another daughter, one boy and one girl, a perfect harmony. Upon hearing this, Lin Gui pondered thoughtfully. He retrieved his former device, searching for the rationale behind the national policies. Throughout history, population has always been a crucial resource. Following the Great Disaster, with calamities rampant and foreign tribes marauding, parents were loath to bring their children into such a merciless world. This was the utmost protection any parent could offer. With the population dwindling to less than 10% and continuing to decline in the Long Kingdom, the annual birth rate had plummeted to fewer than 100,000. At this rate, it seemed humanity would face extinction without the intervention of foreign tribes. This grim situation began to ease with the establishment of 5 major base cities and gathering places. Humanity finally reclaimed territories of its own. Although the Long Kingdom still faced myriad challenges and predicaments, a glimmer of hope for continuity emerged at this end. The Long Kingdom introduced numerous practical and beneficial policies to cultivate patriotism among its citizens. Various methods were employed, including tax reductions, subsidies, and extended holidays, all of which significantly ignited the populace's enthusiasm for childbirth. Furthermore, for ordinary citizens, once they reached the age of 30 without marrying, the state would systematically match them based on data. Though such matches were not compulsory for marriage, typically the compatibility between matched individuals was remarkably high, with a substantial probability of entering matrimony and fostering harmonious families. Many staunch single advocates vocally protested against the state's matchmaking efforts, vowing to resist any imposed arrangements. Yet, as time passed, many of them eventually succumbed to the allure of love. Some even waited until they turned 30 to receive their assigned husbands or wives from the state. While proposals to initiate pairing at the age of 24 were categorically rejected, for those with extraordinary abilities, there were even more detailed regulations regarding marriage and childbirth, but these were beyond Lin Gui's current grasp. He begrudgingly accepted the news of his newfound sister. Sitting on the sofa, the apple in his hand suddenly lost its appeal as he mechanically chewed through the comfort of home. Having just traversed worlds, with both parents present and a harmonious family atmosphere, who could possibly tell him how to cope with the unexpected arrival of Lin, not Lin Gui, but Lin? He found himself anxiously pondering this matter. Chapter 7. Sister, I'm back, Lin Fu announced, entering the room with Lin in tow, her tiny hand clasped in his. Lin Gui stood at the doorway, surveying the visage of this biological sister he had never before encountered. The little girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, clad in a pink dress and clutching a brand new pencil case. Unwilling to part with it, upon spotting Lin Gui, her eyes sparkled with joy as she dashed towards him. Brother, look at my new pencil case. It has a beautiful warrior on it. Brother, look quickly. Seeing Lin Gui's dazed expression, the girl thrust the pencil case towards his face. Yes, I see, he replied, somewhat distracted as he scrutinized her features. Her youthful visage was strikingly reminiscent of Lin Mu, suggesting an undeniable familial connection. Big brother is a bad guy. I'm ignoring you. Lin pouted, sensing his lack of enthusiasm, and retreated to play with her pencil case. Her little eyes repeatedly darted towards Lin Gui, and upon being noticed, she would huff and feign annoyance. Her expression clearly communicating, I'm upset. Come and appease me. Wow, Lin's new pencil case is so pretty. Lin Gui, unsure of how to engage, could only feign applause. Right? Instantly, Lin's frown transformed into a radiant smile as she eagerly began to recount the various features of her pencil case. Brother, look, if you press this button, a beautiful warrior stands up. Lin Gui pretended to listen intently, occasionally nodding in agreement, though his mind was adrift elsewhere. This was merely a tactic honed from school days. He had no idea how to interact with this entirely unfamiliar sister. Fortunately, Lin Fu intervened just in time. All right, Lin Gui, and then, wash your hands. It's time for dinner. Got it. Lin Gui promptly rose, diligently washing his hands with the 7-step method. He couldn't help but wonder if bacteria had evolved post-cataclysm. Caution was paramount. The family of 4 gathered around the dining table for dinner. Here, dear, this is your favorite dish, Lin Mu said, placing a piece of braised pork rib into Lin Gui's bowl. He's grown up now. You shouldn't call him dear. What will others think? Lin Fu grumbled, having endured this term of endearment for far too long. Lin Mu rolled her eyes. And what's wrong with that? He's my son. And I can call him whatever I like. No matter how old he gets, he is still my flesh and blood. Besides, what else should I call him? Gui, little Gui. Whatever name you come up with sounds like a turtle. It's just too unappealing. Yes, I see. Lin Fu conceded, burying his head in his meal. Mom, I want some too. Lin protested when she noticed her mother serving Lin Gui without offering her anything. You little glutton. Do you think I would forget about you? Lin Mu served Lin 2 chopsticks of vegetables. No. I want meat, Not vegetables. I won't eat greens. Lin protested more vehemently. Look at the edges of your bowl. You've already devoured 7 or 8 pieces of rib, while your brother has only had 2. If you only eat meat and not vegetables, you might not grow tall and become a beautiful warrior. Lin Gui threatened. Hearing that she might not become a beautiful warrior, Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, and she promptly stuffed the greens into her mouth. As she chewed, she stealthily pushed the remnants of her ribs towards Lin Gui's bowl. Watching her antics brought a smile to Lin Gui's face. This was the essence of home. He continued to eat silently, contemplating the colossal whale in the sky, the altered textbooks, unfamiliar celebrities and advertisements, ferocious beasts, and even this inexplicably added sister. All these elements intensified Lin Gui's sense of absurdity, tightening the tension in his mind. Was this world merely a dream? If he awoke, would he return to that peaceful and prosperous land? It wasn't until he gazed upon this harmonious family scene that Lin Gui began to feel a flicker of belonging in this world. The Long Kingdom has an ancient saying, since you've come this far, you might as well embrace it. Thus, he resolved to try to accept this world, sister included. With this thought, he reached out and pinched Lin's cherubic cheek. Ah, you big bad brother, what are you doing? Lin retaliated, attempting to pinch him back, but Lin Gui easily subdued her with one hand. Lin Mu admonished, you must not call your brother by his full name, but he pinched my cheek. Finding herself at a disadvantage, Lin leapt into Lin Fu's embrace, seeking comfort. Daddy, help me. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gui picked up his empty bowl. I'm done, he announced, entering the kitchen to wash his dishes. Upon returning, he saw that his parents were still enjoying their meal and had forgotten their earlier quarrel, engrossed in the television program about beautiful warriors, her face radiant with delight. Lin Gui retreated to his room, shutting the door behind him, and opened his backpack. Should he tackle his homework first, or write a 1,000-word reflection? Was there even a question? He could always catch up on his homework tomorrow. The reflection, however, was imperative, as History Wong would surely summon his parents to school if it remained unwritten. Thus, Lin Gui powered on his second-hand device, Lord of the Lazy Fish, activate. This was the golden finger he had acquired after his journey. He must explore it thoroughly. Selecting game mode, the sluggish lazy fish on the screen began to move in an oddly captivating manner. As enemies appeared, it would leap to strike, then retreat to await the enemy's counterattack. It was a simple idle game requiring no intricate maneuvers, just point and click. Before long, Lazy Fish had cleared a level, yielding a wooden treasure chest, with a 5 chance of obtaining a new purple fish general. Did this mean he could summon another fish general? Lin Gui eagerly opened the treasure chest. 300 gold coins. Lin Gui facepalmed. He was no lucky star, and striking gold on the first try was simply out of the question. Caught in a whirlwind of ambition, he craved more fish generals, losing himself in the moment. Right? Generally, such games feature a microtransaction interface. Spending gold would bolster strength. Lin Gui scoured every menu, yet found no option for in-game purchases. Did one require a certain level to unlock it? It had been 2 or 3 years since he last played this minigame, and many details had faded from memory. For a time, Lin Gui found himself at a loss. Merely watching the lazy fish battle the minions on screen. He allocated all his coins to upgrading both the player S level and the lazy fish S level before tossing his phone aside. It was an idle game. After all, he could take his time. He resolved to finish his reflection before anything else. Lin Gui retrieved a pen and paper, racking his brain to compose a 1,000-word reflection. The bright and tidy office was interrupted by the entrance of a short-haired, poised female officer. Captain Fan, the investigation report has come in. She placed a stack of documents on the table. A mechanical hand picked up the files and casually perused them. Please summarize the findings, it requested. Understood. The female officer quickly organized her thoughts and began her report. The deceased, Sun He, a 43-year-old male, succumbed to injuries inflicted by a ferocious dog that severed both his trachea and a major artery, resulting in severe cerebral hypoperfusion. The body exhibited a high degree of mutilation, with approximately 35 of it found within the stomach of the attacking dog. The incident occurred between 5:20 and 5:30 p.m. while Sun He was walking his pet dog in the park, when the pet suddenly transformed into a vicious creature and attacked him. Unfortunately, due to malfunctioning surveillance cameras in the park, there is no footage of the incident. Investigations revealed that Sun He regularly administered a suppressant to his pet dog. No factors that could have caused the dog's transformation were detected in the park, leaving the cause of its metamorphosis undetermined. The dog was dispatched with a single blow from a blunt weapon, leaving behind ground indentations and splattered blood, leading to the preliminary conclusion that the assailant was an unrecorded first-tier extraordinary being, approximately 1.5 meters tall and corpulent. with a lingering unique marine scent at the scene. We have reviewed nearby surveillance footage. However, during the time frame in question, it coincided with peak hours for both the end of the workday and school dismissals, yielding no potential suspects. The mechanical hand tapped unconsciously on the table. Proceed with the case as per standard protocol and swiftly ascertain the cause of the transformation. Identify any individuals who may have passed through the park at that time and inquire if they encountered any suspicious persons. Despite being merely a first-tier extraordinary being, the assailant's methods were excessively violent. Even if they had resolved a potential malicious incident, we must remain vigilant. Find him, it commanded. Understood. The female officer saluted and respectfully withdrew, gently closing the door behind her. The owner of the mechanical hand stroked the materials. Lingering on an inconspicuous yet significant term, marine scent. Chapter 8. Another test how I long for rest. In class, Lin Gui stifled a tremendous yawn. The mathematics textbook propped up before him barely obscured his face, allowing him to doze off intermittently. Zhang Yu discreetly leaned forward, peering ahead. The teacher was engrossed in lecturing at the podium, utterly oblivious to the commotion below. He quietly asked, "What's wrong? Did you not sleep well last night?" "Indeed, I stayed up late reading a novel." Lin Gui fabricated a casual excuse. "Was it the one about the Ming dynasty? Hurry and share it with me. I want to take a look," Zhang Yu inquired. "Perhaps next time." Lin Gui declined. In this world, where could he possibly find a book chronicling the Ming dynasty? Unless he were to pen one himself, would he emulate the protagonist of those time-traveling reincarnation stories and become a literary copyist? Lin Gui fell into contemplation. "All right then." Zhang Yu scratched his head, noticing the teacher turning his head, quickly adopting a facade of intense focus. The mathematics teacher had long since caught on to Lin Gui's inattentiveness. What a joke. This is a math class, and we're discussing the errors on the test paper. Who would sit up, holding a textbook, pretending to listen attentively? Nonetheless, Lin Gui excelled in mathematics. The test was relatively straightforward, and he had achieved a perfect score. If he chooses not to listen, so be it. Just maintain a semblance of respect and avoid outright sleeping, he thought. The teacher turned back, continuing to write steps on the board. Thud. The propped-up textbook fell to the floor, revealing Lin Gui, unbeknownst to him, having drifted into slumber and indulging in daydreams. "Lin Gui, come to the back and listen to the lecture." "Yes, teacher." Groggily, Lin Gui rose and stood at the back of the classroom. Leaning against the wall. It was a position conducive to a brief nap. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lin Gui regained a modicum of alertness. The previous night, after completing his homework, he had continued playing Master of Salted Fish, a mini-game on WeChat. He would not forget his golden finger. After prolonged periods of idling and exploration, he had gained a fair understanding of both game modes. In the gaming mode, he had drawn 6 purple salted generals and reached level 40. Only to hit a wall. Indeed, he had hit a wall. Even after tapping the screen until his fingers ached, he could not progress. This game was vastly different from its name before the upgrade. With no monetization options and significantly fewer benefits, the recruitment function was disabled, and the black market feature was not available. This meant resources were scarce. The primary source of resource acquisition was through chests unlocked after clearing levels. There were 5 qualities of chests: wooden, bronze, gold, platinum, and diamond. Opening a wooden chest yielded coins for leveling up, with a 5 chance of obtaining a purple general. A bronze chest provided refined iron for upgrading equipment, with a 7 chance of acquiring a purple general and a 3 chance for an orange general. Chests of gold quality and above were marked as locked. The dilemma arose to enhance his combat strength. Lin Gui had leveled his protagonist, a Xian, and the salted generals to level 100. He had exhausted all refined iron to upgrade the salted fish juice equipment to level 100. While other salted generals remained around level 30. However, lacking the evolution stones from gold chests, his generals could not evolve, preventing their levels from surpassing 100, installing his combat strength enhancement. This directly led to Lin Gui's slow progress in clearing levels. Fortunately, with the newly unlocked idle function, he could earn 3 evolution stones every hour. A Xian required 20 stones to evolve, while the salted generals needed 50. This indicated that it would take 23 hours and 20 minutes to evolve the first general. Thus, Lin Gui's salted fish journey came to a halt. As for the summoning mode, although he dared not summon the salted generals directly, Lin Gui had conducted some research. Summoning time was linked to a Xian's level, with 1 minute for level 1, automatically resetting daily. Currently, he could summon for a total of 100 minutes, ample time in a stable gathering place. Only 1 salted general could be summoned at a time, and for each evolution of a Xian, an additional summon was permitted. Lin Gui's dream of summoning all 7 salted generals simultaneously was shattered. However, Summoning a salted general came with a status bar. He had summoned salted fish Ju for about 3 minutes against the ferocious dog. With a stamina percentage of 94. Stamina would deplete at varying rates depending on the actions taken post-summon. Lin Gui still had many areas he wished to explore, but alas, he could not fully unleash his potential within the confines of his room. After making no progress in the Master of Salted Fish minigame, Lin Gui did not rest. He continued to use his former outdated smartphone, feeling the warmth of its back cover, tolerating the slow browser speed, and diligently searching for an abundance of extraordinary related folklore, relevant policies, and news reports. Although many details required permissions to access, they nonetheless captivated Lin Gui. It was not until 4 in the morning that he realized he had classes to attend today. After a brief 2-hour slumber, he was roused by his mother. This led to Lin Gui feeling drowsy throughout class. Returning to his seat, Zhang Yu leaned in. Lin Gui, have you submitted your reflection to Teacher Wang? Be cautious. She might genuinely lose her temper and call your parents to the school. Of course, I submitted it, Lin Gui replied, but she said I must read it aloud in history class as a form of profound reflection. No way. She's being that harsh. How inconsiderate of her. Sun Xiaohua, the class monitor seated in front, couldn't he help but interject. There's nothing to be done. I just have to endure it. Lin Gui shrugged. He felt indifferent. Having erred, facing the consequences was simply a matter of course. What face? Did Lin Gui even have any face to speak of? Li Dahu, not catching the gist of the conversation, jumped in with a mocking tone. Such a quintessentially brainless antagonist. Whatever, I must have more face than you, Lin Gui retorted dismissively. Li Dahu, incensed, erupted with a curse. You're just a mere commoner. What face do you have? Zhang Yu appeared somewhat anxious. Given that this was the topic Lin Gui most preferred to avoid. Yuzu, about that. Can I take another simulated awakening test? Lin Gui, unfazed, turned to Zhang Yu, as if reminded. After all, he was a time traveler. Despite possessing a golden finger, awakening a divine-level talent to marry a wealthy beauty and ascend to the pinnacle of life, that was the standard for a time traveler, not some commoner. As for the first 3 tests, what did the previous Lin Gui's status as a commoner have to do with him? He believed wholeheartedly that his innate talent would surpass that of his predecessor. Of course, you can. The first simulated test is free. The second costs 88 yuan, and each subsequent test increases by 100. If you wish to test for the 4th time, it will be 288 yuan. Do you possess such funds? Zhang Yu posed the question, leaving Lin Gui in a quandary. Indeed, he did not. As the saying goes, a penny can thwart even the greatest of heroes. Lin Gui now contemplated whether to spend 3 yuan on a bottle of lemonade, let alone 288. Yuzu, lend me the money. I swear I'll pay you back. 9 out of 10 returns. Lin Gui turned to his good brother. I don't have that much money. My allowance is even less than yours, Zhang Yu replied, unable to assist. At that moment, Sun Xiaohua chimed in with a smile. I can lend you some, but remember to pay me back. Really, you truly are a little rich lady. Lin Gui exclaimed with delight. Rich lady, I seek your support. Zhang Yu retorted playfully. What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Xiaohua shot him a glare. Sun Xiaohua's father was a businessman, though the specifics of his trade were unclear. Sun Xiaohua had never lacked pocket money since childhood, often treating her close friends to outings without batting an eye at spending 1,000 or 2,000. In a school predominantly comprised of ordinary families, such displays of wealth were nothing short of extravagant. Sun Xiaohua was generous and also ranked among the most attractive students in the class. In her daily life, she often shares various snack-related books, earning her a favorable reputation among her classmates. She is the object of secret admiration for many boys, including Li Daha. Left to the sidelines, Li Dahu, witnessing the lively conversation among 3 individuals who completely disregard him, instantly feels a surge of anger. Well, I shall see just how long you can maintain your arrogance. If you dare, don't leave after school. Don't leave after school. That sounds like something only elementary school children would say. Is that the best you can do? Lin Gui scoffed, softly muttering an insult. Li Dahu clenched his fists, but with his 2 lackeys absent and Lin Gui's side outnumbering him, he hesitated. After a prolonged silence, he uttered a threatening remark. You just wait. He then returned to his seat, glaring menacingly at Lin Gui. It was a mere display of impotent rage. Chapter 9. Reflection. Zhang Yu observed the situation with concern. I heard that Li Dahu has recently taken a superhuman as his big brother. Lin Gui, don't be foolish. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Gui reassured Zhang Yu with a confident glance. In his eyes, Li Dahu was merely an insignificant character. He then turned to Sun Xiaohua, eagerly asking, Rich lady, where's the money? Sun Xiaohua produced her small wallet, adorned with 2 diamonds, and swiftly extracted 3 vibrant red bills, declaring, Here, No need for change. Lin Gui accepted the money, complimenting her. You're quite generous. Boss. Sun Xiaohua continued, remember your words. 9 out, 13 back. I'll give you a little leeway. Just return me 400. Suddenly, Lin Gui felt the money in his hands lost its appeal. I'll think about it. The original price is acceptable, right? He pleaded. I want tea. You proposed the 9 out, 13 back. Otherwise, I wouldn't even lend you anything. Sun Xiaohua remained unmoved. How infuriating. The once angelic visage of the rich lady gradually morphed into the sinister face of a capitalist. Rich lady, reconsider. Are you going to lend it or not? Sun Xiaohua feigned to put the money away. Under the pressure of financial necessity, Lin Gui finally relented, though it was merely 300. Yet, even a penny can thwart a hero. I'll borrow it. I promise to repay you after the college entrance examination. He thought to himself that he could endure a bit of hardship for a while. Just remember to pay it back. Okay, I'm joking. No interest required. Sun Xiaohua handed the money to Lin Gui. At that moment, the history king, dressed in a teacher's uniform and wearing high heels, entered the classroom. He happened to catch sight of Lin Gui's expression of joy at the thought of no interest. Hee. The history king remarked, Lin Gui seems quite pleased. Why don't you come up and make a reflection? Lin Gui's face instantly fell, not pleased, under the watchful gaze of the history king. He approached the podium and began to read his reflection aloud. First, I deeply recognize my mistakes. Second, I have undergone profound introspection. Furthermore, I have conducted a thorough examination of my shortcomings. Lastly, I assure you that I will not repeat my errors. I am sorry, everyone. I was wrong. Upon finishing, Lin Gui bowed to the teacher and his classmates. The theme was clear, the sentiments sincere, the format structured, and the content rich. Truly, it was an exceptional reflection. Lin Gui couldn't help but exclaim. Ha ha ha, look at Lin Gui. He acts as if he is giving a speech while making a reflection. Li Dahu's mocking voice rang out, before his two hefty lackeys could join in the laughter. They were silenced by a sharp reprimand. What are you laughing at? The history king surveyed the class, and Li Dahu immediately fell silent. Lin Gui's reflection is passable. I want to pursue it further. Remember, this reflection is for you to write for yourself, not for me. Classmates, you should take this as a warning. Do you understand? Understood. The students echoed in unison. All right, you may return to your seats. Thank you. Teacher. Lin Gui made his way back. Lin Gui, you've got some skills. Zhang Yu discreetly gave him a thumbs up, just keeping it low-key. Basic skills, Lin Gui replied, putting a finger to his lips and winking. Still daring to speak? Are you courting death? Zhang Yu closed his mouth, and the two resumed paying attention to the lesson. For 5 years, the world had been torn apart. Academician Zhou Zhifeng developed a spatial rift suppressor that could prevent the emergence of new spatial rifts within a certain range, laying a solid foundation for the construction of major base cities and gathering places. The history king passionately delivered his lecture as their final year of high school approached its conclusion. The recent history classes served as a comprehensive review of high school history. Lin Gui listened intently, corroborating what he had gathered the previous night, gradually becoming engrossed. After the year of the Cataclysm, many precious historical materials had been lost, coupled with significant changes in societal trends and living conditions, making it necessary to attend university to study courses related to the history before the Cataclysm. What was taught in high school could hardly be regarded as history. Rather, it was a chronicle beginning 53 years ago. From the onset of the Cataclysm era, before his journey to this world, Lin Gui had harbored an interest in history and had read numerous historical novels. However, he was not fond of memorizing dates. He could recite the order of dynasties and discuss major events, but he could not recall the specific years of occurrences. This was also why he had not enjoyed history classes in his previous life. However, the situation was different now. Although he did not mean to disrespect the heroes and martyrs who had sacrificed themselves during the Cataclysm era or the great individuals who had made remarkable contributions. Listening to the history post-Cataclysm felt like reading a novel, vivid and immersive. He even set aside his phone. Unbeknownst to him, the class period came to an end. The history king, always punctual, announced the end of class just before the bell rang. Ding ding ding, the school bell rang. It was time for lunch. The great student migration began. The crowd surged out of the classroom like a tide, all flocking to the same destination, the cafeteria. Could those few girls holding hands move aside? Don't push. I'm so hungry. Various noises and chatter blended together. This was the most energetic moment of the students' day, more invigorating than the mandatory morning exercises or breaks. Lin Gui's joys and sorrows were different from theirs. He pulled out a large white steamed bun purchased from the market, eating it with some pickled vegetables. his funds for the month were nearly depleted, and he had accumulated a significant debt. Making matters worse, it wasn't that his parents were unkind or withholding his allowance. Lin Gui received a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. The average cost for a school lunch was about 15 yuan, and he typically ate breakfast and dinner at home. This amount sufficed for his daily expenses. However, he had a secret stash, from which he withdrew 400 yuan each month, determined not to touch it unless he was starving. Additionally, he frequented legitimate sites to read novels, which incurred a modest monthly expense, coupled with testing fees and purchasing second-hand items. All these factors led to a severe overdraft of his funds this month, leaving him to survive on buns for the remaining time. A few students remained in the classroom, scattered about, including the wealthy Sun Xiaohua seated in front of him. Naturally, she could not be like Lin Gui, unable to afford a meal in the cafeteria. Every day, dedicated chefs prepared nutritious, well-balanced lunches for her. She opened a thermal bag and revealed a thermal container filled with eel, pork chops, chicken wings, and an assortment of carrots, spinach, and broccoli, all neatly arranged around a mound of pristine white rice. A luxurious feast of land and sea. Lin Gui typically went to the cafeteria at lunchtime, but this was the first time he had seen such an exquisite meal. His mouth watered, and he resolved to close his eyes, hoping that out of sight would mean out of mind. "Would you like to have a piece of pork chop?" A heavenly voice seemed to resonate nearby. Seeing Lin Gui with his eyes closed, gnawing on a large bun, Sun Xiaohua felt a twinge of pity and offered him a piece of pork chop. "These chopsticks are unused." Noticing Lin Gui's gaze upon her, Sun Xiaohua added, "Thank you, rich lady." Lin Gui caught the pork chop with his bun and took a bite. The meat was tender and juicy, with the perfect seasoning enhancing its flavor. "This is delicious." "What kind of pork is this?" Lin Gui had never tasted such exquisite meat before. "This is Bayou pork," Sun Xiaohua replied nonchalantly. "Bayou pig. Isn't that a first-tier extraordinary beast?" Lin Gui was astonished. He had expected the affluent to consume extraordinary beast meat. Indeed, it's not expensive, 800 yuan per pound. Isn't that a loss? Lin Gui thought. His monthly allowance could only buy a little over a pound of pork. He devoured the Bayou pork chop, knowing that it might be a long time before he could enjoy it again. By the way, are you and Zhang Yu planning to enroll in the liberal arts or the martial arts track? Which school do you wish to attend? Sun Xiaohua casually inquired, twirling her hair, hinting at her inner turmoil. "Let us see what happens after our talents awaken. I don't have any thoughts yet." "Zhang Yu probably wants to go to Shannon University. He doesn't want to be too far from home," Lin Gui replied while savoring his meal. Shannon University, as one of the few universities within the Shannon gathering area, had a faculty that was not particularly outstanding, but anyone willing to put in the effort could gain admission. The only advantage for locals was that they didn't have to travel through the wilderness, where extraordinary creatures might appear at any moment. The truly prestigious universities were concentrated within the 5 major base cities, where the most exceptional students and top educational resources gathered, alongside formidable extraordinary powers and aspiration for countless students. Shannon University. Huh? Sun Xiaohua mused. Chapter 10, Out of Power. Time flew by, and it was finally time to leave school. Lin Gui stretched lazily. "I'm so tired. I need to sleep early tonight and catch up on my rest." This day of classes had been exceptionally grueling for him. Most subjects had transformed drastically in this post-cataclysm world, especially in the realm of the universal language. It is akin to deciphering an ancient manuscript. The text is obscured and perplexing, resembling the cryptic scrawls of a ghost. A single stroke can twist and turn in 7 or 8 directions. The pronunciation is exceedingly cumbersome, entirely at odds with the human vocal apparatus, often requiring 4 or 5 syllables for a single character. It is truly a challenge for these students, many of whom may never encounter a foreigner in their lifetime, leaving them to ponder the utility of such studies. Lin Gui did not linger in his discontent regarding the course for long. He retrieved his second-hand phone, opened the app Lord of the Dried Fish, and claimed his idle rewards. The offline rewards from the minigame could accumulate for a maximum of 4 hours. Previously, players could extend this idle time through in-game purchases or by inviting friends. But now, without the option to spend money or the presence of other players, he could only log in frequently to collect his rewards. Today, he diligently listened in class, not once glancing at his phone, only pulling out his secondary device during the break to claim his rewards. This was also related to the fact that he could not connect his second phone to the internet. Even if he wished to play, he was unable to. Suddenly, a hand slapped down in front of him. Idaha raised his head, staring at Lin Gui through his nostrils. "Lin Gui, come with me. I want to introduce you to my elder brother." His tone was brimming with confidence, as if he had Lin Gui firmly in his grasp. Lin Gui scrutinized him from head to toe. adopting a look of sudden realization. Your eyes are not even bigger than your nostrils. No wonder you look at people through them. It's clearer that way. Li Dahu lowered his head, flusteringly stammering. What did you say? His nostrils flared, and he remembered to trim his nose hairs when he got home. Lin Gui delivered a decisive blow. Pfft. Sun Xiaohua, seated in front, overheard everything and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Li Dahu covered his nose. His face flushed a deep shade of red from the ridicule of the goddess he secretly admired. After a long pause, he managed to utter, I'll be waiting for you outside the north gate. If you're brave, don't run. Without bothering to drag Lin Gui along, Li Dahu dashed out of the classroom. Lin Gui shook his head. Alas, with such poor mental fortitude, how could he possibly contend with me? Sun Xiaohua curiously inquired, did you really see his that? What that? Just Sano's hairs clearly. Otherwise, others might think I've seen something bizarre. Lin Gui hurriedly corrected her phrasing, raising his hands and surrendered. Of course not. This adolescent boy is quite conscious of his image in front of his goddess. A little deception is enough to fool him. As he spoke, Lin Gui chuckled. Who knows? Maybe he ran off to get a nose trim. EW. That's disgusting. Sun Xiaohua grimaced. You absolutely must not go to that meeting. Even though extraordinary individuals cannot recklessly act against ordinary people, they are not someone we can provoke. Zhang Yu anxiously advised. Of course not. Lin Gui replied nonchalantly. He glanced at his second phone, intending to put it away, only to discover a pressing issue. The battery icon in the upper right corner had turned yellow. Remaining battery, 20. A notification popped up on the screen. Battery low. Please connect to a charger promptly. Oh no. Following Li Dahu, Lin Gui felt he too was on the verge of a crisis. I distinctly remember charging it last night, and I didn't even use my phone much today. How could it be dead? Lin Gui was filled with confusion. He turned to the two beside him. Do you have a charging cable? Both shook their heads in denial. My phone is the latest model, boasting a 7-day battery life and wireless charging. Do you think I would carry one? Sun Xiaohua flashed a composed smile, reminiscent of a wealthy individual. I don't play on my phone at school. I only read novels while commuting, so I don't need to bring a charger. Your phone is dead, Zhang Yu replied, puzzled. I need to head home now. Without time for further explanation, Lin Gui switched his second phone to super power-saving mode for survival, shouldered his backpack, and rushed out. What is up with this kid? He has been acting so strangely these past few days, rushing home right after school, Zhang Yu grumbled as he packed his books, just as he was about to stand up. He noticed Sun Xiaohua staring at him. Lin Gui doesn't like that nickname anymore. Please don't mention it to him. Since Lin Gui was criticized by the history teacher over this matter, Zhang Yu had been particularly cautious around him, never uttering the nickname Guizi. Only in private would he occasionally let it slip. Seeing Sun Xiaohua's assurance that she would keep it to herself, Zhang Yu felt relieved and exited the classroom. At the north gate of Shannan No. 2 High School, a spirited young man with purple hair styled in a non-mainstream fashion, his left hand bandaged, stood alongside Li Dahu. I see your name includes Tiger. We are destined brothers. So I'm helping you out, but the fee is non-negotiable, said Qian Jinlong, holding a cigarette in his right hand and taking intermittent puffs. Li Dahu suppressed the pain in his heart, cursing internally. To extort 5,000 from an unawakened ordinary person is utterly outrageous. Yet on the surface, he wore a feigned smile, embodying the very essence of a sycophant. Yes, Brother Long, you are absolutely right. 5,000, not a penny less, Qian Jinlong confirmed. Is that kid truly an ordinary person? Does he not have a single extraordinary individual in his family? Li Dahu thumped his chest in assurance. Brother Long, you are dearer to me than my own brother. I would never deceive you. Qian Jinlong smacked his thigh with his bandaged left hand. Then you better go confront him directly. Being my brother means you must be bold. Isn't it a concern that the school might expel me? Li Dahu chuckled awkwardly. Qian Jinlong raised his left hand triumphantly. Coward, I was expelled, and now I'm an extraordinary individual, living life to the fullest. Who on the streets doesn't he call me Brother Long? Indeed, Li Dahu kept agreeing. Just as Qian Jinlong was boasting of his heroic exploits, Li Dahu spotted his target. There he is. The one who runs the fastest is Lin Gui. Today is Friday, and tomorrow is a day off. Students pouring out of Shannan No. 2 High School wore smiles on their faces, chatting in pairs or small groups about where to go for fun. Amidst this cheerful scene, Lin Gui, weaving through the crowd at a brisk pace, stood out distinctly. Got it. Qian Jinlong leisurely approached, positioning himself in Lin Gui's path. As Lin Gui drew near, he extended his left hand, resting it on Lin Gui's shoulder, intending to stop him. Hey kid. Come here, we need to talk. Lin Gui showed no sign of halting. deftly slipping away from Qian Jinlong's grip and circumventing him. "Excuse me. I'm in a hurry. Please let me pass." Just then, a bus on Route 114 arrived at the stop, and he boarded swiftly, swiping his card in one motion. Qian Jinlong was left empty-handed, yet showed no inclination to pursue. "Brother Long, you must chase him," Li Dahu urged anxiously as he watched the bus gradually pull away. "No need." Qian Jinlong raised his hand, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Rest assured, once I have my sights set on someone, they won't escape. I'm back." Lin Gui opened the door to his home, dashed to his room, and quickly plugged in his second phone. The device showed no response. Charging failed. It dawned on him why his phone had died. It had not charged since last night. Lin Gui began rummaging through drawers and boxes. Where did I put it? Here? Or perhaps here? Soon, he unearthed a black phone case from a drawer. Found it. Opening the box, he discovered the data cable that had been sent along with his second phone. He plugged it into the socket and connected it to his phone. With hopeful anticipation, he gazed at the screen. Yet, the screen remained dark and unresponsive. Upon checking, the phone indicated it was still uncharged, with only 8 battery remaining. Lin Gui could hardly believe it, pulling out every cable with the same connector and testing them one by one. No, that won't work. None of them work. Dejected, he slumped onto his chair, the scattered cables on the desk mocking him for his futile efforts. No, I cannot simply give up on my second phone, my golden key. What's wrong? Lin Mu heard the commotion and knocked on the door. It's nothing. I'm just stepping out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Lin Gui opened the door and hurriedly left the house again. This child, why is he so reckless? Lin Mu sighed, tidying up the messy desk. From within the drawer, the sound of a phone ringing drew her attention. Lin Mu opened the drawer to find Lin Gui's old mobile phone. The caller ID displayed the name Zhang Yu. Chapter 11. The White Corpse Mouse. As the most renowned mobile phone brand in Long Country, certain authorized experience stores are scattered across every corner of the gathering places. With one located not far from Victory Community, Lin Gui dashed into the store, barely pausing to catch his breath, and raised his second phone, asking the staff, "Do you have a compatible data cable for this model?" The staff member took the phone, inspected it, and replied with a smile, "I'm sorry, sir, but this is not a phone produced by our brand. I can fetch a few cables for you to try." Lin Gui had not anticipated such a response. He pointed at the second phone urgently. "Please take another look. This is a Mate 30e Pro 5G, an older model, but clearly one of your brand's phones." The staff member maintained a professional smile. Mate 30e Pro 5G. Although it looks similar, our company, Longwei, has never produced such an odd model. "Sir, perhaps you've come to the wrong store." "What do you mean, wrong store?" Lin Gui glanced at the advertising slogan on the wall. Longwei, leading the future of technological trends. He looked down at the display items on the counter. The latest model was the Longwei Partner Series 70, along with many other styles. Indeed, in a world devoid of English, it is natural that phones could not be named in English, and even the brand names had changed. In his eagerness, he had overlooked this detail. Lin Gui calmly addressed the shop assistant, saying, "Please try all the data cables you have, particularly the one for the Partner Series Model 30. Certainly, sir, please hold on for a moment." The assistant replied, as a professional in the service industry, she had encountered all manner of peculiar requests, so Lin Gui's demand was nothing out of the ordinary for her. The assistant procured several data cables for testing, yet none elicited a response from the second-hand phone. Hope waned with each passing moment. Finally, she produced the last cable. "This is the data cable for the Partner Series Model 30. Lin Gui's final hope converged upon this very cable that he connected it. And suddenly, the screen illuminated. It was charging. Lin Gui was overjoyed, but the phone's interface simply displayed a message. "Battery exhausted. The phone will shut down in 30 seconds. The cold notification reminded Lin Gui that he had celebrated too soon. "I am sorry, but no compatible data cable was found. You may wish to try cables from other brands." Lin Gui accepted the second-hand phone, and, with the assistant's polite farewell, he left the store. Feeling utterly despondent, what was he to do now? He had no idea. Should he attempt to test all brands of data cables as the assistant suggested? That seemed futile, akin to trying every variant of cables from a single brand. Lin Gui understood this and recognized that his demands were unreasonable. Yet, he was left with no other recourse and clutched desperately at this last straw of hope. Now that straw had vanished, he forced a bitter smile. Surely, he could not traverse back in time, charge it up, and return. Buzz. With a sudden vibration, the second-hand phone powered down. Standing on the street, Lin Gui gazed at the once familiar yet now alien surroundings. Momentarily at a loss for what to do. He was merely an ordinary high school student whose greatest passion was daydreaming. suddenly thrust into this bewildering world. It was the second-hand phone that had given him a semblance of reassurance amid the chaos. But now that Talisman was gone, where could he possibly go from here? Even if he participated in the awakening, being a mere mundane would present countless challenges. Was he destined to live out this life as an ordinary person? Lin Gui had never harbored grand ambitions, yet the unexpected journey and the promise of extraordinary abilities had inflated his aspirations, leaving him dissatisfied with mediocrity. Oh well. Perhaps he Qian Jinlong knelt upon the ground. His gaze filled with despair as he beheld the formidable figure before him, resembling a war god. Tears welled in his eyes as he lamented, "It's all gone, all gone. Why must such a darling creature as Shushu be slain?" Xian Yuchu completed the task of preparing the mouse slices and returned to Lin Gui's side, pointing a finger at his shoulder. There, he noticed a small tuft of inconspicuous white fur, reminiscent of that on the white corpse mouse. "What is this?" Lin Gui recalled how the purple-haired figure had brushed against his shoulder at the school gate, an encounter he had overlooked in his haste to recharge. It was likely this detail that enabled him to track me down. Lin Gui brushed the fur to the ground and turned his attention toward the kneeling purple-haired individual. Xian Yuchu understood the unspoken cue. The hammer suddenly descended before Qian Jinlong and then slowly lifted, stirring a fierce wind that disheveled Qian Jinlong's prized hairstyle. That he instinctively shielded his hair, momentarily torn between concern for Shushu and the disarray of his own coiffure. After all, as a noble of the Morning Love clan, he believed that while one's head may be severed and blood may flow, one's hairstyle must remain pristine. What? Is blood truly about to flow? Then let the hairstyle be disheveled. Qian Jinlong thought as he observed Xian Yuchu's predatory glare. Fearing he might be flattened by a single blow, he cried out in panic, "I surrender. According to the extraordinary agreement, you cannot strike me again." Lin Gui narrowed his eyes slightly, recalling the extraordinary agreement. He was aware of its stipulations, established after the Cataclysm, when humanity harnessed extraordinary powers to protect their homes and uphold righteousness. Yet, human hearts are inscrutable. This era also witnessed the emergence of numerous criminals endowed with such powers. They exploited their abilities to circumvent the law, disregarding morality and trampling upon ethical boundaries, committing heinous acts that incited public outrage and dealt a heavy blow to an already tumultuous society. The nation, already on the brink of collapse, found itself begrudgingly reliant on the strength of these criminals, rendered powerless in their presence. At this juncture, the legendary hero Qi Guangyin emerged. An extraordinary being who had forged a pact with the contract whale and was the first to attain the 6th tier of extraordinary power in Longwu. With his formidable strength, he swiftly united like-minded individuals and collaborated with the government to establish 3 tenets of the extraordinary agreement. The first decree forbade extraordinary individuals from harming ordinary citizens. The second prohibited lethal confrontations among extraordinary beings that could jeopardize public safety. The third mandated that in the face of danger, extraordinary beings must ensure the evacuation of ordinary citizens before retreating themselves. The stipulations of the agreement were not absolute but were subject to reasonable interpretation based upon specific circumstances. Surrounding these tenets, Longwood enacted a series of laws and regulations concerning extraordinary individuals, rectifying numerous legal loopholes and maintaining societal order and stability. This matter was duly recorded in the preface of political textbooks. Lin Gui had sensed this as well, when the first white corpse mouse had pounced upon him. He had noted the weight but felt no pain. Even when encircled by 8 white corpse mice, although the sight was daunting, they had approached him with caution, causing him no injury whatsoever. Thus, he surmised that the purple-haired figure's fierce demeanor was merely a fade to intimidate him. Unwilling to truly strike, for the first tenet of the extraordinary agreement was not to be taken lightly. However, should Lin Gui choose to retaliate, the situation could indeed change. He decided to take a gamble. Feigning great fear, he aimed to lower Qian Jinlong's guard. Then, at the moment he pulled the white corpse mouse from his shoulder, he realized he had wagered correctly. The white corpse mouse could have decisively drawn its claws and severed Lin Gui's throat. But its master hesitated. In that fleeting moment of indecision lay the potential for calamity, allowing Lin Gui to successfully dispatch one mouse. Now, he could not afford to slay Qian Jinlong, and he sought to leave a lasting impression. After some contemplation, he noticed Xian Yuchu idly wagging its tail and suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. He instructed Xian Yuchu to hoist the defenseless Qian Jinlong and stuff him into its armored body. Xian Yuchu, being a whale, lacked scales, possessing a bizarre elasticity and smoothness, along with an inexplicable secretion that clung to its skin. Qian Jinlong found himself in a dire predicament. He felt one half of his body ensnared in a cold, sticky mass, while the other half was pressed against the rough, unyielding armor. creating a constant friction that filled his nostrils with the acrid, fishy odor of Xianyu. Unable to contain himself, he vomited forth the contents of his stomach. It appeared that this tactic had perhaps gone too far. Lin Gui suppressed his disgust and remarked, "Will you dare continue to bully ordinary people under the guise of being extraordinary? Absolutely not." Qian Jinlong replied, having lost all strength and will, beginning to ponder the meaning of his existence. "Remember to keep your mouth shut and refrain from speaking recklessly outside. Do you understand?" Lin Gui merely wished to survive and thrive. Confident he would not confide in anyone, what could he possibly say outside? That he had been soundly thrashed by someone he believed to be an unawakened ordinary person. He could not bear the thought of losing face. It would be far better to swindle the remaining funds from Li Dao. Qian Jinlong understood this all too well. "Now, let us discuss the matter of my compensation." Lin Gui began counting off on his fingers. "First, this outfit of mine, an esteemed piece from the street markets, along with compensation for emotional distress, lost wages, and the hammering fee for Xianyu. I'll give you a discount, totaling 2,000. Thank you for your patronage." It was common knowledge that the hammer cost 80, thus the hammering fee was entirely reasonable. Xianyu Chu, comprehending the cue, obliterated the only identifiable white corpse mouse that Lin Gui had dished. Zhang Yu ended the call and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, addressed the female officer. "I apologize, officer. It was my nervousness. My classmate is unharmed." The policewoman shook her head, offering Zhang Yu reassurance. "It is quite all right, young comrade. Maintaining a vigilant attitude is indeed a commendable approach." She then glanced towards several disturbed patches of earth. "Moreover, we have not emerged empty-handed. It's me. Why did you call? How could I possibly be injured? I feel like I've seen something, but I cannot recall it distinctly. Of course, I was at home. Why do you ask? If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up." Lin Gui casually purchased some clothing from a roadside stall, changing out of his tattered garments. Upon returning home, he was informed by his mother that Zhang Yu had called. As soon as Lin Gui returned the call, he was bombarded with a barrage of rapid-fire questions that left him bewildered. Did Zhang Yu witness him getting thrashed by the punk with purple hair? Lin Gui felt a flicker of doubt, but then reconsidered. What if he had seen? They were the best of friends, having grown up together, completely trusting one another. Lin Gui had even confided in Zhang Yu about his time-traveling exploits, although Zhang Yu had dismissed it as mere fantasy, shaking off his skepticism. Lin Gui cheerfully retrieved his second-hand phone. Unexpectedly, being blocked by the punk turned out to be a blessing in disguise. When he dispatched the first white corpse rat, he sensed a faint vibration from his phone, as if it were recharging. Upon extracting the device, he was pleasantly surprised to find it could indeed power on, setting the stage for an entertaining display of rodent-hunting. It appeared that slaying extraordinary beasts could serve as a means of recharging. Yet he yearned to understand the intricacies of this charging mechanism. In the settings, he discovered the battery options and clicked to explore. Remaining standby time, 5 hours and 46 minutes, charging method. Defeat beings endowed with extraordinary powers to absorb energy for recharging. 0-tier beings augment standby time by half to 4 hours. First-tier beings extend it by 6 to 18 hours, second-tier beings by 1 to 3 days. And for 9th-tier beings, the power supply is limitless. Had he known about the charging method earlier, Lin Gui would not have panicked when his device ran low on power. Clenching his fist, he silently resolved to set a modest goal, accumulate 100 million hours of energy. Or perhaps hunt down a 9th-tier creature. If others were to discover that Lin Gui aspired to slay a 9th-tier being for a mere game, they would undoubtedly deem him a foolhardy madman. Presently, the highest tier of beings that could traverse through the spatial rifts of Blue Star was 7th tier, and among humanity's most formidable, none had yet reached such a level. Each 7th-tier individual represented a mobile disaster of cataclysmic proportions. According to human knowledge, the number of 7th-tier beings on Blue Star does not exceed 2 digits. The mere appearance of an 8th-tier being could obliterate human civilization as it stands. Hunting a 9th-tier creature? Such a notion was sheer folly. Lin Gui remained undeterred by the absurdity of it all. After all, one must have dreams. Continuing to explore, he found a detailed breakdown of the charging process. Each white corpse rat defeated averaged an increase of 1.5 hours of standby time. As for the starving hound he had vanquished yesterday, it had significantly boosted his standby time by nearly 10 hours. No wonder he had managed to last until the day without recharging. It was due to the hound's generous contribution to his vitality. The thought of having idly kept the screen on for nearly half an hour yesterday, unaware of how precious battery life was, made Lin Gui wince in regret. Yet, the battery life did not seem to align correctly. Continuing his investigation, he discovered an overview of power consumption. In standby mode, the battery drained at a normal rate. However, during gameplay, It depleted at 10 times the usual speed. In summoning mode. Consumption multiplied based on quantity. Compounding at a base hundredfold. Summoning one ally would consume 100 times, 2 allies 200 times, 3 allies 300 times, and so forth. He had summoned his ally for less than 3 minutes. And it had already cost him nearly 5 hours of battery life. As of now, it was not his level that limited his summoning, but rather the battery life itself. Typically, he could conserve energy by powering down, but each time he powered back on, he would lose an hour of battery life. To save power in this manner required careful consideration. For instance, should he claim the idle rewards of his summon every 4 hours? Encountering a crisis before powering up would also result in wasted time. However, these considerations were of little concern for Lin Gui at present. Lacking a stable means of acquiring power, his dwindling battery life could hardly withstand any miscalculations. He had no choice but to shut down his phone, saving it for crucial moments. Before powering down, Lin Gui claimed his final idle reward, bringing his evolution stones to a total of 70. He decisively initiated a series of commands. Evolving his primary character, Xian, would allow him to summon one additional ally simultaneously. Evolving his ally Su Chu would enhance their combat prowess. This was most gratifying. Lin Gui powered down his phone and lay back contentedly on his bed. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. He peered through the peephole to see a short-haired, dashing policewoman brandishing her credentials. The upper half of her badge bore a golden shield emblem, with a large blade intersecting a slightly ajar spatial rift, adorned by a 4-pointed star above, surrounded by cloud motifs. The lower half displayed the words, Extraordinary Event Management Bureau. Greetings, I am Lin Gui from the Extraordinary Management Bureau. We kindly request your cooperation in our investigation. Chapter 14. This youth is truly terrifying. Officer, please have a seat. Would you like some water? Perhaps some fruit? Lin Gui's mother ushered Lin Gui and another officer to sit down, dutifully bringing them 2 glasses of water and offering to slice some fruit. Lin Gui maintained a polite smile, graciously declining. There's no need for such trouble. I'm here merely to inquire about some matters concerning Lin Gui, and I will leave once I have my answers. Upon hearing this, Lin Gui's mother instantly tensed up. My son Lin Gui has always been well behaved. He would never engage in any wrongdoing. Officer, please ensure you investigate thoroughly. Lin Gui, noticing the unease of Lin Gui's mother, offered reassurance. This is merely a routine inquiry. Please do not worry. With that, she shifted her gaze to the 2 seated youths, Lin Gui and Zhang Yu. Indeed, Zhang Yu had accompanied the officer inside. Lin Gui shot a disapproving look at the one who had invited trouble into their midst. Zhang Yu, in turn, wore a relieved expression, thankful that Lin Gui was unharmed. Their eyes met, clearly communicating that they were on entirely different wavelengths. Lin Gui lightly clapped her hands, drawing their attention. All right, gentlemen, I will now pose a few questions. And I hope you will answer truthfully. Noticing the 2 students nodding obediently, Lin Gui swiftly transitioned into her professional demeanor. Her entire aura shifted, transforming from the affable neighborly sister to a stern and composed police officer. Her hawk-like gaze seeming to pierce through any facade of deceit. The accompanying officer had remained silent since entering, but as the questioning began, he quietly opened a black, hardbound notebook and began jotting down notes. Influenced by Lin Gui's commanding presence, Lin Gui and Zhang Yu instinctively straightened their postures, sitting as if awaiting interrogation. Between 5:30 and 6 o'clock on May 23 RD. Did you pass by the abandoned park and see a person approximately 1.5 meters tall and corpulent? Lin Gui, you may answer first. Lin Gui gestured towards Lin Gui. Surveillance from other intersections showed Zhang Yu purchasing drinks at a convenience store, while Lin Gui had not been captured on camera near the park for an extended period, making it more likely that he had encountered the unidentified extraordinary being. Had they not been unawakened students with significantly differing physiques, Lin Gui could have been deemed a suspect. Lin Gui remained silent. Lost in thought, something is amiss. Lin Gui's keen eyes fixated on Lin Gui, scrutinizing every minute detail of his demeanor. As an exemplary graduate of the police academy, she was well versed in criminal psychology, capable of discerning lies through micro-expressions and subtle movements. She had interrogated countless cunning criminals, making her no less formidable in the face of 2 mere high school students. Finally, Lin Gui spoke. What day of the week was May 23rd? His expression bore an innocent perplexity, genuinely unaware of the significance of the date. A carefree high school student. He only kept track of days by their order, rarely paying attention to specific dates aside from holidays. Thursday, which was yesterday. Lin Gui relaxed, realizing she might have been overthinking things. These high school students were unlikely to deceive her. I did not see such a person. Lin Gui shook his head. Please think carefully. That individual is an extraordinary being of the power type who assisted us in averting a potentially catastrophic incident. We wish to locate him to express our gratitude and support. This tactic was a familiar one for Lanya. If someone recognized the extraordinary being, it could lower his guard, making it easier to uncover inconsistencies in subsequent questioning. I truly do not know such a person, nor do I know any extraordinary beings of the power type. Lin Gui replied earnestly. Lanya nodded and continued her inquiry. Surveillance indicates you lingered in that area for 20 minutes when a normal transit would only require 10. But what were you doing? I wasn't feeling well that day. Zhang Yu suggested I sit on a bench while he went to buy drinks, and it must have taken about 10 minutes. Lin Gui's response aligned with the information Lanya had gathered. Yielding no additional clues, she then turned her attention to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, did you see anyone fitting that description? I didn't see anyone. I went to buy 2 bottles of Li Bai, and then we headed home together. Zhang Yu quickly replied. Thus, Lan Yu continued to alternate her questioning with the two for 5 minutes, but no substantial information emerged. Lin Mu watched nervously from the side, and upon realizing that it was merely a routine investigation and that her son and his classmates had not committed any wrongdoing, she finally felt at ease and went to the kitchen to cut some fruit. Lanya exchanged a brief glance with her colleague who was recording, and upon seeing her companion nod slightly, she continued, "Since you are all unaware, let us proceed to the next item." Just as Lanya was about to inquire about Qian Jinlong, a sudden noise emanated from her earpiece, and a red that began to blink incessantly. "Please hold on a moment," Lanya signaled to her colleague and stepped onto the balcony, closing the glass door behind her. "This is Lanya. What are the investigation results?" Upon discovering bloodstains, Lanya immediately notified the Bureau for a scene examination and requested surveillance footage from the vicinity. She and her colleague then continued to question Zhang Yu. A response soon came through the earpiece. "Sister Ya, the surveillance shows that 2 individuals are the prime suspects. One is Lin Gui, who appeared on the footage with multiple rips in his clothing and bloodstains. He subsequently changed outfits and returned home. The other is Qian Jinlong, the purple-haired shammate that Zhang Yu mentioned, who has undergone experimental modifications at Gongxing Pharmaceutical. Details remain unclear. Bloodstains and a small amount of white hair were found at the scene. And Lin Gui's clothing has already been sent to the testing department for analysis, with results expected in 3 hours. The holes left at the scene were only superficially covered, and the patterns indicated they were made by the same type of blunt weapon, presumably wielded by the strength-based superhuman. A video clip arrived on Lanya's phone. Lin Gui emerged from a blind spot in the park surveillance, his clothing tattered with numerous claw marks, bloodstains on his cuffs and hands. He approached a garbage bin, removed his shirt to clean the blood off his hands, and discarded it. Lanya paused the video, magnifying the image. The surveillance clearly showed that Lin Gui had a well-proportioned physique, fitting the description of a new generation of handsome youth. However, Lanya was not focused on his physique. She was astonished to find that he bore not a single injury. After listening to her colleague's report and viewing the footage, Lanya felt incredulous. She had already conducted a test upon entering, and there were no traces of superhuman energy within Lin Gui's body, confirming he was not the superhuman in question. Build and height could be fabricated, but superhuman energy could not deceive. Even with the aid of superhuman artifacts, there would be residual energy detectable in a short time. Thus, it was certain that Lin Gui was not the superhuman. Yet, the damage to his clothing could not simply be attributed to branches scraping against it. It must have been torn by a weapon during a struggle. The fact that he emerged unscathed was even more astonishing. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve, unless the weapon's owner intended to avoid injuring Lin Gui and only aimed to tear his clothes. What could be the motive? Furthermore, Lin Gui had been present during both instances involving the strength-based superhuman. With no alibi, and even Zhang Yu could not ascertain whether he had been engaged in other activities during that time. Lanya understood that Lin Gui might genuinely be unaware, yet it seemed improbable that he was entirely innocent. He must have some connection to the superhuman. The Bureau merely sought to document the events. Since the superhuman had not committed any crimes, why conceal his identity? Unless his superhuman abilities were of dubious origin. In an instant, Lin Gui was shrouded in suspicion. Lanya peered back into the room from the balcony. In the living room, Lin Gui and Zhang Yu were quietly conversing, but suddenly, they began to bicker playfully. "I am your father." "No, I am your father." "Then I am your grandfather." The two youths exchanged banter without yielding an inch. Upon seeing Lin Mu emerge with fruit, both instantly fell silent, feigning innocence, presenting a scene of brotherly camaraderie. Was this also part of his facade? Lanya marveled at how the boy's acting was more natural than that of the cunning criminals she had encountered, to the extent that she could detect no flaws. Appearing utterly seamless. Were it not for the existence of surveillance footage, she might have genuinely considered him an oblivious high school student, thus letting him slip away. This youth was indeed terrifying. Chapter 15. Into the orange in a dimly lit room. A routine questioning was underway. Name: Lin Gui. Gender: male. Age: 17. Lin Gui had not anticipated that he would arrive under such circumstances and would not be returning as he had come. After finishing a phone call, Lanya suddenly proposed that they go to the Anomaly Management Bureau to take another statement. Lin Gui had no choice but to comply, thinking he could return home after the statement. But who could explain to him the meaning of the handcuff tightly secured to his left wrist and the orange vest he was wearing? Lanya sat across from him with a serious expression, her previous assistant still at her side. "Do you know why we brought you here?" Lanya inquired. "Of course not. We were having a good conversation, so why the sudden change?" Lin Gui replied, somewhat aggrieved. Lanya remarked, "This is the latest immersive statement-taking process, more formal and with a greater sense of experience. Currently, they only had suspicions without any evidence linking Lin Gui to the superhuman, and within the constraints of the rules. This was all they could achieve." Lin Gui wore a mournful expression. "Isn't this a bit too formal? We're already in a full immersive experience for taking statements. Remember to answer truthfully. Do not lie." Lanya reminded him. "What if I do lie?" Lin Gui retorted, "I am Zhang Yu's father." The handcuff on his left wrist instantly flashed red, accompanied by a sharp jolt of electricity. "Your lie detector will pick that up and heighten the suspicion against you." Seeing that Lin Gui was being honest, Lanya pulled out the surveillance footage and played it. "What are your thoughts on this matter?" Lin Gui raised his free right hand and rubbed his chin, chuckling. "I look pretty good, don't I?" The lie detector did not emit a red light. This shameless individual truly believed, so do not change the subject, Lanya said, striking the table. "Please recount what people you saw and what you did during this time." Lin Gui appeared unfazed. "I have a question. Is bringing in the victim the method used by the Anomaly Management Bureau for investigations? Zhang Yu already informed you when he called the police that a purple-haired sham-mate wanted to attack me. This was all his doing, and you were questioning me instead of apprehending him." When Lanya received the call on Lin Gui's balcony, Zhang Yu had already explained the situation to Lin Gui. Boasting about his role, the last line of his boast was, "Isn't your father good to you?" which was the source of Lanya overhearing their playful banter. Upon hearing that Lanya discovered traces in the park, Lin Gui felt a sense of foreboding. In truth, Qian Jinlong had done a commendable job. With only one intact hand, he had buried all the bloodstains and holes. If they waited another 2 days, there would be no trace left. Lin Gui had gone shirtless to buy clothes. While it drew attention, it was not enough to warrant police intervention, let alone a request for surveillance footage. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu had brought the police to the park. The freshly turned soil would likely be overlooked by the average person, but in the eyes of a professional like Lanya, each hole seemed to bear a red exclamation mark, beckoning them. "I am very suspicious. Come investigate me." There were flaws everywhere. Moreover, when Lin Gui boarded the vehicle heading to the Anomaly Management Bureau, he suddenly realized that he had not connected the dots earlier. At 1.5 meters tall and overweight, wasn't he the spitting image of the character Xian Yuzhu? The appearance matched. Xian Yuzhu wielded a large hammer, believed to be a strength-based superhuman, who had killed the starving hound to aid in stopping the case. Could it be that the Anomaly Management Bureau was searching for Xian Yuzhu? After deducing the sequence of events, he resolved firmly, the second-hand device must not be exposed to this end. Lin Gui had devised many contingency plans to respond to the current questioning. Shifting the target was one method. Lanya remained unfazed by Lin Gui's words. "We have already dispatched personnel to capture Qian Jinlong. Now, please directly answer my question." Lin Gui shrugged nonchalantly. "That shamate's name is Qian Jinlong? I had forgotten. I saw him in the park. He said he wanted to hit me, so I ran, and he summoned a bunch of giant rats to chase me. When they caught up, I begged for mercy. Oddly enough, he did not harm me, and I seized the opportunity to kill one of the rats and escaped again. When he saw I was about to enter the surveillance range, he stopped chasing. He indeed did not continue pursuing. It was merely Lin Gui who turned back to find him. Blending truth and falsehood, this is the second method. I asked that all." Lanya furrowed her brow. "Did you not see anyone who matched my previous descriptions?" "Of course not. I did not encounter anyone. Xian Yu is not a person. Confusing concepts. This is the third method." Lanya pressed on. "You killed a white corpse rat, and Qian Jinlong let you go just like that? Did nothing else happen? For instance, did someone stop Qian Jinlong and kill all the other white corpse rats?" Lin Gui replied, I did not see anyone do that. He discreetly glanced at the lie detector, noticing it had not lit up red, and he exhaled in relief that it seemed that the device was not very intelligent. He could easily deceive it. Lanya, do not fixate on people. Inquire from other angles, especially regarding oceanic anomalies. Team leader Fan, whose hands had been replaced with mechanical ones, stood in the observation room behind the one-way glass, closely observing Lin Gui and issuing instructions via intercom. Following the directive, Lanya continued her questioning. Are you certain you have not seen any special creatures or summoned beings, or oceanic anomalies? Lin Gui's heart raced. Could it be that he had already been exposed? The term ocean is closely associated with salted fish. He maintained his composure and replied, I have never seen one. That salted fish is neither a living creature nor a summoned entity. It is merely a character within the game. The notion of oceanic creatures is even more absurd. How could a fish, once cured into salted fish, still survive in the sea? This excuse that Lin Gui concocted for himself was exceedingly flimsy, and his heart raced to his throat. Fortunately, the red light did not illuminate. The subsequent questions were deftly navigated by Lin Gui, as if employing 3 clever tactics, and the lie detector bracelet seemed to have malfunctioned, failing to light up even once more. The 2 members of Team Fan had not anticipated the existence of second-hand machines and minigames, and thus failed to inquire about the critical points. In the observation room, a technician approached Team Fan. Upon inspection, there are no signs of mental interference or memory modification on Lin Gui, nor any residual extraordinary energy within him. The results of the examination revealed that the bloodstains on his clothing, as well as those left at the scene, were confirmed to belong to the genetic sequence of a 0-tier anomalous beast known as the White Corpse Rat. Subsequently, his expression turned to one of confusion. Why are we mobilizing for a potential first-tier power user? There has been no damage caused, and according to regulations, we only need to maintain observation. Team Fan shook his head. Perhaps my nerves are overly sensitive. The salty, fishy scent reminiscent of seawater from the records has been lingering in my mind, reminding me of the repulsive monsters lurking in the Eastern Ocean. The East refers to one of the frontline defenses of Long Kingdom against foreign species, the East Sea Front. Countless oceanic anomalies covet the territory of Long Kingdom, and each year, a substantial number of soldiers are dispatched to the East Sea Front to stave off their incursions. It was there that Team Fan lost his hand, prompting his subsequent relegation to a secondary position as a captain within the Bureau of Anomalies in the Southern Gathering area. Team Fan furrowed his brow, appearing deeply troubled, his gaze upon Lin Gui flickering uncertainly. He then picked up the intercom. It seems Lin Gui is indeed unaware of this matter. Let him go. This was a misjudgment on my part. Remember to comfort this young student. As for the extraordinary individual, we shall inquire further once we locate Qianjin Long. He is sure to possess more information. Understood, Team Fan. Lanya received the directive and proceeded to release Lin Gui's lie detector bracelet. Lin Gui, thank you for your cooperation. Someone will escort you home shortly. Please wait here for a moment. Lanya stated matter-of-factly before leaving the inquiry room with her assistant. In the corridor, just as Team Fan stepped out of the observation room, a voice echoed from afar. Isn't that our esteemed Captain Fan? Quite the authority you wield. What do you mean by that, Team Tian? Team Fan replied coldly, directing his gaze towards the newcomer. What could I mean? The Bureau is well aware of what Captain Fan means. The words of Tian Changyuan, who had entered from the end of the corridor, grew increasingly frosty. There have been 5 new cases of pet anomalies reported in the gathering area, and sightings of that Kaiyuan group of lunatics have emerged in the south. Not to mention the relentless cultists of the Wuzhen sect. Everyone in the Bureau is overwhelmed with tasks. What are you all doing? For the sake of a first-tier power user who has shown no malicious intent, you are squandering police resources and inspection efforts, even disregarding Bureau regulations by summoning the victim for interrogation. I could report you to the director, you know. At that moment, Lanya exited the inquiry room and, observing the situation, silently halted her steps. Team Fan remained silent for a moment. I apologize, Team Tian, it was my error, and I will seek punishment from the director. He turned to Lanya and said, no need to continue the investigation. Let our team assist in investigating the pet anomalies through the Eaterhound lead. But Team Fan, if we can just apprehend Qianjin Long. Lanya expressed her reluctance. Follow my orders and proceed, Team Fan commanded, leading Lanya to acquiesce. Understood. Now that's our good captain, Tian Changyuan remarked, finding Team Fan's rapid concession rather dull. As he patted his shoulder, Team Fan brushed his hand away, turning away impassively. Chapter 16. Experiment. They arrived. A small car slowly drove into Victory Community, halting beneath Lin Gui's residence. Thank you, Brother Liu, for bringing me back. Lin Gui exited the vehicle, expressing gratitude to the plainclothes officer at the driver's seat. Zhao Lu, an intern police officer who had been on the job for less than 2 months, had engaged in amiable conversation with Lin Gui during the ride. He smiled and replied, "Be careful. Don't get caught at the bureau again." After bidding farewell to Zhao Lu, Lin Gui ascended the stairs and returned home. Upon opening the door, he found remnants of a meal on the dining table. On the sofa, both Lin's father and mother awaited Lin Gui's return, and even Zhang Yu had not left out. A warmth filled Lin Gui's heart. "You must be hungry. Let me heat up the food for you." Upon seeing her son return, Lin's mother first checked him for any injuries before promptly taking the dishes into the kitchen. "You finally made it back." Zhang Yu exhaled in relief. Lanya had only taken Lin Gui and not him, which had caused him considerable worry. Coupled with Lin Gui's unusual behavior in recent days, he felt increasingly restless. Thankfully, Lin Gui returned, rather than the dreadful news of his arrest, once the food was heated. Lin Gui sat at the table and began to eat heartily. The Bureau of Anomalies had not provided dinner, and after a poor lunch, he was indeed quite hungry now. During this time, the others did not disturb Lin Gui but quietly waited nearby. It was not until after dinner that Lin's mother finally spoke up. "Sweetheart, what did Officer Lon want with you at the police station?" Both of Lin Gui's parents were ordinary individuals without any awakened extraordinary talents. He did not wish to cause them worry, so he fabricated an excuse. "It's nothing. The officer just said I needed to make a statement." His parents remained skeptical but did not press further. They trusted their child, raised by their own hands, believing in his character and integrity, confident he would not engage in any illegal activities. Children grow up. They have their own opinions. If he doesn't want to say more, so be it. Lin Gui noticed Zhang Yu still sitting on the sofa and curiously asked, "Why aren't you going home yet?" Zhang Yu replied, "It's a small matter. I told my mom I was at your place and would return later." With that, he pulled Lin Gui into his room and whispered, "What on earth has been going on with you these past few days? You haven't joined some cult or evil organization, have you?" Lin Gui shot him a glare. "Don't talk nonsense. If I really joined a cult, I'd drag you down with me at the first opportunity." Hearing Lin Gui say this, Zhang Yu felt somewhat reassured. So why did that officer only want you to make a statement? This was Zhang Yu's greatest curiosity. Maybe they thought I was quite handsome. Lin Gui jested. "I'll tell you. That officer had my semi-nude photo and asked for my autograph. I guess they believe I could become a star because of my looks and wanted to be prepared." The semi-nude photo referred to the moment Lin Gui changed clothes in front of the surveillance camera. The autograph pertained to the signature required on the statement. "You little rascal, stop spouting nonsense." Zhang Yu mimicked a husky gesture. The two boys engaged in playful banter before settling into a calm silence. Zhang Yu cautiously asked, "Are you really okay?" Knowing Lin Gui, the more he deflected the topic and joked, the more likely it was that something troubling had occurred. Lin Gui remained silent for a moment. "Once my talent awakens in a few days and you become an extraordinary being, I'll tell you." Zhang Yu accepted Lin Gui's response and fell silent. Like Lin Gui's parents, he had complete faith in his good friend. When it came to extraordinary beings, it was indeed beyond his reach. Even if he learned of it, it would only serve to increase his worries. "Well then, I'll head home." After Zhang Yu bid farewell and exited the room, he did not forget to close the door behind him. "Uncle, Auntie, I'm heading home. Aren't you going to sit for a bit longer, shall you? It's too late. My parents will start to worry." "All right, take care on your way." Listening to the conversation outside the door, Lin Gui sat at the table and took out a piece of paper, jotting down all the events he had encountered since his arrival in this world. He emphasized the Eater Hound, Qianjin Long, and the Bureau of Anomalies, as these were the sources of danger and trouble he had faced since his arrival. The Eater Hound incident was the catalyst that drew the Bureau's attention to him. But Lin Gui did not regret it. In fact, he was quite grateful to the Eater Hound, for without it, he might have waited until the second-hand machine powered down before discovering the power of the game Lord of Salted Fish. The name Qianjin Long was linked with Li Dahu. Had it not been for these two causing him trouble, even with the Eater Hound incident, the Bureau would not have found him. It was also because of these two that he learned how to charge the second-hand machine. Balancing the scales of good and bad for the Bureau of Anomalies, Lin Gui could not fathom why they were so concerned about a first-tier extraordinary user. The Bureau had already set its sights on Lin Gui. Once they captured Qianjin Long, they would discover that the so-called first-tier power user was merely the salted fish he summoned. The Bureau would surely seek him out again to investigate the origin of the salted fish. Lin Gui was unaware that Team Fan had already ceased pursuing Qianjin Long, and a sense of urgency welled up within him. He had no means to obstruct the Bureau's actions if they traced back to him. His only option was to expose the second-hand machine. Alternatively, he could play the fool. In this world, brimming with various extraordinary talents, he dared not take that gamble. Who could say whether abilities or devices existed that could read memories, induce hypnosis, or manipulate others? If there were truly those intent on probing, Lin Gui would have no secrets left. The key to whether he could expose the second-hand machine lay in whether others could also use the Lord of Salted Fish. If it were bound, Lin Gui could naturally use it with confidence. But if not, while Lin Gui had not committed any crimes, he could not assume that everyone was virtuous. With a treasure that required merely the extermination of anomalous beasts at a negligible cost to summon extraordinary allies, countless individuals would undoubtedly covet it. Innocent of wrongdoing, yet possessing a treasure, he needed to conduct a small experiment. Lin Gui pondered for a moment before stepping into his sister Lin room. Softly inquiring, "Nin, are you asleep?" The room was enveloped in darkness, and no response came forth. It was evident that his sister had already drifted into slumber. Lin Gui retrieved his second-hand phone, enduring the pang of expenditure as he devoted an hour of battery life to power it on. Swiftly claiming his idle rewards, and then activating the summoning mode. "Nin, wake up." He gently shook his sister. "Brother is back. Why is the light off?" Lin, still hazy with sleep, rubbed her eyes and asked. "It's nothing. Just tap this." Lin Gui extended the second-hand phone towards her, pointing at the avatar of the character Xianjiang. Clearly still groggy, and then half-dreamingly clicked on the most visually appealing avatar. Summon, Xianjiang Kaiwenji. A mysterious magical array materialized once more, with soundwave runes swirling forth from it. A strikingly beautiful woman, with cascading long black hair, bowed before the desk, her eyes reflecting an expression of sorrow. She inscribed the words "Poem of Sorrow and Anger" upon the paper. As if the melody of Hu Jia 18 beats echoed nearby. A vibrant blue fishtail leaped from the magical array. Shen Yu Kai, holding an ancient zither, appeared as a character with a two-headed form. Her upper body was not a monstrous fish head, but rather the graceful half of a woman, while her lower half was a fish tail, unlike the two short legs of Shen Yu Chu. Resembling the legendary mermaids. In this game, male Xianjiang are akin to Shen Yu spirits, while female Xianjiang resemble mermaids, an utterly amusing concept. Abba, a beautiful girl from the battlefield. Just as Shen Yu Kai uttered her first words, Lin Gui swiftly canceled the summoning. Had it not been for the inability to cancel during the summoning process, Shen Yu Kai would have had no chance to materialize and would have been sent back by Lin Gui. He could not comprehend the gibberish of Shen Yu, or he would have surely remarked, "Is this game mixing channels?" This sudden scene captured Lin's attention. She climbed out of bed, her eyes wide as she searched around. "Brother, did you just see a really big mermaid?" She grasped Lin Gui's arm, eagerly inquiring. "Nin, weren't you sleeping? You must have been dreaming. Go back to sleep." Lin Gui gently pressed his sister back onto the bed, ignoring her questions, tucking her in with the blanket adorned with a beautiful warrior maiden design, soothing her softly. After a brief moment, the remnants of Lin's drowsiness gradually returned, and she fell back into a deep sleep. Once he was certain she was soundly asleep, Lin Gui tiptoed out of the room. Excellent. He would never allow anyone else to touch the second-hand phone. Chapter 17. Longyuan Market in the early morning. After completing his morning routine, Lin Gui sat down at the dining table. "Brother, let me tell you, last night I dreamt of a stunning mermaid." Lin exclaimed, waving a fried dough stick excitedly. "Indeed, Nin is wonderful." Lin Gui replied nonchalantly. "Brother, you're brushing me off again." Lin pouted angrily, wielding the half of her dough stick as a weapon and launching an attack on Lin Gui. Lin Gui bit down on the incoming dough stick, swiftly devouring it, and then gulped down the remaining soy milk in one go. "Thank you." Nin patted his sister's head and casually took another dough stick. As he approached the door to change his shoes, he called out, "I'm heading out today and will return in the afternoon. You need not prepare lunch for me." From within the room came Lin Mu's voice. "Understood. Come back early." After hearing the response, Lin Gui left the house. It was only then that Lin realized, shouting at his retreating figure, "Hurry and return my dough stick." All she received in response was the dull sound of the door closing, leaving her alone at the dining table. How infuriating. Lin Gui is such a bad egg. Unable to contain her frustration, Lin angrily tore her dough stick into pieces. Unfortunately, she was caught in the act by Lin Mu, who had just walked out of the room. "Nin, do not play with your food." Under her mother's loving gaze, Lin had no choice but to eat the torn dough stick, tears welling in her eyes. Given her appetite, half a dough stick would have been just right, but a whole one was a bit much. "Ugh, I really can't eat anymore." The Longyuan Market, the only legitimate marketplace for the sale of exotic beast meat in the southern region, It is said that in the past, someone had sold Tier 5 dragon meat here, attracting countless wealthy patrons. Thus, it was named Long Yuan. The flow of people was not heavy, for even the cheapest Tier 1 exotic beast. The Bayou pig cost 800 coins per pound, with other exotic meats often exceeding 1,000 coins. Not everyone could afford to spend so much on exotic beast meat. Only families like Sun Xiaohuas could treat exotic beast meat as an ordinary commodity. Various sizes of exaggerated exotic beast meats were displayed at the stalls, providing an unparalleled visual impact. Lin Gui had taken nearly an hour's bus ride to reach this market. It was his first encounter with such a scene. Akin to Lu Lala wandering through the Grandview Garden, marveling at everything. Wow, this beef leg is taller than I am. That pig's head is so massive that a group of people could easily burst after one bite. Simultaneously, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. Currently, Lin Gui sought to enhance his strength solely by killing exotic beasts, gaining battery life, idling in the game, leveling up his Xianjiang. Summoning Xianjiang to battle would also consume a significant amount of battery. Yet, in such a gathering place, where could he find enough exotic beasts to slay? The previous two instances were mere strokes of luck, not something to be relied upon. Moreover, if such occurrences happened daily, it would only hasten the attention of the Exotic Management Bureau. Thus, he sought out this location. In his understanding, if exotic beast meat was being sold, there must also be farms for raising and slaughtering exotic beasts. As long as there was ample profit, a complete industrial chain would inevitably form, with each link being indispensable. If he could merely become a butcher, he could slay exotic beasts, replenish his battery, and even earn a wage to soothe his empty wallet. A perfect win-win situation. Now is the time for dreams. Lin Gui wandered to a stall where the vendor, appearing to be in his 70s, sat on a small stool, leisurely fanning himself. As soon as he noticed Lin Gui approaching, he stood up enthusiastically, greeting him. Young lad, would you like 2 pounds of iron-skinned beef? It's great for stewing. It promotes physical development, perfect for a child of your age. The iron-skinned cow is a standout among Tier 1 exotic beasts. Weighing 3 to 4 tons when fully grown, possessing immense strength, and covered in a thick layer of horn-like skin, it cannot be compared to the disgraceful Tier 1 beasts like the hungry dog. Its meat is exceptionally tough, requiring 3 to 4 hours of pressure cooking to become tender. Long-term consumption can strengthen the body and increase vitality. What about braised beef? I prefer braised beef, Lin Gui pondered aloud. Of course, you can prepare it however you like. It will not affect the benefits of the beef at all. The old vendor, seeing Lin Gui's evident interest in purchasing, became even more enthusiastic. Lin Gui examined the price tags on the iron-skinned beef. The cheapest cut was 1,500 coins per pound, while the most expensive snowflake steak was 3,900 coins per pound. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, swiftly steering the conversation back to his main point. Vendor, where do you source your meat from? It's all procured from the wilderness. Absolutely genuine and reliable. The old vendor confidently pointed to his sign, proclaiming himself as a trustworthy merchant. It said there are exotic beast farms. Lin Gui rephrased his question directly. Certainly not. Who could possibly raise such ferocious exotic beasts? The old vendor chuckled at Lin Gui's words. But I found information about exotic beast farms online. Lin Gui, slightly puzzled, recalled that he had done his homework prior to coming, knowing that Long Gui had begun artificial breeding of exotic beasts. His thoughts were still influenced by memories from before his transmigration. Conflating the artificial breeding of exotic beasts with livestock. Little did he know, the meat of lower intelligence vile exotic beasts was often harmful to humans and inedible, while the meat of intelligent exotic beasts was challenging to manage, making breeding exceedingly difficult. Consequently, only those with tremendous power or special methods could engage in exotic beast farming. It would be impossible to extract any information from a small vendor like this. That would be in a base city. Who would dare to raise such things in a small place like ours? Why are you asking about this? The old vendor discerned that Lin Gui's intent was not to buy meat and decided to engage him in casual conversation. Isn't the college entrance examination approaching? I plan to apply to the martial arts department, and I heard there might be live exotic beasts, so I wanted to toughen up a bit. Lin Gui had already prepared a set of responses. In recent years, the assessment format for the martial arts department had prioritized screening based on extraordinary talent, followed by physical fitness and knowledge related to exotic species. Rumor had it that higher-ups believed today's youth lived too comfortably, lacking the spirit and tenacity needed, and intended to reform this year's martial examination to include segments involving combat with exotic beasts or related content to train students. After all, these were just rumors. The online community was divided into radical and conservative factions, each holding their viewpoints and debating incessantly. The radicals argued that students needed to witness bloodshed to fully comprehend the human condition. The current stability was merely an illusion, and a more brutal war was bound to erupt in the future. Students should be nurtured from a young age to possess resilience and combat spirit, just as they had experienced. The conservatives, however, believed that the sacrifices made by ancestors were meant to ensure a harmonious growth environment for children. Furthermore, even if one applied to the martial arts department, there was no guarantee of acceptance, and exposing these high school graduates to exotic beasts could leave psychological scars on some, which was not advisable. The Dragon Kingdom's officials had refrained from intervening in the online disputes, seemingly tacitly approving the ongoing debates, with various opinions echoing throughout. The elderly vendor before me evidently embodies a conservative disposition. Upon hearing the words, his expression shifted instantaneously. Do not heed the nonsensical chatter online. One must never treat the otherworldly beasts as trifles. Despite the multitude of beast carcasses littering the market, each one represents a life-or-death struggle endured by extraordinary individuals. The old vendor stepped out from behind his stall. Rolling up his pant, leg.it was then that Lin Gui discerned that his right leg was an artificial limb composed of metal and rubber, serving merely the most rudimentary functions of mobility and support. Lacking any energetic attributes of a true extraordinary prosthetic, this limb of mine was bitten off by a third-tier beast. Had it not been for the timely rescue by my teammates, I would not be seated here, comfortably selling meat. Although we ultimately vanquished that beast, the fear of its blood attracting more aberrations prevented us from even retrieving the bodies of our fallen comrades. On that occasion, our exploration team of 8 was reduced to just 2 intact survivors. 3 were left with lifelong disabilities, and 3 others were forever lost to the wilderness. You are fortunate to have better circumstances now. Make the most of your time at university to hone your abilities and prepare adequately. Only with formidable strength can tragedies be mitigated. The old vendor reminisced about the spirited 8 comrades from years past, their fates met with death or injury, his words tinged with nostalgia and sorrow. As a glimmer of tears began to form in the corners of his eyes. Chapter 18. Young Master Shirahim. One tends to reminisce in old age. Do not take offense, young brother. The vendor, realizing his emotional lapse, coughed a couple of times to mask his embarrassment, feigning nonchalance as he wiped away the tears. It is quite all right. Thank you, vendor. Lin Gui expressed his heartfelt gratitude for the vendor's earnest counsel. Yet it did not sway his determination. After bidding farewell, he continued to wander through the market, inquiring at other stalls. Move along, and if you're not buying, don't ask silly questions. What brings you here? Child, where are your guardians? Do not impede my business. Not every vendor was as amiable as the first. Many, upon noticing Lin Gui's status as a cash-strapped high school student, promptly dismissed him. After questioning 7 or 8 vendors, he finally encountered another who was willing to engage in conversation, receiving responses consistent with the old vendors. Lin Gui was now certain that the Southern Mountain Gathering Place did not harbor any beast breeding grounds. Seeking such a facility in the Bay City was evidently unrealistic. It appeared that if he wished to hunt these beasts with any degree of stability, he would need to venture into the wilderness beyond the Gathering Place. Lin Gui pondered deeply. Excluding the Bay City and the gathering site along with their peripheries, the rest of Blue Star's land could be deemed wilderness. The area within approximately 20 kilometers of human cities is referred to as a cleaning zone, where high-tier extraordinary beings periodically conduct purges, leaving behind only first- and second-tier beasts for lower-tier extraordinary individuals to practice against. However, there still lurked the potential for third- and fourth-tier beasts to wander in, creating a perilous environment. The old vendor's leg was a casualty of a sudden encounter with a third-tier beast in the cleaning zone. Only after being certified as an extraordinary individual and passing certain assessments would one be granted a permit to leave the city and enter the wilderness. Those who explore the wild without official sanction are known as wilderness explorers, for first- and second-tier low-tier explorers. Forming a team of 4 or 5 is essential to muster the courage to hunt in the wild. Venturing out alone is tantamount to courting death. Given Lin Gui's current status and abilities, he lacked even the qualifications to take the assessment. Thus, the option of hunting beasts in the wilderness was immediately dismissed. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, recalling his first good brother, Equijuan. What if he were to adopt a pet and allow it to mutate into a malevolent creature before slaying it? A shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly shook his head. Discarding this notion. It was far too sinister and utterly unfeasible. Within the gathering place, humans still relied on mutation inhibitors to keep ordinary pets such as cats and dogs, as well as livestock like pigs, cattle, sheep, and poultry, free from mutation. In contrast, ordinary beasts in the wilderness had largely gone extinct due to a lack of competitiveness. Nowadays, adopting a common pet would cost no less than 10,000 yuan, requiring ample funds and passing a qualification review. Such restrictions were imposed to prevent incidents involving mutated pets causing harm. As for the stray cats and dogs on the streets, they were viewed as ticking time bombs by the citizens of Lin Gui, having been eradicated long before the establishment of the gathering place. Alternatively, he could seek out Qian Jinlong and inquire about the origin of his white corpse rat. Lin Gui thought of his second good brother, Shushu, but quickly dismissed that idea as well. In Lin Gui's understanding, the Bureau of Anomalies was actively pursuing Qian Jinlong. Approaching him would be akin to walking into a trap, just as Lin Gui found himself at an impasse. A commotion erupted in the market. Curiosity piqued. He turned to see a massive mound of flesh moving in the distance. It was a figure that could scarcely be called human, its features obscured by layers of fat, limbs resembling a collection of tires, and a belly that sagged to the ground, contributing immensely to the market's cleanliness. Remarkably, despite such a physique, the individual moved with surprising agility. The flesh mountain halted before a stall, picked up a piece of pristine pork, and exclaimed, "This meat looks quite fresh." The vendor rushed forward. "Of course, young master. This was just procured this morning." With a grand gesture, the flesh mountain commanded, "I'll take it all." The vendor's eyes sparkled with glee. "Very well, young master." The flesh mountain's extravagant appetite turned what ordinary folk would hesitate to purchase into mere trifles, as he emptied stall after stall of their wares without batting an eye. Surrounding him were 4 market staff bustling about, calculating prices and packaging the beast meat into wide insulated boxes for transport. Additionally, 2 burly men in suits and sunglasses, exuding an air of bodyguards, flanked him, one leading the way, the other safeguarding his rear. Lin Gui's ears perked up as he overheard 2 vendors whispering behind him, "Young master sure has arrived again. I wonder if he will buy all my meat today." The other vendor scoffed, "Look at how fat young master sure has become. I've heard he weighs over 1,000 pounds, yet he still insists on personally coming to the market to buy meat. What's the point? What do you know? The mindset of the wealthy is beyond our comprehension. I see him struggling to walk, buying all that meat. He'll surely burst one day." "Hush, don't speak too loudly. Young master sure is approaching." The 2 vendors immediately donned cheerful expressions, warmly beckoning the figure known as young master sure. "Young master sure, come take a look at my stall. All the meat is freshly arrived, guaranteed to be delicious. Young master sure, I have exquisite second-tier mountain goat meat, a rare delicacy." The 2 engaged in a silent competition, each striving to outdo the other in volume. Upon hearing the commotion, young master sure slowly maneuvered his massive form toward them. Indifferent to the vendor's rivalry, he glanced at the meat and seemed satisfied with its quality. Wrap it all up. The vendors were overjoyed. "Thank you, young master sure." A single piece of beast meat typically took a week to sell. Now, within half a day of opening, the stall had sold out, a remarkable boon for the vendors. Young master sure continued forward, stopping in front of Lin Gui. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he towered over Lin Gui, who stood at a mere 1.78 meters, forcing Lin Gui to look up to meet his gaze. His imposing and corpulent figure resembled a wall, eliciting an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Oh, you require something?" Lin Gui met the flesh mountain's gaze unflinchingly. "You are obstructing the way. Could you step aside?" One of young master sure's bodyguards stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Lin Gui's first thought was, "Is this not an invitation for trouble?" There was ample space ahead. Why would they insist he move? The market pathways were quite spacious, capable of accommodating 6 people side by side. He stood roughly a body's width away from the stall on his right. Indicating Lin Gui raised his head to confirm the location and casually found a place to sit. He had not garnered much from the Longyuan market, and after having lunch, he hastily made his way to the venue for the simulated talent awakening. As a senior in high school, Lin Gui was set to undergo his official awakening next week, making today and tomorrow his final opportunities for simulation. Since he had ventured out, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity to practice. According to regulations, one must be at least 17 years old to participate in the simulated awakening, and the same applies to the official awakening. With the official awakening day approaching, the vast majority of students had already completed their simulations. With only a few either barely meeting the age requirement, procrastinators, or those facing special circumstances opting to simulate at this time. Lin Gui belonged to the latter category, after all. Traversing worlds was indeed a rather unique situation. It was only 1 o'clock, and the payment window had yet to open. Lin Gui felt he had arrived quite early, especially since he had no other arrangements. To his surprise, a frail-looking boy stood in line ahead of him. The boy's complexion was extremely pale, with an abnormal flush, his frame somewhat emaciated, and his eyes vacant as he stared blankly ahead. The two did not exchange a word, both waiting in silence. As the clock struck 1:30, the payment window opened, and the attendant, wearing a warm smile, greeted each simulator with enthusiasm. With fewer people coming for simulations these days, her workload was light, yet her salary remained unchanged. The attendant felt that the world had become a much brighter place lately. The frail boy silently stood up and approached the window first, picking up a pen to register his information. Upon recognizing him, the attendant immediately began processing his details without a word. After receiving the completed registration form and the boy's ID card, she produced a payment code. The boy took out his phone and scanned the code to make the payment. The attendant returned his ID and handed him a number tag marked with 1. That the two displayed a remarkable level of familiarity, wasting no time, as if they had rehearsed this hundreds of times. Just how many times had this boy come here to be so well acquainted with the attendant? Beep. Payment successful. The amount displayed on the phone was staggering. The boy had spent 10,088 yuan. Lin Gui could hardly believe his eyes. At a rate of an additional 100 yuan per simulation, this frail boy had simulated over 100 times, likely coming every day since the simulations had opened, totaling over 500,000 yuan spent. Despite his seemingly modest attire, he turned out to be quite wealthy, simulating over 100 times for a result that was destined to remain unchanged. Lin Gui found it incomprehensible, looking at the 300 yuan he had borrowed from Sun Xiaohua. His eyes welled with tears. First, it was young Master Shi, and now this boy before him, revealing the stark disparities of the world. With wealth comes caprice. The door to the simulation room swung open. The attendant encouraged the boy, saying, "Good luck." The boy nodded slightly and replied, "Thank you." Before entering the simulation room, the door slowly closed, cutting off the external view. "This classmate, it's your turn." The attendant's sweet voice roused Lin Gui from his reverie. He took a few steps forward to the window. The attendant pointed to a stack of forms on the counter, asking, "Please fill in your registration information." Is this your first time testing? Lin Gui picked up a pen and began to fill out his personal information, responding, "This should be my 4th time." Once he completed the form, the attendant took it and requested his ID card. "All right," Lin Gui replied, pulling out his ID and handing it over. Prior to coming for the simulation, he had researched the general process online to ensure he wouldn't make any mistakes. The attendant scanned his ID card, retrieving his information and comparing it with his appearance. "Indeed, this is your 4th time. That will be 288 yuan. Would you like to pay in cash or via scan?" "Cash." Reluctantly, Lin Gui handed over 3 large bills, receiving 12 yuan in change along with a number tag marked 2. "Please wait a moment. Today there are few people, so we only have 1 testing room open. You can enter once the person in front of you finishes, which should take about 5 minutes. "Understood." Lin Gui stood still, contemplating the exorbitant payment he had just witnessed. Unable to resist, he inquired of the attendant, "Miss, do you know the person in front of me?" The attendant was elated to be addressed as Miss by the handsome youth before her. "I do know him, having seen him many times before." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gui asked, "I accidentally saw his spending amount. He has simulated over 100 times. Could you tell me why?" The attendant appeared troubled. "That's his personal privacy. I cannot disclose that." However, she glanced around, noticing there were no other simulators present and no supervisors checking in. The waiting area was quite empty. She beckoned Lin Gui closer, understanding her intent. He leaned in. The attendant whispered, "I can share a little that is permissible. This classmate is named by Yu Chen. He first came for testing at the beginning of the year and was deemed a commoner. Since then, he has come daily without fail." Lin Gui was somewhat puzzled. The simulation results are said to be unchangeable. Why does he test every day? The attendant shrugged. "I don't know. Just as I don't understand why you're here for the 4th time." Lin Gui found himself at a loss for words. "But that is not the same, is it? You wouldn't understand the situation of a traveler. I'll tell you this. Everyone at the payment counter knows Xiao Bai. Initially, we even bet on how many times he would come, but now no one dares to wager anymore. There was a time we thought he wouldn't show up, and just as we were about to close, he suddenly rushed in. The attendant couldn't contain her gossiping spirit, even referring to Bai Yuchen by his nickname. Lin Gui was disinterested in such trivial gossip, yet having initiated the topic, he felt it would be rude to silence her. He didn't want to give off an impression of being irresponsible as the attendant continued her animated recounting. 5 minutes swiftly passed, and the door to the simulation room opened. She immediately ceased her chatter and turned to the door. The frail Bai Yuchen emerged, still appearing sickly, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, making it difficult to discern his thoughts. How did the simulation go? Any changes? The attendant queried anxiously. Commoner, Bai Yuchen replied tersely. Departing the waiting area. Alas, the attendant sighed, as if the story she had been following had come to a disappointing end. Lin Gui waved his hand in front of her. Can I go in now? Of course, the attendant quickly regained her composure, displaying a professional smile. Lin Gui stepped forward into the simulation room. The space was modest, under 10 square meters, and furnished simply, with a set of tables and chairs at the center. And a device on the right. On the table lay a jade-like source stone, about the size of a watermelon, encased in glass, emitting a soft, warm glow. The glass cover was fitted with 6 mechanical pipes connected to a helmet. This was Lin Gui's first encounter with the source stone, and he curiously examined it from various angles. The source stone was essential for talent awakening, a stone that could alter humanity's fate. In the early days of great calamity, humanity resorted to various extraordinary items to resist otherworldly beings, gaining immense power. However, this was merely a temporary solution, leading to severe consequences such as reduced lifespan, drastic personality changes, and even catastrophic deaths. If this continued, humanity would inevitably face extinction. It was only when someone discovered and utilized the source stone, realizing that it could gently stimulate human talents, that a stable and reliable path for extraordinary awakening emerged. Subsequently, humanity began to regain its footing, truly contending with the aberrant beasts and clashing with other races, safeguarding the homeland that rightfully belonged to them amidst a land filled with disaster and destruction. All of this hinged upon that small stone. Chapter 20. The difficulty of being a commoner. Please place your number tag on the device, sit down, and put on the helmet. A voice echoed from the corner of the simulation room surveillance. Lin Gui withdrew his gaze. Following the instructions that he placed the number tag down, seated himself, donned the helmet, and prepared for the simulation. The distinction between the simulated awakening and the official awakening lay in this helmet. Aptly named the Talent Awakening Simulator. It could amplify the subtle fluctuations from the source stone tenfold, inducing various reactions in the body to simulate the experiences encountered during a true awakening. In simpler terms, it was akin to the skin tests conducted in hospitals when using allergy-inducing medications, albeit the actual operation was far more complex. Standard simulation results were categorized into 2 types: the unqualified, commonly referred to as commoners, who were entirely unsuitable for awakening, with a failure rate exceeding 99. Forcing an awakening could lead to mental disorders or physical disabilities, affecting about 10% of humanity. The qualified had a 10 chance of successfully awakening, and even if they failed, serious consequences were unlikely. At most, they might develop a fever or experience some digestive issues. During the simulation, those who exhibited no reactions or overly intense reactions were deemed unqualified. Simulation commencing now. Please close your eyes and prepare. Listening to the prompt, Lin Gui shut his eyes, plunging into darkness. The helmet emitted a low hum, indicating it was operational, as the source stone within the glass cover emitted a faint glow, gradually flowing towards Lin Gui through the pipes. Time ticked by, and Lin Gui silently counted in his mind. 1, 2, 3.148, 149. According to the toll collector, the entire simulation process will last approximately 5 minutes. Half the time has already elapsed, and he feels no particular sensations, merely a slight itch on his back. Nothing else has transpired. At this rate, even after the transmigration, Lin Gui remains unawakened. This shouldn't be the case. Lin Gui is deeply puzzled. He understands that the Dragon Kingdom has yet to determine the factors influencing talent awakening, be it the physical body, genetics, soul, or willpower. Identical twins may see one become while the other successfully awakens. Conversely, 2 individuals with no similarities might awaken the same talent. Yet, Lin Gui feels these are not the decisive factors. After all, he is a transmigrator. Surely, he must awaken a godly talent that is wild, cool, and astonishing. Could it be that this transmigration has rendered him a useless character? However, having already utilized his golden finger, would it not be somewhat contrived for him to remain powerless amidst the endless darkness? Lin Gui awaits in boredom, his thoughts gradually dispersing. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of desolation arises within him. He recalls by Yu Qin, who, after 100 simulations, has not given up, and he instantly empathizes. That young man comes to simulate daily, likely driven by sheer unwillingness, unwilling to accept his fate in a world ravaged by cataclysm, catching a glimpse of the extraordinary, yet remaining isolated from spiritual energy, ultimately bound by a mundane destiny. This is the reality of, not only are they unable to awaken their talents, but they also frequently face discrimination from certain individuals, regarded as inferior in work and life, constantly constrained. Though this is primarily for safety considerations, it is quite possible they will be prohibited from ever leaving the gathering place, trapped within this cold, concrete city, forever unable to witness the sights beyond the wilderness or feel the breath of freedom. As the feeling of desolation intensifies, Lin Gui begins to feel that being in this lifetime is hopeless, and perhaps he should just give up. No, I shall never entertain such thoughts. Lin Gui jolts himself awake. What does it matter if I possess a secondary golden finger? What does it matter if I face discrimination? I will fight back with my fists. What does it matter if I am confined to the city? My family and friends are here, and besides, I have legs. I can go wherever I please. Lin Gui swiftly shatters each negative thought, striving to maintain his true self, that he feels a lingering dread. Is this the unexpected phenomenon encountered during awakening? If mere simulation can evoke such a depth of negativity, then should the real awakening amplify this tenfold? It is no wonder some may lose their sanity. Lin Gui decides to indulge in wild thoughts, diverting his attention to avoid the resurgence of negativity. Awakening individuals merely need to train hard and battle against otherworldly beasts, while I, playing a casual game, must consider many more factors. 30 years of prosperity in the East, 30 years of decline in the West. Do not underestimate the humble fish. I will ensure everyone knows this humble pond is under my domain. Just as he delves deeper into thought, the monitoring system emits a sound. Simulation time is up. The result indicates disqualification. Please remove the helmet. As the words resonate, the incessant buzzing in Lin Gui's ears, which had persisted for 5 full minutes, gradually subsides. He is not surprised by the result of being disqualified. He only knows that the simulation has finally concluded, setting aside the sudden wave of negativity. The relentless buzzing that tortured his ears during those 5 minutes was sheer torment. Even without the negativity, one would be driven to tinnitus by that incessant hum. Who designed this wretched helmet? Cannot they improve it? Lin Gui is eager to open his eyes. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoes in his mind. A beam of light abruptly shines forth. Lin Gui cannot discern the source of this light, just as he cannot determine where he currently stands or whether he has truly opened his eyes. Strangely, he sees a well-maintained mobile phone floating in the unknown void at the end of the light. The phone screen is illuminated. In the process of booting up, countless vibrant images flash across the screen at lightning speed, rendering them impossible to comprehend. That a mere moment of focus leads to dizziness. That not my secondary golden finger. Lin Gui instantly recognizes his own device and instinctively reaches out to grasp it. His hand seems to penetrate the endless void, gradually drawing closer to the secondary phone. Alternatively, it feels as though he has not moved at all. Instead, the phone is drifting towards him. The two sensations create a profound sense of spatial disorientation and fragmentation. They draw nearer and nearer, on the verge of contact. Just as Lin Gui is about to touch his secondary phone, the voice announces, "Simulator Lin Gui." The result indicates disqualification. The simulation has concluded. Please remove the helmet. A voice laced with static and noise erupts in an instant. The beam of light, the void, and the secondary phone vanish entirely. Lin Gui's consciousness returns, and he finds himself maintaining a peculiar posture. He remains seated in the chair, leaning forward, his right hand extended in the air, as if striving to grasp something. Am I still in the simulation room? Yes, I am undergoing talent awakening. Lin Gui surveys the simulation room in confusion, his gaze gradually becoming clearer. Everything he had just witnessed seems to have been an illusion. He cannot even recall what transpired, only remembering a beam of light. Within that light, something had drawn him in. Simulator Lin Gui, the simulation has concluded. Please remove the helmet. The voice resounds once more, now tinged with impatience. My apologies. I shall leave immediately. Lin Gui removes the helmet and strides towards the exit, completely unaware that the source stone on the table behind him, which emitted a crystalline glow, has dimmed by a fraction without anyone noticing that in the control room, a newly appointed safety officer chats with a colleague. Hey, did you see what that simulator is doing with their hand? I hope nothing goes wrong. Beside him, the seasoned officer, old Li, reclines with his legs crossed, puffing smoke. Amidst his busy schedule, he steals a glance at the monitor. It's nothing, Xiao Wang. That's quite normal. Some exhibit reactions during simulations. Just give them a gentle reminder. For those, if they dare to awaken formally, they'll undoubtedly end up in a mental institution. Old Li exhales a puff of smoke, his demeanor one of nonchalance, tinged with a hint of mockery. Following his senior's advice, Xiao Wang uses the microphone to awaken the young man in the simulation room, urging him to exit promptly. He then familiarizes himself with the operations of the simulation system. Awaiting the next simulator, Xiao Wang opens the energy interface and discovers that the energy of the source stone has nearly depleted by half. Didn't we just replace the source stone last week? He is puzzled. Logically speaking, a source stone should sustain operations for a month even during peak usage, let alone with so few simulators in recent days. The rate of depletion is utterly unreasonable. Perhaps this source stone was inherently deficient? Or is the machine too old, causing erroneous readings? He reassures himself, having heard that the simulators in the capital have upgraded to the 3rd generation, while the Shannon gathering place still employs the 1st generation from 50 years ago. Errors are to be expected. A newly hired safety officer. He believes strictly adhering to the employee manual is the right course of action. Just then, another simulator arrives. Xiao Wang hums a tune. Returning to his duties. Chapter 21. Debate. Lin Gui steps out of the simulation room, scratching his back, revealing a look of relief. The itch he experienced during the simulation has finally subsided. Hey, you're out. How did it go? The toll collector waves at him, having been enjoying a leisurely moment as no new students arrived during Lin Gui's simulation. Upon seeing a familiar companion, she expresses her concern. Lin Gui shrugs. No change. Still, the toll collector's expression reflects sympathy, mixed with a hint of nostalgia. Having worked in the simulation hall for 3 years, she has encountered countless who, out of unwillingness, return for resimulation. Only one individual, for reasons unknown, suddenly transformed into a qualified individual and successfully awakened to talent. The rest must simply resign to their fate. She has grown accustomed to this reality. Just as she prepares to offer Lin Gui some comforting words, she is interrupted. Hello, this is my first time here for a simulation. What do I need to do? A girl, clad in a white hoodie, headphones around her neck, and her head bowed, making her features indistinct, approaches the toll window. She is entirely oblivious to the ongoing conversation between the toll collector and Lin Gui, not even lifting her head as she inquires that I want to intrude any further. Lin Gui, noticing the new simulator, bids farewell to the toll collector. Still faintly affected by the lingering negativity, he does not wish to discuss matters nor require the toll collector's consolation. Did I interrupt you? The girl belatedly realizes, raising her head to face Lin Gui. She wears thick black-rimmed glasses and a white mask, obscuring her face entirely, revealing only a pair of tired eyes, adorned with dark circles, conveying a sense of profound introversion. It's alright. Go ahead and simulate. You must be a senior. If you don't simulate soon, you'll miss the official awakening. I wish you to be a qualified individual. Lin Gui speaks to her with an encouraging tone. The girl pauses for a moment, then quietly replies, I would prefer to be 8 out. What did you say? Lin Gui does not catch her words clearly. Uncertain if he heard correctly, it's nothing. The girl gently shakes her head, picking up a pen to fill in her name on the prepared information sheet, as per the toll collector's instructions. Li Qingyu. Lin Gui inadvertently glimpses her name, feeling it impolite to stare, and swiftly averts his gaze as he leaves the waiting area. On the bustling streets, with vehicles flowing like water, Lin Gui decides to wander about since time is still on his side. Since his transmigration, he has attended school for 2 days and engaged in 2 fights, leaving him little opportunity to leisurely observe the world around him. The streets remain populated with numerous individuals augmented by mechanical prosthetics. With 1 in every 5 lacking limbs, some have voluntarily replaced their natural appendages with mechanical ones in pursuit of strength. Each time Lin Gui contemplates this reality, he is struck with astonishment. Those who have grown up amidst calamity are willing to pay an exorbitant price for power. Yet, he himself harbors no such conviction. As he passes an intersection, Lin Gui notices an elderly man with a cane, carrying a birdcage that houses a green budgerigar. Following the incident involving the ravenous hounds, he has become particularly attentive to the pets that appear on the streets. This heightened vigilance is especially pertinent given the recent reports of multiple cases of pet aberration, wherein only the owner of the ravenous hound, Sun He, met with death. In the other incidents, injuries were minimal. Seizing the opportunity, some have taken to the internet to advocate for a comprehensive ban on pet ownership, which has garnered significant attention and support. However, none of this concerns Lin Gui, for he does not keep any pets at home. He merely observes for amusement. Yet, the parrot in the cage appears rather peculiar. It hops restlessly within, plucking at its own feathers with an agitated demeanor, its eyes red and sunken, as if afflicted by some strange ailment. Could it be on the verge of aberration? Lin Gui silently observes the parrot, his hand in his pocket tightening around his secondary device. Should the parrot undergo aberration, he would certainly act to strike it down and acquire energy in that moment of clenching his secondary device. A sudden buzzing fills his ears, reminiscent of the time of simulated awakening that I'd seemed to have forgotten something. A realization dawns upon him. The endless void he glimpsed following the simulation's conclusion, along with the secondary device floating amidst that emptiness. What is the meaning of this? Lin Gui has never heard of such a scenario occurring during simulated awakenings. Could it be that there is still hope for my talent awakening? Excitement surges within him. He had assumed he would inevitably be a commoner, fearing the risks associated with a formal awakening, and thus resolved to forego this opportunity. After all, he could gradually grow stronger through his secondary device, unlike other commoners who found themselves without recourse. Yet, this path would make it difficult to enter the wilderness and hunt aberrant beasts, necessitating alternative means to address the energy issue. Moreover, he could only summon the salted fish to battle, with his true self representing a significant weakness. Now, circumstances have shifted once more. Signs of the secondary device appeared during the simulation. Could this indicate that his golden finger might assist him in achieving formal awakening? Lin Gui finds himself in a quandary. To gamble or not to gamble? Since his crossing, he has been gambling. Encountering the ravenous hound, hiding behind a garbage bin, opening the king of salted fish was a gamble. Confronting Qin Jinlong, feigning weakness and successfully slaying a white corpse rat was yet another gamble. Within the Aberrant Management Bureau, concealing the truth under the scrutiny of a lie detector was also a gamble. Each misstep in these gambles could yield unforeseen consequences. Now, Lin Gui faces a decision. Once more. Two voices within him engage in a fervent dispute. One steady voice asserts, "You must trust the findings of humanity post-calamity. Commoners cannot awaken. The risks are simply too great." The other voice, tinged with agitation, retorts, "Of course you must gamble. Take a chance. A bicycle can become a motorcycle. If you don't gamble, you are merely an ordinary person, vulnerable to exploitation, worth nothing at all." The steady voice counters, "You are but a commoner. Possessing the king of salted fish is already a monumental stroke of luck. If you can find a method to acquire energy, you will soon grow strong, rivaling anyone." The agitated voice rebuts, "Precisely because of that, you must gamble. Have you forgotten that Lin Anan can also summon salted fish? If everyone can use it, eventually someone will seize your secondary device. But if you possess power yourself, it changes everything." The steady voice urges, "Just survive. Send out the salted fish to confront others, and ensure they cannot locate your true self. Stabilize your growth. Perhaps your golden finger will even strengthen." The agitated voice interjects, "Are you aware of the extraordinary talents in this world? What if someone can directly locate your true self?" The steady voice shifts its argument. "Have you considered the consequences of awakening failure? If you were to lose your sanity, you wouldn't even be able to utilize your secondary device, or worse, face death itself. Everything would be for naught. Think of your parents and sister. They need you." The agitated voice, now bordering on madness, cries out, "Everything for naught? What does that matter to me? If I cannot seize control of my fate, I would rather see everything perish. I must survive. I must take risks. Survive. Gamble. Survive. Gamble." As the two voices argue, Lin Gui's headache intensifies, prompting him to shout, "Enough, be silent." The two voices immediately cease. This sudden outburst draws the attention of passers-by on the street. What is wrong with this young man? He stood still for a moment, then suddenly shouted, "I have only heard of such behavior in soldiers returning from the wilderness or the front lines, known as post-traumatic stress disorder, but this child appears to be no older than a high school student." That cannot be the case. Seeking attention, these children today are so coddled. Unlike in our time, they become distressed at the slightest inconvenience. The onlookers chatter among themselves, choosing not to linger. Lin Gui clutches his head. Leaning against a wall to rest. It feels strange. He has never experienced such a situation before. The two voices seem to possess their own will, attempting to persuade him from different angles rather than through his own reasoning. Lin Gui releases his secondary device, gently patting his head to alleviate the pain somewhat. What was I planning to do? Yes, the parrot. The matter of formal awakening can be contemplated later, but if there is indeed a possibility of pet aberration, he must not miss the opportunity to acquire energy. Lin Gui suppresses his pain and scans the surroundings, soon spotting the elderly man's retreating figure with the birdcage. Chapter 22. Symbiotic Pharmaceuticals. Lin Gui quickly strides to catch up with the old man. Under the influence of his headache, he is too weary to consider what might be wrong with the parrot. Upon reaching the elderly man, he directly inquires, "Old man, I see that your parrot seems to be in a rather troubling state." Lin Gui's face, twisted with pain, frightens the old man. Moreover, due to his age and hearing loss, he cannot quite comprehend Lin Gui's words and merely waves his hand dismissively. "Young man, I already have insurance. Do not attempt to sell me anything." When Lin Gui perceives the old man's irrelevant response, he raises his voice. "Old man, I am not selling insurance. I am speaking of your parrot." The old man's expression changes, his face contorted with anger. "I am not deaf. Why are you shouting so loudly?" Lin Gui falls silent, thinking to himself that he may not be deaf, but he certainly has understood a single correct word. Taking a deep breath, he resolves to remain calm. Adhering to the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly, there is no need to quarrel with an old man. "Elder, there have been many cases of pet aberration in the gathering place lately. I am concerned for your parrot's safety and your well-being." This time, Lin Gui controls his volume, attempting to speak as pleasantly as possible. The old man repeatedly declines. "A pet survey questionnaire? I will not fill out those nonsensical forms. Find someone else." Not a survey questionnaire, but a case of pet aberration. Lin Gui is on the verge of losing his sanity. The old man's responses are nonsensical, devoid of a single accurate phrase. "I don't want health products either. Do not think I am easy to bully just because I am old, that I fought on the front lines against aberrant beasts in my youth." The old man raises his cane, attempting to shoo Lin Gui away like an annoying insect. Observing the old man's trembling figure, Lin Gui fears he might topple over and thus steps aside. Yet, the old man's attitude is infuriating, causing Lin Gui's headache to dissipate in his anger. His chest tightens. The vibrant green budgerigar grows silent as Lin Gui approaches, quietly observing the exchange between him and the old man. Upon witnessing Lin Gui being dismissed, it mocks him. "Ga, fool. This parrot can speak," displaying a surprisingly high level of intelligence. Lin Gui is unperturbed by the bird's taunts. He bends down to observe the parrot closely. Its feathers are sparse, nearly plucked bare except for its head, and the beak is smeared with downy feathers. Freshly plucked feathers ooze tiny droplets of blood. "Why do you pluck your own feathers?" Lin Gui feels a bit peculiar for attempting to engage in conversation with the parrot. "Aga, fool." The parrot repeats, seemingly limited to that one phrase. Hearing his parrot speak, the old man turns around, spotting Lin Gui shadowing him. Instantly, he becomes wary. "What are you looking at? Following an old man like me? Do you wish to steal my King Kong? I warn you, I am not to be trifled with. My son works at the Aberrant Management Bureau. King Kong. Such appears to be the name of this parrot that only knows to call others fools." Lin Gui quickly shifts his approach. "I would like to purchase this parrot." "Name your price." "Get lost. Not for sale at any price." The old man shields the birdcage protectively, refusing to allow Lin Gui to inspect the parrot further, and with a swift motion of his cane, he retreats from Lin Gui. Lin Gui senses that not only the parrot but the old man himself exudes an air of incongruity. He ceases to pursue closely and instead maintains a safe distance. Following the old man from afar, believing he has evaded Lin Gui, the old man resumes his leisurely pace, crossing 2 streets, making 3 turns, and entering a pure white building. 4 large characters stand before the edifice. Symbiotic Pharmaceuticals. Although Lin Gui has only recently crossed over, he is already familiar with this name. Symbiotic Pharmaceuticals is undoubtedly a colossal enterprise in this era, with advertisements plastered everywhere, even enlisting 6th-tier extraordinary beings as their spokespersons. At the onset of the catastrophe, Gongsheng Pharmaceuticals embarked on its journey rooted in medicine. As it flourished and expanded, its research endeavors diversified to encompass medical care, pharmaceuticals, health supplements, extraordinary formulations, medical devices, and bioremediation, delving into every aspect related to the human body and healthcare. Remarkably, the company also conducted research on exotic beasts, developing an agent to prevent the aberration of ordinary animals, a product of Gongsheng Pharmaceuticals. Why has the old man come here? Could it be that he has sensed the parrot's anomaly and is seeking the blocking agent? Two security guards, both seemingly extraordinary beings, stood at the entrance of the building. Lin Gui attempted to step inside but was politely halted by the guards. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" Lin Gui strained to peer inside but could discern nothing. He inquired, "Do I need an appointment to purchase some agents?" One guard gestured towards a shop not far away. "For purchasing agents, please proceed to the designated store. This area is not open to the public." Lin Gui realized that regardless of whether the parrot would undergo aberration, it no longer concerned him. He sighed and decided to head home. This day bore an inexplicable sense of having numerous side quests available, yet accomplishing none, that he found no success in the exotic beast market. Encountered a few individuals resembling special NPCs during the simulation but had little interaction. And trailed the old man without any leads. Having only completed a main quest, the simulation of awakening yielded no change in his status as a mere mortal. He remained undecided about participating in the talent awakening. Lin Gui boarded the 514 bus home. The time was not yet 3 o'clock, and the bus was not overly crowded, allowing him to easily find a seat by the window. He opened the window to let in the cool breeze and began to contemplate the two exasperating arguments that had given him a headache. Such occurrences were undoubtedly abnormal. He had not manifested a little angel or a little devil, each arguing from opposing perspectives, ultimately leading to a brawl where the victor dictated the course of action. He must have been influenced by some inexplicable extraordinary factor. Lin Gui toyed with the second-hand device in his hand. The entire predicament began with his interaction with the device and the peculiar spectacle he witnessed at the end of the simulation. Within this time frame, the only extraordinary forces he had encountered were the Source Stone and the second-hand device. The voice urging him to survive mirrored the feelings of negativity he experienced in the simulation. He felt a profound loss of confidence in all matters, focusing solely on the most stable and complacent methods, neglecting to consider how to respond to unforeseen circumstances or dangers, while simultaneously belittling himself. If that were the case, could the voice urging him to strive be a result of the second-hand device's influence? All of this remained mere speculation, yet he felt he was nearing the truth. He had not anticipated that the second-hand device, associated with a game requiring one to idle and survive, would possess such a confrontational nature. It appeared that the device desired him to engage in the talent awakening. Perhaps for its own benefits? At the conclusion of the simulation, what did his glimpse of the second-hand device amidst the endless void signify? He had nearly reached out to touch it. What would have transpired had he succeeded? An increasing number of questions troubled Lin Gui. The bus arrived at the Shengli community stop that he disembarked, feeling revitalized. "Lin Gui, where have you been?" As soon as he stepped off the bus, he heard a voice calling from the roadside. Zhang Yu stood there, two supermarket shopping bags at his feet, waving at him. "I went to simulate the talent awakening," Lin Gui replied as he approached and helped him lift one of the bags. "How did it go?" Zhang Yu asked, a hint of anxiety in his tone. Although hope seemed slim, he wished for a change in Lin Gui's test results. Lin Gui replied, "Still immortal, as expected." Zhang Yu grimaced. "I told you there was no need for another test. You could have treated me to a meal with that 300." Lin Gui shot him an exasperated glance. "Dream on. That money was borrowed. I would have to repay it regardless." Zhang Yu rummaged through the shopping bag and produced a bottle of lay-by. "Here, take a swig. Don't dwell on these matters." Lin Gui accepted the bottle and took a hearty gulp. "It's fine. This time, I consider it a small gain." Zhang Yu noticed a distinct change in Lin Gui following this simulation. In previous instances, Lin Gui would experience several days of despondency after testing, withdrawing from social interactions, but now he appeared remarkably lighthearted, as if the result of being a mere mortal no longer held any significance for him. "We're at your place." Noticing that Zhang Yu seemed lost in thought and had not reacted even upon reaching his doorstep, Lin Gui reminded him. He opened the shopping bag in his hand, pulled out a packet of chips, and handed the bag back to Zhang Yu. "Consider this a token of gratitude for helping you carry it." With that, he waved goodbye and left. Zhang Yu stood there, pondering. He was certain that something had changed within Lin Gui. The recollection of Lin Gui's earlier joking remarks crossed his mind. Could it be that the rumors of traversing dimensions were true? Chapter 23. Decision. Martial Examination. After parting ways with Zhang Yu, Lin Gui swiftly arrived at the entrance of his apartment building and noticed a large truck parked outside, with 2 workers unloading furniture. It seemed a new resident was moving in. Shengli community had existed since the establishment of the gathering place, characterized by its aged structures. Although the surrounding facilities were comprehensive, its remoteness, outdated layouts, poor environmental conditions, inadequate soundproofing and insulation, lack of security features like password locks, chaotic property management, and absence of security personnel at the entrance were numerous drawbacks. Yet, these flaws were overshadowed by its singular advantage, affordability. The rental and purchase prices in Shengli community ranked among the lowest in the Shannon gathering area. Renting here averaged less than 2/3 of the prices in the vicinity. Consequently, new tenants occasionally moved in. As Lin Gui ascended the stairs, he observed the workers moving furniture into Unit 302, directly below his own apartment at 402. He recalled that a family of 3 used to reside here, but he hadn't seen them for quite some time, indicating they had likely moved out. A woman emerged from Unit 302, directing the workers on where to place the furniture. She appeared to be in her late 20s. Her features unremarkable but bearing the marks of fatigue. Dressed in a black business suit, she exuded the air of a seasoned office worker. Upon noticing Lin Gui, she smiled warmly. "Hello, handsome. I'm Feng Rui, your new neighbor. I hope we can look out for each other in the future." Lin Gui nodded. "I'm Lin Gui from 402. It's a pleasure to meet you." Feng Rui continued. "You must be the son of the family upstairs. I just ran into your father. He was taking your little sister out. She's adorable. Thank you for the compliment. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll see you next time." Lin Gui, uninterested in further small talk, politely excused himself and returned home. He casually placed the chips he had taken from Zhang Yu onto the table. Upon seeing the word chips on the packaging, memories of the mouse chips he had thrown at Jean Long flooded back, instantly robbing him of his appetite. He decided to save them for Lin Anan. With no one at home, Lin Gui resolved to study for a while. As a high school senior, he possessed enough awareness to prioritize his studies. Lin Gui retrieved several sets of practice papers and began to write. Aside from the mathematics formulas, which remained largely unchanged, he pulled out a set of practice papers for the other 8 subjects. After 2.5 hours, Lin Gui confronted a profoundly serious issue. He had long been aware that all subjects had been altered to reflect the characteristics of the post-catastrophe world, with substantial changes in relevant knowledge. Over the past few days, he had consciously made efforts to catch up in school, but it was far from sufficient. The practice papers on his desk were a dismal sight. He barely passed in Chinese while failing all other subjects, with the paper for the common tongue left entirely blank. Why was he able to complete so many practice papers in just 2.5 hours? Quite simply, he skipped any questions he couldn't answer. Wouldn't that speed things up? Even if he performed adequately in mathematics, the total score would barely reach 300, half of which would likely come from mathematics alone. This was not akin to the total scores of 6 subjects before his traversal, but rather a sum of 9 subjects. Previously, Lin Gui had been a top student, amassing a total of 650 in science. Now, he had descended to the depths of mediocrity. He checked his previous scores and recalled that Lin Gui had achieved an impressive 783 in the last simulation exam. A drop to 300 would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. The current college entrance examination in Longwood differed from that before his traversal, consisting of both a literary and a martial examination. The literary examination encompassed all subjects without distinction, including Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, biology, politics, history, and geography, with a maximum score of 1,050 points. Even vocational schools required at least 400 points, and students were assigned to different majors based on their strengths. The martial examination was exclusive to those who had awakened their talents. Individuals with exceptional abilities could bypass scores and be directly recruited, while other students still needed to take the exam, with lower requirements for literary scores, and could also gain admission through special martial examinations. 1 week from now, the official talent awakening would conclude, leading to the daunting college entrance examination dreaded by countless students. With Lin Gui's current scores, the literary examination would be a dead end. Even if he could improve by 100 or even 200 points in that short span, it would still be impossible to gain admission to a respectable university. As for retaking the year, absurd. Lin Gui, a dignified traveler endowed with a golden finger, could never stoop to such a disgrace. There remained but one course of action. Lin Gui inscribed 2 characters on the blank common tongue test paper. Martial examination. The pen in his hand spun unconsciously. Only through the awakening of his talent and undertaking the special martial examination, achieving a commendable score, could he secure a place at an ideal university. Lin Gui had made up his mind. He would enroll for the official awakening and become an extraordinary being, participating in the martial examination. The 2 contrasting voices of composure and fury engaged in a prolonged debate, weighing the pros and cons, yet failed to compel Lin Gui to reach a decision. The seemingly trivial opportunity to attend university, insignificant in their eyes, spurred Lin Gui to resolutely choose to participate in the awakening. This desire to gain admission to a prestigious university is deeply ingrained in the very essence of children from Longhua, akin to a dogma. Naturally, Lin Gui's inner inclinations leaned more towards the awakening. The recent results of the assessment merely served as the final straw that broke the camel's back. More critically, he felt an inherent sense of mission within himself. Over the past 2 days, he had scoured various news reports from recent years and witnessed numerous significant events. Among the most striking news was the combat reports from the front lines that Longwa's struggle against the alien beasts and races was fraught with peril. The Green Sea Gathering was breached, with only 1,000 out of 300,000 souls managing to escape. The 7th Special Operations Team of the 3rd Army Corps in the Imperial capital was besieged by the Sea Clan, leading to complete annihilation. The chilling headlines failed to capture the brutal scenes reminiscent of a hell on Earth. Scattered images and videos depicted a mother devoured while protecting her child, couples who chose to die together in the wake of their partner's demise, and extraordinary individuals sacrificing themselves to buy time. By the time Longhua mobilized formidable extraordinary beings for support, it was already too late. Lin Gui believed that his crossing over was not without purpose. There must be some mission that brought him here. Currently, he was unaware of it, merely groping in the dark for answers. Should he possess the potential to alter this grim reality, but falter out of fear, thus missing his chance and leading an inconspicuous life, he could not accept such a fate. Reflecting on his experiences over the past few days, Lin Gui's gaze grew resolute. Then, he would fight. He halted the motion of his fingers twirling the pen, retrieved the second-hand mobile phone he had placed on the table, and propped up 3 pins as incense sticks, bowing 3 times. Second-hand mobile, may you grant me the fortune to become an extraordinary being. In the future, I shall take you to the wilderness to slay alien beasts and recharge you to your fullest. An ordinary individual, his only source of courage to participate in the awakening stemmed from this enigmatic second-hand mobile. He placed all his hopes upon it, much like a student who prays to the god of literature just before an exam. Better to grasp at straws than to grasp at nothing. At that moment, a sound emanated from outside the room, as the front door was unlocked with a key. "Oh dear, you're back?" Upon seeing Lin Gui's slippers missing, his mother deduced that he had returned home. "Yes, I'm studying," Lin Gui replied, refraining from informing his parents about his simulated awakening or his intention to participate in the official awakening, that he knew the inevitable response would be one of disapproval. His parents did not aspire for their child to achieve great wealth or accomplish earth-shattering feats. They merely wished for him to navigate life smoothly. Lin Gui was also unable to explain to them the matters concerning his crossing over, the second-hand mobile, and the mini-games, that he could only keep these secrets for the time being and reveal everything once the dust settled. Unaware of Lin Gui's mental journey, his mother expressed her concern, asking, "Are you not exhausting yourself by studying as soon as you return?" "It's fine, just a few days left," Lin Gui reassured her as he tucked away his test papers and stepped out of the room. Dinner time was approaching, and his mother began preparing the meal in the kitchen, with Lin Gui assisting her. The door opened again, and his father returned with Lin Anan. Upon seeing the scene, Lin Gui's father joined in the cooking, while Lin Anan cheered them on. The family of 4 joyfully shared their dinner, laughter and warmth filling the air. Chapter 24. Life and Death Agreement. June 4th, Tuesday. Today marked the day of awakening, with students from Shannon No. 1 and No. 2 high schools set to awaken. Totaling nearly 2,000 participants, at the center of the awakening venue stood 10 towering stone pillars, each 2 meters high and as thick as a person's embrace. Primarily composed of source stones, the formal awakening differed significantly from the simulated one, that the latter required the use of a simulator to amplify the fluctuations of the source stones, taking considerably more time. In contrast, during the formal awakening, students merely needed to place their hands upon the pillars, allowing them to discern their talents within a minute that a select few with exceptional talents would require more time to absorb the energy from the source stones. The venue buzzed with activity, as groups of students arrived under the guidance of their teachers, taking their seats. An ordinary individual, Lin Gui, found himself separated from the main group, taken instead to a small corner. The awakening process for ordinary individuals was distinct from that of qualified candidates. They would awaken after the qualified candidates had completed their awakening and exited. At that point, a professional medical support team would be on standby, ready to provide immediate assistance in case any ordinary individual encountered problems during the awakening. In the small corner, Lin Gui was alone. He felt perplexed. Surely he could not be the only ordinary individual opting for awakening. A premonition stirred within him. The boy named by Yu Chen, after simulating so many times, would undoubtedly not give up easily. After waiting for a while in his seat and noticing that time was still ample, Lin Gui decided to head to the restroom. While in line, he unexpectedly encountered someone he did not wish to see. Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, taken aback by the sight of him, exclaimed, "Lin Gui, what brings you here? You're not actually planning to awaken, are you?" Zhang Yu had presumed that after Lin Gui's fourth simulation yielded ordinary results, he would abandon the idea of a formal awakening. To his surprise, Lin Gui had still shown up. "Well, since you're coming to awaken regardless of the simulation results, why bother with the simulations? You could have saved nearly 300 yuan, enough to buy over 100 bottles of lei by at wholesale prices. I say I'm here just to enjoy the spectacle. Do you believe me?" Lin Gui scratched his head. The awakening venue was vast, filled with thousands of students, and he had not anticipated running into Zhang Yu in such a crowded space. Lin Gui had come to awaken without informing anyone, precisely because he feared being dissuaded by others and struggled to articulate his reasons, leading to unnecessary discussions. Thus, he had secretly approached his homeroom teacher, Yu Mianxing, to register the day prior, June 3 RD, Monday. Lin Gui rose early, equipped with the small fortune he had prepared in advance, and set out for school, based on his savings plan, 200 a month in freshman year, 300 in sophomore year, and 400 in junior year. Along with the 1,000 yuan he received today, he withdrew 400, making exactly 10,000 yuan in his savings, prior to his crossing over. Lin Gui had been diligently saving money to purchase a good computer for university, not realizing that the previous Lin Gui was concurrently saving as well. This 10,000 yuan represented the cost of awakening for ordinary individuals. He did not wish to disclose his intention to awaken to his parents, so he would have to cover this expense himself. If the awakening succeeded, 10,000 yuan would be inconsequential. If it failed, it would be of no use at all. Lin Gui knocked on the door of the teacher's office. "Come in." It was Yu Mianxing's voice. Lin Gui entered. "Lin Gui, what brings you here?" Yu Mianxing adjusted his glasses, scrutinizing this once exceptional student. The reason for the use of the term once was that several teachers had recently reported to him that Lin Gui's grades had plummeted significantly, and his homework was likely copied, indicating a lack of seriousness. He had intended to have a talk with Lin Gui today to address these concerns, but to his surprise, Lin Gui had come to him first. "Teacher, I wish to undergo a talent awakening. Here is the fee." Lin Gui placed the 10,000 yuan on the desk, feeling an immense reluctance. This was the fruit of 3 years of hard work. Yu Mianxing was momentarily taken aback by this sudden revelation. His thoughts disrupted, and he set aside his intention to admonish Lin Gui. With a serious tone, he asked, "Do your parents know about this?" Lin Gui replied, "I haven't told them." Yu Mianxing's brow furrowed. "I understand that you must have considered the risks of awakening as an ordinary individual, but have you thought about?" Lin Gui interjected firmly. "Teacher, I've made up my mind." Yu Mianxing hesitated, sensing he could guess what Lin Gui was about to say. However, he also recognized that Lin Gui was not the type to act impulsively. Since learning about the concept of awakening, he had been determined, observing the resolute expression on the young man's face. Yu Mianxing ceased to press further. Without counting, he accepted the 1 million yuan from the table. From a stack of documents, he retrieved several agreements. "I didn't expect to use these this year. Please read through them. This is the life and death agreement. Qualified candidates would be awakened free of charge by Longhua on the official awakening day, while ordinary individuals not only had to pay 10,000 yuan, but also had to sign a risk acknowledgement consent form and a voluntary awakening agreement. Collectively, these agreements were referred to as the life and death agreement. They were born from the lessons of blood and tears. During the first large-scale awakening, the ratio of the two groups of individuals was 6-4, with the 6 representing the unqualified. Had it not been for the awakening simulator, Lin Gui's population would have undergone a sharp decline once more. Even so, many ordinary individuals voluntarily chose to awaken, hoping to contribute to the nation. The staggering 99 failure rate among ordinary awakenings stemmed from them, and the few who succeeded often possessed the weakest talents. Those who failed their awakening were not abandoned by Lin Gui. Instead, efforts were made to rescue them, and they were provided with some compensation. During that time, hospitals were filled with the casualties of failed awakenings. Yet, some families of the failed ordinary individuals would push their injured and mentally disturbed children to the government's doorstep, demanding greater compensation. Since then, ordinary individuals had been prohibited from awakening their talents. It wasn't until 20 years later that a legendary woman named Xiao Ran, by a twist of fate, awakened as an ordinary individual and became a 6th-tier extraordinary being, earning the title of Light of the Ordinary, thus regaining the opportunity for ordinary individuals to awaken. That the life and death agreement was born from this. As a youth of Lin Gui, signing the life and death agreement did not require parental consent. As long as it was confirmed to be a voluntary act, Lin Gui solemnly reviewed all the terms and signed his name. In front of the restroom, Lin Gui pondered how to deceive Zhang Yu into accepting his decision to awaken. Many students passing by were filled with curiosity about the two individuals engaged in a peculiar scene at the restroom entrance, where two young men seemed to be enacting a melodramatic skit. To their surprise, Zhang Yuxian calmly remarked, "Lin Gui, this is not the place for a conversation. Let's discuss this once the awakening concludes." Upon hearing Zhang Yuxian extend a metaphorical hand, Lin Gui eagerly replied, "No problem, just don't tell my parents yet. I fear it might worry them." He had initially intended to wait until the awakening was over before informing those around him, making Zhang Yuxian's suggestion quite fortuitous. Zhang Yuxian returned to his seat, while Lin Gui, after finishing his business, also retreated to his little corner. He noticed that two individuals had joined him in that small space, both clad in the green and white uniform of Shan Nen No. One high school. One was a familiar face, by Yu Chen, who indeed had arrived. The boy still appeared rather unwell, arms crossed, resting with his eyes closed. The other was a girl sitting beside by Yu Chen, chattering incessantly, only to be met with his indifference. After simulating the situation himself, Lin Gui couldn't help but admire this boy who had practiced 100 times. He approached by Yu Chen and extended his hand. "Do you remember me? I'm Lin Gui. I stood behind you during the simulation awakening last Saturday." Bai Yu Chen opened his eyes upon hearing this, glanced at Lin Gui without any intention of shaking his hand, and replied, "No impression." Lin Gui attempted to find some common ground, saying, "I saw that you simulated 100 times. I really admire you. I simulated 4 times and only achieved a mundane result." Bai Yu Chen curtly retorted, "Irrelevant." The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Realizing that Bai Yu Chen communicated only in brief phrases, Lin Gui understood that this fellow was not one for conversation. Unexpectedly, the girl beside them intervened to ease the tension. "Don't mind him, Lin Gui. Yu Chen is just like that. I've talked to him for ages without getting a response." The atmosphere lightened a bit. Lin Gui expressed his gratitude to the girl and took a seat. As all the students from the first and second high schools settled down, the announcement echoed through the awakening venue. "The talent awakening is officially commencing. Please prepare yourselves and follow the class order for your awakenings." Lin Gui couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation, momentarily forgetting the earlier unpleasantness. The awakening had begun. Chapter 25. The Light of Sanctuary in the Awakening Venue. The process was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Next, Zhang Shan, a student who had been waiting at the platform, hurriedly stepped onto the central stage, taking a deep breath to quell his restless heart, extending his trembling hand to touch the awakening stone pillar. The pillar emitted a faint light of pale green luminescence. The male teacher standing nearby shook his head silently. With such a weak glow, it was unlikely that this student named Zhang Shan would awaken any talent. As expected, less than a minute passed, and the glow faded away. Zhang Shan stared blankly at his palm, which bore subtle cracks, seeping with droplets of blood. The male teacher reminded him, "You have not awakened any talent. Please step down." "Teacher, let me try again." Zhang Shan, regaining his senses, pleaded with the teacher despite the pain in his hand. "You're injured. Go down and receive treatment," the teacher insisted, forcibly escorting him away. This 7th awakening stone pillar must be tainted. Over 20 students have awakened, yet none have shown any talent. Indeed, the first stone pillar on the far right has already seen 5 talents awakened. The disparity is too great. Could it be defective? Perhaps we should replace it with a new one? Are you foolish? Each awakening stone pillar undergoes rigorous scrutiny. How could it possibly be defective? It's merely that their talents are insufficient that I hope I won't be assigned to the 7th stone pillar. The stands buzzed with nearly 2,000 students discussing animatedly, resembling a bustling marketplace. Next, Li Dao. The male teacher disregarded the students' chatter and announced the next name. Finally, it's my turn. Li Dao eagerly reached out to touch the awakening stone pillar. Exuding an air of mysterious confidence, convinced that he would surely awaken a talent, the pillar lit up, its green glow significantly stronger than Zhang Shan's had been. The teacher's eyes brightened. Could this be it? Is the first talent awakening about to happen under my watch? The glow persisted for nearly 2 minutes before finally ceasing. The prolonged illumination signified a successful awakening. Li Dao could not contain his laughter. Ha ha, Lin Gui, Qian Long, neither will stand a chance against me in the future. Lin Gui was merely an ordinary individual, while Qian Long had only become a first-tier extraordinary being through physical enhancement. Neither could compare to him. A legitimate talent awakener that he felt information surfacing in his mind. Awakened intermediate talent, power burst. This ability can enhance one's muscle fibers, increasing muscle endurance and unleashing greater strength. The thought of Qian Long ignited a fierce resentment in Li Dao, even exceeding his disdain for Lin Gui. Qian Long had approached Li Dao on Friday night, proclaiming that he had dealt with Lin Gui and demanded the remaining payment. Li Dao had intended to confirm Lin Gui's status first, but Qian Long insisted on his urgent need for money, claiming he would not deceive him, and even threatened that if he did not pay, he would face dire consequences. Reluctantly, Li Dao had paid him, convincing himself that an extraordinary being would never deceive an ordinary person. Unfortunately, he had grossly underestimated Qian Long's shamelessness. On Monday, he discovered Lin Gui unharmed, merrily conversing with Zhang Yuxian and Sun Xiaohua in the classroom. Li Dao was nearly beside himself with rage. He dialed the number left by Qian Long and searched in the usual haunts, but to no avail. He couldn't very well report this to the authorities. What would he say? That he had paid someone to teach a classmate a lesson and got swindled. He could only swallow his anger. The two, Li Dao and Qian Long, each harbored ulterior motives. Qian Long was solely interested in accumulating wealth, disregarding ethics and honor, while Li Dao, with his petty nature, sought retribution for every slight. They made for a rather sincere and devoted pair of brothers. Noticing that Li Dao showed no signs of leaving, the male teacher couldn't help but interject. Classmate, please stop laughing and proceed to the back. All talent awakens must gather backstage to await further instructions. Once everyone has completed their awakenings, dedicated personnel will impart knowledge regarding extraordinary beings and spiritual cultivation. In his small corner, Lin Gui heard Li Dao's boisterous laughter and glanced over, then nonchalantly returned his gaze to the 3rd awakening stone pillar, where Zhang Yuxian was undergoing his awakening. Look, the awakening light from the 3rd stone pillar. Several students in the stands remarked upon noticing the exceptionally brilliant glow emanating from it. Pale green, green, emerald green. The colors of the awakening light deepened, persisting for a full 5 minutes. The female teacher standing beside the 3rd stone pillar radiated excitement. This was, thus far, the most talented student, possibly the best talent in the Shaolin gathering this year. The color of the awakening light reflects the level of the awakener's talents. Pale green signifies an inability to awaken talent. Green indicates the potential for low to mid-level talents, primarily physical enhancements. Emerald green signifies the awakening of high-level talents, often of a special nature, such as flame manipulation or mental interference. There is also a dark green, a rare exceptional talent that only 1 or 2 students in the entire Dragon Nation manage to awaken each year, making it unsurprising when they go years without a single successful case. Although Zhang Yuxian's awakening light was not dark green, it was already at the pinnacle of emerald green, faintly tinged with darkness. That it was highly likely he would awaken an exceptional high-level talent. Just as Li Dao stepped down from the stage and had yet to enter the backstage area, he witnessed this scene. Recognizing Zhang Yuxian, jealousy ignited within him. Why does Zhang Yuxian, the mediator, get to awaken a high-level talent? In the class, he, Li Dao, should be the strongest. He had observed that prior to him, only 7 students had successfully awakened, with only one possessing an intermediate talent. The rest had all failed, including his crush. Sun Xiaohua Li Dahu had intended to flaunt his intermediate talent before her. Although Sun Xiaohua had not successfully awakened, her affluent background made her a suitable candidate for his affections in Li Da's imagination. With his intermediate talent, a mere display of strength should have been sufficient to win her over, while Lin Gui and Zhang Yuxian would scurry away, never daring to confront him again. Yet now, Zhang Yuxian had awakened a high-level talent. Would he now have to avoid Zhang Yuxian and refrain from troubling Lin Gui? Why couldn't some misfortune befall Zhang Yuxian? An evil thought began to brew within Li Dao. Before the third stone pillar, Zhang Yuxian slowly opened his eyes, awakened high-level talent. Light of Sanctuary. This ability allows the user to bestow the light of sanctuary upon themselves or allies, significantly enhancing defense. Adding light attributes to attacks and accelerating the recovery of stamina, mental strength, and vitality, while comprehensively improving physical qualities. As Zhang Yuxian read through the effects of his talent, a wave of exhilaration swept over him. This was an exceedingly rare group enhancement talent, akin to a panacea in effect. If he could develop this talent, it would undoubtedly become a strategic asset for humanity, drastically reducing casualties regardless of where they were stationed. However, Zhang Yuxian had not yet contemplated such implications. These matters felt exceedingly distant to him. His immediate thought was whether this light of sanctuary could assist Lin Gui during his awakening, that if he could provide Lin Gui with a touch of the light of sanctuary, would his chances of awakening improve? Though current research had yet to prove any correlation between awakening talents and physical conditions, what if? Even a slight assistance would be beneficial. That he instinctively searched for Lin Gui's position. Congratulations, Zhang Yuxian. Please proceed to the back for a brief rest while you wait. The words of the female teacher inadvertently revealed a hint of humility, although the relationship between the two still adhered to the traditional teacher-student dynamic. The hierarchy had undergone a reversal. From the moment his talent was awakened, Zhang Yu had transcended the identity of an ordinary student, embarking on a unique path in life. He could gain admission to any university in the Dragon Kingdom without examination. Should his talent prove exceptional, various institutions would not hesitate to offer an array of incentives to entice him. It was akin to the top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination before his transmigration. Undoubtedly, as long as Zhang Yu could grow smoothly without unforeseen setbacks, he was destined to become one of the most elite individuals in the Dragon Kingdom, drawing the admiration and reverence of thousands. Zhang Yu, however, seemed oblivious to this reality, bowing respectfully to his female teacher and saying, "Understood. Thank you, teacher." As he stepped down from the stage, his gaze continued to search the stands. Finally, he spotted Lin Gui in a corner. Lin Gui was also watching him, giving a thumbs up. Zhang Yu waved and pointed towards the aisle. Lin Gui understood and rose to descend from the stands. Chapter 26. The Rift in Space. The two met in the aisle. "My son Zhang Yu possesses the potential of a great emperor," Lin Gui said cheerfully, reaching to pat Zhang Yu's head. "Don't." Zhang Yu swatted Lin Gui's hand away. Lin Gui, undeterred, asked, "What do you want from me?" Ensuring that no one was around, Zhang Yu whispered, "The talent I awakened is called the Light of Protection." He detailed his ability to Lin Gui, expressing a hypothesis that "I believe this power could assist you in awakening your own talent. When you awaken, I can bestow it upon you. You know, this talent aligns quite well with your name. One offers protection, and the other brings good fortune," Lin Gui remarked, clearly missing the point as he marveled at the name of the talent. "Listen to me," Zhang Yu snapped, feeling frustrated. He hadn't sought out Lin Gui merely to engage in idle banter after his awakening. By the way, your talent must be challenging to manifest right now." Lin Gui quickly redirected the conversation. While newly awakened talent holders are considered first-tier extraordinary beings, the Dragon Kingdom prefers to refer to this stage as zero-tier extraordinary beings. Zero-tier extraordinary beings lack spiritual energy and must expend considerable physical strength to utilize a weakened version of their talent, with no guarantee of success. Only after learning to cultivate spiritual energy and officially becoming a first-tier extraordinary being can they unleash the true power of their talent. Passive talents, however, can take effect beforehand. Generally, the higher the talent level, the greater the consumption. Given Zhang Yu's nearly special-level talent, Lin Gui doubted he could successfully manifest the Light of Protection without exhausting his strength and fainting. "I believe I can manage," Zhang Yu replied, sounding contemplative. "I don't want your belief. I want my own," Lin Gui countered decisively. Not deterred by Lin Gui's refusal, Zhang Yu proposed a new plan. Then wait for me 2 days. When you awaken at Wuzhong and Liuzhong the day after tomorrow, I should have become a first-tier extraordinary being and can grant you a boost. The concentrated awakening at the Shannon gathering place lasted 4 days, encompassing 8 schools from Shannon number 1 to number 8, with a total of over 8,000 students. If any missed their awakening, they could join the subsequent schools in awakening. Zhang Yu hoped to persuade Lin Gui to postpone his awakening for better preparation. A distant call echoed. Zhang Yu, where are you? Teachers backstage, having heard of such a genius yet not seeing him, hurriedly came out to search. Zhang Yu is here, Lin Gui replied loudly. The backstage teachers quickly rushed to the source of the voice. Lin Gui nudged Zhang Yu towards the teachers, patting his chest. Relax, trust me. With no other choice, Zhang Yu allowed the teachers to lead him away. After sending Zhang Yu off, Lin Gui returned to his small corner. Just as he sat down, a wave of gasps erupted from the stands. Look at column 9, the dark green awakening light. It's a special level talent. Indeed, this seems to be the first special level talent ever awakened at the Shannon gathering place. Our gathering is on the rise. Don't be foolish. These prodigies will ultimately remain in the base city. What does it have to do with Shannon gathering? Why are you discussing this? Shouldn't we rejoice that our humanity has produced another top-tier combat power? The dazzling dark green light gradually subsided, revealing a girl clad in the green and white uniform of number 1 high school, wearing a hood and looking down, lost in thought. Lin Gui found her somewhat familiar. When the girl lifted her head and he recognized her black, thick-framed glasses and the mask on her face, he suddenly recalled that it was Li Qingyu, the somewhat dazed girl who simulated after him. He hadn't anticipated her talent to be so formidable. She had concealed herself so thoroughly that Lin Gui hadn't recognized her at first glance. It turned out she was a student from Shannon No. 1 High School. Li Qingyu completed the reception of her talent information. Awakened special level talent. Perfect control. Based on self-awareness, she can perfectly control and unleash all her strength, and this effect applies to items she directly contacts. Merely considering the first half, this talent could be regarded as a high-level talent, capable of unleashing full strength. Yet the human body has its limits. However, the latter half changed everything. When Li Qingyu picked up a sword, she would become a master who had immersed herself in swordsmanship for 50 years. Wielding a firearm, she would hit every target with precision. Driving, she would be the seasoned veteran of Aokigahara, mastering every drift and turn. If paired with a few extraordinary items, the strength she could unleash was simply unimaginable. Truly, a special level talent. This talent should also be useful for gaming. I should be able to clear those levels I previously failed. Li Qingyu mused. The students in the stands would never guess that her first thought upon awakening her special level talent was to play games. The only 2 4th-tier extraordinary beings present rushed towards the dark green light as soon as they saw it. Principal Hu from number 1 high school, upon realizing it was a student from his school, could not help but laugh heartily. It seems our number 1 high school has produced a prodigy, the other 4th-tier extraordinary being. Principal Liu from number 2 high school looked on with intense jealousy. Number 2 high school has also produced a top-tier high-level talent. It may not be inferior to your special level talent. So what? Can you receive national rewards? Principal Hu retorted with pride. The Dragon Kingdom allocates educational funding based on a series of indicators, such as the number, level, and proportion of talents awakened by students from each school. If a student awakens a special level talent, they will receive significant rewards, potentially doubling educational funding, along with special resources to aid in student development. Being a special level talent, she could choose any university, and any top-tier human expert could take her as a disciple. Imparting careful guidance. If Zhang Yu's talent was akin to a provincial top scorer, then Li Qingyu was the national top scorer. In Principal Hu's eyes, she had become a lucky charm bringing fortune. During Hu's tenure, the appearance of a special level talent at number 1 high school might elevate his position in the future. The corners of Principal Hu's mouth seemed to stretch to the back of his head. His eyes squinting into slits, he personally guided the dazed Li Qingyu to the backstage of the venue, finding a spot to settle her before pulling out his phone to call the Education Bureau. Director Tang, good news, absolutely great news. We have produced a special level talent at number 1 high school. On the other end of the line, a voice filled with excitement responded, Really? I'm heading over right now. Let us discuss in person. Boom. The remainder of the conversation was drowned out by a massive explosion. The signal on Principal Hu's phone faltered, no longer receiving any sound. What is happening? Principal Hu? disregarding the signal issues. Hurried to protect Li Qingyu. Upon turning around, he discovered chaos backstage. Dozens of students who had been waiting to awaken their talents had vanished without a trace. Impossible. How could they suddenly disappear? Principal Hu exclaimed in disbelief. But the backstage was devoid of any hiding places. All the students had vanished in an instant. Outside the venue, the sounds of fierce combat erupted, and he heard the cries of security personnel. We can't hold on much longer. Request backup. It's the Kaita group. Kaitu, those lunatics aiming to master the rift in space? Principal Hu's heart sank further with worry. Instead of rushing to assist, he began searching the venue that he could not believe that living individuals could disappear right before his eyes. Reaching the main hall, he saw Principal Liu and several teachers safeguarding dozens of students. Have you seen the awakened students? Where are the others? Principal Hu inquired. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that more than half of the unawakened students had also vanished. And 7 of the awakening stone columns were gone as well. Principal Liu's face turned ashen. A powerful pulling force has emerged, targeting the unawakened students and the awakening stone columns. In haste. I could only protect these students. Seeing Principal Liu's expression, Principal Hu felt a surge of anxiety. Yes, my precious special-level student is also missing. How could the Kaidu group achieve such a feat? Suddenly, both principals seemed to come to a realization. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Could it be that they succeeded? Is it due to the rift in space? Chapter 27. Goblins 5 minutes earlier. Tap. In the corridor of the Awakening Exhibition Center, a girl with low twin ponytails was happily humming a tune. She had awakened her initial talent, enhanced perception, and was in high spirits. Suddenly, she felt a gust of wind sweep through. Huh? She turned around, detecting no signs of anything amiss. How could there be wind in the venue? Perhaps it was merely a misperception. After all, it was only reasonable for her newly acquired sensory talent to falter at times. The girl proceeded with assurance, raising her hand to tidy her hair. Startling herself, she was suddenly engulfed by a powerful force of attraction. The girl was whisked away, plummeting into an unknown realm, unbeknownst to anyone. At the end of the corridor, a rift in space rapidly expanded. Lin Gui abruptly opened his eyes, rising from the grass. The first thing he did was check his pockets. The second-hand phone was still there. It felt like a reassuring balm to his heart, instilling a newfound confidence within him. Only then did Lin Gui glance around. The dim, dense forest surrounded him, the air thick with a hint of mist, accompanied by the melodious sounds of chirping insects and birds. It had been ages since he had heard such nature-infused sounds. In the gathering place, not a single insect could be seen, let alone the calls of small animals. Now, listening to them evoked a sense of nostalgia. No, this was not the time for sentimentality. Lin Gui slapped his face, urging himself to focus. He had been waiting for awakening in a corner of the venue when he suddenly felt an irresistible force sweep over him. His body was involuntarily pulled away, and everything before his eyes became a blur. His last impression was of being drawn into a narrow rift before losing consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself in this forest. Where is this? How did I get here? Where are the others? A multitude of questions surged in Lin Gui's mind. It hurts. A girl rubbed her waist as she sat up. It was the one seated beside Bai Yuchen. Named Chen Xian. Her luck was particularly unfortunate, for she had landed on a stone that painfully pressed against her waist. Where is this place? Where is Yuchen? Chen Xian realized she was in an unfamiliar location. Her heart filled with unease and fear. Instinctively, she searched for Bai Yuchen's figure, only to see Lin Gui. Lin Gui shrugged. I don't know either. Logically speaking, the 3 of them had been sitting together. All swept away simultaneously. With 2 already present, Bai Yuchen should also be here. Yet, the current situation revealed no trace of him. A feeble cry for help floated down from above, gently drifting into the ears of the 2. Lin Gui looked up. There was someone with even worse luck. Bai Yuchen dangled in a peculiar position from a branch, his body swaying precariously, seemingly on the verge of falling. A slender scratch marred his pale face. Blood slowly seeping out. How could he be asking for help without uttering more than a few words? Lin Gui felt speechless. He swiftly climbed the tree, carefully rescuing Bai Yuchen. Thank you. Bai Yuchen retained his characteristic reticence. He pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, as if oblivious to the pain, and calmly wiped away the blood on his face. Chen Xian, anxious, leaned closer, gripping his arm tightly as she gazed at his wound with concern. Yu-chen, are you all right? Are there any other injuries? Yu-chen said nothing, merely shaking his head. You always do this, being so taciturn. Eiko, you know how worried I am about you. As she spoke, Chen Xian's eyes glistened slightly with tears. Lin Gui could no longer bear to watch. Just as the two were about to enact a poignant campus romance drama, he quickly interjected. Shouldn't we discuss what to do now? The three ordinary individuals sat on the ground, forming a circle, exchanging wide-eyed glances. Chen Xian broke the silence first. Until we understand the situation, I think we shouldn't run around. The teachers will surely find a way to rescue us. Let us find a hidden corner to hide in. Yu-chen parted his lips, uttering two words, awakening. Just those two words. Yet Lin Gui realized he could comprehend Yu-chen's intent. Before losing consciousness, he had also seen the awakening stone pillar being drawn into the rift. Yu-chen intended to find the awakening stone pillar in this unknown land and awaken on his own. Lin Gui admired him a bit, truly a person of grit, even in such circumstances. He thought of awakening, with only the three of them present. If they had no medical team to oversee, failure in awakening would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Lin Gui said, My thought is to first explore the surroundings and ascertain whether there are any dangers, especially whether there are any aberrant beings. He had been unable to find a way to charge his second-hand phone in the gathering place. If they could discover an aberrant being here, it would surely provide ample power. It had been over 3 days since he last activated the phone, and he missed it. I believe it would be more prudent. Chen Xian was still making her final efforts. Unfortunately, the two inexperienced youths showed no inclination to heed her advice, fearlessly venturing into the unfamiliar environment. Let us go. Yu-chen had already stood up, ready to depart. Lin Gui followed suit, glancing at Chen Xian. Are you planning to stay here alone? Seeing Chen Xian remain silent, the two youths randomly chose a direction and set off. So annoying. Frustrated that the two were truly leaving her behind, Chen Xian hastily followed their pace. The three walked 200 to 300 meters, gathering some seemingly edible mushrooms and wild fruits along the way. Not knowing how long they would be here, it was wise to make some preparations in advance. They even stumbled upon a rabbit that had collided with something and died in front of them. Eating it might adversely affect their IQ. Before embarking on their exploration, Lin Gui, in case of emergencies, had already powered on his second-hand phone, solely to summon the salty fish for protection at any moment. Though it would consume more power, these were necessary preparations. When genuine danger arose, if he waited until the activation animation concluded, he might very well be in peril himself. Ahead, a babbling stream could be heard. Shoo! Lin Gui gestured for silence. Such a stream is likely to attract creatures seeking water. Ordinary small animals are manageable, but if aberrant beasts are present, utmost caution is essential. Lin Gui actually preferred to explore alone. That way, if he needed to summon the salted fish, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, the two were eager to explore as well. Chen Xian, no, I don't want to. And he couldn't just abandon these two unawakened ordinary students. Quietly parting the bushes before them, a stream came into view. Several seemingly docile animals gathered by the water's edge, including a fawn, 3 squirrels, and 4 rabbits, while several small fish swam in the stream, forming a harmonious natural scene. Wow! Chen Xian couldn't help but exclaim softly upon seeing so many adorable animals. Meat, water. Yu-chen's first reaction upon seeing these animals was to consider how long they could last. He had already mentally prepared for a prolonged stay in the forest. Meat and water were essential resources for survival. Lin Gui's eyes sparkled as he intently gazed at these creatures. They were not ordinary animals. Each one was a 0-tier aberrant beast. If he could hunt them all down, it would significantly boost his power reserves. Lin Gui felt an urge to act, his right hand already reaching into his pocket to activate his second-hand phone. Bringing up the salted fish interface, he was contemplating a way to distract the two, then gather all this moving power for himself. Just then, the scene by the stream took a dramatic turn. 2 wooden arrows shot out from the thicket, tracing a graceful arc in the air before embedding themselves into the fawn's body. The fawn let out a pained cry, forgetting to drink as it panicked and attempted to flee. Another 2 wooden arrows followed. One missed, while the other struck the fawn's leg. The fawn emitted a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground. It struggled to rise, only to stumble again and again. The hidden hunters were evidently cautious, as another 2 arrows struck the fawn. Now, the fawn lay helplessly on the ground, devoid of the strength to cry out, merely gasping as its chest continued to rise and fall. The surrounding squirrels and rabbits had been startled by the scene. Scattering in all directions, hiding nearby, the previously eager trio suddenly became still. Who uses bows and arrows? Are they human? Or some aberrant race? They held their breath, waiting for the archer to reveal themselves. The bushes rustled, and 3 small green-skinned creatures emerged. They bore pointed ears and hooked noses, their red eyes gleaming with greed, their countenances grotesque, and their bodies hunched. 2 of the small creatures wielded wooden bows and carried quivers, while one held a wooden club and shield. Aberrant beings, goblins. Chapter 28. Slaying goblins. Goblins are a particularly unique existence among aberrant races. They are often referred to as the weakest aberrant, embodying the shame of their kind. With dull intellect, frail bodies, and inferior talents, their only virtue lies in their astonishing reproductive capability. The female goblin can give birth to 2 to 3 offspring within 3 months of gestation, and can seamlessly conceive again afterward. With such a vast population base, several capable leaders emerge from among them. They possess the ability to use tools and have a concept of community and civilization, which is why they are classified as aberrant beings. Yet, this weakest of aberrant races has inflicted unparalleled harm upon humanity, surpassing all other aberrant races in the devastation they wrought at the onset of the Cataclysm, when the rifts in space first opened. The number of invading intelligent aberrant beings was exceedingly scarce due to their ranks and certain inexplicable restrictions. Most were first- or second-tier aberrant beasts that descended upon Blue Star. Only the goblins, perhaps due to their low intelligence, were classified as aberrant beasts. Coupled with their relatively weak strength, billions of goblins surged into the Dragon Kingdom through the rifts. These goblins committed heinous acts of arson and looting, and when encountering humans, their only options were to kill, eat, and violate, with most of the time representing an order rather than mere choices. Regardless of gender or age, their crimes rivaled the atrocities of the Cherry Blossom Nation from before the crossing. One could say that every individual who survived during that time had someone they knew who was mercilessly tortured to death by goblins. Consequently, the Dragon Kingdom harbors an unparalleled animosity towards the goblin race. Upon acquiring the strength to combat foreign entities, the Dragon Kingdom swiftly mobilized its entire might to eradicate every last goblin. Presently, not a single goblin remains within the Dragon Kingdom. Even if new goblins were to emerge from spatial rifts, they would be eliminated without delay. What the future holds in 20 years remains uncertain, but today, merely 53 years after the Great Cataclysm, numerous elderly survivors recount the harrowing tales of their past. This has perpetuated the younger generation's enduring hatred towards goblins. The 3 goblins encountered are all of the lowest tier, with physiques considerably weaker than those of ordinary humans. Lin Gui, upon reading about the goblins' transgressions in history books, is reminded of the Sakura nation of yore, and a surge of murderous intent arises within him. Chen Qian and Bai Yu Chen, both deeply influenced by their upbringing in the Dragon Kingdom, share an even deeper-seated loathing for goblins. The 3 exchanged glances, each sensing the murderous intent reflected in the other's eyes. Everything was left unspoken. The goblins, oblivious to the tension, brandished wooden clubs, and one produced a palm-sized stone knife, gruesomely disemboweling a fawn and devouring its entrails. The other 2 goblins, armed with bows, approached in discontent to quarrel over the spoils, shoving each other and shouting in an incomprehensible tongue. Their raucous dispute drowned out many subtle sounds. Suddenly, rustling echoed from the bushes behind them. The goblins ceased their bickering, and one archer began to step forward to investigate, only to be halted by the club-wielding goblin. The archer looked back, puzzled. After a brief exchange of sounds, the club-wielding goblin pointed at the bow. The archer, donning understanding, released 2 arrows into the thicket. There was no response. Just as the goblins hesitated, a rabbit, pierced by wooden arrows, unexpectedly collapsed near the bushes. The archer goblin rejoiced and moved to retrieve the dead rabbit. Meanwhile, the other 2 goblins, seizing the opportunity, pounced upon the fawn's carcass for a feast. As the archer bent down to grasp the rabbit, 2 hands silently emerged from the bushes. One hand gripped a wooden arrow and lunged towards the goblin's neck, while the other sought to cover its mouth, stifling any cries. That a brief yelp escaped the goblin's lips before it succumbed, drawing the attention of its companions. The 2 goblins, their faces smeared with blood, gazed curiously at their companion's back and called out, receiving no reply. Instantly alert, they raised their weapons and cautiously approached the lifeless body. Unbeknownst to them, two figures had silently circled behind. Lin Gui struck swiftly, raising a sharp stone and bringing it down upon the archer goblin's skull. By the time it sensed danger, it was too late. The stone struck with brutal force. The archer goblin's vision darkened, and it lost control of its body. Lin Gui seized the wooden bow and quiver, handing them to Qin Xian, and delivered two final blows to ensure the archer's demise. The club-wielding goblin, sensing movement behind, turned to see a female human aiming a wooden bow at it, while a male human stood triumphantly upon the corpse of its comrade. It emitted a piercing scream, raising its wooden shield to deflect the arrow fired by Qin Xian. Yet the arrow effortlessly penetrated its body to an attack from another direction. The club-wielding goblin, overwhelmed by excruciating pain, turned to see Bai Yuchen, also armed with a wooden bow, launching another assault. As the shield shifted towards Bai Yuchen, Qin Xian took aim and shot an arrow into the goblin's lower back. With a triumphant smile, she relished the thought of making the vile goblin feel the discomfort she had endured upon arriving in this wretched place. The club-wielding goblin found itself besieged from both sides, with only one wooden shield to defend itself, and utterly bewildered as to where to turn for protection. After a futile struggle, it succumbed, pierced by 4 arrows, collapsing to the ground. Lin Gui cautiously approached to inspect. The club-wielding goblin gasped its last breaths, its crimson eyes reflecting despair and suffering, its mouth opening and closing as if to utter pleading words. Unmoved, Lin Gui swiftly seized its wooden club and delivered a crushing blow, successfully claiming its head. "Let me relish the spoils alone. Thank you. You gain nothing from the heads, so why not leave them all to me?" Lin Gui lamented as he noticed that Bai Yuchen had taken one of the goblin heads. What a waste! Bai and Chun, having stowed their bows and arrows, regrouped with Lin Gui. Their archery skills had been honed during physical education classes. While academic assessments did not factor in, physical training held significant weight during martial evaluations. Every school conducted a physical education class daily for an hour, with no other subject teachers allowed to encroach upon that time. Even in the event of a sports teacher's illness, following the Cataclysm, society placed heightened expectations on students' physicality and combat skills. After all, each individual might one day confront ferocious beasts from beyond, and possessing more skills equates to greater chances of survival. Lin Gui, who had attended only a few enhanced physical education classes, found himself lacking in close combat skills, even compared to the seemingly frail Bai Yuchen, let alone mastering various weapons. "How about you two take the bows while I keep the club and shield?" Lin Gui proposed. After all, he had no intention of using the wooden bows and preferred to wield the shield as a frontline defense. Bai and Chun did not contest this. Lin Gui appeared more robust. But who could discern that he was merely a handsome facade lacking substance? It must be said, these goblins were indeed impoverished. The trio scavenged the goblins' belongings, uncovering but 3 water pouches, a length of grass rope, a stone knife, and 2 flint pieces. The thought of utilizing the water pouches, previously used by goblins, made them feel queasy. Yet, lacking suitable containers, they rinsed them in the stream repeatedly until they were barely usable, filling them with water. Subsequently, they used the stone knife to carve off an untouched leg from the fawn's carcass, ensuring to take the rabbit that served as bait. With their spoils gathered, the trio hastily departed from the scene. Textbooks clearly state that goblins are inherently social creatures. Upon the discovery of one, a whole nest is likely nearby. Evidently, this was but a trifling squadron, and more goblins were undoubtedly wandering this forest. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, 3 more goblins, drawn by the scent of blood, arrived. Upon discovering their fallen comrade, they displayed palpable fury, their eyes glinting with menace as they scoured their surroundings for any suspicious traces or clues. Fortunately, Lin Gui and his companions had long since made their escape, leaving the goblins with nothing to find. They returned to the body, conferring for an extended period without reaching any conclusion. Eventually, 2 goblins hoisted the mangled fawn's carcass. While one remained on guard, they abandoned their fallen kin, taking only the prey as they left the site. Chapter 29. The fishtail. After slaying the goblins, the trio settled for a brief respite on a small hillside. Noticing the goblins earlier had not prompted any hasty actions. Instead, they had retreated a distance while the goblins feasted. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to strike first. devising a simple strategy, which they successfully executed without error, resulting in the unharmed elimination of 3 goblins. The key aspect was that they emerged unscathed. Had they faced the goblins directly, their frail physiques notwithstanding, Lin Gui and his companions would likely have triumphed. It was merely uncertain how much damage they would have sustained. However, injury in this unknown forest posed a severe threat. The successful execution of their plan was also attributable to the goblins' exceedingly low intelligence. With the goblins' unwitting cooperation, a straightforward feint-and-strike maneuver progressed exceptionally smoothly. Even if the tactic had failed, Lin Gui would have been indifferent. He could always summon a salted fish to wreak havoc. However, the other 2 were blissfully unaware of this. As Bai Yuqin and Chun Qian experienced their first kills of foreign entities, the initial rush of adrenaline began to fade, giving way to a sense of trepidation. This forest seemed rife with both bizarre beasts and goblins. Encountering a creature of Tier 1 or higher would spell disaster. Should we find somewhere to hide? Chun Qian suggested, striving to calm her nerves, her tone tinged with concern rather than triumph. Bai Yuqin hesitated, wanting to voice something but ultimately refrained. Though he longed for awakening, the realization of the lurking dangers in this forest brought him back to a state of composure. Is everyone not eager to explore? Lin Gui queried, examining his energy reserves with a thirst for more bloodshed. The 2 goblins had granted him 6 hours of energy, and considering his previous consumption, he now totaled 10 hours. This was far from sufficient. He required enough energy to sustain the activation of his secondary device for an extended period. Let us aim for 7 days. They are goblins, after all. Surely you don't wish to kill just a few more? Lin Gui urged. Having witnessed the skills of Bai and Chun, he felt that collaborating could be advantageous, provided he received the heads of any remaining foes. Summoning salted fish would require 100-fold energy expenditure, making it more worthwhile to eliminate a greater number of lower-tier or Tier 1 entities. Bai Yuqin appeared intrigued, while Chun Qian wore an expression of outright resistance. Help! Is there anyone around? Before the trio could reach a consensus, a cry for help, accompanied by goblin shouts, shattered the tense atmosphere. 3 individuals, unwavering in their resolve, seized their weapons and hastened towards the source of the sound. A girl clad in the distinctive red and white uniform of the 2nd high school dashed through the forest, pursued by 2 goblins wielding wooden clubs and shields. Alas, she stumbled over a protruding tree root, struggling to rise, only to be met with an excruciating pain in her ankle. It was over. She had sprained her foot. The girl helplessly gazed at the grinning goblins closing in on her, recalling the grim fates of those captured by such creatures throughout history, despair swelling within her heart. Whoosh! 2 wooden arrows shot forth from the thicket, striking the shoulders of the goblins. Ah! They cried out in pain, raising their shields defensively towards the direction from which the arrows had come. Bai and Chun emerged slowly, bows in hand, confronting the goblins. Someone has come to rescue me. The injured girl felt a surge of joy and covered her mouth, fearful that the goblins might remember there was another human present. Suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a familiar figure clad in the same school uniform. Lin Gui had circled behind the goblins, signaling the injured girl to remain silent. Gripping his wooden club tightly, he raised it above his head and struck down with all his might, shouting, "Ha!" Lin Gui executed a decisive blow. In a purely physical sense, 1 goblin collapsed, stars in its eyes, its skull caved in, crack. The club, pilfered from the goblin, was of poor quality and broke upon impact. The other goblin, noticing a human had appeared beside it, was struck by 2 arrows in quick succession before it could react. 1 arrow struck at an awkward angle, piercing its chest, and it looked to be on the verge of collapse. Lin Gui swiftly picked up the intact club from the incapacitated goblin and dealt fatal blows to both goblins. He couldn't afford to lose any potential kills. If either goblin perished without being counted as his kill, it would be a tremendous waste. The 3 had developed a modicum of teamwork. The bow-wielding duo drew attention to themselves, while Lin Gui flanked the enemies. Once the goblins reacted, Bai and Chun would provide cover fire to assist Lin Gui in dispatching them. It was not that they desired to eliminate the goblins from a distance with arrows. It was simply that their supply was limited and prone to wear. Each makeshift quiver carried 5 arrows, their lethality relying on subpar stone tips. The trio had previously recovered all their arrows, only to find 2 were rendered unusable, leaving them with just 8 viable arrows. To preserve this lone means of ranged attack, they had to be exceedingly frugal. Shin Qian withdrew all the arrows, inspecting them, and discovered yet another had lost its lethal tip, causing her some distress. Nevertheless, as long as they could rescue the girl, it would be worth it, even if all 8 arrows were ultimately rendered useless. Thank you so much. Please, I beg you to save my classmates. They are in that direction, the girl exclaimed, pain momentarily forgotten as she pointed towards where she had come from, but as soon as she spoke, a thought struck her, and she shook her head vigorously. No, there are about 10 goblins over there, and 2 have reached the first tier. You all must run. You cannot let them discover you. Shin gasped. First tier goblins? The first tier signified a formal entry into the realm of the extraordinary, a level beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to confront. Even the typically weak goblins required 3 to 5 adults armed with weapons to overcome. Lin Gui held a strong confidence in his summoned allies, as the lazy Zhu had previously vanquished a first-tier beast, the starving hound, without sustaining any injuries. However, Lin Gui later learned that the starving hound, having just undergone mutation, was considerably weaker than a typical first-tier creature. Nonetheless, Lin Gui had used the advancement stones acquired through his idle quests to enhance Zhu to 1, not to mention, he could now summon 2 allies, making the confrontation with 2 first-tier goblins entirely feasible. Do not fret, Lin Gui reassured the girl. Tell me how many students are over there. This girl, whom Lin Gui had never encountered in school, likely belonged to a class too distant for interaction. Torn between the desire to save her classmates and the fear of sending Lin Gui's group to their demise, she broke down in tears, including me. There are a total of 11. It seems we are all doomed. Li Dao, shrouded in crimson, leaned against a tree and sank to the ground, surveying the lifeless bodies of his 2 companions in the distance, as well as several other students. After awakening his abilities, he had been unable to resist the urge to sneak out from the safety of the backline, only to be drawn into this dire situation while boasting to his unawakened companions. Before him stood a first-tier goblin, clad in a leather skirt and wielding a stone knife, mocking him. Surrounding him were a dozen 0-tier goblins and another first-tier goblin rummaging through the fallen students. Li Dahu spat bloodied saliva defiantly. Damn it, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. He raised his fist and, summoning every ounce of strength, shouted, burst of power. This was Li Dahu's newly awakened intermediate talent, the reason he had managed to hold out until now. Unfortunately, he had yet to begin cultivating spiritual energy, and each use of his talent drained a considerable amount of stamina, leaving him unable to contend with a first-tier opponent. His punch fell short as the stone knife-wielding goblin kicked him away effortlessly. He had exhausted too much energy and could no longer activate his talent. That last punch had merely been a desperate bluff. Is this how it ends? Li Dahu lay on the ground, his consciousness fading. Just an hour ago, he had awakened his talent, brimming with pride, and now he was about to perish here in his days. Before losing consciousness, he glimpsed an unfamiliar sight. Was this the legendary moving lantern? But why was it a fishtail? A fishtail swept past Li Dao. Chapter 30. Death. Li Dao. Lin Gui arrived at the battlefield alone, taking refuge behind a large tree as he summoned the lazy Zhu and lazy Cai.asa summoner. He could not charge headlong into the fray. If he were to be beset, he would need his allies to rescue him. So it was better to remain hidden and observe. Quickly, save him. He noticed another student still conscious and immediately directed lazy Zhu to engage. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the student as Li Dao. Though they had their differences and a few minor clashes in school, Li Dahu did not deserve to die. Lazy Zhu charged forward, blocking the attack from the stone knife goblin. Meanwhile, Lazy Kai began to play the ancient zither, Hujia 18 strikes, its haunting melodies resonating through the air. The sound of the zither can significantly slow the movements of enemies in a wide area. The goblins, entranced by the music, found their movements sluggish. Thud, a sound blade emitted from the zither, decapitating a 0-tier goblin. Lin Gui observed the increasing energy levels of his second-tier allies, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was it. Fighting to gain resources justified his decision to summon 2 lazy companions directly. Howl! Another first-tier goblin, armed with a bone club, charged towards Lazy Kai, while the remaining 0-tier goblins raised their weapons and rushed at the 2 peculiar lazy beings. Lazy Zhu stepped forward, bravely blocking the bone club goblin's advance. Abba! I'll handle the damage. You take care of the rest. His small stature now loomed like a mountain, standing resolute before the 2 goblins, making it difficult for them to advance a single step. Lazy Kai replied, "Abba, hold on for a moment. I'll take out the lesser foes." Without pausing, he unleashed several sound blades, slaying 2 zero-tier goblins while also knocking down several wooden arrows. "Abba, I can handle this alone." Naked armor. In the face of the 2 first-tier goblins' assault, Lazy Zhu unleashed his signature move. The beast head belt at his waist fell away, and he willingly shed his iron armor, revealing his white underbelly. Lin Gui, observing from the shadows, was bewildered as to why he would voluntarily remove his strong defensive armor. The stone knife goblin seized the opportunity and swung its blade at Lazy Zhu, only to find it halted 10 centimeters away. Its low intelligence could not comprehend this phenomenon, and it swung again, with the same result. The stone knife goblin's tiny brain was nearly overwhelmed, summoning fellow goblins to attack together. Lin Gui opened the summoning interface to check Lazy Zhu's skill panel. Naked armor. Gain a shield equal to 100 of max health, but damage taken increases by 50, and attack power rises by 30. So that is how it works. Lin Gui recalled that in the game interface, naked armor was a passive skill, with effects entirely different from what he expected, and no matter if it was useful. That was sufficient. Bolstered by the new shield, Lazy Zhu ignored the attacks from the goblins before him and swung his hammer down upon the sneaky Bone Club goblin. Howl! The Bone Club goblin raised its weapon to block. But to its dismay, the club was shattered into 2 pieces by the weighty strike. The force of the blow sent it reeling, blood spurting from its mouth. 3 sound blades struck from clever angles, tearing into the Bone Club goblin's abdomen and leaving a gaping wound, its innards spilling forth as it neared death. "Abba, you stole my kill." Lazy Zhu felt a touch of grievance. "Abba, what did you say? I couldn't hear you over the music." Lazy Kai pretended not to hear, continuing to unleash sound blades that eliminated the 0-tier goblins attacking Lazy Zhu. The stone knife goblin, still dazed, swung its weapon wildly, quickly whittling down Lazy Zhu's shield. In a fit of rage over having his kill snatched away, Lazy Zhu unleashed all his fury upon it, coordinating with Lazy Kai's range distractions. Lazy Zhu seized the moment and sent the goblin's stone knife flying. The 0-tier goblins nearby attempted to assist their leader, but Lazy Zhu continued his relentless assault, unaffected by their interference. The battered body of the stone knife goblin was relentlessly struck by the hammers wielded by the salted fish, vividly illustrating the essence of violent aesthetics. The stone knife goblin attempted to resist. Yet how could it fend off such colossal iron hammers with bare hands? Thud, thud, thud. The sound of brutal impacts echoed incessantly, and this lone first-tier goblin was soon devoid of life, upon witnessing the demise of their 2 first-tier leaders. The remaining goblins immediately abandoned their resistance and scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Salty Fish Kai, with a swift motion of his sound blade, dispatched 2 more goblins, while 3 others managed to escape. Lin Gui, prioritizing the rescue of the living, halted the pursuit of the 2 salty generals and canceled the summoning that he clicked on a pre-prepared icon. Summon, Salty General Zhang Zhao. A summoning array appeared, radiating splendid light and shadows once more. There was no time to watch the cinematic entrance. Lin Gui directly seized Zhang Zhao by the fishtail and yanked him forth. Why not watch my entrance animation? The elderly salted fish, adorned with a ceremonial tablet and a crown, and sporting a long white beard, lamented with a quivering voice, "Stop dawdling, and save the people." Lin Gui, unable to comprehend its weeping, pointed at the 10 students on the ground. Issuing commands, Salty General Zhang Zhao was the only one among the 7 salty generals Lin Gui had unlocked, possessing healing capabilities. Observing the situation, Zhang Zhao's expression turned serious, and the tablet emitted shimmering rays, coalescing into dewdrop-like forms that fell upon the students. Sweet Dew restores the life force of 2 friendly units equivalent to their attack power. As the sweet dew permeated, 6 bodies began to recover slowly. The goblins seemed more inclined to capture live prey, having ceased their assault once the students lost their capacity to resist, thereby allowing 6 of them to survive. However, even those who survived were grievously injured. Like Li Dahu, rendered unconscious, Lin Gui felt a pang of sorrow as he gathered the 4 lifeless bodies together. Among them was a familiar face, the thin lackey of Li Dahu. Tragically, he had been struck in the eye by a wooden arrow and had perished long before Lin Gui arrived. This thin lackey had often boasted in Lin Gui's presence, yet now, seeing his cold, motionless corpse lying on the ground, Lin Gui was overwhelmed by profound sadness. This was the first time he had witnessed the death of someone he knew. May you journey well. I shall slay more goblins in your name. Lin Gui pulled out the wooden arrow and silently offered a prayer. My lord, these individuals are temporarily out of danger. Panting, Zhang Zhao ceased the casting of sweet dew. Lin Gui bowed deeply to him in gratitude. Thank you. At that moment, he felt immense appreciation for the second-hand device that had granted him the power to save these lives. Salty fish, Zhao promptly helped Lin Gui to his feet. It is my honor to serve you, my lord. You should return to rest now. Observing that Zhang Zhao's stamina had diminished to 60, Lin Gui cancelled the summoning. After confirming the 6 individuals' vital signs were stable, he retraced his steps to find Bai Yuchun and the other 2 before arriving. Lin Gui had repeatedly assured them that he would not overestimate his abilities, persuading Bai and Chun to wait for him at the original location under the pretext that he would be better off escaping alone. Now, it was time to summon them. What happened here? Did you do all of this? Chun Xian gazed in shock at the multitude of goblin corpses, suspecting Lin Gui might be some secret weapon cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom. Such scenarios were often depicted in films and dramas. Bai Yuqin remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his inability to comprehend the scene before him. How could it be that a goblin slayer had simply passed through, annihilating all the goblins and tending to the surviving individuals before departing? I wanted to ask him where would be safe and if he could protect us, but he completely ignored me. Lin Gui remarked. Wah, the girl with the sprained ankle wept bitterly while clutching the body of a female student. Stop crying. We must move quickly. The stench of blood here is overwhelming and may attract ferocious beasts. Qin Qian was the first to hoist an injured student. The 3 divided into 2 trips, placing the 6 still unconscious students beside a small mound. The girl with the sprained ankle struggled to carry an injured person, which proved too taxing for her. Seizing an opportune moment when the others were distracted, Lin Gui summoned Salty Fish Chu, who dug a large pit in the ground, significantly easing their task. The group placed 4 bodies into the pit and worked together to cover them with earth. May you journey well. The 4 stood solemnly and respectfully before the grave, silently bidding farewell to the departed students. The deceased had found eternal rest, while the living were compelled to continue their struggle. Chapter 31. Going solo in the southern gathering place. The awakening venue was surrounded by yellow caution tape, as personnel from various departments, including the Anomaly Administration and the Education Bureau, surveyed the scene. It was reported that a terrorist organization had attacked the awakening venue, leaving fewer than 100 students alive. Over 2,000 students perished. It was a horrific scene, truly tragic. My children. Oh my children. What are you officers doing? How could so many students have died? Outside the caution tape, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle, their cries, discussions, and curses merging into a cacophony that irritated Shi Yanquan, who was waiting near the spatial rift. The leader managing the gathering place and a 6th-tier transcendent, he had arrived at the scene promptly, yet this was his first encounter with such an incident, leaving him to await expert judgment. Damn it, the Kaiyuan group actually managed to open a spatial rift within the gathering place. Shi Yanquan clenched his teeth in frustration. Director Shi, based on my research, this spatial rift is not complete. When opened, it automatically attracts non-psychic living beings and non-living entities with extremely high psychic energy content. Subsequently, only non-psychic living beings can enter. An expert holding an instrument to detect the spatial rift explained. Is there any way to close the spatial rift and rescue the students? Shi Yanquan inquired. The expert shook his head. I'm sorry, but I am powerless to assist. This spatial rift is unstable. Forcibly closing it may trigger spatial fluctuations, resulting in the annihilation of everything within. The spatial rift did not form a direct passage between 2 worlds, but instead created an independent spatial interlayer connecting the other world and Blue Star. The good news is that this spatial rift can only persist for 1 day. It will automatically expel anything drawn in from this side. That the expert added. 1 day? There is not enough time. The situation within the spatial rift is unknown. If there are numerous anomalous entities, all we will retrieve are the corpses of the students. Shi Yanquan was frantic and urgently issued orders to mobilize all unawakened officers to enter the spatial rift for search and rescue. He picked up his phone, awaiting responses from the other 2 6th-tier transcendent beings, but only saw a news notification pop up. Shock. An incident at the awakening venue results in 2,000 students with only 100 remaining alive. These unscrupulous media outlets. Yin Quan slammed his phone shut in anger. Xiaowu, control the online narrative. Has there been any response from the Shanhebei city? His assistant, Xiaowu, respectfully replied. The base city has dispatched a 6th-tier transcendent with spatial abilities, along with 3 experts and scholars researching spatial rifts, expected to arrive in 2 hours. 2 hours. I hope they arrive swiftly. Yin Quan murmured, half to himself, half in prayer. Meanwhile, within the spatial rift, what bliss! What bliss! Lin Gui felt a wave of joy upon seeing 52 hours of battery life on the second-hand device, which momentarily dulled the sorrow of witnessing a familiar face perish. Having slain 13 zero-tier goblins, with each first-tier goblin providing 10 hours of battery life, he had struck it rich. Let us henceforth refer to this forest as Goblin Forest. In honor of the goblins who contributed significantly to the battery life of my second-hand device, the price paid for this bounty was merely the recoverable stamina of the salty generals. Salty Fish, Chu, at 75. Salty Fish Kai at 65, and Salty Fish Xiao at 60. He still had 4 salty generals yet to summon, sufficient to repeat this process 5 or 6 more times that a week's worth of battery life was within reach. Notably, if the stamina of a salty general drops to 40, they enter a weakened state, with all attributes reduced by 20. At 10, they enter an extremely weakened state, with all attributes halved, and if their stamina reaches 0, the summoning is forcibly cancelled, and they cannot be summoned again until their stamina is fully restored, with recovery speed halved. Chen Xian's voice snapped Lin Gui back to reality that I believe we should not continue taking risks. We may not always be fortunate enough to encounter a goblin slayer, and we still have 6 injured individuals to care for. Including the girl with the sprained ankle, the 4 conscious individuals were discussing their next course of action. After scavenging useful items from the goblins, the 4-member team was well stocked with weapons and wooden arrows, rendering them unafraid of small groups of goblins. They could hold their ground and await rescue. Agreed. Bayuchen, having witnessed the gruesome scene, abandoned his quest for the awakening stone pillar. The girl with the sprained ankle naturally had no objections. Alas, the voting for the expedition shifted from a 2-to-1 majority to a 1-to-3 minority. Lin Gui could not linger here. Waiting for an opportunity was less favorable than taking the initiative. He felt it was time to venture out on his own. Lin Gui outwardly agreed. Then, while the others were busy, claimed he needed to use the restroom and wandered into the thicket. When the 3 realized he had not returned for quite some time, they sent Bayuchen to search for him. After searching for a long time without finding any trace, Bayuchen stumbled upon 5 large characters formed from twigs in a clearing. Don't worry about me, followed by a smiley face. Indeed, he had employed the legendary technique of urine evasion. At that moment, Lin Gui was in the process of summoning his remaining 4 salty generals. Zhang Xingcai, one of the 2 female generals among the 7 renowned generals, wielded a shield in her left hand and a curved saber in her right. Lug, a long-range general armed with a brush, was capable of launching fireballs. Yan Liang and Wen Shou, 2 generals famously referred to as the twin heads in a renowned board game, fought together to amplify their combat prowess. Yan Liang brandishing a broadsword, while Wen Shou hefted a long knife. Alongside Su Chu, Kai Wenji, and Zhang Zhao, they constituted the complete ensemble of 7 purple generals under Lin Gui's command. The 4 uniquely styled generals, upon their initial appearance, were promptly ushered back into the teleportation array by Lin Gui, who was unwilling to waste the battery of his second-hand device. He realized that during the first summoning of the generals, the entrance animation often bore little resemblance to the actual figures, potentially delaying crucial combat situations in emergencies by pre-summoning them. He could flawlessly resolve this issue. His battery was no longer in dire straits as before, making preparation all the more essential. As Lin Gui traversed the Goblin Forest, he casually played on his second-hand device. He opened the Lord of the Dried Fish, claimed the idle rewards, and enhanced all the generals. The battery of his second-hand device had stagnated for quite some time, so he seized this moment of relative abundance to make progress. Engrossed in the addictive game, he battled through levels when a low-tier beast, a rabbit, scurried past him. He pointed his finger, and a summoning array unfurled from the air. The General Lu Ji, wielding a brush, aimed at the rabbit and launched a fireball, quickly vanishing from the spot, leaving behind only a perfectly roasted rabbit. One might wonder why a brush could conjure fireballs. Was it not at risk of igniting? Mind your own business when it comes to the game. Lin Gui nodded in satisfaction. This rabbit provided him with half an hour of battery. Summoning the dried fish general took 3 seconds. Locking onto and casting the fireball took 6 seconds, and canceling the summoning took another 3 seconds. Totaling a mere 20 minutes of battery usage, yet yielding 10 minutes of gain. The energy expenditure for launching a single fireball was minimal for the dried fish general, and with the return to the second-hand device, recovery would occur gradually, making the energy loss nearly negligible. This 10 minutes was pure profit. Even the tiniest mosquito leg is still meat, delightful. However, he needed to be cautious to avoid igniting a forest fire. Otherwise, his merits would be severely diminished. But could it be that the animals burned in a fire he caused could provide battery? He shuddered and quickly dismissed the thought. Such a sin, at present. There were likely at least 1,000 students within this goblin forest. If a fire broke out, he would be branded as an arsonist. Setting fire to the mountain would land him in deep trouble. He certainly wouldn't go to such extremes for the sake of battery. Along his path, Lin Gui ruthlessly hunted down over a dozen adorable little creatures and 2 goblin squads, replenishing his device's battery by an additional 8 hours. He also rescued 2 students captured by goblins, directing them towards Bai Yu Chen and others, urging them to send word of his safety. The cacophony of goblin roars echoed ahead, suggesting a dispute, and it was clear there were more than 3 involved. Lin Gui had grown familiar with such sounds. He climbed a tree and peered down towards the source of the commotion. That a goblin squad consisting of 9 members was gathered around an awakening stone pillar. Attempting to lift it, beneath the pillar lay a robust first-tier goblin, trapped. Lin Gui paid little mind to the goblins. His focus was solely on the awakening stone pillar. The opportunity for awakening had arrived. Chapter 32. Awakening. The first-tier goblin captain, trapped beneath the awakening stone pillar, was furiously berating his subordinates. "You bunch of useless fools, haven't you eaten? Hurry up and get me out of here." The 0-tier goblins formed a circle, attempting to lift the stone pillar. After a strenuous effort to raise it slightly, a mishap caused the pillar to crash back down, crushing the first-tier goblin beneath it and eliciting a torrent of curses. They tried rolling the pillar to rescue their captain, only to incur more scolding. "You idiots, are you trying to flatten me?" The goblins, momentarily intimidated, engaged in heated debate over how to proceed. Why not just cut the pillar in half and free the captain? "Fool, this pillar is too hard to cut. Instead, we could slice him at the waist and then piece him back together afterward. Much more feasible." "Idiot, cutting him in half will kill him. Do any of you have brains?" "You dimwit, who are you calling an idiot? What if I say you're the idiot?" As the goblins bickered, their voices grew increasingly chaotic, and it seemed a physical altercation was imminent. That moment, a voice brimming with wisdom chimed in. "Why don't we return to our territory and seek assistance from other goblins?" All the goblins fell silent, turning to the speaker, showering it with praise. "Genius. So clever. I shall call you the goblin sage." They selected 2 goblins to return to their territory for help, while the remaining 6 stayed behind to guard the area. Lin Gui, hidden nearby and preparing to summon his generals, quickly deduced what had transpired. They were seeking reinforcements, truly a testament to goblin intelligence. By the time help arrived, the insides of that first-tier goblin would likely be mush. Lin Gui noted the direction the 2 goblins departed and swiftly followed to eliminate them. Returning to the awakening stone pillar, he summoned the duo of dried fish generals, Xiaoyu and Xiaoqiu, issuing the command, "Make it swift." The 2 generals exchanged glances and let out a unified battle cry. Xiaoqiu, "Abba! Together as brothers, who can stand against us?" Xiaoyu, "Abba! We shall surely capture them in a single battle." One wielded a long knife, sweeping from the left, while the other swung a broadsword from the right. The remaining 6 0-tier goblins were dispatched with ease, their cries echoing as they met their demise. The first-tier goblin, half-conscious and barely alive, opened its eyes in confusion at the commotion. A massive dried fish head loomed before it. And soon after, it could no longer keep its eyes open. Xiaoyu severed the first-tier goblin's head, ready to boast of his victory, only to be recalled immediately. Perfect, with the combined might of Xiaoyu and Xiaoqiu. The battle was concluded in under 2 minutes. The battery had surged to 82 hours, exceeding 3 days. Yet, the current focus was not on the battery. Lin Gui gazed at the awakening stone pillar, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Despite having amassed a certain amount of battery, he remained steadfast in his resolve. Awakening. The second-hand device was merely an external tool. Awakening his innate talents was the true source of his power. Lin Gui stepped through the blood spilled by the goblins and approached the stone pillar. The pillar was inverted, and with the surrounding blood, it should not affect the awakening of his talents. Right? Lin Gui was unfamiliar with the principles of awakening, only knowing that it absorbed special energy from the source stone to awaken talents, causing him some concern. Regardless of any potential effects, this awakening was something he was determined to achieve. Coincidentally, he had been worried about awakening in a public venue. What if his second-hand device malfunctioned, with no one around? This was the perfect moment for awakening. Lin Gui had made ample preparations for this moment. Fearing the negative sensations experienced during the simulation, he had read a plethora of motivational quotes, joke compilations, and various self-help affirmations over the past few days. Now, he felt overwhelmingly powerful. Lin Gui summoned Su Chu. The most formidable of the dried fish generals, the awakening stone pillar would radiate light, and Lin Gui feared it might attract aberrations, so he instructed Su Chu to guard him. This was not the time to conserve battery. Mimicking the actions of students in the awakening venue, he raised his hand to gently touch the awakening stone pillar, slowly closing his eyes, the other hand clutching his second-hand device that a wave of intense despair and negativity washed over Lin Gui. Sealing off his perception of the external world, he quickly recited the affirmations he had memorized over the past few days, attempting to resist the overwhelming sensation and miraculously managed to maintain his composure. Lin Gui's resolve strengthened. Who says these affirmations are ineffective? They are absolutely brilliant. I shall vindicate the merits of self-help. In the external world, the awakening stone pillar emitted a faint green glow. This level of radiance was the weakest even among students who had yet to awaken. Ensuring a failure in awakening, suddenly, the screen of his second-hand device illuminated, vibrating violently. Loyal Su Chu, standing by, unexpectedly canceled the summoning. With a crisp crack, the second-hand device slipped from Lin Gui's grasp, emitting a faint gray smoke. Appearing to have been rendered inoperative in the western part of the goblin forest, a young girl wielding a blue stone sword deftly evaded the attacks of a first-tier goblin with a single stroke. Akin to a fleeting swan, she sliced through its throat. The goblin clutched its neck in shock, unable to emit a sound. Collapsing in disbelief, it never comprehended why its attacks could not touch this girl, while hers were invariably lethal. Yet another goblin. How many of these creatures lurked here? Blood dripped from the sword as the girl twirled, flicking the blood from her blade in the distance. Several students gazed at her departing figure, their eyes filled with admiration and envy. This individual was none other than the exceptional talent, Li Qingyu. In the southern part of the goblin forest, hundreds of students had begun chopping down trees and setting up camp. Thank goodness for Luo Shiri leading us. Otherwise, arriving here suddenly, I would have no idea what to do. Yes, I might have been trampled by that first-tier brute. Two students chatted while gathering firewood. Hey, there are people over there. Look at their gear. They must be sent by the government. We're saved. Dozens of armed police officers, wielding firearms, arrived at the campsite. Students, we are the Special Operations Team of the Anomalous Management Bureau from the Southern Mountains. We have come to rescue you. Zhang Yu, after being drawn into the spatial rift, found himself utterly alone, with not a single student in sight. Despite evading capture for a considerable time, he was eventually seized by a horde of goblins. Fortunately, they spared his life, intending instead to drag him back to their encampment. Zhang Yu silently contemplated his innate abilities. Each use would leave him utterly exhausted and unconscious. Bestowing the light of sanctuary upon himself, and then relying on its power to regain his strength, was an impractical strategy. By the time he recovered enough to remain conscious, the duration of the light of sanctuary would have expired. He had to locate others. Bound by coarse ropes to a wooden pole, Zhang Yu was hoisted along by the goblins. Swaying as they marched, he endured in silence in the heart of the goblin forest, within a rudimentary goblin tent adorned with the skulls of beasts as decor. Flickering oil lamps cast a dim, erratic glow. The high priest goblin sat upon an imposing throne of animal hides, his body adorned with fiery crimson patterns. A feathered headdress crowned his head, and a cloak draped over his shoulders, while a wooden staff embedded with a red stone rested before him. Flanking him were two female goblins, serving as attendants, wielding large leaves to fan him. 3 goblins, trembling with fear after escaping from the hands of their commander, knelt before the vacant space in front of the throne. What transpired? The high priest inquired, his voice echoing with authority. The north of the forest, we encountered aquatic creatures. They are impervious to blades and arrows. Stronger than any monster, we could not prevail against them. The three goblins recounted their ordeal, speaking in turns. Enraged, the priest raised his staff and struck the ground. This was no mere coincidence. Creatures from the other three directions have also appeared. Beings that should not exist within this jungle. Nearly 10 of our elite have perished. In total, the goblin den comprised over 2,000 goblins, and apart from the second-tier priest and chieftain, only around 60 goblins had successfully advanced to the first tier, each a vital pillar of the tribe. He unfurled a map. The chieftain leads 500 of our kin to assault the south. I shall command 300 to eliminate the enemies in the north. The chieftain, adorned with a necklace of beast teeth, nodded silently. The entire camp was swiftly mobilized, forming two great goblin armies. Just then, the sky above the forest darkened. Chapter 33. Superplayer in the Goblin Forest. Beside the awakening pillar, an intense black light emanated from the stone, enveloping the entire forest. After merely a minute, the black light receded. Crack. The awakening pillar groaned under the strain. The source stones within had lost their luster and color, resembling ordinary stones. What am I doing? Lin Gui stood up, bewildered, feeling as though he had suddenly lost all consciousness. After a couple of minutes, he recalled that he was in the Goblin Forest undergoing awakening. Have I failed the awakening? He unconsciously took a step forward, his foot brushing against something. A sound akin to air escaping resonated. Lin Gui glanced down to find the awakening pillar had crumbled into dust under his touch, resembling a mound of sand. What has become of the awakening pillar? Did I cause this? I hope I don't have to pay for damages. Lin Gui reflected on his audacious decision to awaken amid the dangers of the Goblin Forest, deeming it remarkably astute. Had this occurred in the outside world, regardless of the awakening pillar's worth, he would surely have to face the consequences, likely spending days trending on social media. Regrettably, he had hoped to bring Bai Yuchen along for the awakening. But that was no longer feasible. The little rascal seemed rather anxious. It seemed only fair to attribute this misfortune to him at that moment. Lin Gui sensed that something was missing from his hand. Oh no, he looked down to see his second-hand phone lying pitifully on the ground. The screen shattered and smeared with goblin blood, emitting wisps of smoke. Oh my phone. Oh my phone. Ah. Tears welled up in the corners of Lin Gui's eyes. His golden finger was rendered useless, and his talent had yet to awaken successfully. How could he navigate this post-cataclysm world now? He was utterly stranded, unable even to escape the Goblin Forest, the very novice village. Just as Lin Gui contemplated returning to find Bai Yuchen to hunker down together, a fragment of information suddenly surfaced in his mind. Awaken special talent, superplayer. He hastily set aside his sorrow for his golden finger and examined the information. Superplayer can access a virtual machine with an embedded minigame. Unlocks a special mode called Ox and Horse mode. With each tier, a new privilege is bestowed. At each tier, one can expend energy to obtain new games. Ox and Horse mode can expend physical strength to recharge the virtual machine. Current tier. First, acquired privilege 1, basic movements. Provides foundational optimization for various actions of the body, with some movements featuring predictive targeting. Currently available game. Lord of the Salted Fish. Maximum number of games is 2. Expending 100 hours of energy unlocks a new game. Congratulations, your gaming journey officially begins. Lin Gui was initially stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. His second-hand phone had transformed into his talent. No, it could no longer be referred to as a second-hand phone. It must now be called a virtual machine, as second-hand phone sounded too devalued. If the remnants of his phone could attain sentience, it might very well shed tears of anguish. Previously, when he used it, he affectionately called it sweetheart, but now, dismissing it as worthless, he referred to it as old cow. Truly, a new generation replacing the old. Lin Gui did not dwell on this too long. He was not the type to forget the fish while seeking the net. The second-hand phone would be remembered for its contributions. One day, it would receive a grand burial. He carefully tucked the remnants of the phone into his pocket. Now, beneath Lin Gui's feet lay the remains of the awakening pillar, reduced to powder, alongside the corpses of goblins. He had scarcely a place to step. He gently leapt onto an untainted patch of grass and found a stone to sit upon. Lin Gui silently called out in his heart, "Virtual machine." The familiar interface appeared before him, and no longer resembling a phone or WeChat interface. It was directly a mini-program interface derived from WeChat, currently featuring only a single icon for the Lord of the Salted Fish. The previous applications such as Ugly Group and Are You Full had vanished entirely. Even though they would display a no network message when attempted to open, he tried both the summoning and gaming modes of the Lord of the Salted Fish and found them identical to before, even surpassing them in many respects. The operation of the virtual machine had transitioned to thought-based control, significantly enhancing the speed compared to his second-hand phone. He could summon the salted fish with a mere thought, no longer needing to unlock the screen and navigate through many programs to click on avatars in moments of danger. The summoning speed now hinged solely on his reaction time, greatly increasing safety. Furthermore, with the second-hand phone transformed into a virtual machine, Lin Gui could summon salted fish without fear of theft. Summoning abilities existed in this world, and Lin Gui would not appear overly unique. He had simply awakened a superior talent, with no further worries. He was eager to explore the main event. He was itching to try out the ox and horse mode. Finally, he had a stable means to recharge the virtual machine. The ox and horse mode could adjust the multiplier. So Lin Gui cautiously initiated it at the lowest setting. Ox and horse mode activated. Current multiplier, 1x. 1 times meant that activating ox and horse mode for 1 minute would provide the virtual machine with an additional minute of energy. As long as he could maintain the one-time multiplier, Lin Gui would never need to shut down the virtual machine, achieving a balance between supply and demand. He quietly sensed his physical strength ebbing away. 10 seconds passed. No, something felt amiss. Lin Gui's eyes flew open, and he quickly halted the ox and horse mode. In just 10 seconds, sweat had already begun to bead on his forehead and back. His breath became short and ragged, and his chest heaved violently, as if he had sprinted 1,000 meters, his physical strength nearing depletion. It was akin to pedaling a bicycle to generate power. Such a degree of physical exertion, under ideal conditions, would provide enough energy for a normal phone for over 10 hours. Truly, the ox and horse mode was no trivial matter. It had surely taken its toll. Moreover, during the brief moment of activating the special mode, Lin Gui discovered that all functions of the virtual machine were disabled, rendering it merely a humble beast of burden for energy generation. However, Lin Gui remained attentive to the changes in his body. The physical consumption under ox and horse mode felt no different from the sensations experienced after a regular workout. Did this suggest that he could utilize ox and horse mode to rapidly expend energy and complete his training? After imagining this, he resolved to temporarily seal this ability that he needed to conserve his strength for hunting exotic creatures in the Goblin Forest. The application of ox and horse mode would wait until he returned to the gathering place for further experimentation. Next, he focused on the third ability of the super player, acquiring new mini-games, which required 100 hours of energy. He planned to secure a second mini-game within this Goblin Forest and accumulate enough energy for extended use. The journey ahead was daunting. Though he had now become extraordinary, the opportunity to hunt exotic beasts in the wilderness lay ahead. However, first-tier exotic creatures were not as easily subdued as the disgraceful first-tier goblins. Therefore, he needed to seize the chance to exploit the goblin brethren. After resting for a moment, Lin Gui began testing his final ability, basic movements. He attempted to walk in circles, noticing subtle alterations in his gait that allowed for greater energy efficiency and increased speed. He then tried climbing a tree. As this thought emerged, certain areas of the tree trunk seemed to emit a faint white glow, guiding him. This must be the so-called predictive targeting, following the guidance of the luminescent areas. He reached out and lifted himself upward with ease, swiftly ascending to the treetop. This ability is quite impressive, akin to the action guides found in certain games. With that thought in mind, Lin Gui turned his gaze toward another tree not far away. And indeed, he spotted the same white light emanating from its branches. He slightly bent his legs and leapt forward. Alas, just as he exerted his force, Lin Gui felt his balance falter, having failed to control his strength. He was certain he would not make it across. Feeling a twinge of regret for becoming a bit too carefree after acquiring his new ability, he hoped that the impending fall would not be too disastrous. At that moment, his hand instinctively rose, firmly grasping the branch emitting the white light across from him. The branch, bending significantly under Lin Gui's weight, held steady without breaking. Was this a form of action correction? Lin Gui was perplexed by his suddenly raised hand, and quickly recalled the correction ability mentioned within his newfound powers. He flipped over and steadily navigated along the branch back to the trunk. safely returning to the ground. This ability is indeed intriguing, with much potential yet to be explored. After thoroughly experiencing his innate talent, Lin Gui felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The super player talent has achieved a remarkable fusion and deep reform of the golden finger with innate abilities, propelling innovative development and enhancing the relevant mechanisms and content of his talent. If he were to describe it, he could only use 2 words: perfection. Chapter 34. The green environmental advocate with a heart full of confidence after experiencing all the abilities of his talent. Lin Gui set forth in the direction where the 2 goblins had called for aid. That location was likely the goblins' lair. To eliminate more goblins, confronting them directly at their doorstep would be the most efficient approach. Along the way, Lin Gui continued to utilize his salted fish-like fireballs to slay small creatures, summoning the highest stamina combat type, salted generals, to swiftly crush any scattered goblins he encountered. He transformed these ugly goblins into delightful sources of energy. The charming little animals became even cuter sources of energy. In essence, all Lin Gui could see now was energy. As he ventured deeper, the small animals became increasingly scarce, and there were not a single medium to large-sized creatures in sight. In their place, the number of goblins significantly increased. Every 2 to 3 minutes, he would encounter a small team of goblins engaged in activities such as foraging and hunting. In front of a fruit tree, a goblin discovered that a teammate was pilfering the wild fruits and gave it a slap on the head. The teammate, unwilling to back down, retaliated with a punch. Neither was willing to concede, and they began to shove each other. A third goblin nearby, happily munching on wild fruit, watched the spectacle with glee. However, that joy was short-lived. 3 sound blades flew silently from the forest, with the sound of sharp blades sinking into flesh. All 3 goblins collapsed to the ground. Lin Gui dismissed the salted fish-like Kai and nodded in satisfaction. The destructive power of salted fish-like Kai was formidable, featuring high damage, silent attacks, and long-range capabilities. The sound blades easily dispatched the 0-tier goblins with a single strike. However, there was a downside. The wind-up time was excessively long. Salted fish-like Kai had to sit and play the lute for nearly 5 seconds without making any noise to form a sound blade. With a maximum accumulation of 3 sound blades released simultaneously, which perfectly corresponded to a small team of goblins, Lin Gui noted that these goblins were mostly organized into small teams of 3 0-tier goblins or a medium-sized team consisting of 1 1st-tier goblin and 8 0-tier goblins. The small teams were responsible for foraging and hunting 0-tier aberrations, while the medium teams likely targeted 1st-tier aberrations. However, Lin Gui had yet to encounter such creatures within Goblin Forest, as he approached the goblin's nest. The likelihood of meeting 1st-tier aberrations diminished even further. What a pity, Lin Gui thought regretfully. He yearned to test the strength of a 1st-tier aberration and see how much energy it could yield. It seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Ascending a protruding hillside, Lin Gui climbed up a crooked tree and gazed into the distance. In what should have been a dense forest, a barren clearing appeared. In this clearing, a series of small wooden cabins and tents made of animal skins were erected, surrounded by rudimentary walls constructed from timber and stones. The camp appeared desolate, with only a few goblin figures visible. The clearing continued to expand. Nearly 40 goblins were tirelessly chopping down trees at the forest's edge, cutting the felled timber into smaller pieces to transport to the nearby camp. The 1st-tier goblin wielding a leather whip supervised the operation, occasionally shouting or striking its lazy kin. Lin Gui's expression grew serious. Did this group of goblins possess logging permits? Were they unaware that the nation is presently advocating for environmental protection and prohibiting indiscriminate deforestation? The unauthorized logging by these goblins could lead to soil erosion, disrupt the natural environment and ecological balance, and potentially result in desertification and extinction of species. Such heinous acts deserve universal condemnation. Having slain nearly 50 goblins along his journey, Lin Gui pondered how many trees he had indirectly protected. He felt like a true green environmental advocate, while he preached about protecting the environment everywhere. The reality was that he was ignorant and hypocritical, being used as a pawn. Instead, he resolved to eliminate the ecological destroyers directly, safeguarding the environment at its roots. Lin Gui silently commended himself, feeling a radiant aura of righteousness emanating from him. Completely forgetting that he had previously contemplated the possibility of setting the forest ablaze. If that were to occur, no matter how many trees those goblins felled over a century, it would pale in comparison to the devastation wrought by a single fire. Subsequently, Lin Gui turned to make his escape. Judging by the number and size of the structures, this camp could accommodate at least 2,000 goblins, and even with 7 salted generals at his disposal, he could not hope to contend with them, not to mention the inevitable presence of second-tier goblins. Although it seemed that most goblins were currently absent, he had no intention of taking that risk. It was wiser to employ the tactics of the older generation, engaging in guerrilla warfare. Why not develop cautiously? Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the goblin camp, as many goblins gathered at the entrance, seemingly welcoming something. Lin Gui observed once more. Emerging from the left side of the forest was a squad of goblins at the forefront. A first-tier goblin tightly held onto a thick grass rope, followed by other goblins strutting proudly in step with their leader as they approached the camp. As the entire troop emerged from the forest, Lin Gui was shocked to discover that the other end of the grass rope was securely tied to 7 humans. They appeared filthy and disheveled, their expressions haggard, their eyes devoid of vitality. It was hard to imagine that just 3 or 4 hours prior, these students had been neatly dressed, gathered in the awakening venue, eagerly anticipating their awakening results. One human stumbled and fell to the ground. Before the others could assist him, 2 goblins rushed over, mercilessly kicking and punching him while hurling insults. Their fists rained down like a torrential downpour on the human, who could only curl up, silently enduring the beating, too fearful to offer any resistance. The leading goblin grew impatient, letting out a roar of frustration. Only then did the 2 goblins cease their assault. Roughly dragging the fallen human back to his feet, the troop continued to advance slowly. The goblins in the camp cheered at the sight, as if welcoming a victorious general home. Lin Gui's fists clenched in anger. He longed to obliterate the goblins with a single punch. He could not bear to witness his fellow humans being so brutally mistreated, yet he felt utterly powerless. The distance was too great. By the time he reached them, it would be too late. Rescuing the humans from the camp was nothing more than a wild fantasy. At that moment, a sudden turn of events occurred that a mysterious figure, cloaked and wielding a long sword made of blue stone, appeared like a phantom at the rear of the troop. The goblin tasked with guarding the rear remained oblivious, gazing at the jubilant goblins in the camp, lost in thoughts of potential rewards. Would he be granted mating rights with the matron goblin, superior weapons, or abundant food? What a difficult choice. The goblin pondered happily. Before long, it would no longer have to ponder. After all, it would soon be devoid of any organs with which to do so. That a sharp glimmer of the sword silently sliced through its neck. The goblin's grotesque head slowly fell to the grass, emitting a faint sound. The 2 goblins flanking the troop also met the same fate, swiftly and cleanly dispatched by the blade. Everything transpired without a sound. The goblins at the front of the troop remained unaware of what had just occurred. The mysterious figure struck again, severing all the grass ropes. Before the goblins could react, the bound humans were freed and swiftly escorted away. What remarkable skill! Witnessing someone stepping forward invigorated Lin Gui, yet it also filled him with apprehension. In such an open space, with the goblin camp not far away, there was no room for maneuvering. Even if these students were rescued, their physical state would make it exceedingly difficult to escape the goblins' pursuit. Unless, suddenly, the goblins in the camp noticed the anomaly in the troop, loudly alerting their leader. The first-tier goblin felt the grass rope in its hands lighten significantly and was momentarily perplexed. However, upon receiving reminders from its kin, it quickly realized that the captives had been rescued. Seeing its hard-earned accomplishments slip away, it erupted in fury, brandishing a bone hammer and charging at the mysterious figure. Underneath the hood, Li Qingyu let out a breath, murmuring to herself, "It seems there's no escaping now, unless..." She raised her sword, pointing it toward the charging bonehammer goblin. Lin Gui squinted, watching the scene unfold. Although they were separated by hundreds of meters, they miraculously spoke in unison. Eliminate all these goblins. Chapter 35. I come to assist you outside the goblin camp. Li Qingyu moved with agility, effortlessly dodging the bonehammer goblin's strike, in the midst of battle. She even found the leisure to address the students behind her. Hasten into the forest, for I have already cleared this path. You shall not encounter any goblins henceforth. Subsequently, she took a small step to the left, perfectly evading the oncoming strike of the Bone Club goblin. In the same breath, she thrust her stone sword forward, deftly piercing the right wrist of the goblin wielding the club. With a subtle flick of her wrist, accompanied by a pained howl, the Bone Club goblin could no longer grasp its cherished weapon, which clattered to the ground, bereft of its armament, the threat posed by the Bone Club goblin diminished drastically. Without hesitation, she advanced, executing a clean and decisive strike that severed the goblin's head, thus ending its nefarious existence. The remaining goblins in the escorting party, witnessing the swift demise of their leader, were instantly overcome with trepidation and dared not advance. With a sigh, Li Qingyu lamented, "Alas, I truly wish to avoid such exertion." She had awakened her extraordinary talent, perfect control, which allowed her to master her body and various weapons to their zenith. However, the stamina required to perform such feats remained unchanged. Despite her seeming ease in vanquishing a first-tier goblin, the reality was that she had to meticulously control her movements to evade attacks and expend all her strength with every swing to inflict lethal damage. Each strike consumed a substantial amount of energy in her daily life. She would often skip morning exercises and physical education classes, rarely engaging in physical training, having traversed a series of intense battles to reach this point. Li Qingyu had already depleted a significant portion of her stamina. She sheathed her stone sword at her waist and retrieved her wooden bow from her back, holding the bow in her left hand. She deftly nocked an arrow with her right, drawing the string taut. Releasing her fingers, the arrow soared through the air, striking true at the heart of a goblin that in a remarkably fluid motion. She unleashed 5 arrows within a mere 3 seconds, eliminating one goblin after another from the remaining ranks. Upon witnessing this, the goblins in the camp convened, gathering 30 to 40 of their kin, prepared to rush to the aid of their comrades. Li Qingyu glanced back at the fleeing students, many of whom bore the marks of the goblin's brutal assault, with a couple limping painfully, reliant on their peers for support as they reached the forest's edge. Shaking her head, she murmured, "There's no turning back now. I hope my stamina holds out." She stood firm, taking deep breaths as she activated her talent to accelerate the decomposition of energy within her body, striving to recuperate her strength. Even so, Li Qingyu resolutely guarded the path of pursuit, bracing herself for the impending goblin assault. Facing 30 foes alone, her petite frame exuded an aura of unyielding defiance. Among the 7 students, one of the less injured boys could no longer bear the sight and urged the others, "You must flee at once. I will return to assist." Another girl, gritting her teeth, declared, "I will join you. That sister saved us, and we cannot allow her to face so many goblins alone." Just as they were about to return to fight alongside Li Qingyu, a voice from above halted them. "You should make haste. You would only hinder her efforts. Do not squander her hard-won resolve." They looked up to see an unfamiliar youth perched upon a tree. Observing them from above, it was Lin Gui. The boy glared at this unexpected figure, demanding, "Who are you to stop me?" Being by her side might prove helpful. "Helpful?" Lin Gui scoffed. "You cannot even fend off a few goblins, yet you dare to utter such words. Even if you went, you would merely be a burden." The boy angrily pointed at Lin Gui, at a loss for a retort, resignedly stating, "I know I cannot offer much aid, but must I stand by and watch my savior perish?" Seeing that the boy had abandoned the notion of aiding, Lin Gui reassured him, "Do not worry. She will be fine." The girl, also eager to assist, remained cool-headed and inquired, "Who are you? I did not see you in the background." She discerned that this sudden youth, seemingly dismissive of the boy, was actually trying to make him realize the futility of his intentions to deal with such impulsive youth. Mere persuasion would not suffice. One must douse their fervor with cold reality to temper their eagerness. Observing the boy's passionate demeanor, she sensed that Lin Gui possessed some means to support Li Qingyu. However, as an ordinary student, he could not possibly contend with a horde of goblins. There was only one explanation. He must have awakened a talent that enabled him to wield some influence without relying on spiritual energy. Granting him such confidence, the girl herself was also a talent wielder, having awakened the basic talent of enhanced memory. Regrettably, such a supportive talent offered no boost to combat prowess, rendering her helpless against first-tier goblins. Prior to being drawn into this cursed place, she had remained in the background of the awakening venue. With each new talent awakened, she silently noted their abilities, yet Lin Gui was conspicuously absent from her records. Thus, she found herself questioning where his confidence stemmed from in opposing dozens of goblins. Intrigued, she scrutinized Lin Gui, as if attempting to discern his source of assurance. Lin Gui paid no heed to her inquiries. Silently invoking, "Summon Xianjiang Zhang Zhao." With a flourish of his summoned companion, Ganlu enveloped the two students struggling to move. My legs no longer ache. What is this? A summoned entity. Before long, the two students regained their mobility. The girl, astonished, remarked, a summoning talent with healing capabilities. This is your advantage. There is no time for lengthy explanations. You must flee. With that, Lin Gui ceased to concern himself with their thoughts. He lightly leaped from the tree. Following the path illuminated by basic movement, swiftly closing the distance to Li Qingyu's position. Having familiarized himself with basic movement, Lin Gui came to cherish this method of travel. It allowed him to conceal his presence from creatures below while maintaining a swift pace with minimal exertion. Most importantly, it exuded a certain charm. He felt akin to Tarzan, gracefully navigating the woods. The 7 students watched in awe at Lin Gui's agile movements. Was he perhaps a reincarnated monkey? The cacophony of goblin howls grew increasingly closer. With Li Qingyu now less than 50 meters from the nearest adversary, they are coming to Li Qingyu ceased her rest and readied her bow once more to in the blink of an eye. 12 arrows were released in rapid succession. Emptying her quiver, the final arrow drew back the bowstring to its utmost limit, and with perfect control, she pushed the bow to its breaking point. The bowstring snapped, leaving a gash upon her hand. The wound swiftly sealed under her powerful control. Bleeding little, Li Qingyu had already dulled her pain response. Feeling little discomfort, this injury was a worthy sacrifice. Her last arrow struck true, piercing the left eye of a first-tier goblin, which fell to the ground, howling in agony, rendered incapable of further combat. However, not everyone possesses the indomitable will and valor of Xiahou Dun, who could pull an arrow from his eye and continue fighting. Yet, Li Qingyu remained dissatisfied with her performance. Despite her archery skills having reached an extraordinary level, the inferior quality of her wooden bow and arrows negatively impacted her shot speed, leaving room for the goblins to evade. Coupled with the overwhelming number of approaching goblins, her 12 arrows only claimed the lives of 8 ordinary goblins, failing to achieve a 1-for-1 ratio. Panting lightly, she steadied her resolve, grasping her green stone long sword. At this moment, the nearest goblin was less than 30 meters away. It was a first-tier goblin, brandishing a similar green stone sword, grinning broadly to reveal its yellowing teeth. 2 other first-tier goblins followed closely, one wielding a finely crafted longbow at the rear, while the other, armed with a stone axe, trailed closely behind the sword-wielding goblin. Additionally, nearly 20 ordinary goblins lurked nearby. In this perilous moment, Li Qingyu found herself momentarily distracted. Perhaps I shall perish here. I wonder if my father would mourn for me. The longbow goblin raised its weapon from afar, aiming directly at her head. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out from the forest. I come to your aid. Chapter 36. Grudges. Li Qingyu was jolted back to reality, quickly regaining her focus. With a powerful push of her right foot, she dodged to the left. Whoosh! A formidable arrow whizzed past her, striking a tree trunk 30 meters behind her. Half of the arrow embedded itself within the wood, its fletching quivering uncontrollably. The longbow goblin glared angrily in the direction of the sound. Had it not been for the warning, that arrow would surely have dispatched this female human. From the edge of the forest emerged a creature with the head of a fish and the body of a man, along with another being that was a fish-bodied, human-headed entity. These were Xin Yu Chu and Xin Yu Kai, respectively. Both were the pinnacle of Lin Gui's training efforts, having accrued enough advancement stones to elevate Xin Yu Kai to 1 Kai Wenji, but in such a critical moment. It was only fitting to dispatch the strongest generals to the fray. Xin Yu Chu charged into the goblin ranks, wielding a massive hammer, while Xin Yu Kai remained seated, beginning to play a haunting melody on her guqin. The music flowed endlessly, resonating with a poignant beauty that caused the goblins to inadvertently slow their advance. After evading the arrow, Li Qingyu did not rush to retaliate, guided by the enchanting notes. She beheld the unexpected arrival of the 2 fish beings. Li Qingyu was taken aback. From where did these 2 monsters come? They do not appear easy to deal with. Moreover, is this not a forest? Why do mermaids and fish-headed creatures, clearly denizens of the sea, appear here? Yet, this fish-headed creature possesses a certain endearing clumsiness. They seem to be here to assist themselves. Should they be trusted? Li Qingyu pondered for a moment before approaching the 2 generals. What did it matter? She was already at a disadvantage. Even if they were foes, their demise would merely come more swiftly. The salted fish Chu had selected his opponent, shouting at the stone axe goblin, "Come and have a fight." "Yes, I'm talking about you." With that, he charged in fiercely. The stone axe goblin, not one to back down, howled loudly and rushed towards Salted Fish Chew. Neither side was willing to yield, just as Salted Fish Chew was about to engage the Stone Axe Goblin in a direct confrontation. In that moment of utmost tension, he suddenly vanished from sight. Eye in the air, only a fading cancellation summoning circle remained. The Stone Axe Goblin dashed through the remnants of the summoning circle, its steps slowing, confusion filling its gaze. At that moment, Li Qingyu had already begun to grapple with the Stone Sword Goblin. She focused on conserving her stamina, retreating while engaging, keeping a vigilant eye on the situation involving Salted Fish Chew. Upon seeing him suddenly disappear, she couldn't help but wonder. Is this an illusion? No wonder oceanic creatures appeared in the forest. Now, there would be no reinforcements. Her heart sank slowly to the depths. Meanwhile, Lin Gui was hiding in a tree, astonished that he could understand Salted Fish Chew's babble. He then witnessed the forceful cancellation of Salted Fish Chew's summoning. What about my big salted fish? He quickly checked the virtual machine. Detected Salted General Su Chu. Distance from the host exceeds 25 meters. Automatic cancellation of summoning. Can be resummoned after 1 minute. There's a summoning range too. Lin Gui was dumbfounded. He had never let Salted Fish Chew stray too far from him. Only now realizing this limitation. The battleground where Li Qingyu fought the goblin was a full 30 meters from the forest's edge. And because of Salted Fish Chew's disappearance, Li Qingyu no longer approached that direction. This meant Lin Gui would have to leave the forest to assist her. The longbow goblin was still searching for his trace. He could not afford to take risks and had to conceal himself well. Thus, Lin Gui shouted again, "You're too far away, come a bit closer." On the battlefield, Li Qingyu continued to maneuver against the Stone Sword Goblin. She was prepared to expend nearly half her stamina to claim the life of this goblin. The Stone Sword Goblin, oblivious to the ominous sign of its impending doom, was infuriated by the elusive female human before it. No matter how it swung, it could not land a blow. Just as Li Qingyu was about to make her desperate move, she heard the voice echoing from the forest once more. Get closer to the forest? Is this a signal to flee? But there isn't enough time, she thought. These goblins were not adept at pursuit and lacked canines trained for tracking. In the tangled jungle, it would be difficult to locate the students unless they delayed long enough. Since rescuing the 7 students, barely 5 minutes had passed. With the students' speed of escape, they would easily fall prey to the pursuing goblins. Only if they could flee for over 10 minutes would they have a greater chance of survival. Ignoring the sound from the forest, Li Qingyu remained steadfast, silently gathering her strength. Suddenly, the sound of an ancient zither shattered the silence like glass breaking. 3 sound blades, even with the constant barrage of sound blades being launched by Meatsai from the rear. The speed of 5 seconds per strike remains lamentably slow. Furthermore, the sound blades can only easily claim the lives of 0-tier goblins when they are caught unawares. It is an entirely different matter when facing 1st-tier goblins. Presently, all the goblins are on high alert against the sound blades, rendering Meatsai's ability to pose a significant threat to them exceedingly difficult at this rate. Once Meatsai's shield is completely depleted, it will be in peril without its iron armor. Retreating to the trees, Lin Gui wore a solemn expression as he pondered a solution. His own strength was insufficient to alter the course of battle. Changing generals? There were no better choices available. Meatsai and Meatsai were already the strongest 2 among the generals. Alternatively, he could flee, having delayed long enough for the students to presumably have escaped. But wait, why had he come to this battlefield in the first place? He realized his oversight. Li Qingyu. Where had she run off to? Relying on his height advantage, Lin Gui searched the battlefield for the girl's figure. Soon, he spotted a familiar scene that a young girl was crawling on the ground, stealthily approaching the longbow goblin that was preparing to unleash an arrow from behind. Wasn't this my ambush tactic? When did she learn it? On the battlefield, upon the appearance of Meatsai, Li Qingyu was astonished to find that all the goblins had shifted their attention from her to Meatsai. Whether it was due to its peculiar appearance, its bizarre sounds, or the fishy odor it emitted, it had effectively drawn their focus akin to a taunt. Li Qingyu silently assessed her stamina at its most. She could barely manage to slay 1 weaker 1st-tier goblin, or around 4 ordinary goblins. 5 was out of the question. Under absolute control, she was acutely aware of her stamina. Even 1 additional goblin would be beyond her capacity to defeat. Even if she were to join the fray, amidst such chaos, her impact would be minimal. Observing from the sidelines, she noted that the longbow goblin posed the greatest threat to Meatsai. Thus, she decisively resolved to eliminate this threat first. Now, Li Qingyu lay in ambush just behind the longbow goblin, less than 5 meters away. Oblivious to her presence, the longbow goblin was still seeking the perfect angle to shoot Micah as it drew back its bowstring. Poised to release, Li Qingyu's gaze sharpened. It was time. She sprang up, adjusting her position mid-leap. In less than a second, she had lunged behind the longbow goblin. That moment, the arrow released by the longbow goblin just depleted Meat-Size's final shield. The spent arrow merely grazed Meat-Size's skin before dropping to the ground. Satisfied, the goblin nodded, preparing to unleash its next arrow, determined to ensure that this fish-like creature could no longer be so brazen as to shout and scream before the camp. If not for the chief and the shaman being otherwise occupied, leaving only a few of their kin behind, it would have already turned this fish into a roasted delicacy. Wait, was there some movement behind me? It sensed danger, but alas, it was too late. That a flash of sword light severed the goblin's head from its body. As the severed head spun through the air, it finally completed its turn to face the panting girl behind it. The longbow goblin was left with one final question. When did she sneak up on me? And how come the others didn't? It is all a misunderstanding, so let us not dwell on it. By the way, do you remember me? My name is Lin Gui, and I was positioned ahead of you during the simulation awakening on Saturday. Lin Gui hastily shifted the topic to ease the tension. The girl shook her head in confusion. Lin Gui could not help but feel a tinge of frustration. The two individuals he encountered during the simulation awakening, one named by Yuqin and the other Li Qingyu, had no recollection of him. Could it be that his charming visage, which had always been his advantage, had lost its efficacy? With a hint of narcissism, Lin Gui stroked his chin. Lin Gui, let go of those trivial matters. Li Qingyu seemed to recall something and spoke urgently. The group of students we rescued were not the first batch captured. At least nearly 100 students have been taken to the goblin camp. We must find a way to rescue them. Calm down, Lin Gui reassured her. Such a vast goblin camp cannot be breached by just the two of us. That I arrived here quite early and saw the goblin leader taking most of the troops in 2 different directions. We have also slain several first-tier goblins stationed there, so no more than 5 should remain. Now is the camp's most vulnerable moment. If we miss this opportunity, we will never be able to rescue them. Li Qingyu's tone was almost pleading, hoping Lin Gui would accompany her. She understood that relying solely on her strength, even if fully replenished, would be far from sufficient. As the progression of Xinyu Chu and Xinyu Kai continued, Lin Gui successfully overcame the 40th level, advancing toward the 50th. He had also amassed a considerable number of treasure chests, awaiting the opportune moment to unlock them in hopes of acquiring new Xian generals. He endeavored to elevate the levels of his existing generals and enhance their equipment. This was not only crucial for map exploration, but also significantly influenced the combat prowess of the generals in the summoning mode, making it an aspect that could not be overlooked. At this juncture, Lin Gui realized something he had consistently neglected, causing a cold sweat to trickle down his brow. The summoning mode had a time limitation. While he had always been aware of this, he had never paid it any heed, as it was inconceivable for him to sustain such prolonged summoning without sufficient power. However, through the strategy of nurturing through battle, the situation had shifted. Lin Gui elevated the level of the main character, a Xian, to 120, which allowed him to summon a general for 120 minutes. He often summoned 2 generals simultaneously, doubling the time expenditure. Amidst a series of fierce battles, the remaining summoning time dwindled to over 80 minutes, barely sufficient for 2 generals to fight for 40 minutes, although time was still ample. If Lin Gui continued summoning at this rate, the summoning time would soon be exhausted. When he confronted goblins again, he would find himself unable to summon generals, plunging into peril. Lin Gui silently reminded himself to preserve some summoning time for self-preservation. His power had reached 110 hours, a figure that provided a sense of reassurance. In the battle with the stone axe and longbow goblins, he initially gained little power due to the prolonged delay. However, while clearing the battlefield later, he discovered that Li Qingyu's shot from her broken bow had not slain a first-tier goblin, but had left it with a breath of life. Lin Gui decisively finished it off, gaining a small profit in power. With power exceeding 100 hours, it was sufficient to unlock a new minigame. Unfortunately, he had to retain ample power for summoning generals. Lin Gui averted his gaze from the virtual machine screen to suppress his restless emotions. He looked toward the raucous goblins. How dull it was. He wondered if Li Qingyu had succeeded. Suddenly, The goblins ceased their taunts that a portion of them, including the knife and shield goblins, vanished from the camp walls, leaving fewer than half to stand guard. Upon witnessing this scene, a smile graced Lin Gui's face that he knew the time had come. Summon, Xian General Zhang Xingzai Xin Yu Kai, wielding a knife and shield, emerged from the summoning array with an air of elegance, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my lord, with me by your side, the enemy shall advance not an inch, for even the mightiest bows and crossbows will prove futile." Thus far, Xin Yu Kai had only appeared twice, once merely to show herself, and the other time to block an arrow before being recalled, making her role minimal and leaving her rather displeased. Seizing this opportunity, she quickly uttered a few lines. Lin Gui's smile faded. "Do not speak foolishly. If there are strong bows and crossbows, I'll be the first to flee." He genuinely feared that Xin Yu Kai might possess a touch of bad luck, but fortunately, the goblins atop the walls made no further moves. Lin Gui regrouped, pointing toward the goblin camp. "Charge the camp with me." The words Chapter 40, "Break the Gate" rang out with conviction, filled with vigor. In truth, it was just Lin Gui and Xin Yu Kai charging the camp together. Wooden arrows rained down from the camp walls. Lin Gui closely followed Xin Yu Kai, dodging the arrows' attacks, as the height of the generals was only around 1.5 meters, to avoid being struck by the wooden arrows. He had to bend low, advancing in a rather uncomfortable posture. Xin Yu Kai held her shield high, following Lin Gui into the camp, the wooden arrows striking her shield and armor, inflicting minimal damage with each step forward. The camp gate loomed closer, less than 10 meters away. Just then, countless stones cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Goblins without wooden bows had long prepared a multitude of stones to hurl, while others held slingshots, waiting for Lin Gui to draw nearer. Ouch! The stones collided mid-air, their trajectories errata. The salted fish general wielded his great sword with such finesse that it was impenetrable. Even when struck, he felt no pain. Yet when he lightly grazed an enemy, the wounds would bleed profusely, inflicting greater harm. Their coordination was impeccable, and with the combined strength of two fish, they managed to drive back dozens of goblins relentlessly. Once Lin Gui summoned the salted fish generals, he seized the opportunity to slip away from the camp wall while the goblins were distracted by them. But a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Direct confrontation was not his style. During the chaos of the camp, Lin Gui had no choice, but now he merely wished to hide and fish in peace. Suddenly, he sensed movement above, instinctively leaping forward. Crack! A dark shadow grazed his clothing, crashing onto the ground behind him, sending dust flying. It was a black leather whip. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Gui's face, but a strike from that whip would likely rip his very soul from his body. The whip-wielding goblin leapt down from the camp wall, mumbling in an unintelligible tongue, the whip in its hand writhing with anticipation. Lin Gui felt as if he could understand its inquiry. "Where are you going?" To cancel the summoning, the salted fish generals needed to remain unscathed for over 5 seconds. Yet the two generals were currently besieged, under constant attack, rendering such a condition impossible. This meant Lin Gui could not utilize the process of canceling and resummoning to swiftly protect the generals. Surrounded by nearly 100 goblins, the general's cries fell on deaf ears. Attempting to circumvent the goblins and join them was out of the question, with the whip-wielding goblin blocking his path. These were first-tier goblins. While the salted fish generals could easily handle one-on-one combat, they were an insurmountable force for Lin Gui. His only option was to turn and flee. Run. As long as he could escape 25 meters. The salted fish generals would be forcibly cancelled, allowing him to summon others. Cackling, the whip-wielding goblin chased after him, brandishing its whip. Lin Gui did not wish to partake in this whip play. It could truly be fatal. Filled with despair and fury, he fled for his life. Chapter 41. Forged hero here. Lin Gui evaded to the left, guided by the faint glimmer of white light. His waist twisted left under an inexplicable force. Nearly losing his balance, was a corrective action. Crack! The air erupted as the whip sliced through, narrowly missing Lin Gui's waist. Hissed, the fiery pain surged through him, in less than 10 meters of escape. He bore 4 or 5 lash marks on his body. Cackling, the whip-wielding goblin continued its pursuit. Despite having already caught up to Lin Gui, it relished in taunting him with the whip, akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Another lash came sweeping toward him. Following the white light's guidance once more, Lin Gui moved, but this time, his stride was too large, aggravating his wounds. His movements faltered, cracked, a sharp sound rang out as the whip struck his calf, tearing away a piece of skin and exposing raw flesh that he cried out in pain, collapsing onto the grass. Nearly brought to tears, Tio think that prior to his crossing, the most excruciating moment he had ever experienced was merely stubbing his big toe against a table leg. Now, having a chunk of flesh torn away by a whip, if not for the adrenaline coursing through him, he would have been writhing in agony at this rate. Lin Gui seized the opportunity, grimacing in pain as he gripped the whip with his injured left hand, while his right hand firmly clutched the axe, poised for action. Channeling all his strength, he swung downwards. Lacking finesse, he resolved to rely on sheer brute force to achieve the miraculous. A glimmer of cold light flashed. The long whip goblin was suddenly spattered with blood, its eyes wide with disbelief as it collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. Yet, even in its demise, it did not relinquish its hold on the whip. Taking advantage of its weakness, Lin Gui would not commit the same error. He raised the axe high, aiming for the creature's neck. Reminiscent of a humble youth chopping firewood in the fields, the long whip goblin had nowhere to evade and, in a moment of desperation, raised both hands to block the strike with the whip. The sharp axe struck the leather whip, severing nearly half of it, narrowly deflecting the blow. Gritting his teeth, Lin Gui pressed all his weight down. The whip was gradually cut through, and the long whip goblin's eyes widened in terror as it uttered pleas for mercy. With the whip severed, its head fell. Lin Gui, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, his hair reverting to black, wincing in pain. Nevertheless, he spat contemptuously at the goblin's corpse. He-to-way. Even a lion exerts full force when catching a rabbit. What pretense are you putting on? Chapter 42. Total domination upon entering the goblin encampment. A nauseating stench assaulted the senses that as far as the eye could see, there lay discarded refuse, remnants of wild fruits and bones, decaying wood swarming with insects, murky black water pooling on the ground, and excrement piled in every visible corner. The sounds of goblin cries echoed from the large tent at the center of the camp. That a few young goblins played in the dirt until frantic mother goblins snatched them up. Delivering a few sharp slaps before dragging them back to their wooden hut, they huddled inside, trembling, praying to the goblin god for their warrior's victory. Before the goblin tent, Li Qingyu stood, blood trickling down her forehead, sword in hand, amidst the corpses of a dozen goblins, one of which was particularly well-equipped and conspicuous, having long since closed off her sense of smell due to the camp's foul odor. She remained oblivious to the pervasive scent of blood. After a prolonged watch, no new goblins emerged from the tent, and no fresh enemies appeared. Li Qingyu flexed her slightly sore right arm from excessive swordplay. Wiping the blood from her brow, the last remnants of defense within the tent should be these. Rather than hastily exploring the tent, she circumnavigated to the rear. Here stood a row of wooden cages, containing over 100 captured students, crammed into the confined space like livestock, their spirits utterly drained, devoid of any will to live. One student sensed a figure approaching. He kept his head down, too weary to lift it. Surely it was another goblin, but what did they want this time? Were there new captives? Were they to drag a few away for humiliation, or were they simply hungry? These were the only possibilities. At that moment, a nearby student suddenly gasped in a hushed tone, filled with hope. "Look, is that a human?" Upon seeing Li Qingyu, many students wept tears of joy, as if they had glimpsed their savior. "I know her. Her name is Li Qingyu, the student who awakened an exceptional talent. Hurry, let us out. We are saved." The suppressed voices brimmed with excitement. The students, unaware that Li Qingyu had forcefully infiltrated the camp, believed she had stealthily entered to rescue them, afraid to raise their voices and attract the goblin guards. They were smeared with mud and filth, most bearing untreated wounds, some barely clothed, having suffered violations. Both male and female. In this regard, goblins exhibited a certain gender equality. With a swift stroke of her stone sword, the cages swung open one by one. All the students surged forward to escape their confinement, greedily inhaling the air of freedom. Elida, how did you manage to get in here? What can we do to help you escape? One student inquired. Li Qingyu replied, her expression impassive. This place is relatively safe for now. The station goblins have all been slain by me. What? The students struggled to believe her. Li Qingyu had only just awakened and had not even trained her spiritual energy. It seemed impossible. Only upon witnessing the goblin corpses before the tent did they finally accept her words. One student eagerly exclaimed, "Sister, you are amazing. Let's leave this place." "Indeed, I cannot bear to stay here any longer." Another chimed in that I have no time to lead you out. You can either follow me to slay goblins or find your own way to escape. Li Qingyu was resolute against their suggestions that I will accompany you to slay goblins. Some students displayed eyes full of righteous fury to know. You are already considered extraordinary. You must prioritize the safety of us ordinary folk and escort us to safety. Others, still unsatisfied, sought more. She is not your mother. It is a miracle she can save you. Why should she protect you? Before Li Qingyu could respond, those words were swiftly countered by other students. Li Qingyu paid no mind to their bickering and called out, "Who among you is Zhang Yu?" Lin Gui had informed her that if she suffered excessive fatigue, she could seek the help of the top-tier talent, Zhang Yu. I am. Zhang Yu stepped forward from the crowd. "Lin Gui asked me to find you. He said your talent could help me quickly regain my strength." Li Qingyu approached and spoke softly to individuals with exceptional talents. Most of them kept their abilities confidential. After all, not all humans were united. Many spies and traitors from other races lurked among them. They would relay information about human geniuses' talents to their respective races to strategize on the battlefield. And those with special or strategic talents could be assassinated based on their threat level. Only a select few of humanity's finest could learn of everyone's talents. Lin Gui understood the strategic significance of the Shield of Light and, therefore, did not disclose the full extent of Zhang Yu's talent. Merely hinting that it could restore stamina quickly, Li Qingyu was aware of the situation and kept it discreet. "Lin Gui? Where is he? Is he safe?" Upon hearing the name, Zhang Yu asked anxiously to Li Qingyu sighed, exasperated. It was truly the hallmark of a good brother. The moment Lin Gui learned that Zhang Yu had been captured, he immediately decided to assault the goblin camp. And Zhang Yu's first thought, even while still in danger, was Lin Gui's safety. "That I cannot say for certain, but if you do not hurry, he will surely be in danger," she replied coolly. Zhang Yu ceased further inquiries. Exerting all his strength as he silently intoned, "Shield of Light," that a golden radiance enveloped Li Qingyu in an instant. She was bathed in a sacred and gentle light, her entire being seemingly adorned with a golden sheen. Each strand of hair shimmering with brilliance, reminiscent of the dawn's sun, starkly contrasting with the surrounding bloody and filthy environment that in that moment, Li Qingyu appeared as if she were a divine being, evoking awe in those who beheld her. "Look, Li Qingyu is indeed the angel sent by the heavens to save us." Some students, witnessing this spectacle, even prostrated themselves in worship, only to be hastily stopped by her. That Lin Gui, if I am to use this, he should clarify the effects a bit more. She felt a twinge of frustration as she sensed the aura of the Shield of Light enveloping her. Under the effect of absolute control, she distinctly felt a shimmering membrane forming on her body, reducing the impact of external forces, while all her physical attributes surged by approximately 50%, swiftly alleviating the aches and fatigue from her rigorous exertions. As for the restoration of stamina, it was merely a trivial side effect of the shield's terrifying capabilities. If she could utilize this talent during combat, she would even feel confident facing a second-tier goblin. But now, it felt wasted. Zhang Yu, having exhausted his stamina, collapsed to the ground. Clearly unable to release another spell, Li Qingyu assisted Zhang Yu and entrusted him to two robust boys. "Take care of him, I beg you." The two boys, filled with excitement, assured her, "Yes, sisterly, we will ensure the task is completed." They understood that the light surrounding her was cast by Zhang Yu, recognizing him as a figure of great importance. And they were determined to protect him. At this moment, the students had divided into three factions, one advocating for escape, consisting of only a dozen individuals, another wishing to follow Li Qingyu for vengeance, and the last group, severely injured, unable to move. Li Qingyu, will you truly abandon us? Do you have no conscience? The escape faction attempted to voice their concerns, only to be rebuffed by the vengeful faction. "Do you not wish to leave? Hurry. If you delay any longer, other goblins will arrive." The escape faction, hearing this, swallowed their words and fled in haste. The vengeance seekers collected weapons from the goblin corpses, while those lacking arms picked up sticks and stones from the ground. Awaiting Li Qingyu's orders, Li Qingyu cast a glance, not expecting much assistance from them as long as they could distract the goblins. Allowing her to pick them off one by one, it would suffice. Their coming to Li Qingyu's gaze shifted to the end of the road. Her enhanced hearing allowed her to keenly detect the sounds of a large group of goblins approaching. The strategy Li Qingyu had discussed with Lin Gui was straightforward, an enhanced version of the bait tactic. Lin Gui would draw their attention at the forefront while she stealthily infiltrated the camp to rescue the captured students. Subsequently, she created a certain commotion to attract the goblins on the camp wall. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Gui launched a frontal assault, exterminating a portion of the goblins if his stamina were to deplete excessively during this process. He would seek out Zhang Yu to recuperate. Eventually, both sides formed a pincer movement, sweeping away all the goblins in a single sweep. However, at this moment, Li Qingyu gripped her sword tightly, feeling the continuous flow of power from the shield of light surging into her body. She intended to single-handedly vanquish all these goblins. Chapter 43. Healing the battle at the camp entrance, as anticipated, concluded with the Xian brothers achieving a resounding victory. Having slain nearly 50 goblins, Lin Gui also successfully retaliated against the whip-wielding goblin, reaping substantial rewards. Even after accounting for the 100 hours required to activate the second minigame, the 1,000 forged heroes, and the fact that the duration of his possessed state necessitated a 100-fold increase in energy expenditure, Lin Gui's energy levels had not diminished, but rather increased. Reaching 120 hours, he was drawing ever closer to his weekly energy target. After the battle, Lin Gui summoned Xian Yu Zhao to heal his wounds, which resulted in only a terrifying scar remaining on his left hand. He hurriedly made his way toward the center of the camp, though he regrettably arrived a moment too late. The battle had already ended. Li Qingyu sat gracefully on a clean wooden chair, exuding an air of leisure and composure, showing no signs of having endured several brutal encounters that a group of students was engaged in the task of clearing the battlefield. Under her watchful gaze, the students worked without complaint, rummaging through the corpses for potentially useful items. They occasionally glanced at Li Qingyu, their eyes reflecting awe and admiration. The once mighty axe and shield goblin now lay battered, its body riddled with wounds, a fatal injury to its chest, and its head tilted toward the sky, its vacant eyes still reflecting confusion. It could not comprehend how this female human, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations, possessed such formidable strength. Lin Gui surveyed the numerous goblin corpses scattered around, feeling a pang of sorrow. Such a waste. These were all living sources of energy, no lives. Upon noticing Lin Gui's arrival, Li Qingyu waved at him. "You have finally come. How did you manage to arrive so swiftly?" Lin Gui, puzzled, replied. "Did you have Zhang Yu utilize the shield of light?" "Of course," Li Qingyu responded, her irritation evident. "The shield of light is so effective. Yet you only informed me about its stamina recovery capabilities now. If those goblins had arrived a moment later, I would have wasted this trump card." Lin Gui attempted to brush it off. "I wasn't fully aware of its specific effects until now. I haven't even mentioned what effects it has." Li Qingyu rolled her eyes. "Ah, my dear brother Zhang Yu. Where is he? I've missed him dearly." Lin Gui hastily shifted the topic. "Over there." Li Qingyu pointed toward the goblin tent and added, "If your summoned creature has any surplus strength, perhaps it could assist in healing the injured." There were no suitable resting places nearby. After a thorough search by the students, it was confirmed that no goblins remained inside the tent, so they gathered the injured there, including the exhausted Zhang Yu. "All right, I'll go take a look," Lin Gui said as he headed toward the tent. The flaps of the tent were wide open, and as he stepped inside, he nearly retched. A nauseating stench, combined with the odor of unwashed bodies from years past, assaulted him, mingled with a peculiar wooden scent that further provoked his nausea. The grotesque odor seemed almost tangible. Lin Gui quickly exited the tent. Just inhaling a single breath made him feel as if his lungs were tainted in comparison to the scent inside the tent. The air in the camp felt remarkably fresh and pleasant. Just then, a girl emerged from the tent, and Lin Gui stopped her to inquire, "How can you endure such a repugnant odor inside the tent?" "It can't be good for the injured." The girl offered a wry smile. "It's unfortunate, but there's no other place in the camp suitable for the injured. As for the smell, if you endure it a bit longer, you'll become accustomed to it." Lin Gui fell silent and held his breath as he re-entered the tent. Though the odor was indeed unbearable, the place was relatively clean and tidy. He could not ascertain the source of the stench. Dozens of injured students lay on the ground, moaning in agony. The situation had arisen suddenly. The students had been in the awakening hall and were utterly unprepared, unable to bring any medical supplies. Their wounds had become inflamed and infected in the harsh environment. Inside the tent were various jars of herbs, Fortunately, among the captured students was a girl named Cui Lingqian, a descendant of a medical family, who managed to identify 2 herbs suitable for treating external injuries. 7 or 8 students with some medical knowledge voluntarily took on the role of caretakers. They first attempted to treat the wounds simply, applying herbs to staunch the bleeding and then using clothing for rudimentary bandaging. They exerted their utmost efforts, yet several injured individuals were on the brink of death, their survival hanging by a thread. An endless fury rose within Lin Gui. He wished he could resurrect those goblins just to slay them again. Summon Xian Yu Zhao. He quickly issued the command. Quickly use the elixir. Prioritize saving those in the most critical condition. Xian Yu Zhao emerged from the magic circle, showering the area with droplets of the elixir. What a monster! Where did this strange beast come from? I've never seen anything like it in textbooks. The water droplets were aimed at the injured. Everyone, hurry and stop it. The sudden appearance of Xian Yu Zhao caused a stir among the students. Caretakers and some less severely injured students cautiously drew their weapons, encircling Xian Yu Zhao. Sisterly, their SA monster, a girl swiftly dashed outside to summon help. Lin Gui realized he had acted too hastily, causing the students to misunderstand, and quickly clarified, "Everyone, do not worry. This is my summoned creature, endowed with healing abilities that I have instructed it to provide some basic treatment for everyone." The students remained skeptical. "Look, the wounds are healing," exclaimed one of the caretakers, astonished as they observed the injured individual whose legs had been violently torn off by the goblins, having lost a significant amount of blood and with no timely assistance. He had been hanging by a thread. Now, the bleeding from his leg had ceased, and his breathing had become slightly steadier. "Mine is improving too," another caretaker noted as the elixir continued to be dispensed. The conditions of some near-death patients gradually stabilized at that moment. Li Qingyu entered from outside the tent, and, upon seeing Lin Gui, displayed a knowing expression. "You should have informed us before summoning. Look at how frightened Lingqian is." Lin Gui felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "I was just too anxious. Next time I will make sure to announce it." Seeing that Li Qingyu and Lin Gui were acquainted, and that the injured were indeed recovering, the students gradually relaxed their vigilance towards Xian Yu Zhao and returned to their tasks. Li Qingyu pulled the girl named Cui Lingqian aside, saying, "She is Cui Lingqian, the most knowledgeable about medicine among us. Let her take your summoned creature to treat the injured." The descendant of a medical family clutched Li Qingyu's hand tightly, still somewhat fearful of the oddly shaped Xian Yu Zhao. "No problem. I am counting on you." Lin Gui instructed Xian Yu Zhao to follow Cui Lingqian. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals. Observing that Cui Lingqian hesitated to approach, Lin Gui promptly urged Xian Yu Zhao to demonstrate its abilities. The elixir fell upon a severely injured individual, and the festering wound began to heal slightly. After witnessing the effects of the elixir, Cui Lingqian cast aside her fear and eagerly pulled Xian Yu Zhao to find the most critically injured patients. Lin Gui was not idle either. Li Qingyu led him to Zhang Yu. "Your friend is here." Zhang Yu appeared pale, as if all his vitality had been drained. Upon seeing Lin Gui, he managed to force a smile. Lin Gui exclaimed in shock, "What happened to you? You look utterly drained. This awakening is brutal. It's nearly drained you dry. Please take care not to overexert yourself," Zhang Yu replied, laughing despite his condition. "Get lost. Have you successfully awakened?" He gestured towards Xian Yu Zhao, which was busy healing the injured. Zhang Yu had always believed that Lin Gui had some confidence to participate in the awakening, but he never anticipated Lin Gui would dare to awaken alone. The risks associated with the awakening process made him feel a wave of relief. Thankfully, Lin Gui had succeeded. Lin Gui responded with pride. "Of course, I possess a rare summoning talent that rivals yours." Then, he added, "By the way, my summoned creature can also restore stamina. Allow it to aid you a bit, and you'll feel revitalized." As he spoke, Lin Gui prepared to summon Xian Yu Zhao to his side. "No need." Zhang Yu quickly interjected, "I'm merely a bit fatigued. It's nothing serious. Let us prioritize assisting these injured individuals." Lin Gui hesitated. "But," Zhang Yu insisted, "it's fine. I want to be able to use the Shield of Light again in a short time, so it won't be of much use. Your summoning ability cannot come without cost. Right? Maintaining the summoned creature must consume your stamina." That a hint of concern flitted across his eyes. According to common logic, students who had just awakened lacked energy and could only forcibly activate their talents by expending stamina. The stronger the talent, the more stamina was consumed. For instance, Zhang Yu had nearly fainted after using the Shield of Light just once. Thus, his apprehensions were not unfounded. But what was Lin Gui? He was an anomaly. He could not be judged by ordinary standards. Chapter 44. Sweep, however. To be fair, Lin Gui's summoning was not without its costs. What he expended was not his own stamina, but rather that of the summoned creatures. And he also had to consume energy to maintain them, though the limitations were significantly less compared to normal talent users. Lin Gui checked Xian Yuzhao's stamina level .30. Under Cui Lingqian's guidance, Xian Yuzhao treated the injured based on the severity of their wounds, continuously dispensing elixir while its stamina steadily declined. Cui Lingqian understood that this peculiar summoned creature could not exist indefinitely. Once the patient stabilized, they would shift their focus to the next one, sparing not a single drop of elixir. Even so, numerous wounded individuals still await treatment. Even if Xian Yuzhao exhausts all his stamina, he can only stabilize the most critically injured among them, leaving the rest to fate. Observing Zhang Yu's resolute gaze, Lin Gui deliberated extensively, but ultimately acquiesced to his counsel and refrained from restoring his stamina. Before long, Xian Yuzhao's stamina dwindled to a mere 3, prompting Lin Gui to cancel the summoning. With such scant stamina, little could be accomplished. Should Xian Yuzhao's stamina be fully depleted, the summoning would be forcibly terminated, resulting in complications during a crisis. Where has that summoned creature gone? There are still wounded here, Cui Lingqian inquired, perplexed at Xian Yuzhao's disappearance. Lin Gui feigned exhaustion, stating, "My abilities have been pushed to their limits." "I apologize. It's all right," Cui Lingqian quickly reassured him. "You have saved many. Do not be too hard on yourself. Indeed, without you, I would have been left to await my demise," expressed a severely injured soldier who had lost both legs. Gratitude evident in his tone. "Thank you so much. It is all thanks to you." The tent resonated with a chorus of thanks. Lin Gui, touched, nodded appreciatively, yearning to do more for the wounded. "I have amassed quite a few treasure chests in my Lord of Xinyu. Perhaps I should open them now in hopes of drawing another healing-type general." After much contemplation, Lin Gui settled on this singular approach. Acting swiftly, he summoned the virtual machine, silently praying, "Yu Huang Dadi, Taishang Laojun. Buddha Relai. I beseech whichever great being hears me to grant me a healing-type general." Gritting his teeth, he opened all the treasure chests. The single-eyed chest trembled violently as it opened, releasing a brilliant white light. Ignoring the coins and a variety of in-game resources, he was indeed fortunate to draw 2 generals. Lin Gui's heart soared. Did the deities intervene? However, upon checking, the elation on his face swiftly faded. Both were purple-tier generals, Pan Feng and Xing Daro. These 2 were purely melee attackers, brutishly charging forward. They had indeed intervened, but not to their full extent. Lin Gui harbored strong suspicions that the game had adjusted the probabilities. It was implausible to draw 9 purple generals without a single orange one. As for the 1,000 forged heroes, he contemplated briefly before discarding the idea. Having never played this game before his transmigration, he was unaware of the existence or acquisition difficulty of healing-type heroes. Currently, most of the students' conditions were stable. They would not perish imminently, and Lin Gui merely wished to alleviate their suffering. There was no need to squander unpredictable time on a new game. With the goblin army potentially returning at any moment, Lin Gui had more pressing matters to attend to. Maintaining his fatigued demeanor, he bid farewell to Zhang Yu and exited the tent. During this time, Li Qingyu and her team had scouted the nearby wooden houses, ensuring no threats lurked in the vicinity. Out of concern for the wounded, she refrained from thoroughly searching the entire camp, instead opting to remain stationed before the tent. Upon seeing Lin Gui emerge, seemingly unprepared to guard the area, she took the initiative to ask, "What are your plans next?" Lin Gui gazed into the distance, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. "Staying in the camp is far too perilous. We must relocate everyone to a safer location." "I share the same sentiment," Li Qingyu readily concurred. "Previously, many were too grievously injured to be moved, but now that you have treated them, it is no longer an issue. Then please make arrangements to evacuate everyone." Lin Gui instructed. Li Qingyu, puzzled, asked, "And what about you?" Lin Gui surveyed the various wooden houses and tents within the camp. "The stronghold has been secured. It is reasonable for me to conduct a routine sweep." The timid goblin felt remarkably fortunate. Li Qingyu eliminated the guarding goblins outside and freed the students trapped in wooden cages. It had hidden beneath the throne in the central goblin tent, too terrified to make a sound. Perhaps the light was too dim, combined with the students' unfamiliarity with the items within the tent. No one inspected the throne during their search. Thus, the timid goblin narrowly escaped disaster. Time passed, and upon noticing the students constructing makeshift stretchers from grass ropes and wooden sticks to transport the severely injured, the timid goblin recognized its opportunity. Once all had departed, it dared not exit through the front, but instead crawled out from a gap in the corner of the tent. Its decision proved astute. Shortly after its escape, the tent erupted into roaring flames. Had it remained inside, the only outcome would have been to be reduced to charred remains. Feeling a surge of relief, the timid goblin concealed itself and made its way toward the forest. It nervously ducked into a nearby stagnant ditch. The seemingly frail youth ambled by. The timid goblin peered out, and, seeing no others around, felt emboldened. Driven by fear, it pondered that venturing alone to find the shaman and chieftain would result in punishment or even execution for failing to guard the camp. Capturing a human instead could serve as proof that it had not been idle. Grasping a stick, it stealthily approached. Half an hour later, Lin Gui, beaming with satisfaction, knocked on a wooden house. He had raided dozens of them, reaping substantial rewards, and his smile was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. The remaining goblins scattered throughout the camp were paralyzed with fear, unwilling to confront humans. This made Lin Gui's task considerably easier. "Hello, is anyone home?" Though his tone was warm and inviting, to the goblins, it resonated like the whisper of death. Inside, two female goblins huddled together in fear, their eyes fixed on the door, tightly clutching 5 children. They feared the children might make noise, pressing their hands over their mouths. But with only 4 hands, one child's mouth remained uncovered. Ingeniously, one of the female goblins used her foot to silence the child. Ignoring the child's near fainting from the suffocation, this method proved effective enough to stifle any sound. In 01. "Then I shall enter." Lin Gui kicked open the door, disregarding the modest furnishings within, and immediately noticed the female goblin's peculiar method of silencing the child. His brow furrowed deeply, as if he had witnessed a heinous crime, anger flashing in his eyes. "How dare you abuse a child and restrict their freedom? Do you realize this violates the laws of the Dragon Kingdom?" The interface on the virtual machine swiftly navigated to Thousand Forged Heroes, Possession Mode. Though he had yet to play the game, Lin Gui had become quite adept at this mode. Possession, white-haired Jack. His hair gradually turned white. A tattered red scarf fluttering in the wind, and a lumberjack's axe appeared in his hands. "You goblins consistently disregard the law. Allow me to deliver your punishment." Ignoring the goblin's desperate pleas, the axe fell mercilessly, as if cleaving merely lifeless wood. When the female goblins realized Lin Gui showed no intention of sparing them, they released the children to flee, charging forward in a futile attempt to stop him. The axe descended, and a head fell. Lin Gui sighed. Maternal love, regardless of race, is profoundly admirable. Unfortunately, the goblin race was steeped in sin, and he must eradicate them to appease the spirits of countless human souls. Seeing their mother slain, the young goblins scattered in terror. Lin Gui felt no mercy. He swung the lumberjack's axe with abandon, ensuring no young goblin could escape his grasp. Before long, 7 goblins lay in an orderly line on the ground, arranged by height. Lin Gui nodded in satisfaction that it was not a matter of obsessive compulsion. A family ought to be arranged neatly as for the children's father. According to goblin customs, numerous male goblins would visit a female goblin's dwelling each night. Engaging in indescribable acts that identify the biological father would likely require DNA testing for each one. Now that would be truly unreasonable. Chapter 45. To be executed. Lin Gui canceled the possession, his hair returning to black, and stretched his limbs. The sensation of personally engaging in combat was markedly different from merely observing the generals in action. He found himself somewhat addicted to the feeling of power that enveloped him during possession. Were it not for the insufficient energy, he would wish to remain in that state indefinitely. That, of course, the possession mode had its imperfections. Any actions taken while possessed would deplete his own stamina. While the fatigue was not felt during the possession, it would inevitably catch up to him once released. Furthermore, a significant drawback of the possession state was the 10-minute cooldown afterward. During this interim, Lin Gui could only rely on the summoned generals to act on his behalf. How splendid it would be to summon at will, Lin Gui mused, glancing at the 200 hours of energy remaining. A frail female goblin could provide 2 hours of energy, comparable to the white corpse rat. The young goblins, depending on their age, offered anywhere from half an hour to just over an hour, the least of which was akin to the small animals in the forest. This was Lin Gui's greatest motivation for his raids. Besides, as long as these goblins remained alive, they posed a safety risk. If he exterminated all the goblins, wouldn't his safety be assured? For the nation and its people, to eliminate security threats and maintain peace and stability, Lin Gui felt it was his duty as the vanguard of security. Next house. The door to this wooden house stood wide open, as if all the goblins had fled. Is anyone home? If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Gui casually wandered about, finding no signs of goblins, and departed. Shortly after he left, intense gasping echoed from within the house. An elderly goblin emerged from beneath the bed, casting a glance toward the door, eyes glinting with hatred. It cautiously crept toward the entrance too as he cautiously peered outside. The elderly goblin froze in place, as though confronted by the legendary Medusa, capable of petrifying all that she beheld. Yet, it was not Medusa that awaited him, but Lin Gui. With a mischievous grin, Lin Gui waved at the old goblin, jesting, "Gotcha, old dang. A little patience goes a long way." When dealing with such goblins, there was no need to exert the salty generals. Lin Gui drew forth a stone knife he had casually picked up. This blade, fashioned by the goblins themselves, was not particularly sharp, yet it would suffice for slicing through flesh. The bluntness of the knife relied solely on brute strength. The elder goblin attempted to flee, but in his frantic movements, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Lin Gui sighed. "Oh, old dang. Tread carefully. Let this be a lesson." With a decisive swing, the elderly goblin lay in a pool of blood. Observing this scene, Lin Gui found himself pondering a profound question. Why does blood always seem to pool precisely beneath the corpse? It was indeed a thought-provoking inquiry, perhaps worthy of consulting the intellectually challenged. Light-heartedly, he lifted the lifeless body with his knife and tossed it into the wooden cabin. The old goblin, eyes wide open in death, stared vacantly at a pile of clutter in the corner. In the eerie stillness of the cabin, a peculiar sound emanated from the heap, strikingly apparent. Soon, the unmistakable sound of frightened sobbing filled the as Lin Gui rummaged through the disordered firewood and debris. He discovered 2 young goblins huddled together, weeping. Moved by compassion, Lin Gui found it unbearable to witness their plight. He reluctantly closed his eyes and ended their brief existence, murmuring, "In your next life, try to hold back your tears." It was impossible to spare the goblins. In this lifetime, they would never be granted mercy. Scanning the layout of the cabin, Lin Gui concluded that no other goblins could possibly be hidden within its confines. Just 3 then? That would have to suffice. Lin Gui exited the cabin, this time without any intention of returning. In the blind spot created by the beams of the roof, a young goblin etched Lin Gui's visage into its memory. Its gaze fixated on the ground. Upon the cold earth lay the still warm bodies of its grandfather and siblings. Tears streamed silently down its cheeks, yet it dared not make a sound. After all, its grandfather would never again smile and stroke its head, calling it a little crybaby. As it wept, the young goblin suddenly sensed something amiss. Why did the beam feel somewhat warm beneath its feet? Outside, summon, salty General Lu Ji. The salty fish Ji cast a fireball toward the wooden cabin. Flames gradually spread, swiftly engulfing the entire structure. Cries of anguish erupted from within. Lin Gui had merely intended to experiment with a fireball. And indeed, there were still stragglers. However, while the method of burning down the wooden cabin was effective, the high density of flammable structures within the goblin camp made it easy for the flames to spiral out of control. It was only due to the cabin's distance from other buildings that Lin Gui dared to test the waters with a fireball. Once Li Qingyu and the others had departed, Lin Gui planned to incinerate the entire camp. He wondered how much energy he would accrue. Monitoring his charging details, he noted a new entry. Killed 0 tier abnormal. Gain 1 hour of energy. This energy was equivalent to 1 young goblin. Lin Gui held little regard for such goblins. Their failure to resist the invaders was a mark of disloyalty. Their indifference towards the death of their elders was a sign of unfilial behavior. Their tears for their fallen kin, which led to their own demise, revealed their injustice. Their refusal to assist in the burial of their deceased kin was a display of inhumanity. Goblins of such disloyalty, unfiliality, injustice, and inhumanity were truly undeserving of life. They must be eliminated. Lin Gui turned towards his next destination. His actions were not merely driven by a sense of malice. At each wooden cabin, he would first scout for any signs of life. If they were too weak, he would personally eliminate them. For those with a certain level of resistance, he would enter a possessed state to familiarize himself with the control of his augmented powers. For stronger foes, he would summon the salty generals to engage. By ensuring absolute certainty, he could conserve energy, hone his skills, and maximize the remaining value of the goblins. This was Lin Gui's philosophy of slaughter. Not far from the wooden cabin stood a tent. The number of tents within the camp was significantly fewer than the wooden cabins, suggesting that only goblins of a certain status were deemed worthy of residing within. However, such goblins were either away with the main forces or had already been slain during the raid. Having inspected 5 tents to no avail, Lin Gui called out as before, "Is anyone there?" To his surprise, he received a response. Ugh, someone is here." It seemed there were still those who had not been rescued. The voice's owner, emboldened enough to call out, indicated that the tent likely harbored no goblins. But for safety's sake, Lin Gui inquired further, "Are there any goblins inside?" "No. Please come save me." The voice from within the tent grew clearer. Upon entering, Lin Gui quickly discovered a female student, her hands and feet bound tightly with grass ropes, leaving red marks on her skin. Upon seeing Lin Gui, her eyes sparkled with delight and excitement. He led her to the open ground outside the tent, using his stone knife to sever the ropes and gently asking, "Are you all right?" The female student, who had feared becoming a goblin's plaything, was astonished to see a fellow human. Unable to contain herself, she embraced Lin Gui and wept loudly, as if trying to expel all the fear and terror she had endured during her captivity. Observing her emotional outburst, Lin Gui allowed her to cling to his arm, offering reassurances that she cried. The girl recounted her harrowing experience. Her name was Liwan, and she had successfully awakened her enhanced perception talent. Feeling elated as she wandered the venue. However, a sudden gust of wind swept her away, and upon awakening, she found herself in Goblin Forest, where she was subsequently captured by a goblin and brought to the goblin camp. The goblin had not turned her over to the priest, but had instead gagged her and bound her, hiding her away in a wooden cabin. She had been unable to take her own life, nor dared to call for help, waiting in despair for an uncertain fate. After a long and hopeless wait, the goblin had returned not long ago. Liwan had feared she would be violated. But the goblin merely brought her to this tent before leaving again. About 10 minutes later, perhaps fate smiled upon her. She heard Lin Gui's voice calling out, "Is anyone there?" He was her savior. Having vented her emotions, Liwan's feelings stabilized somewhat. Noticing that she was still clutching Lin Gui's arm, she dared to glance up at him, her cheeks flushing crimson. Her rescuer was rather handsome. Perhaps she should repay his kindness in kind? Chapter 46. Ambush. Lin Gui remained oblivious to Liwan's fleeting thoughts, instead sharp enough to perceive the gravity of her words. "Wait, you mentioned that goblin left here how long ago?" Liwan, sensing Lin Gui's seriousness, quickly replied, "About 10 minutes ago. My enhanced perception talent also aids my sense of time. I am certain 10 minutes prior, Lin Gui had already commenced his sweep. The goblins could easily deduce his whereabouts, especially since Liwan had been moved to this tent. Thus, only one conclusion remained. This was a trap, and Liwan was merely bait to draw his attention. This was dire. Lin Gui, disregarding all tenderness, forcefully extracted his arm, pushing Liwan into the tent. That a faint rustling sound surrounded them, as if something was moving and brushing against the ground. Countless dark shadows crept closer, concealed by the surrounding wooden cabins. Sensing that Lin Gui had discovered them, the shadows halted their approach. Lying in wait, Liwan, still somewhat bewildered, asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" "Stay quiet and hide," Lin Gui barked. Complying, Liwan sealed her lips but could not suppress her curiosity, peeking through a gap in the tent's fabric to observe outside. Silence enveloped the air. Suddenly, her pupils dilated, fear etched across her face. With a goblin's furious roar, hundreds of goblins surged forth from behind the wooden cabins, encircling Lin Gui. Unlike the regular army he had encountered at the camp's entrance, these goblins were a mix of genders and ages, including one who had lost its left arm, wielding a wooden stick with its right, and bellowing as it charged at Lin Gui. It was evident that there were very few combat-capable goblins left in the camp. The elite had been taken away by the chieftain and priest, while the remaining able-bodied defenders had been thoroughly decimated. The goblins lying in ambush were primarily young and middle-aged, having just returned from hunting and gathering, only to learn of the camp's breach and being pulled into the assault. The rest, the elderly, weak and infirm, had volunteered to join the fray against Lin Gui. Rather than wait idly for their demise, they chose to fight with fervor. If one goblin would not suffice, then 10 would, and if 10 failed, then 100. Their eyes burned with fury as they charged at the demon who had slaughtered their kin. Lin Gui remained unperturbed by the ambush. Upon sensing the trap, he had already perused his summoning list. Momentarily at a loss, with so many salty generals, whom should he summon? As goblins emerged, some even raising bows aimed at him, Lin Gui made a decisive choice. Let us try out the 2 newly acquired salty generals. Summon, Salty General Pan Foam. Summon, Salty General Xing Durong. 2 summoning circles materialized, accompanied by boisterous laughter, as the confident voices intertwined. I have the valiant General Pan Foam, capable of slaying Hua Xiong. The salty fish foam leaped forth, brandishing dual blades and axes, clad in resplendent purple armor. Though I possess the bravery of Zhang Fei and Zhao Yun, I am the provincial General Xing Darong, able to stand against a myriad. The salty fish Rome, broad of stature and wielding a massive axe, advanced with steady strides, exuding the air of a seasoned general. Moreover, the prowess of the 2 illustrious generals seems tailor-made for obliterating the weak. They are exceptionally suited for confronting the frail and the feeble. The skills of Xin Yu Feng include Bloodthirsty Axe. Upon sustaining injury, attacks inflict a bleeding effect and augment one's speed by 30. Capture. Attack power increases by 30. As long as they incur a minor wound at the outset, they can maintain a permanent enhancement of both speed and attack, rendering them utterly dominant against the weak. Xin Yu Rong possesses a similar skill for crushing the weak. Primordial Power inflicts 200 damage to all enemies. The noble area of effect damage brings forth the exhilarating pleasure of mowing down foes. Before the 2 renowned generals can strike a dramatic pose, goblins' wooden arrows and stones are already soaring towards them. Some juvenile goblins, lacking any sense of honor, even resort to throwing refuse collected from the roadside at Lin Gui. The situation is left to their discretion. Lin Gui uttered a single phrase before retreating into the tent. The quality of the leather tent is superb, effectively shielding against the stones and refuse. While the wooden arrows can only penetrate halfway before losing their momentum, hanging limply from the tent's surface. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. Lin Gui silently counted in his mind. The barrage of arrows persisted for 3 rounds before finally ceasing. Goblins typically carry 5 arrows in their quivers, and with only 3 rounds complete, it is far from over. He refrained from acting recklessly, remaining prepared to enter a state of possession at any moment. As time ticked by, the commotion outside the tent gradually diminished. The goblins' roars transformed into panic and fear. There exists a simpler method to ascertain the battle's status. The charging details revealed over 90 messages in quick succession. Lin Gui felt a surge of satisfaction. Now that is what one calls a sweep. Cleaning out one wooden house after another is simply too slow. It was only then that he remembered there was another person in the tent. Li Wan was huddled in a corner, already fraught with terror, her body curled up and trembling, utterly oblivious to the outside situation. Upon seeing Lin Gui, she presumed he had also relinquished resistance, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing. Are we to await our demise here? Lin Gui chuckled softly. It is ill-omened to wait for death. You can wait here for life, anticipating the moment we emerge to join the main force. Surely we shall return safely to the gathering site in the south of the mountain. The main force? Is someone coming to rescue us? Li Wan exclaimed with surprise. Not quite, Lin Gui replied, and at this, her expression dimmed instantaneously. Lin Gui then pulled her to the tent's edge. Take a look for yourself. Li Wan's hands trembled uncontrollably. She feared that lifting the tent flap would reveal the goblins' grotesque visages. The thought of their green skin, cunning and greedy gazes, and jagged yellow teeth made her stomach churn. Lin Gui decisively opened the tent flap for her. A scene drenched in crimson greeted their eyes. Severed limbs and broken arms lay scattered about, the wails of the injured filling the air. A few remaining goblins knelt on the ground, their bodies riddled with arrows yet still standing, drenched in blood like demonic beings, frantically bowing their heads. Upon closer inspection, there were no demons here, merely 2 dim-witted fish. Clearly, The 2 rounds of arrows that had been missing were unleashed upon them. Ugh, this was enough to induce genuine nausea. The striking visual impact of the scene caused Li Wan to double over and retch. Since arriving in the goblin forest, she had not consumed a single drop of water or grain of rice. Her stomach empty, and only bile could be expelled. Ugh, Lin Gui hastily lowered the tent flap. He had not anticipated that these generals, who were at the pinnacle of the 3 kingdoms upon their appearance, would exhibit such brutality. This scene transcended mere slaughter. It was sheer carnage. Heavy footsteps approached, and the 2 generals knelt before the tent, one knee touching the ground in salute. Shen Yufeng proclaimed loudly, "My lord, we have eradicated all the invading traitors. I see. But don't you think this is a touch too brutal?" Lin Gui felt a surge of physical discomfort. Shen Yurong replied, "Did not the Lord command us to unleash our full potential?" These 2 generals, in the realm of the 3 kingdoms, could be deemed pure shockwaves, praised to the skies by their superiors, only to be swiftly struck down. Even after becoming generals, they retained some memories and were aware of the evaluations from later generations, harboring a belly full of rage. Seizing this opportunity, they unleashed their frustrations upon the goblins. "Very well. Let us refrain from such excess in the future. You may return now." Lin Gui dismissed the summons. While he loathed goblins, he would never condone their cruel extermination. A swift end would suffice. I want trembled and asked, "What are those monsters?" Lin Gui reassured her. "They are all my summoned creatures. There is no need for fear." His words did little to dispel Li Wan's dread. Instead, they intensified her terror. The nature of summoned beings is typically influenced by their master, and these 2 summoned creatures reveled in slaughter, displaying extreme savagery, indicating that their benefactor was certainly no benevolent figure. In Li Wan's eyes, the image of her savior gradually overlapped with those 2 monstrous beings. Lin Gui, at a loss, wondered how things had become so dire. He could only say, "I shall escort you to the main force." Li Wan hesitantly nodded, not daring to utter another word, fearing she might provoke Lin Gui's ire. Lin Gui led her, circumventing the bloody battleground, directly towards the goblin headquarters. He was eager to hand over this burdensome companion to Li Qingyu. There were still many goblins awaiting his attention. Just as they reached the halfway point, a hurried student approached. Lin Gui's heart sank, an ominous premonition rising within him. Sure enough, upon seeing Lin Gui, the student immediately exclaimed, "You are Lin Gui. Aren't you? Sister Li instructed me to inform you. Something has happened." Chapter 47. Pursued at the South Mountain gathering site, outside the awakening venue, a stern-looking middle-aged woman extended a finger into the spatial rift. Her gaze was icy, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform, devoid of any wrinkles. Her long hair simply tied back with a headband. Upon her outstretched finger rested an ancient silver-gray ring, emanating a faint blue glow. Shi Yinquan had already departed from the spatial rift. As the leader, he could not remain there indefinitely, leaving Secretary Xiao Wu to provide constant updates on the situation. The stern woman spoke. "This spatial rift leads to an independent pocket dimension, which will gradually close as its stability diminishes over time. With my abilities, I can hasten this process to approximately half an hour. At that time, all students will be expelled, so ensure Shi Yinquan is prepared." "Understood, General He. I will notify Commander Shi immediately," Secretary Xiao Wu promptly said about making arrangements. Ambulances rushed in, startling the throngs of parents and journalists gathered outside the venue. An ambulance has arrived. Could it mean students are emerging? "Oh no, my child must not come to harm. Quickly set up the cameras. This is major news. I must capture the first-hand account." The crowd began to stir, all waiting for the final outcome. Zhang Yu's parents and Lin Gui's father were among the throng. While Lin Gui's mother anxiously awaited news at home with Lin Anan, they clasped their hands tightly, silently praying. "Lin Gui Xiaoyu, you must stay safe, due to the condition of the injured." The speed of the evacuation was excruciatingly slow. They had only just left the camp and entered the forest. Lin Gui learned from a male student about Zhang Yu's disappearance and immediately pursued the evacuation team to find Li Qingyu. "Where is Zhang Yu?" Li Qingyu's voice was laden with guilt. "I don't know. I only just discovered he was missing. This is my fault that in truth, it was not entirely Li Qingyu's fault." After saving these students, they had come to regard her as their anchor, seeking her guidance on every matter, consuming much of her energy. After deciding to evacuate, she promptly arranged for 2 individuals to carry a stretcher to search for Zhang Yu. but he had regained some strength and declined assistance. Unbeknownst to Li Qingyu, by the time she noticed the two students carrying other severely injured individuals, Zhang Yu had already vanished. She needed to ensure the safety of the student group. So she could only send a more astute individual to seek out Lin Gui and inform him of the situation. Oh, you have any leads? Lin Gui pressed, attempting to glean Zhang Yu's whereabouts from any clues. He understood that Li Qingyu had done her utmost in this chaotic evacuation. She had to care for numerous students while remaining vigilant against surrounding dangers. The pressure was immense, and it was exceedingly difficult for her to keep track of everyone. The fact that she had even noticed Zhang Yu's absence was already remarkable. That I'm sorry. Li Qingyu felt her apology was painfully inadequate at that moment. Lin Gui's brow furrowed deeply. This was not a matter that could be resolved through summoning generals to engage in combat. For the first time since awakening his abilities, he felt utterly powerless at that moment. The male student assigned to carry Zhang Yu's stretcher hesitantly spoke, after Zhang Yu declined our help. I think I heard him say he needed to relieve himself. Why didn't you say that sooner? Li Qingyu glared furiously. She had asked all the students if they had seen Zhang Yu, and all had responded in the negative. She had anticipated that someone had concealed the truth. The boy then revealed his thoughts. I was worried that Sister Li Yu would abandon the group to search for Zhang Yu. There are nearly 100 of us here. How could he be more important than all of us combined? Li Qingyu scoffed. Don't you know? Zhang Yu awakened a top-tier advanced talent. From any perspective, he is far more significant than all of you put together. Moreover, I saved you. I am not your mother. Do you expect all 100 of you to rely on just me for protection? The young man's face flickered between shades of blue and white, clearly taken aback by the unexpected proclamation from their supposed savior. Standing there in a daze, the students who had initially rallied behind him now hung their heads in shame. Lin Gui had little interest in delving into the boy's inner turmoil. As soon as he gleaned a lead, he set off to return to the camp. Li Qingyu wished to follow, but he restrained her. The student's assertion held merit. The main force required vigilant oversight, and it would be prudent for her to remain behind, just in case if faced with a dilemma akin to the trolley problem. Between saving 100 students or Zhang Yu, Lin Gui would unhesitatingly choose Zhang Yu, indifferent to the opinions of others. However, the current situation did not necessitate such a stark choice. He could not forsake 100 students in light of Zhang Yu's uncertain fate. Moreover, the camp's last line of defense had been dismantled by two rather lackluster generals, leaving Lin Gui capable of wreaking havoc alone within the camp. Even in the absence of allies, he could summon the lazy generals. Unless the goblin horde returned to the camp, in which case, Li Qingyu's presence would be of little consequence. Under Lin Gui's insistence, Li Qingyu remained with the group. He hastily made his way back to the goblin chief's tent, his anxiety driving him to activate his possession form, allowing him to run with greater speed. Circling the tent, he soon noticed something peculiar. Before the foul ditch behind the tent lay a distinct trail of moisture that piqued his interest. The scene was uncomplicated, and with the known information, Lin Gui quickly deduced the events that transpired. A goblin had concealed itself in the foul ditch, emerging while Zhang Yu was preoccupied, leaving a trail of water as it snuck around to ambush and abduct him. But from where did this goblin originate? Li Qingyu had already scoured the area. If any goblin dared approach, it could scarcely be deemed a goblin, unless it had emerged from within. Lin Gui glanced towards the tent from the direction of the ditch and spotted a noticeable hole. This breach was likely obscured inside by some object, and in the dim light, it could easily go unnoticed, yet it stood out prominently from the outside. Could it be that the goblin had crawled through this very hole? Had it been hiding inside the tent while the students rested? The thought sent a chill down Lin Gui's spine that he had entered the tent and had sensed no presence of a goblin. If one were to suddenly go berserk and attack the injured, the casualties could be catastrophic. He shook his head vigorously, casting aside the unsettling thoughts. Now was not the time for such musings. The priority was to ascertain Zhang Yu's whereabouts. Following the winding trail of moisture, he advanced, but after only a few steps, the trail abruptly ceased, as if deliberately erased. The scene bore no footprints, and with no other means of tracking available. The lead had reached an impasse. Was this to be the end? Lin Gui's eyes brimmed with frustration as he surveyed the goblin camp. If he could not locate the culprit, he would dismantle everything. As long as the goblin that had abducted Zhang Yu was still lurking in the camp, it would surely be unearthed. Better to mistakenly slay 1,000 than to allow one to escape. Besides, when it comes to goblins, what is there to regret? Summon General Pan Feng. Summon General Xingdurong. The two generals materialized, exuding an aura of lethal intent as they awaited Lin Gui's command. Tear down all structures in this direction. Capture any goblins you find. Understood. The two generals replied in unison, brandishing their great axes as they assumed the role of demolition crew. Lin Gui, maintaining his white-haired form, joined the fray. The 300-fold energy consumption caused his reserves to deplete rapidly. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. The energy was amassed for critical moments, and without such moments, it was merely a string of numbers. With axes in hand, Lin Gui and the two generals expertly dismantled the wooden structures, reducing them to rubble with remarkable efficiency. The goblins hiding within fled in disarray, but before they could escape, Lin Gui apprehended them, herding them together. Some restless goblins attempted to flee again, but upon seeing the massive axes in the hands of the generals, they found their feet weighed down as though encased in lead, trembling in place. Lin Gui regarded the goblins before him thoughtfully. He understood that communication between humans and these goblins was futile. They could not comprehend one another. The universal language taught in schools was of no use, as goblins only shouted in their own tongue. Thus, Lin Gui resorted to the most primal method of communication, body language. He grabbed the most docile-looking goblin, closed his eyes, and feigned unconsciousness, collapsing onto the goblin. The goblin chosen for demonstration was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. General Rong stepped forward, nudging the demonstration goblin to lead Lin Gui onward. He too was grasping at straws. Such abstract actions would be incomprehensible even to a typical person, let alone a goblin. As anticipated, the goblins exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the human's antics. Lin Gui, exasperated, realized that further delays would hinder any chance of tracking down the lead. He abandoned the demonstration goblin, executing the remaining goblins in his path, and continued his search. Chapter 48. The army returns as wooden structures were demolished one by one. Hope dwindled further. By the fourth repetition, Lin Gui had relinquished all expectations but continued to act out the charade of Zhang Yu's abduction. The demonstration goblin had become quite adept, no longer requiring General Rong's prodding. It now led Lin Gui with confidence, even engaging with the captured goblins. One captured goblin inquired, "What is this human doing?" The demonstration goblin replied, "It seems a human has been taken. He is searching for him. If he can find that person, he will spare you. Otherwise, you all shall perish." The demonstration goblin omitted the word "we," having grown accustomed to Lin Gui's presence, yet it understood that without a lead, if Lin Gui became impatient, its own fate would be sealed. Perhaps if it could find the human being sought, this human might, in gratitude for its efforts, grant it a reprieve. Such thoughts were entirely fabricated by the demonstration goblin. As all beings clutch at the last straw in life and death situations. One goblin, upon hearing this, suddenly grew agitated and pointed towards the camp wall, shouting, "I saw the high priest's attendant take a human and head that way. I heard it say it was going to find the high priest." The goblin's gesture quickly captured Lin Gui's attention. Unable to understand the goblin's words, he gestured to indicate himself, then pointed towards the camp's exterior. The goblin nodded vigorously. Lin Gui's spirits lifted, regardless of whether they shared the same understanding. Any glimmer of hope was a boon that he seized the guiding goblin, disregarding the others, and hastened towards the camp wall. The demonstration goblin was nearly moved to tears. It had indeed survived. Although dozens of its kin had perished before its eyes, it still had to assist its enemy. Yet, as long as it lived, everything was worthwhile. However, behind it, General Rong had already begun his sweeping attack. By the time the demonstration goblin realized what was happening, the goblins left behind had already been cleaved in two, including itself. General Rong cast a puzzled glance at the bisected goblin, still bearing traces of tears on its face. Did this goblin know its impending doom? Why was it crying? How strange! Lin Gui and the guiding goblin ascended the camp wall. The goblin surveyed the surroundings and pointed in a direction, exclaiming. Lin Gui's heart raced with understanding. It appeared that the goblin had taken Zhang Yu from this very spot. The direction was not far from where he had exited the forest. Just as Lin Gui was poised to embark on the pursuit of Zhang Yu once more, his steps abruptly halted. He squinted towards the goblin forest, an unsettling premonition intensifying within him. The dappled light of the forest revealed countless shadows flickering, and the breeze carried an ominous air of danger. What was that? Lin Gui narrowed his eyes, straining to discern. Something foreign to the forest had emerged. A goblin wielding a spear emerged from the woods. Clad in leather armor, standing tall, its skin was not the typical wrinkled and filthy hue of other goblins. It appeared somewhat handsome, were it not for its green skin, distinctive hooked nose, and pointed ears. Lin Gui might have doubted its goblin identity. Hundreds of goblins followed in its wake, emerging sequentially from the trees at the forefront of the horde. 8 muscular goblins bore a throne, upon which sat an elder goblin draped in feathered garb. Its countenance sinister, Daiti seemed to sense Lin Gui's gaze, its snake-like eyes fixated on the camp wall. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Gui crouched low, pressing his body against the shadow of the wall. He understood why the goblin that had abducted Zhang Yu had departed in this direction. It sought to regroup with the army. The guiding goblin noticed the high priest leading the returning army and was about to shout. But Lin Gui swiftly silenced it with a decisive cut to its throat. Lin Gui peered through a gap in the camp wall. The goblin army did not hasten into action, but instead organized themselves at the forest's edge. Every goblin was well trained, clearly a cut above the rabble he had previously dispatched. The silver lining was that, after scanning the entire formation, Lin Gui discerned no sign of humanity. Could it be that the goblin had not yet successfully rejoined the army? Was there still hope for Zhang Yu? Lin Gui struggled to contain his restless heart. For the moment, he could not focus on Zhang Yu. He himself was in a precarious position. The elder goblin seated on the throne exuded an aura of significance and high status. Likely a second-tier goblin. Even if Lin Gui joined forces with the 2 generals, forming a righteous 3 against 1, victory would remain elusive. Let us not forget that this is not merely a 3-on-1 scenario, but rather a 3 against hundreds. The prowess of the seasoned generals lies in their ability to triumph over the many, a feat achieved only through the dominance of strength and skill. Particularly when the opposition exhibits a lamentable lack of coordination, a TO faced the goblin horde is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Suddenly, a resounding horn reverberated through the air. The goblin army commenced its march toward the encampment. Lin Gui surveyed his seasoned commanders, and a cunning plan began to formulate in his mind. He descended the camp wall and hurried deeper into the encampment. The goblin priest wore a grim expression, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Even before locating the so-called fish-like monster, they had yet to catch a glimpse of any human presence. And now they were met with alarming news from the camp. With no other choice, it hastened back, only to be greeted by the wide-open gates of the encampment. The priest trembled with fury. It prided itself as the sovereign of this forest, having long exerted its power unchecked. Now, after merely stepping out for a moment, its stronghold had been breached, an unprecedented humiliation. The goblins seeking assistance, out of fear of the priest, refrained from disclosing the fact that only 2 humans and 2 monsters were assaulting the camp. This lack of clarity regarding the enemy's strength allowed the priest to suppress its rage, instructing its kin to maintain formation and prepare thoroughly before re-entering the camp. Report to the priest. All kin are ready and can depart at any moment. A goblin soldier respectfully reported as he approached the priest. The goblin priest nodded, pointing forward with its staff, and commanded in a deep voice, "Advance." The army moved steadily, making its way into the camp. To the priest's astonishment, the march encountered no obstacles along the way. They beheld only the ruins of destroyed houses and the broken bodies of their kin. The surviving goblins, upon seeing the returning army, flocked to them, lamenting the atrocities committed by the humans. From these accounts, the priest learned of an alliance between humans and fish-like monsters that had descended upon the camp, wreaking havoc. No wonder its earlier excursion had yielded nothing. They had come here instead, gazing upon the remnants of the camp that it had painstakingly maintained. The goblin priest could no longer contain its fury. Upon hearing that all human captives had fled through another exit, the priest immediately issued an order: advance at full speed. Those human captives, burdened with the injured, cannot escape quickly. They must pay the price. Every entity daring to infringe upon its territory would pay a heavy toll. The goblins hastened in the direction of the human retreat, their formation inevitably shifting into a long line due to varying speeds. Leading the charge was the spear-wielding goblin. It soon noticed a fish-like monster wielding a large axe blocking their path at the intersection ahead. The spear goblin slowed its pace, becoming alert. According to intelligence, this monster could easily defeat first-tier goblins and should not be underestimated. However, 5 first-tier goblins were now arriving behind it, with even more still on the way. This was not the time for solitary combat. As 6 first-tier goblins joined forces, the hapless fish-like creature quickly found itself at a disadvantage, being struck repeatedly by various weapons. Fortunately, its iron armor absorbed much of the damage, rendering the goblins momentarily incapable of subduing it. Observing this, the goblin priest raised its wooden staff, murmuring incantations. As the crimson patterns on its body glimmered faintly, the hexagram magic circle formed in the air, and 3 fireballs began to coalesce within it, the surrounding air warping from the intense heat. "Stand aside," the priest bellowed, and the 3 fireballs shot forth like arrows toward the beleaguered fish-like creature. The 6 goblins hastily dodged, but the fish-like creature attempted to evade as well, only to find the fireballs seemingly homing in on it. With a resounding explosion, the fireball struck the fish-like creature, sending it flying several meters away. The spear goblin rushed forward to investigate. The fish-like creature lay motionless, its body charred to a deep black, rendered immobile. A once pristine fish now transformed into a roasted delicacy. The spear goblin decisively delivered a finishing blow, thrusting its spear high and piercing the fish-like creature's body, turning it from a roasted fish into a skewered delicacy. Just as it attempted to withdraw the spear, a powerful wave of energy emanated from the skewered creature, inducing a strong sense of dizziness, rendering it unable to act. Finishing off an opponent is a commendable practice, but only when the enemy is truly defeated. In this case, the fish-like creature's second skill was indeed a death throw. Tactical retreat. Upon death, all enemies are stunned for a brief period. Lin Gui peeked from a distance, offering the goblin priest an international gesture of camaraderie. "Is that all you can do? Fireballs?" Chapter 49. The burning camp. The fish-like creature, skilled in its artistry, gracefully wielded a meter-long brush, painting a magnificent and vibrant celestial map in flames. The celestial map slowly floated down, landing upon the ruins left by Lin Gui's demolition crew, as well as upon the immobile goblins. Simultaneously, a melodious tune began to play. The fish-like creature sat behind it, strumming a zither, invoking the sound of Hujia to slow the movements of the goblins. The goblins, their eyes wide with rage, remained ensnared in their state of dizziness. The fish-like creature's skill imposed a special condition. It intensified the burning effect on living beings, while inanimate objects would ignite more fiercely. Xin Shu. Attacks on the target will inflict burning damage, and subsequent hits may trigger an explosion of the burning state. Huiji inflicts an additional 50 damage to burning targets. The wooden structures, under the influence of the burning state, ignited within mere seconds. Some ruins, further exacerbated by Xin Shu, erupted into roaring flames, consuming everything in their path. The crackling of burning wood intermingled with the hauntingly beautiful notes of the fish-like creature's zither, creating a symphony of destruction that echoed with ice and fire. As the goblins awoke from their stupor, they were met with the agonizing flames, rolling on the ground in a futile attempt to extinguish the fire. "Quick, put out the flames," the goblin priest commanded as soon as it regained consciousness. Its body, adorned with vivid red patterns, seemed to come alive, absorbing the fireballs shot by the fish-like creature without sustaining any harm. Unfortunately, at that moment, few goblins heeded its command, too preoccupied with their own suffering. Only the spear goblin and a handful of first-tier goblins managed to extinguish the flames engulfing them, attempting to douse the fire with sand or water from the camp. However, their efforts proved insufficient. The goblin camp was a tinderbox, filled with flammable materials, and coupled with the unique burning state, the flames spread rapidly, threatening to consume the entire encampment, which had housed goblins for centuries. The fish-like creature had transformed into a pyromaniac, launching fireballs in every direction. The goblin priest, fearing it would only exacerbate the inferno, sprinted towards the fish-like creature, its frail legs surprisingly swift. "Stop," it shouted, raising its staff and thrusting it toward the fish-like creature. Though the goblin priest appeared feeble, as a second-tier goblin, its strength surpassed that of ordinary goblins. The flash of light coursed through the staff as it struck. With a furious blow, the priest's weapon pierced the fish-like creature's armor as if it were made of paper, embedding deeply within its body. Surprisingly, the fish-like creature's fireball attacks momentarily slowed, but it quickly regained momentum, even accelerating beyond its previous pace, as though the wound had invigorated it. The fish-like creature unleashed 3 sound blades it had been gathering. Yet they merely left superficial cuts upon the goblin priest. "I command you to cease." The priest, undeterred by the fish-like creature's interference, roared again, withdrawing its staff to strike a nail. This blow bore an unstoppable force aimed directly at the fish-like creature's head. The fish-like creature paid no heed, continuing to launch fireballs. The dull thud echoed as the staff struck the ground, embedding nearly 20 centimeters deep without drawing a single drop of blood. Where is that creature? The priest's hands tingled with numbness, yet it could not afford to dwell on that. The fish-like creature and its zither-playing companion had seemingly vanished into thin air before its eyes. The cunning human must be behind this. He is surely nearby. The priest quickly pieced together the situation's essence, but the raging inferno surrounded it, obscuring any trace of Lin Gui. Curse you, human! I shall capture you and ensure you suffer endlessly. The goblin priest's impotent fury erupted in a howl to the heavens. Meanwhile, Lin Gui, maintaining his silver-haired guise, had already slipped away as if greased with oil. He had strategically positioned himself 25 meters away from the two fish-like creatures, forcing them to exert their utmost effort. In this moment of crisis, Lin Gui darted further away, triggering a forced cancellation of the summoning due to exceeding the range, executing a masterful escape right beneath the goblin priest's nose. This maneuver spared the fish-like creature from demise. That a warning flashed in the virtual machine upon the death of the fish-like creature. Warning: the fish-like general, Xing Daorong, has perished. Summoning is prohibited for 7 days, and a fee of 1,000 hours of energy must be paid to resurrect after that period. Such an exorbitant cost. The total energy Lin Gui had accumulated thus far was less than 1,000 hours. Even if he had the energy, he could not afford to squander it here, unless the day came when he could freely expend energy without concern. Therefore, he dared not allow the fish-like creature to perish. As it stood, the death of Xing Daorong would not count against him. Previously, he had only the exhausted Su Chu, Zhang Xingcai, and Zhang Zhao, all in a state of extreme weakness. Now, he had to account for Kai Wenji and Lu Ji. Kai Wenji's use of Sound of Hujia rapidly drained the stamina of over 100 goblins. Lug ignited a significant portion of the camp, but was severely wounded by the goblin priest, rendering him unable to summon aid in the short term. Only Pan Feng, Yen Liang, and Wen Shou possessed sufficient stamina to endure another battle. The losses in combat power were exceedingly grave. Evading confrontation was undoubtedly the wisest choice at this juncture. The goblin army was momentarily hindered by the raging inferno, unable to pursue the team of injured students led by Li Qingyu, which represented the utmost effort Lin Gui could exert. Beyond this, there was little else he could assist with. Lin Gui had not forgotten his objective. Since there was no sign of Zhang Yu among the troops, he must still be within the goblin forest. After taking a lengthy detour, he returned to the original starting point, the small hill where he had discovered the goblin camp. Ascending the trees, he once more gazed towards the camp from a familiar vantage point. The ferocious flames had become utterly uncontrollable, mercilessly consuming everything in their path, spreading across half of the camp. Through the thick black smoke, he could vaguely see goblins attempting to dismantle structures to construct fire breaks. However, to his dismay, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to leap over the barriers, rendering the goblins' efforts futile. Countless goblins perished in the blaze, while the survivors escaped the camp, helplessly watching as their homes were devoured by the flames. With such extensive loss of goblin life, this was indeed a bountiful harvest. Just as Lin Gui was about to check the energy levels, a warning suddenly flashed on the virtual machine. Warning: energy retrieval range is 100 meters. You have exceeded the range. Current energy, 371.4 hours. Even with Lin Gui maintaining his possession state for an extended period and experiencing a 300-fold energy consumption, the energy still saw a significant increase. This indicated just how many goblins had perished in the inferno. Though it seemed regrettable to be unable to retrieve energy beyond 100 meters, most of it had already been collected when Xianyuji initially set the fire. Once the flames spread, any goblins with even a modicum of sense would flee, leaving only a few to be burned alive. Even if he could gather it all, the energy reserves would not exceed 400 hours. What a calamity! What a calamity! Lin Gui silently appreciated the conflagration, murmuring to himself. Many flowers and plants within the camp were being utterly incinerated. Plants too possess life. Fortunately, the area surrounding the camp was flat, naturally serving as a firebreak. The fire would consume the goblin camp entirely, but would not affect the forest. These goblins had clearly neglected fire hazard awareness and were deserving of this calamity. This incident could be considered Lin Gui's lesson on safety education for them, and he charged no fee. Having endured this disaster, it was to be hoped that the goblins would henceforth pay heed to fire safety, spreading knowledge within their community and actively eliminating fire hazards, refraining from piling combustible materials, and implementing proper fire protection measures. Another good deed accomplished. As a small pioneer in fire safety advocacy, Lin Gui felt a profound sense of satisfaction. There were few good souls like him remaining. Surely the goblins would recognize his good intentions and be filled with gratitude. However, he could not help but wonder if there were any students hidden away like Li Wan within the camp. Yet, given the current situation, Lin Gui had little time to ponder such matters. He turned to retrace his steps. Before he could take several paces, the ground trembled violently. The sky suddenly fractured, resembling a shattered mirror. A familiar force of attraction enveloped him. Instinctively, Lin Gui reached for a nearby tree, but it was too late. He was drawn into the fissure, losing consciousness. Chapter 50. Return. The sun hung high in the sky, casting its blistering rays upon the earth. As the spatial rift closed, the students who had been drawn in were expelled all at once, all rendered unconscious. Numerous personnel clad in blue isolation suits and white rescue attire awaited nearby. At the forefront of the group stood a modestly dressed elder, his hair a mix of white and gray, fanning himself with a palm leaf, reminiscent of a leisurely farmer. His face bore the lines of age. And as he beheld the grievous injuries and lifeless bodies of some students, a look of compassion filled his eyes, mourning the loss of such youthful lives. These children have suffered greatly. With the elder's deep and resonant voice, countless vibrant green branches burst forth from the earth, enveloping each student with gentle vitality. A shimmering green light flowed from the branches into the unconscious students, and in an instant, their gruesome wounds healed, leaving not a single scar behind. The children's injuries have all been treated. You may proceed. The waiting rescue personnel gently lifted the unconscious students onto stretchers, while the deceased were carefully wrapped in body bags for transport. The elder sighed. His abilities were limited to healing wounds, but could not restore severed limbs or bring the dead back to life. Those realms were likely the domain of deities. Among the students lying down, Lin Gui suddenly opened his eyes wide, sitting up and shouting, "Zhang Yu, wait for me to save you." A cacophony of chaotic sounds surged into his ears. Commands, shouts, sirens, and the clamor of machinery melded together, causing a splitting headache. Someone's awake. A rescue worker clad in a blue isolation suit noticed Lin Gui's movement and quickly called out, "Am I out?" Lin Gui looked around in bewilderment. "Student, how do you feel?" "Our superior has inquiries for you," the rescue worker asked. "I'm fine, but my body feels a bit unresponsive." Lin Gui realized that he had unknowingly released the possession state, and the exhaustion he had accumulated erupted all at once, leaving his limbs weak and unsteady, making it difficult to even stand. The rescue worker assisted Lin Gui to a clear area to rest. "Please take a moment to recover. Our superior will arrive shortly." Lin Gui silently observed the bustling crowd. He noticed that all the students were unscathed. Even those who had previously been disabled had healed completely at the severed limbs, indicating they had been treated. Lin Gui raised his left hand, and the grotesque scar had vanished, leaving his skin smooth as if it had never been harmed. What a remarkable ability! If one were to open a beauty parlor specializing in painless scar removal, it would surely be a lucrative business. The sound of hurried footsteps approached. Is the first awakened student here? Came an inquiry. "Yes, Commander." The rescue workers quickly stood at attention, saluting the three approaching figures. Lin Gui looked up and recognized one of them, who appeared somewhat familiar. Behind him was an individual carrying a camera and another with a briefcase. "Greetings, student. I am Shi Yanquan, the primary responsible person of the Shannon gathering place. Could you share your experiences within the spatial rift?" Shi Yanquan addressed Lin Gui without a hint of superiority, exuding warmth and approachability. The title of primary responsible person denoted the highest authority in the gathering place, responsible for its safety and development. In the event of a significant incident, the first person held accountable would be this individual. The recent awakening venue incident had left Shi Yanquan in a state of utter disarray, necessitating a reasonable explanation to higher authorities. This was the pressure he had to bear while stationed at the rear. Compared to the sixth-tier extraordinary beings battling on the front lines, his role was considerably less taxing. But if he failed to manage the situation, he would have no choice but to voluntarily step down and take to the front lines himself. Shi Yanquan felt a twinge of bitterness. The Shannon gathering place was located in the heart of Long Country and had not witnessed any major incidents since its establishment decades ago. making it quite a coveted location among gathering places. He had gone through considerable effort to attain the position of primary responsible person, only to find himself faced with such a malignant event less than 3 years into his tenure. To put it bluntly, the number of student casualties was not particularly significant. At most, the death of Li Qingyu, a special talent, would impact him to some extent. However, there were many special talents who met untimely ends before realizing their potential. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Kai Yuan had managed to open a spatial rift within the gathering place. This was the first occurrence since the development of the spatial rift suppressor by academician Zhou Zhifang, which naturally attracted the utmost attention from the central authorities of Long Country, leading to the establishment of an investigative team. Contemplating the subsequent events, Shi Yanquan could not help but curse those lunatics at Kai Yuan. Of all places, why must they stir up trouble in the Shannon gathering place? Lin Gui suddenly realized why the figure looked familiar. After encountering young Master Shi at Long Garden Market, he had specifically searched for Shi Yanquan's likeness. This leader was indeed a frequent presence in various news reports. Now, he was finally face to face with the real person. As the camera was pointed at him, Lin Gui quickly stood upright, mimicking the rescue worker's posture, and saluted. "No problem, Commander." Before he could finish, Shi Yanquan interrupted. "No need for formality. Student, please sit and speak comfortably." He firmly pressed Lin Gui back into his seat, gesturing for him to continue. Lin Gui cleared his throat. "When I awoke, I found myself in a forest. Of course, he could not divulge the entire process verbatim and opted for a degree of artistic embellishment. For instance, he only summoned items after awakening. And throughout the ordeal, he had merely hidden away while the commander fought valiantly. He recounted his experience of searching for his friend Zhang Yu, only to be suddenly drawn in by a violent force. And then he awoke here. Lin Gui summarized his experience succinctly, adding, "Commander, I want to know about my friend Zhang Yu. I'm very worried about him." Upon hearing that goblins were present within the spatial rift, Shi Yanquan's brow furrowed deeply. After patiently listening to Lin Gui's account, he retrieved a vial of medicine and handed it to Lin Gui. "Thank you for your cooperation. Please take this medicine and rest well. As for your friend, there's no need for concern. Xiao Wu, please find out where Zhang Yu is." Xiao Wu, the secretary who had been diligently recording Lin Gui's words, nodded and immediately began making arrangements. After which the three departed. The student's successful emergence from the spatial rift was merely the beginning. A multitude of subsequent tasks awaited. This was my first encounter with such a prominent figure. After Shi Yanquan departed, the rescue personnel visibly exhaled in relief, their words betraying an unmistakable admiration. Who wouldn't feel the same? Lin Gui downed the potion in one gulp, casually toying with the now empty vial in his hand. The rescue personnel took a closer look. This potion was worth over 1,000,000 yuan. "You truly are extravagant, consuming it in one go." Lin Gui's hand trembled, causing the vial to clatter to the ground. He stared incredulously at the rescue personnel, pointing at the potion bottle on the floor, which was no thicker than a thumb. "Over 1,000,000? You mean for this tiny vial of liquid?" Indeed, the rescue personnel's faces were alight with envy. This was the flagship product of Gongxing Pharmaceuticals, Vitality Water, known for its ability to rapidly restore stamina and maintain an invigorated state for an extended period. Most importantly, long-term use could enhance physical fitness without any side effects. Shi Yanquan, having noticed Lin Gui's evident weakness, had gifted him this vial. To this potion was akin to Red Bull or coffee, nothing particularly rare. Yet for Lin Gui, it represented a staggering million. At the thought of having just consumed the equivalent of a house in Hepping community made the perpetually impoverished Lin Gui's heart ache. He yearned for time to reverse, to keep that vial of vitality water and sell it instead. "Do you think I could regurgitate the potion in time?" Lin Gui raised the bottle sheepishly. He had already concocted a plan. After all, this was imported vitality water. Selling it at a premium wouldn't be unreasonable, right? Unfortunately, the rescue personnel firmly denied him. That would be impossible. Once the potion enters your body, its effects are immediate, leaving no time for such actions. Without needing to be told, Lin Gui felt it that a warm current emanated from his abdomen, spreading through his bloodstream to his limbs, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. Akin to soaking in a hot spring, wiping away all fatigue and soreness. The potion's effects were indeed remarkable. However, the realization that this effect came at the cost of 1,000,000 caused Lin Gui to feel a pang of distress, so profound it was hard to breathe. You should rest here while I return to assist. The rescue personnel resumed their efforts to transport the students. The rescue operations proceeded in an orderly manner, and even if Lin Gui wished to help, his presence would only disrupt the workers' rhythm, leaving him with nothing to do. Chapter 51. The hero's first experience after consuming the vitality water. Lin Gui felt an inexhaustible surge of energy coursing through him. Yet, without a channel to expend this energy, he found himself growing restless. A thought struck him. He recalled a capability he initially deemed ineffective for a short duration. Ox and Horse Mode. X1. Activate. This million-dollar potion was indeed extraordinary. Lin Gui felt only a slight pressure in his chest and did not experience the breathlessness he had during his experiments in Goblin Forest, where he would tire in less than 10 seconds. With ample vitality water, maintaining the X1 mode would be no issue. Of course, if he had that kind of money, he might as well purchase live exotic beasts for energy. Popping pills like an ox or horse was a terrifying thought. In X1 Ox and Horse Mode, Lin Gui quietly savored the sensations within his body. His blood flowed faster, muscles contracted and tightened, and the functions of his organs became exceptionally active. The metabolic process accelerated. Heat radiated, and his body temperature rose slightly. All the energy generated flowed to unknown destinations, transforming into electric power. Was this the feeling of being an ox or horse? Lin Gui sensed he could endure more. So he adjusted the multiplier. Ox and Horse Mode. X2. Activate. The familiar sensation returned. It felt as if a 1,000-pound weight pressed down upon him, and soon he was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. Nearby rescue personnel looked at him in confusion. This student was resting, yet appeared more exhausted than those engaged in rescue efforts. Gurgle. Lin Gui's stomach emitted a hungry sound, having spent over 6 hours in Goblin Forest, during which he had only consumed some wild fruits while busy slaying goblins. His stomach was completely empty. Coupled with the accelerated energy consumption from Ox and Horse Mode, the feeling of hunger became increasingly pronounced. Never mind. Lin Gui quickly reverted the multiplier back to 1. The X2 mode was still excessive. Even with the potion, he couldn't sustain it. The rescue personnel approached Lin Gui. Classmate, your physical fitness is quite impressive. The others have yet to awaken, and you are the only one conscious. Lin Gui chuckled. Perhaps it's just good luck. He harbored some suspicions about this. When the spatial rift closed, Lin Gui retained his white-haired form, which presumably endowed him with a superior capacity to withstand physical strain, allowing him to awaken so quickly. But why had the possession mode automatically disengaged? Lin Gui scoured the system logs and discovered a system prompt. Loss of consciousness for 1 minute will automatically disengage possession state. It seemed that, much like the distance limitation for summoning generals, the possession state also had certain restrictions. The rescue personnel, noticing Lin Gui lost in thought, gently patted his shoulder and continued. Classmate, all students from this incident will be gathered at a rehabilitation center. Please accompany us. No problem. But may I make a request? Lin Gui rubbed his stomach. What request? We will accommodate you as best as we can. I'm hungry. I'd like something to eat. On the rescue vehicle, Lin Gui devoured a box meal voraciously. Another serving, please. He polished off the box meal, placing the empty container aside. On the table, 3 empty boxes had already piled up. This child, is he a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Could it be that time flows differently within the spatial rift? He certainly did not appear to be someone who had only been hungry for 6 hours. The rescue personnel secretly clicked their tongues and handed Lin Gui another box. Lin Gui was surprised at his own capacity to eat so much. The box meal once again quickly disappeared. Just as the rescue personnel prepared to offer another, he finally set down his chopsticks. At last, he had stopped. The rescue personnel let out a sigh of relief. The box meals in this vehicle were depleted. If Lin Gui continued at this pace, he would need to request meals from the neighboring vehicle. Lin Gui sat contentedly in his seat, unwilling to move. The effects of the vitality water lasted for 10 minutes before waning. And now he had not activated Ox and Horse Mode. Feeling utterly relaxed, as the saying goes, a full stomach breeds up minigames. Lin Gui operated the virtual machine, eager to try the second minigame, Refined Heroes, that he had missed during his time in Goblin Forest. The rehabilitation center had arrived. The rescue personnel's words interrupted his actions. The rescue vehicle halted before an imposing building. Lin Gui stepped out and recognized the place. It was the rehabilitation center under Gongxing Pharmaceuticals, which he had passed while tailing an elderly man who owned a parrot. However, The elderly man had entered the main building, while the rehabilitation center was located behind it. The rescue personnel assumed Lin Gui was simply astonished and smiled. The medical facilities and services of Gongxing Pharmaceuticals are undoubtedly top tier, as are the prices. It's said that the daily bed fee alone is at least 10,000. Director Shi has also gone to great lengths to arrange for all the students to stay here. Money is a minor concern. Shi Yanquan had specifically rented out the entire rehabilitation center to ensure all students could recuperate there, which required clearing out the premises first. Most of those who could afford to stay at Gongxing Rehabilitation Center were prominent figures, and Shi Yanquan had promised numerous favors to persuade them to vacate. He needed to settle all the students and present a facade of diligence to the public, minimizing the potential repercussions of the situation, which is why he had invested so heavily. Lin Gui was assigned to a room on the 3rd floor, where he took a shower and changed into the standard hospital gown provided by the rehabilitation center. 3 students from his school had already been transported to this room, still in a state of unconsciousness, and a nurse was present to attend to them. It must be said, this was indeed the best rehabilitation center within the gathering place. It was evident that this room was originally a single occupancy. A large bed capable of accommodating 4 people was placed in the center, neatly arranged, with various appliances available, and every decoration was impeccably placed. The air was filled with the scent of disinfectant, and the small balcony was adorned with an assortment of flowers and plants, alongside a rocking chair padded with soft cushions. The nurse handed Lin Gui a tablet. "This student, please fill out this questionnaire, detailing your experiences as accurately as possible." The questionnaire required him to first enter his name, school, and class, followed by several questions. "Have you awakened? What is your current physical condition? Any physical impairments? Please describe your experiences during this period as thoroughly and truthfully as possible." Lin Gui casually filled in the version of events he had reported to Shi Yanquan, submitted the questionnaire, and returned the tablet to the nurse. Subsequently, he reclined in the rocking chair he had been eyeing. It swayed gently, providing a surprisingly comfortable sensation. At last, he would not be disturbed, having emerged from the spatial rift. Lin Gui's journey was far from over. He powered on the virtual machine. "Refined heroes, activate." A cheerful melody filled the air. The virtual machine's screen went black, then gradually illuminated as if a person were just opening their eyes, revealing the game graphics. A little white-haired character lay sprawled on the ground. White-haired Jack. "Ah, it hurts. I can't believe I'm alive. Monsters have attacked the island. I need to find my companions quickly." The white-haired little man, wielding an axe, stood up, and the screen panned to reveal another character lying on the ground. Injured Brian. Simultaneously, the game issued a mission to rescue partners. Lin Gui maneuvered white-haired Jack to slay 3 sheep and obtain meat chunks, successfully rescuing Brian. He gained the second hero, red-bearded Brian, a frontline tank. Lin Gui nodded to himself. Acquiring heroes in this game is significantly easier than summoning generals in the Fishy Lord game. At least there are no card draws involved. He then used the 5 wooden pieces earned from completing the task to ignite a campfire, dispelling the fog of war on the map. Following the mission requirements, he rescued the 3rd hero, Priest Lily, forming a trio of warrior, tank, and healer. Continuing to fell trees and disperse the mist, one could then embark on a boat to the town, successfully unlocking the first establishment, the training camp. The training camp is divided into 2 segments. One side offers ordinary training projects that can be undertaken 3 times per level, requiring blue or allowing for choices between enhancing attack power and vitality. The other side features special projects that necessitate the use of red or for upgrades, which can increase the number of heroes deployed in-game, as well as augment attack power and vitality by a percentage. Lin Gui initially perceived this merely as an unremarkable task sequence, utilizing the blue or obtained from the tasks to train the hero's attack power. However, at the moment he trained his attack power, a surge of strength emanated from within him. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, he sensed that his physique had grown somewhat sturdier. Could it be that upgrading the training camp could enhance one's physical form in reality? An exhilarating hypothesis began to form in Lin Gui's mind to validate his conjecture. He followed the task's guidance to the wilderness to slay monsters, and upon spotting a blue or vein on the map, he promptly maneuvered his trio to gather it. The 3 little figures surrounded the blue or vein, wielding their picks with fervor. After acquiring the blue or, Lin Gui eagerly returned to the training camp to upgrade it. The next attribute for upgrade was vitality. Once again, strength surged within him, and this time Lin Gui quietly savored the sensation, confirming that his body had indeed become more resilient. It was undeniably true. Lin Gui was elated. He had thought that the process of honing heroes would merely enhance their possessed state, yet he never anticipated it could directly and permanently amplify his strength and physique in his regular state. Tempted by the prospect of becoming stronger, Lin Gui scoured the map for blue or to upgrade the training camp, all the while continuing to follow the game's task flow, slaying monsters for meat chunks and clearing the fog. Before long, he rescued the fourth hero, Green Hat Robin Hood. Chapter 52. Source of income. It is worth noting that while in a possessed state, one merges with certain heroic traits, such as the white hair of Jack, the lumberjack's axe, and the red scarf. Therefore, upon seeing Green Hat Robin Hood for the first time, Lin Gui resolutely decided he would never deploy this hero. Green is a splendid color, symbolizing vitality, nature, health, and environmentalism. However, a green hat is simply not to be worn. Subsequently, Lin Gui utilized the red or obtained from completing tasks to unlock the advanced training project, increase hero deployment by one in the training camp, successfully including Green Hat Robin Hood in his lineup, thus forming a quartet. Under the righteous onslaught of the four, they defeated the boss, the wandering fat tiger, which yielded a treasure chest containing the fifth hero, Sailor Popeye. Upon returning to the town, he unlocked the second establishment, the recruitment hall. In the recruitment hall, one can spend gold to randomly acquire one of three heroes, obtaining either a new hero or fragments of existing heroes, which can be used for hero enhancement. There are 4 rarity levels: mythical, legendary, epic, and rare. The 5 heroes currently at his disposal are all rare, with the exception of the priest Lily, who is an intelligence-type hero. The other 4 are all strength-type. Lin Gui gradually grasped the essence of this game. His daily endeavors revolved around slaying monsters, felling trees, mining, and unveiling the map. Gold is utilized to recruit heroes and obtain hero fragments. Wood can repair buildings and clear fog to unlock the map, and meat chunks are used to rescue injured heroes and enhance them. It is all rather straightforward. While Lin Gui continued to explore, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the game interface. Special task: rescue the blessed hero Silt. Will you accept? Special tasks? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Gui decisively chose to accept as a player with a penchant for collecting everything. He could not refuse such an opportunity. He endeavored to complete all side quests, uncover every aspect of the map, and illuminate the entire compendium. Given such circumstances, refusal was simply not an option. However, unbeknownst to Lin Gui, having not played the predecessor of this game before his transmigration, he was unaware that there were no special tasks in this game, nor was there a hero named Blessed Hero Silt. Special task acceptance successful. You must complete the task within 4 hours. Otherwise, it will fail, but there will be no penalties for failure. A countdown appeared at the bottom of the task bar, 3:59:59. As it was a timed task, he needed to act swiftly. Lin Gui directed his quartet to frantically chop wood and unveil the map, ultimately discovering the small figure of the blessed hero Silt lying by a windmill. Rescuing Silt required 300 meat chunks, yet Lin Gui's current limit was only 150. Elevating his level could increase the meat chunk limit, enabling him to rescue the hero. The quartet scoured the map, hunting sheep, wild boars, and pink slimes, continuously slaying monsters to gain experience. Just as Lin Gui became engrossed in grinding for monsters, he suddenly heard the sound of crying. He minimized the game interface to the upper left corner of his view and began searching for the source of the sound. A male student, unbeknownst to him, had awakened, wailing inconsolably, "Wah, I can't believe I'm alive again. Mom and Dad, where are you? I miss you so much." The other 2 students frowned, disturbed by the cries, indicating that they too were on the verge of awakening. The caregiver nearby attempted to console him, but with little effect. Lin Gui stepped forward to offer reassurance. "Please don't cry. We are currently in the Symbiosis Pharmaceutical Rehabilitation Center, and you are quite safe." The male student looked up, eyes brimming with tears, and upon recognizing Lin Gui, his sobs only intensified. "Benefactor, you are here too. If it weren't for you, I would have perished long ago." Hearing this, Lin Gui felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, primarily because he had been unable to recognize who this was after such a long time. "And you are?" The male student grasped Lin Gui's hand. "Benefactor, my name is Lu Shang. You saved me from the clutches of 3 goblins in the forest." Lin Gui suddenly recalled that he indeed had rescued a few students, but could not remember their appearances. He discreetly withdrew his hand. Please focus on your recovery. You'll soon be able to reunite with your parents. Lu Shang nodded gratefully, his emotions stabilizing considerably. The caregiver, having been overlooked for some time, instructed Lu Shang to fill out a questionnaire using a tablet. The other two students then slowly regained consciousness. They appeared considerably more composed than Lu Shang, and none were missing limbs. The two seemed to know each other and began exchanging their respective experiences. Lin Gui eavesdropped, discovering that both had been quite fortunate. One had landed in the same location as several hundred students, under the leadership of a student named Luo Shuri, establishing a base and even joining forces with the rescue team from the Anomaly Bureau. Although they faced an attack from a second-tier goblin leading 500 goblins, no casualties occurred thanks to the firepower support from the rescue team. The other had not encountered any anomalies at all. Managing to survive in the forest for a solid 5 or 6 hours, Lu Shang was envious. How wonderful it would be to stay with hundreds of people, without the constant fear of danger lurking in every shadow. Lin Gui was indifferent. Even if he stumbled upon the base established by the students, he would not choose to stay. He glanced at the game, still grinding monsters in 1,000 refinements heroes, and noted the battery life exceeding 300 hours. Fortune favors the bold. That is what I seek. While the group continued to share their experiences, a knock on the door interrupted them, followed by a voice that sounded quite familiar to Lin Gui. Is Lin Gui here? May I come in? Yes, please enter. As the door swung open, it was indeed a familiar face. The police officer, Lanya, who had previously apprehended Lin Gui for the orange. Lin Gui, do you have time to accompany me for a moment? I need to verify some questions with you. Whether it was Lin Gui's imagination or not, he sensed that Lanya was notably more courteous and amiable than the last time they met. Is there anything that cannot be discussed here? Lin Gui did not wish to accompany her, fearing another trip to the Anomaly Bureau for questioning. The last incident had been a profound humiliation for him. A self-proclaimed model citizen. How could a person as upright as he possibly engage in wrongdoing? They even employed a lie detector. Lanya noticed Lin Gui's slight agitation and added, in addition, I have information regarding that student Zhang Yu, which I need to share with you. Concerning his good friend, Lin Gui felt compelled to take it seriously. He feigned a stretch and stood up. That I've been sitting for too long. A walk might do me good. Lanya led the way, gesturing for Lin Gui to follow. Come with me. Someone is waiting for you. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward as Lin Gui scratched his head, breaking the silence. Officer Lan, what is it that you wish to ask me? Lin Gui attempted to extract some information from Lanya. You will know when you arrive. Her reply was vague, as if she hadn't truly answered him. Very well. Lin Gui, seeing he could glean nothing further, continued to play 1,000 refinements heroes as they walked. He had reached level 10, increasing his meat chunk limit to 300, and once he gathered enough meat chunks, he would be able to complete the task. Finally, just before Lanya led him to an office, Lin Gui amassed enough meat chunks and successfully rescued the blessed hero Silt. Silt joined his team, revealing himself to be a red mythical level hero. The special task also rewarded Lin Gui with 100 green gems, the game's premium currency. Before he could examine Silt's attributes, he collided with Lanya, who had suddenly halted. Why did you stop? Lin Gui exclaimed, clutching the spot on his head that had smarted from the impact on the surface. This policewoman was remarkably sturdy. He wondered if she had a steel plate embedded in her back. We've arrived. Lanya paid no heed to Lin Gui's reaction, calmly stating as she opened the door to the office that a middle-aged man with a square face and mechanical prosthetic limbs sat at the desk. Engrossed in reviewing documents, he looked up and appraised Lin Gui from head to toe. Hello, Lin Gui. I am Fan Rong, the captain of the second team of the Anomaly Bureau. Please, have a seat. Fan Rong's voice was steady and authoritative, instilling a sense of trust. Lin Gui felt no need for formality and directly pulled out a chair to sit down. First and foremost, before you ask me anything, I want to know about Zhang Yu. Fan Rong paused slightly, his tone tinged with regret. I regret to inform you that Zhang Yu is missing. Lin Gui's heart sank as he tightly grasped the handrail beside him. Missing? What on earth happened? Didn't he emerge from the spatial rift? Where could he have gone? Fan Rong replied slowly. According to the intelligence currently available, it is speculated that when the spatial rift closes, it expels all matter drawn from Blue Star. With one notable exception, entities maintaining contact with alien races. Regrettably, based on your account, Zhang Yu was taken by goblins, indicating that contact was indeed sustained. Consequently, Zhang Yu has not successfully returned to Blue Star. There are two possibilities regarding his current whereabouts. One is that he perished immediately upon the closing of the rift, and the other is that he has fallen into another world. The very origin of all alien beings. Lin Gui endeavored to maintain his composure. How exactly was the spatial rift opened? Do you have any leads? Isn't there a spatial rift suppressor? Fan Rong produced a document and handed it to Lin Gui. Considering the circumstances at the scene, it appears to be the work of Kaitian, an organization comprised entirely of lunatics. Chapter 53. Conversation beneath the wilderness. In a pitch-black cavern, a figure cloaked in a pristine white robe stood upon a raised platform, adorned with a pure golden mask. Coldly observing the young man lying below, that a voice of authority resonated from beneath the mask. Zhu Yu, do you comprehend your transgression? The youth named Zhu Yu bore a skin surface marred by fish scale-like scratches. Yet miraculously, not a single drop of blood flowed from them. He seemed impervious to pain, his lips curling into a slow grin as he rose, saying, "It's just an experiment. What's the difference where it takes place? By the way, has the punishment concluded? Am I free to leave?" The golden mask fell silent for a moment before responding. This punishment is in accordance with organizational protocol. The purpose of Kaitian is solely to explore spatial rifts, not to oppose humanity. You could have conducted your experiments in sparsely populated areas, yet you chose the awakening venue, which is excessive. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yu erupted into manic laughter. I've already succeeded in breaking through the suppressor, opening a spatial rift in a gathering place. Once I fully master the spatial rift, I shall become the deity of all Blue Star. That a mere 1,000 students mean nothing. The golden mask refrained from further argument, stating, "Headquarters has requested your presence," that he understood that persuading Zhu Yu was futile. Every individual who willingly joined Kaitian was a genius consumed by obsession, and the line separating genius from madness is perilously thin. Suddenly, a set of garments appeared in Zhu Yu's hands, which he donned leisurely while casting a disdainful glance at the golden mask. "When I return from headquarters, I shall be above you." The Kain organization, led and founded by Kong, was once among the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. Due to exhibiting dangerous tendencies during research on spatial rift experiments, he was banned from participating in any related projects. Nevertheless, Kong continued his studies in secret, resulting in a catastrophic explosion in the Jinmin gathering place that claimed thousands of lives. When pursued, he resisted, betrayed the Dragon Kingdom, and established the Kaitian organization. Their goal is to thoroughly master spatial rifts, prevent further incursions by alien beings, and initiate counter-invasions into other worlds. While their intentions may be noble, their extreme actions have led to numerous incidents in various gathering places, resulting in civilian casualties, thus branding them as an evil organization. Lin Gui set down the document in his hand, deeply concerned. So, Kaitian has already grasped how to open spatial rifts. That would make the gathering place exceedingly perilous. The situation is not as dire as you might think, Fan Rong replied calmly. These spatial rifts are not fully developed and possess numerous limitations and flaws. The state will soon devise countermeasures. Even if the sky were to fall, there are tall individuals to shield us. A student need not worry. Lin Gui exhaled in relief. If even the gathering place were no longer safe, humanity might relive the tragedies of the Great Calamity. Thankfully, it appeared that the state had already devised a strategy. Since my classmate Lin Gui has no further issues, should we address my inquiries now? Fan Rong remarked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Captain Fan, feel free to ask, is the polygraph still necessary? Lin Gui raised his wrist. Certainly not. Fan Rong chuckled, noting the boy's lingering resentment. You were the one who killed the starving hound, weren't you? Or was it your summoned creature? Did you awaken your talent prior to the official awakening? Fan Rong inquired slowly, keenly observing Lin Gui's expression. The Alien Management Bureau had gathered all student encounters with goblins and discovered Lin Gui's ability to summon the salty general. Although Li Qingyu, who knew the most about Lin Gui's talent, had concealed certain details, it did not diminish his contributions, and some information was bound to be revealed, such as Lin Gui's capacity to summon a fish-like creature wielding a massive hammer. Upon receiving this intelligence, Fan Rong immediately connected the dots and sought Lin Gui for clarification. Previously, it wasn't my summoned creature. It could only be summoned through a special medium. Now it is, Lin Gui confessed, producing the remnants of his treasured second-hand device. He had previously feared questions due to concerns over the device being taken away. Now that the device had transformed into his talent, super player, He had not heard of any means to seize another's talent. Coupled with the fact that he had committed no wrongdoing, he felt secure in facing Fan Rong's inquiries. With everything laid bare, Lin Gui had no lingering fears. Fan Rong pondered that I have heard that there was once an individual in the imperial capital-based city who could utilize their talent in advance through a specific medium before awakening. I wonder if it aligns with your situation. May I take this phone remnant back for research? Lin Gui hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Sure, but you must return it to me intact. He too wished to uncover whether the remnants of the device held any special properties. Fan Rong carefully stowed away the second-hand device and made another request. Lin Gui, might I take a glance at your summoned creature? Lin Gui had no objections. The salty general's stamina recovered slightly every 10 minutes, and the salty fish's stamina had barely returned to 30, still in a weakened state. Although unable to engage in another fierce battle, it was certainly possible to let it make an appearance. Summon. Salty General Su Chu. The salty fish emerged from the magic circle, its eyes gleaming with intelligence. Upon being summoned, it scanned the surroundings before quickly locking onto its target. Swinging its hammer towards Fan Rong, Lanya, who had been silently observing from the side, swiftly positioned herself in front of Fan Rong with a piercing gaze. Stop! Lin Gui swiftly slapped the salty fish on the head. Interrupting its attack, the salty fish dropped its hammer, cradling its head with both hands, looking somewhat aggrieved that I thought my lord summoned me this time for a fight, so I was planning to strike first. Are you feeling wrong now? Lin Gui thought for a moment and realized that indeed, every time he summoned the creature in Goblin Forest, it was always for battle, and he would immediately dismiss it afterward. Leaving no time for the salty generals to react, and no wonder it had overreacted. Lin Gui gently patted the salty fish's head to soothe its feelings. Lanya and Fan Rong were unable to comprehend the salty fish's babbling language and found the sight of the adorably grotesque creature quite peculiar. There's no need to be so tense, Fan Rong reassured Lanya, who stood protectively in front of him, as he stepped closer to observe the salty fish more closely, even reaching out to touch it. He ended up with a handful of slime. Maintaining his composure, he discreetly took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean. Height of 1.50 m, stout build, with a fishy odor and a massive hammer. Yes, it all matches. Captain Fan, are you done? Lin Gui asked impatiently. Each second of summoning consumed an exorbitant amount of energy. Even though his current energy reserves were ample, he couldn't afford to waste it like this. Fan Rong nodded. You may leave that a first-tier strength-based extraordinary being is hardly remarkable, yet strength can be disguised. His earlier anxiety stemmed from concerns about sea creatures infiltrating the gathering place. Now that it had been confirmed as Lin Gui's summoned creature, he felt reassured. Do you have any further questions? If not, I shall take my leave. Lin Gui retracted the salty fish and stood to depart. He still harbored resentment over Lanya's previous actions of dragging him into an orange and had no fondness for her superior either. Moreover, having learned of Zhang Yu's situation, yet finding him still missing, his mood had soured further. Nevertheless, Lin Gui believed that Zhang Yu would not so easily meet his demise. He would eventually venture into the other world to search for Zhang Yu's whereabouts. Provided he possessed sufficient strength, Fan Rong did not take offense at Lin Gui's rudeness. After all, this youth was a special grade talent, and a bit of arrogance was entirely normal. Although this special grade talent was self-proclaimed by Lin Gui and had not been witnessed by others during his awakening. Based on the gathered intelligence, his record of fending off multiple first-tier opponents with zero-tier power suggested he was not far from being a special grade talent. Thus, Lin Gui was tentatively classified as special grade, with reservations. And adjustments would be made based on future performance. When faced with an ordinary student yet to awaken and a promising future star, one cannot draw sweeping conclusions. Fan Rong gathered and organized the documents on the table before adding, "Allow me to share another piece of news." Lin Gui paused. What news? This incident has had significant repercussions, and the authorities have decided to select a few of the most outstanding students to award them with third-class military merit medals. You are among the nominees. Chapter 54. Spirit Source. My sincere apologies to all. An unfortunate incident has occurred at the South Mountain Gathering Place, and I shall assume full responsibility for all corresponding consequences. According to preliminary statistics, the recent incident involved a total of 1,753 students, among whom 185 have been confirmed deceased, 237 are missing, and 146 have sustained lifelong disabilities. the authorities will provide a more detailed report on the event. We have arranged for the students to rest at the Symbiosis Rehabilitation Center, ensuring that each one receives the utmost care. Updates on the children's conditions will be sent to their respective parents. And we hope everyone can remain calm, restraining their anxious emotions, and temporarily return home to await further news. The government of Shan Nim will not tolerate any criminal behavior and will exert every effort to bring the perpetrator to justice. And we hope the public can trust in the government's capabilities that on the television screen. As the primary responsible individual from Shannan, Shi Yin Quan urged the throngs of anxious parents gathered outside the awakening venue to disperse. The scene then shifted to the rescue efforts for the students. As the first student to awaken, Lin Gui recounted the harrowing experiences he faced, which were also featured in the news. His face, charred black from the flames, and his tattered clothing made him appear as if he had just escaped from a disaster zone. With a sigh, Lin Gui picked up the remote and turned off the television. Covering his face with his hands, it was careless of him. Although he noticed the presence of photographers at the time, he was too nervous to pay attention, never imagining he would appear on television in such a state. When the Military Merit Medal is awarded, he must make a concerted effort to present himself well, showcasing his handsomeness to alter the audience's impression of him. Today marks the second day since emerging from the spatial rift. After learning about the Military Merit Medal from Fan Rong yesterday, Lin Gui promptly conducted research. The Dragon Kingdom issues 4 types of military merit medals: the special grade Qiyang Medal, the first grade Yaiyue Medal, the second grade Sanqing Medal, and the third grade Huichen Medal. Most likely, Lin Gui and his companions will receive the third grade Huichen Medal, which has a relatively low threshold for attainment, as long as one contributes to the nation and its people and performs excellently on the front lines. They can qualify. Holders of military merit medals enjoy numerous privileges within gathering areas, including discounts on purchases, priority in processing affairs, and certain special benefits and permissions. What excites Lin Gui the most is that possessing a military merit medal exempts him from the assessments required to enter the wilderness, granting him a direct permit to leave the city. This means that Lin Gui can freely venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts for energy, as long as he remains within the cleaning zone of 20 kilometers, where danger should be minimal. Although his energy levels are currently barely sufficient, engaging in recreational activities consumes energy tenfold, causing a rapid decline, but he understands the importance of being prepared for future contingencies. Lin Gui, it's time for you to gather, Lu Shang reminded him from the side. Reluctantly, Lu Shang changed his address for Lin Gui from benefactor to Lin Gui at Lin Gui's insistence. Who could endure someone rushing up and calling them benefactor upon first meeting? All right, I understand, Lin Gui replied. The Ministry of Education has assigned a teacher to instruct individuals like Lin Gui, who possess talent but lack psychic energy, on methods of cultivating psychic energy. Those who have yet to awaken, like Lu Shang, will be divided into 3 groups and awaken alongside students from other schools. The reason for this urgency in awakening within these few days is not without cause. The psychic energy emanating from the spatial rift is not constant. It ebbs and flows like tides, with cycles spanning years. The days of formal awakening coincide with the low tide of psychic energy, yielding the highest success rate and safety. Therefore, the Dragon Kingdom strives to arrange for everyone to awaken during this period. Lin Gui arrived at the large conference room on the 2nd floor. The room can accommodate hundreds of people, and several students were already waiting, including Li Qingyu and Li W and at the front. A middle-aged man, appearing quite stern and unsmiling, was preparing teaching materials at the podium. Lin Gui arrived somewhat late, attracting curious glances from many. Upon seeing him, Li Wan's expression shrank slightly, indicating that the terrifying impressions left by the 2 previous generals still lingered. Li Qingyu waved at him, patting the empty seat beside her to beckon him over. Lin Gui approached her. Lin Gui, have you found Zhang Yu? Li Qingyu asked anxiously. The rescued students did not encounter further trouble after being expelled from the spatial rift, and she often regretted not accompanying Lin Gui to search for Zhang Yu. That I haven't found him. He hasn't been able to emerge from the spatial rift either. Lin Gui informed Li Qingyu of the 2 possibilities regarding Zhang Yu's disappearance. Alas, it's all my fault. If only I had been more vigilant, Li Qingyu lamented, filled with self-reproach. However, lamenting at this point is futile. The only path forward is to become stronger in order to better confront dangers in the future. While speaking, Lin Gui surveyed the students present. After a glance, he noted that several awakened classmates were present, Among them, Li Dahu sat in the corner, his head bowed in deep thought. "Is everyone here?" the stern man inquired. Counting the attendees and clearing his throat to capture everyone's attention, "My surname is Hua. You may address me as Teacher Hua. You have all just endured a tragic incident, and I trust you have come to recognize your own vulnerabilities. In this world, weakness is a sin, and psychic energy is your pathway to strength." He then approached each student, gently patting their arms. Lin Gui distinctly felt a certain energy attaching itself to his arm. After completing this, Teacher Hua returned to his position, opened the slideshow, and began the presentation. The white screen projected the 7 characters. Basic psychic energy cultivation method. Following this was an anatomical diagram of the human body, with a red line illustrating an energy flow path. The students understood that the prerequisite for cultivating psychic energy is talent. Those who rely on mechanical or bodily modifications can only utilize their inherent psychic energy and cannot enhance it through cultivation like those with talent. Therefore, it is the talented individuals who represent the true future of the Dragon Kingdom. Next, I will explain how to cultivate psychic energy. Teacher Hua began to elaborate. Firstly, psychic energy cultivation requires a talent holder above the 2nd rank who has mastered the ability to infuse psychic energy. To plant a psychic anchor in the untrained individual. Planting a psychic anchor is a method discovered through the collaborative efforts of the early pioneers and the first generation of talented individuals, serving as a gradual approach to mastering psychic energy. The action of Teacher Hua patting the students is the act of planting the psychic anchor. Subsequently, the student must calm their mind and sense their own talent. During this process, the psychic anchor will flow to a specific part of the body. Once it halts, that location can be termed the psychic source and will receive enhancement. The psychic source is most commonly found in the lower dantian or heart, but it may also appear in limbs or other regions. There are tales of a certain extraordinary individual whose psychic source was located in the elbow. Through this enhancement, he perfected a move called the Supreme Elbow Strike, rendering him unbeatable among peers of the same realm, gaining immense notoriety. Tragically, he later fell to his death after being struck by an exotic beast from above. Such was the demise of a once great talent. It is indeed a sad tale. Once the psychic source is determined, one can autonomously absorb stray psychic energy through it, operating and refining the psychic energy according to the meridian chart in the basic psychic energy cultivation method, storing it within the psychic source, and commencing formal cultivation. First-rank extraordinary individuals can manipulate psychic energy to enhance their bodies. Second-rank extraordinary individuals master the infusion of psychic energy, capable of injecting it into weapons to amplify their power. Third-rank extraordinary individuals can compress and strengthen psychic energy, greatly enhancing their overall capabilities. Fourth-rank extraordinary individuals can further refine psychic energy, allowing them to wield it with precision, without any hindrances. Teacher Hua did not continue to elaborate on the 5th and 6th ranks, leaving the students with boundless room for imagination. Lin Gui tightly closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and focused on sensing his super player talent. The psychic anchor seemed to respond to his command, wriggling like a lively serpent, slithering up his arm until it reached his brain. Just as Lin Gui thought his psychic source would be in his brain, something unexpected occurred. The psychic anchor, seemingly startled, hurriedly retreated downward and tentatively settled in the position of the cerebellum. The anchor ceased its movement, establishing a base at the cerebellum. Lin Gui felt as if his cerebellum was undergoing a strengthening transformation by the psychic anchor. This sensation was quite subtle, a tingling itch in his head, as if he were about to gain greater cognitive faculties. With the establishment of the psychic source, Lin Gui suddenly sensed the sparse psychic energy floating in the air. Curious, he reached out to capture it, but found it impossible to grasp. Even when he made contact, it would merely pass through his body, unable to be retained. It wasn't until he followed the basic psychic energy cultivation method and attempted to activate his psychic source that he succeeded in capturing the psychic energy. The energy flowed within him, creating a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body, eventually coalescing into the psychic source within his cerebellum, causing it to imperceptibly strengthen. Lin Gui exhaled a breath of turbid air. This was the sensation of cultivating psychic energy, quite pleasant indeed. Chapter 55. The invitation from Hishan Academy. One by one, the students in the conference room opened their eyes, their faces reflecting an uncontrollable excitement and astonishment as they began to converse in hushed tones. "Hey, where's your psychic source?" Mind's in the heart, a rather conventional location. Mind's in the right hand. I can practice to develop a Kirin arm now. The experience of cultivating psychic energy was a wondrous revelation for all of them. Seeing their reactions, Teacher He realized they had all determined the locations of their psychic sources and spoke up. Students, you must not slack off when you return. Diligent cultivation is essential. The future of the Dragon Kingdom relies on you. Understood, the students replied in unison, their chests swelling with pride. Teacher He nodded in satisfaction. Now, you may leave the conference room. Lin Gui and Li Qingyu, please stay behind. The remaining students exited, leaving only Lin Gui and Li Qingyu. The two were uncertain as to why they had been retained, but the reason was clear enough. They shared a prominent commonality. They were both exceptional talents. As anticipated, a smile, albeit forced, crept onto Professor He's stern visage. Both of you possess extraordinary talent. May I inquire which esteemed institution you aspire to attend in the future? Extraordinary talent signifies that, barring any untimely demise, one is destined to ascend to the pinnacle as a sixth-tier extraordinary being. Such individuals are coveted wherever they go. Students endowed with extraordinary talent are granted admission to any university of their choice without examination, including the nation's most prestigious institutions, famously named after their respective base cities, the imperial capital. Heshan, Feng'an, Nanjing, and Jingming. Each of these elite academies boasts the finest educational resources, unparalleled extraordinary assets, and optimal learning environments, with sixth-tier extraordinary beings serving as principals, far surpassing other institutions. Schools that are merely aspirational for ordinary students are effortlessly accessible to them. Li Qingyu remarked, let us consider which institution offers the most favorable conditions. Lin Gui, however, had his own thoughts. I am particularly interested in either the Imperial Capital Academy or Jingming Academy. The base cities hold strategic importance. Safeguarding the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, fulfilling vital responsibilities. The Imperial Capital base city lies on the eastern shore, at the forefront of the Eastern Sea war front, engaged in fierce battles against the aquatic beasts. Annually, thousands of soldiers meet their demise in the ocean. Conversely, Jingming base city is located in the south, frequently besieged by aberrant beasts, with the enormous cloud whales soaring through the skies to assist. Hence its name. Both base cities occupy the front line, and their respective academies tend to facilitate students' early immersion in practical combat, which is particularly advantageous for Lin Gui, who requires the hunting of aberrant species. Professor He, shedding his pretense, revealed his identity. I am Hui Yuming, the director of admissions at Heshan Academy. How about considering Heshan Academy? We can certainly offer conditions superior to those of other institutions. As he spoke, he handed each of them a document. Heshan Bay City, situated in the hinterland, is relatively stable, aside from the occasional need to guard against sudden spatial rifts. Its initial stability attracted many students, earning it the reputation of being one of the top 2 academies alongside the Imperial Capital Academy. However, as time passed, and within the educational environment of the Dragon Kingdom, the exceptionally gifted often grew dissatisfied with stability, opting to pursue opportunities in the other 4 prestigious institutions. This decline in enrollment led to diminished educational outcomes for Heshan Academy, tarnishing its reputation and further deterring students from applying, resulting in a vicious cycle. Gradually, Heshan Academy fell into decline, becoming the 5th-ranked institution in name only, even local students frequently seeking admission to other academies. Thus, upon learning of the emergence of 2 extraordinary talents in the nearby Shannon Gathering, Heshan Academy swiftly dispatched Hui Yuming to extend the best possible terms. Eager to secure their enrollment first, Lin Gui perused the document. He found himself taken aback by the generous offers made by Heshan Academy. Tuition and miscellaneous fees were completely waived, which was merely the most basic of provisions that a housing unit in Heshan Bay City could accommodate parents and younger siblings, with the academy also arranging employment and schooling. There was a $1 million bonus, independent single rooms on campus, a 50% discount on resources, and weekly personal guidance from the principal. In total, there were over a dozen enticing offers. Lin Gui could not help but feel tempted. He glanced at Li Qingyu, who was fixated on a clause granting students autonomy. Her expression similarly intrigued. Professor He confidently asserted, the other 4 institutions could never match such conditions. Take your time to consider. My contact information is at the end of the document that I eagerly await your response. He understood that pressing too hard on such prodigies could provoke aversion, It was sufficient to display genuine intent. "I can provide an answer right now," Li Qingyu declared, having made her decision that I have compared the terms offered to extraordinary students by other academies, and Hashan Academy's offers are indeed the best, unrivaled. In fact, I have decided to apply to Hashan Academy. Lin Gui, however, found himself contemplating further. Given his current capabilities, even attending the imperial capital or Jingming would render him little more than cannon fodder. The school would not permit him to participate in frontline battles. Attending Hashan seemed scarcely different, especially considering the bountiful resources available. Pursuing studies at Hashan Academy, leveraging its resources to expedite his spiritual energy cultivation and elevate his extraordinary tier. While embarking on new challenges and privileges appeared increasingly significant. After all, each new challenge represented a monumental shift in Lin Gui's strength. With this thought in mind, he decisively stated, "Then I shall apply to Hashan Academy as well." Professor Hua was elated, having unexpectedly succeeded in recruiting two extraordinary talents for the school. Returning to the academy with such a triumph was indeed a remarkable achievement. He hastily produced a pen. "Please sign your names on the document. As long as you apply to Hashan Academy, all conditions will undoubtedly be fulfilled. Do not worry. Even if you change your minds later, Hashan Academy will not impose any difficulties upon you." Lin Gui and Li Qingyu exchanged glances before signing their names on the document and returning it to Professor Hua. He treated the two documents as treasures, carefully safeguarding them, his earlier stern demeanor long forgotten. Once Lin Gui and Li Qingyu discerned that Professor Hua had no further matters to address, they exited the conference room. In the corridor, Li Qingyu retrieved her phone, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Lin Gui, it seems we shall be classmates in the future, that we should stay in touch. Would you like to add me on WeChat?" Lin Gui shook his head. "Perhaps next time. I currently do not have a phone." Li Qingyu was taken aback, unable to believe Lin Gui would refuse her, especially with such a clumsy excuse. She had assumed they were already friends. "Very well," she replied, lowering her gaze, a hint of disappointment flickering across her features. Observing her expression, Lin Gui realized she had misunderstood and quickly clarified. "My phone was damaged in the Goblin Forest. I will get a new one when I return and will then add you. Allow me to give you my number." Li Qingyu's expression brightened as she earnestly noted down Lin Gui's phone number. In the corridor, they engaged in casual conversation. A male janitor wearing a medical mask and protective cap approached, pushing a cleaning cart. Have I seen this person before?" Lin Gui slowed his pace, scrutinizing the janitor. The janitor noticed Lin Gui as well, casting a furtive glance before immediately lowering his head and tugging at his left sleeve. They brushed past one another. Lin Gui pondered, finding the janitor's reaction peculiar. As if he were concealing something. Beneath his sleeve, there appeared to be a bandage. Suddenly, Lin Gui recalled who this individual was. Qian Jinlong, the purple-haired delinquent who summoned white corpse rats. He had dyed his hair back to black and trimmed it to a normal length, hiding the bandage beneath his long-sleeved janitor's uniform, which explained why Lin Gui had not recognized him immediately. Wasn't the Anomaly Management Bureau in pursuit of Qian Jinlong? Why was he brazenly present here? Lin Gui's mind filled with doubt, coupled with the failure of the suppressants leading to pet aberration. That elderly man carrying the afflicted parrot had entered Symbiosis Pharmaceuticals. Was there a grand conspiracy hidden beneath the glamorous facade of Symbiosis Pharmaceuticals? As an 18-year-old veteran bookworm, various conspiracy theories flooded Lin Gui's mind. After all, this was a classic trope. That "What's the matter?" Li Qingyu was still conversing with Lin Gui, but had yet to receive a response. Prompting her to inquire curiously, "I just recalled leaving something in the conference room. That I'll retrieve it." "You go ahead," Lin Gui replied, bidding her farewell before turning to follow Qian Jinlong's footsteps. Chapter 56. Tail Lin Gui, of course, would not conduct his tracking overtly. Such a strategy would only alert the target. From a distance, he observed as Qian Jinlong entered a room. After noting the room number, Lin Gui quickly sought out a public restroom, one of the few places in the clinic devoid of surveillance. Inside a stall, he activated the abilities of Qian Lianingxiu. After rescuing the divine favored, Zerd, he had not been idle, unlocking several heroes through the recruitment hall, surpassing the number of avatars the Lord of Salted Fish had. Shadow Hassan was among them. Each hero's codename reflected their unique characteristics. Hassan, the assassin who prowls and hunts within the shadows. Possession, Shadow Hassan, Lin Gui's hair transformed to a shade of azure. A purple cloak draped over his shoulders, and a hidden blade emerged from his wrist. In addition to the alterations in appearance and physical attributes, some abilities were enhanced. Stealth. Light-footed, he moved without making a sound. Reconnaissance. His senses heightened. No rustling of leaves or whispering wind could escape his ears. However, these were not the crux of his strategy. Even the most proficient assassin, upon possessing Lin Gui, would remain merely a first-tier extraordinary being. Incapable of tracking within a surveillance-laden clinic, Lin Gui's confidence stemmed from Hassan's unique skill. Dark power. Throw a smoke bomb at oneself, entering an invisible state for 10 minutes. The next attack will break the invisibility and guarantee a critical hit. Bam! A cloud of smoke erupted within the restroom stalled. As the stall door swung open, the smoke dissipated swiftly, leaving no trace of an individual emerging. Lin Gui had entered an invisible state and returned to the entrance of the room where Qian Jinlong had entered. Qian Jinlong exited, pushing his cart. Lin Gui peered inside the room, which housed students unfortunate enough to be disabled in the Goblin Forest. He did not linger, closely following Qian Jinlong. Suddenly, Qian Jinlong halted, spun around abruptly, and began scanning the surroundings. Lin Gui was no more than 2 meters away from him. Thanks to his enhanced senses, he could discern the very pores on Qian Jinlong's face. Lin Gui nearly believed he had been detected. Holding his breath and remaining utterly silent. Fortunately, the invisibility proved effective. Qian Jinlong perceived nothing amiss, murmuring to himself, "How strange, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching me. Am I simply being overly sensitive? It must be that Lin Gui fellow. I never expected to run into him here after being caught. What an incessant specter." Qian Jinlong cursed as he entered the next room. Lin Gui let out a sigh of relief. He keenly sensed the crucial information embedded in Qian Jinlong's words. Was Qian Jinlong captured? He recalled that Qian Jinlong had mentioned he was still indebted, which was why he was causing trouble for him. Could the lender be Gongxing Pharmaceuticals? Was Qian Jinlong unable to repay the loan, thus compelled to work off his debt? It seemed Gongxing Pharmaceuticals was rather considerate, opting not to simply harvest Qian Jinlong's kidneys for cash, but instead providing him with employment. With newfound experience, Lin Gui's courage surged, prompting him to follow Qian Jinlong into the room. Seizing an opportune moment, he discreetly inspected the cleaning cart. There was nothing out of the ordinary, merely standard cleaning supplies. After Qian Jinlong entered the room, he greeted each student with a handshake, exuding warmth and enthusiasm. His service attitude was impeccable. The tasks included taking out the trash and replenishing consumables, typical duties for a regular janitor. Lin Gui accompanied him through several rooms, all occupied by disabled students, indicating that the government had designated this area for such individuals. As time ticked away, Lin Gui began to waver. Could it be that he had been overthinking? Yet, having squandered over 10 hours of energy without uncovering anything, he felt a sense of unwillingness. This was the essence of sunk cost. Just as Lin Gui was about to give up, the situation took a turn. After seemingly cleaning all the rooms, Qian Jinlong parked the cleaning cart in the janitor's closet and headed toward the end of the corridor. There lay a connecting corridor linking the nursing home with the main building of Gongxing Pharmaceuticals. Established for the swift arrival of doctors in case of emergencies involving patients from the nursing home. Within the corridor stood a mechanical door, operable only by special identity cards. Qian Jinlong waited before the door, which soon swung open. Approaching was a young doctor clad in a white coat, appearing no older than 27 or 28. Upon seeing him, Qian Jinlong bowed his head respectfully, his demeanor exceedingly deferential. "Dr. Song, I have completed the tasks you arranged." Dr. Song wore a warm smile, patting Qian Jinlong's shoulder. "Well done, but do you truly believe you have performed exceptionally?" Lin Gui dared not draw too close, opting to observe from a distance, straining to overhear their conversation. "Dr. Song, what do you mean by that?" Upon hearing this, Qian Jinlong's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "You have a little tail following you, and you remain oblivious? Truly a worthless fool. It seems better to repurpose such waste sooner rather than later." Dr. Song's smile remained unchanged, yet his words dripped with venom. This was bad. Lin Gui promptly retreated. Unbeknownst to him, a surgical knife had appeared in Dr. Song's hand, launched toward Lin Gui's position. Fortunately, Lin Gui reacted swiftly, and the knife merely pinned the corner of his clothing to the wall. With a forceful tug, he ripped the fabric, his steps unceasing as he abandoned any intention of uncovering further secrets. Lin Gui dashed back to the hidden public restroom, shedding his concealed state, and hurried back to the third-floor room. What he did not see was Qian Jinlong, upon witnessing Dr. Song launch the surgical knife. Instantly paling, kneeling before Docto with the possession of this mobile phone, the perils of wilderness exploration can be mitigated to some extent. As Lin Gui was engrossed in his new device, Lu Shang returned. Upon seeing Lin Gui, he exclaimed, "Lin Gui, I thought you had already departed. Surely you must be reluctant to part with me." After completing their training in spiritual energy cultivation, the gifted individuals could return home once they confirmed their physical well-being. However, should any issues arise after leaving the rehabilitation center, the government would bear no responsibility. Lin Gui replied, "Of course not. I shall be leaving right now." Lu Shang insisted, "You should at least bid me farewell before you go. Lin Gui, you must hold me dear in your heart." Unable to endure his exuberance, Lin Gui feigned nausea and disdainfully shooed him away. At the reception of the rehabilitation center, Lin Gui signed a voluntary discharge agreement and set forth on his journey home. "Mom and Dad, I have returned." As Lin Gui opened the door, his parents, having taken leave to await his arrival, rushed to him upon hearing the news. Linen was still at school during this hour. To Lin Gui's surprise, a guest was seated in the living room. Feng Rui, a resident who had recently moved in downstairs. Upon seeing their son, Lin's parents hurriedly surrounded him to check for injuries. Despite the government's assurances regarding Lin Gui's condition, they could not rest easy without personally inspecting him. "You've lost weight. You must have endured quite a bit during this time." Lin's mother immediately identified a significant issue. Lin Gui chuckled in disbelief. "Mom, I have only been away for a little over a day. How could I have lost weight so quickly?" Lin's father, more restrained, appeared calm, but could not hide the concern in his eyes. That moment, Feng Rui, seated on the sofa, stood and politely bid farewell to the family. "I shall not intrude any further. Thank you, Lin Gui and Lin Jia, for your kindness." Indeed, Lin's mother shared the same surname. As the entire family was named Lin, there is no need for such formality. "Xiao Feng, we are neighbors, and it is only right to look out for one another. Do come over to play sometime." Lin's mother, now wholly focused on her son, made no effort to keep her. She waved her hand in farewell. After the door closed, Lin Gui curiously inquired, "When did you become so familiar with her?" Lin's mother explained, "Xiao Feng is a warm-hearted person. She came to comfort us immediately after your incident. And over time, we became acquainted." Lin Gui felt a twinge of doubt. Feng Rui appeared to be a career woman, yet she had invested so much time in comforting Lin's parents. It seemed she had genuinely cared. But wasn't today a weekday? Had she taken leave just to console his parents? Before he could ponder further, Lin's mother pulled him to the dining table. "Enough about her. Are you hungry, dear? I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you." Lin Gui quickly declined. "Mom, I'm not hungry. I had a nutritious meal at the rehabilitation center." "That is good. That is good." Lin's mother held Lin Gui's hand tightly, as if fearing he might vanish, tears brimming in her eyes. "If anything were to happen to you, I truly would not know what to do to this." Lin's mother could no longer suppress her anxious emotions. Upon learning of Lin Gui's ordeal, she nearly broke down. Even after the government's assurances that he was unharmed, she had spent the entire night restless, fearing for her child's safety. It was only upon seeing Lin Gui that her heart finally found peace. And she wept uncontrollably. Lin's father gently patted her back, soothingly murmuring, "It is all right. Our son has returned safely, and he seems to be in good spirits. Mom, please do not cry. Am I not here?" "Fit and well," Lin Gui teased, "I have a few surprises to share with you. Would you like to hear them?" He left them in suspense. However, this tactic seemed ineffective. Lin's mother continued to weep, and Lin's father persisted in offering comfort. Lin Gui raised his voice. "Aren't you always hoping I would attend a prestigious university? I have awakened a top-tier talent and have been pre-admitted to Hishan Academy." The effect was immediate. Lin's mother ceased her tears at once. "Top-tier talent? My goodness, are you not a mere commoner?" Lin's father wore an expression of disbelief. "Of course, would I jest about such matters, because of my performance during this incident. The government has even decided to award me a Medal of Merit in a few days." Lin Gui animatedly recounted his experiences in Goblin Forest, omitting the less favorable details of being coerced by the whip-wielding goblins and having to contend with the goblin army. With the revelation of his awakened top-tier talent, his triumph over spatial rifts, acceptance into a prestigious academy, and the impending award of a military honor, Lin's parents were left utterly speechless, astonished by the cascade of news. Just a moment ago, they were celebrating his safe return, only to have Lin Gui declare, "I am no longer pretending. I am laying all my cards on the table. Those spatial rifts, merely a minor nuisance." Easily dealt with. After the initial shock, Lin's mother still harbored some concern. Does awakening a top-tier talent mean you will be required to fight on the front lines? She wished to avoid experiencing another incident like this. Ideally, Lin Gui could live a safe and uneventful life without the need for perilous endeavors. What sort of talk is that? Lin's father interjected, disapprovingly. If our son possesses such abilities, he must contribute to humanity and the nation. While Lin's mother understood her husband's perspective on a rational level, her maternal instincts tugged at her heart. "I know that, but I cannot help but worry." "Well then, Mom and Dad, I shall return to my room now," Lin Gui announced, sensing their emotions had settled. "Wait a moment," Lin's mother called after him. "Dear, Xiaoyu has gone missing, and his parents are heartbroken. You two grew up together. Please find the time to check in on them." "All right, I understand." Chapter 58. A surge in strength. Lin Gui felt somewhat apprehensive about facing Zhang Yu's parents. He felt a twinge of guilt, believing he bore part of the responsibility for Zhang Yu being taken by the goblins. If he had been able to detect the lurking goblins sooner, or had forcibly assisted Zhang Yu in regaining his strength, he might have prevented his friend from being captured so easily. At the very least, he could have cleared the goblin camp after ensuring the safety of all the injured personnel, even if it meant sacrificing some energy reserves. Fortunately, Zhang Yu's parents were not as sorrowful as he had anticipated. Rather, they seemed remarkably optimistic. When they saw Lin Gui, they welcomed him warmly, engaging in casual conversation, as if nothing were amiss. They appeared to firmly believe that Zhang Yu was merely missing, not dead, and would eventually return. To be honest, Lin Gui lacked their level of confidence. His thoughts of venturing into the other realm to find Zhang Yu felt more like a means of self-reassurance. After returning from Zhang Yu's home, Lin Gui lay on his bed and activated the virtual machine. The mini-games commence. With ample energy reserves, both games progressed rapidly. Lord of the Salted Fish, after the characters Yu and Kai advanced to 1. He finally managed to clear a level that he successfully reached over 80 levels, unlocking a golden chest that contained advancement stones, eliminating the need to await meager offline rewards. Using these advancement stones, Lin Gui elevated his main character to 2, allowing him to summon 3 salted fish generals simultaneously. Furthermore, the golden chest yielded 3 rewards. Aside from advancement stones, there was a 10 chance of obtaining a purple general, a 7 chance of an orange general, and a 3 chance of acquiring the strongest red general. Lin Gui was finally able to pull 2 orange generals from the chest. Additionally, a feature called the General Tower was unlocked within Lord of the Salted Fish, comprising 10 levels, each level offering gold and advancement stones as rewards, with the completion of an entire tower granting a recruitment order. This order could be exchanged with a character named Cat Granny for salted fish cans, which could yield fragments of salted fish generals. These fragments could be used to upgrade the generals, increasing their strength. If he obtained fragments of generals he did not already possess, he could recruit them directly. Notably, after every 10 recruitments, a random red general would surely appear. Lin Gui finally acquired his first red general, Sun Tzu, known for his catchphrase, "I am Sun Bo Fu, the little overlord of Jiangdong," earning him the title of the strongest milk general. Moreover, Lord of the Salted Fish featured a non-destructive general exchange function, allowing players to transfer the level, rank, and equipment of one general to another during resource scarcity. Lin Gui allocated the resources he had developed for several salted fish generals to the red and orange generals, including Su Chu. Su Chu, the muscular warrior, lamented, "Ultimately, I have been misallocated." Now, with just the salted fish generals, Lin Gui felt confident in taking on the priest goblin. The other minigame, 1000 Refinements Heroes, was somewhat addictive. Lin Gui could gaze at the little characters mining, chopping trees, and battling monsters for hours on end. Through his tireless efforts, he had unlocked over 20 heroes, providing him with a rich array of options when possessed, sufficient to handle various situations. In the town center, he unlocked a goddess statue and a trial dungeon, where he could obtain equipment to enhance the hero's strength. Moreover, as the training camp projects upgraded, Lin Gui's physical fitness improved by nearly half. What once could only sustain 10 seconds of ox and horse mode could now last for up to 10 minutes. It was a modest gain, at least. During his time at the rehabilitation center, Lin Gui had confirmed through repeated attempts and professional testing that ox and horse mode indeed had a training effect, albeit negligible. Under the same physical exertion, ox and horse mode could only achieve 10% of the effectiveness of standard workouts, merely enough to prevent a decline in strength. This shattered his dreams of gaining strength through idle gaming, while simultaneously enhancing his physical prowess. Nevertheless, lying in bed each day, activating ox and horse mode ensured he would not turn into a couch potato, which was a small consolation. However, there were some unfavorable updates. 1,000 refinements heroes suffered from the same limitations as Lord of the Salted Fish. The absence of a monetization channel led to a scarcity of welfare activities, leaving him reliant on the daily limit of 30 treasure chests for resource acquisition. Upon reaching the illustrious level of 35, the heroes are required to undergo a star enhancement in order to continue their progression, a process that necessitates the use of star enhancement stones. Does this not sound familiar? Indeed, it resembles the mechanics found in the game Lord of the Salted Fish, or rather, it is a common trope prevalent in many minor games, representing one of the most classic formulas: leveling up, advancing, enhancing stars, fortifying, refining, runes, and guardian beasts. The methods for augmenting combat power are as diverse as they are numerous. Players often find themselves stymied by level caps, resource limitations, or combat power restrictions, observing the formidable figures atop the combat power rankings, while occasionally encountering seemingly enticing six-piece gift packages designed to lure players into spending, can be quite disheartening. Yet, Lin Gui yearns to invest. But alas, he lacks the channels to do so. Consequently, when the heroes attain the 35 level, the star enhancement stones become exceedingly scarce, resulting in a painfully slow advancement in combat power. Furthermore, the 1,000 refinements heroes lacks any offline idle rewards, necessitating prolonged active engagement to enhance levels and gather resources, which in turn leads to significant energy consumption that in the span of merely one day, his energy plummeted by a staggering 100 hours, representing a full one-third reduction. Lin Gui consciously began to limit his time spent on minor games, mindful of the necessity to reserve energy for combat. In addition to the minor games, he did not neglect his cultivation. Whenever he activated the idle mode in the minor games, he would simultaneously engage in spiritual energy cultivation. The particles of spiritual energy present in the air were captured within his body, undergoing a process of training and taming, thus obediently settling into the spiritual source located in his cerebellum. During moments of attack or movement, he could mobilize this spiritual energy to converge upon the relevant parts of his body, unleashing greater strength and speed. The prowess exhibited by Lin Gui, when fully committed, could make even Tyson fall silent and cause Bolt to shed tears. With the addition of the possession mode, Lin Gui truly felt confident in challenging the likes of the purple salted generals such as Salted Fish Chew. As for the orange and red salted generals, it would be best not to entertain such delusions. After enduring a thorough thrashing from the Long Whip Goblin, he learned a valuable lesson about self-awareness. As his spiritual source continued to grow, Lin Gui's cerebellum also experienced gradual fortification. It is widely known that the primary functions of the cerebellum include regulating muscle tension, maintaining bodily balance, and controlling muscle tone and coordination, which influence the initiation, planning, and coordination of movements, including determining the strength, direction, and range of motion. This aligns perfectly with the superplayer privilege of basic actions. Lin Gui could distinctly feel that, under the enhancement of both abilities, his control over his body had undergone a comprehensive improvement. For instance, when throwing a punch, he would instinctively adjust his posture, engaging more muscles in the process, where he previously exerted only 80 to 90 of his strength. He could now unleash 110-120. Of course, it would not reach the level of Li Qingyu's perfect control. Based on Lin Gui's estimates, Li Qingyu could likely exert 3 to 4 times the strength. Even at the limits of her body's capacity, he felt quite satisfied with his own progress. After all, the two were not on the same path. He was still pursuing the summoning route, with his physical condition being merely supplementary. With Lin Gui's strength significantly augmented, he could not help but rub his fists together in anticipation. Now, everything was in place, just waiting for the opportunity to earn military honors and showcase his skills in the wilderness. Chapter 59. The dust metal. The solemn and majestic music gradually subsided. Accompanied by thunderous applause, an elder clad in military attire ascended the award platform. facing the gaze of hundreds and the lenses of cameras. The elder spoke with a booming voice. Today, we gather here for the awarding ceremony of the Dragon Country Military Merit Medals to honor the comrades who excelled during the Awakening venue incident. Present at this ceremony were the first leader of the Shannon gathering place, Shi Yingquan. The ceremony proceeded in an orderly manner according to protocol. Lin Gui waited backstage, anticipating the commencement of the awards. It was evident that he had meticulously groomed himself. Every hair was in place, determined to erase the image of a refugee that had previously lingered in everyone's minds and replace it with a fresh persona. Regrettably, he received notice that he could only wear his school uniform and was unable to showcase his stylish new attire. Among the queue waiting to receive military merit medals were 8 individuals, 3 of whom were students: Lin Gui, Li Qingyu, and an unfamiliar male student from the first high school. Oh, you know that person? Lin Gui nudged Li Qingyu beside him. She furrowed her brow slightly. I seem to have a vague impression. I believe I've seen him on our school's honor roll. His name might be something like Ri. Before Li Qingyu could recall further, the boy approached them amicably, extending his hand in introduction. Hello. I am Luo's ride at IT. Is an honor to meet you both. You two ventured deep into enemy territory to rescue over 100 students and returned unscathed. That is truly remarkable. Oh, right, Luo Shiri. Li Qingyu replied, her expression one of sudden realization. Lin Gui felt somewhat exasperated. The boy had already introduced himself, and only then did she remember. Luo Shiri. That name sounds familiar. Lin Gui recalled hearing this name mentioned by students during his time at the sanatorium. Extending his hand to shake Luo Shiri's. Not at all. I am merely a humble admirer. It was your leadership that enabled hundreds of students to establish a base. Had it not been for your efforts in attracting some of the goblins' forces, we could not have managed the rescue. Lin classmate, you overestimate my role. We were merely fortunate that many students landed in the same location, and it was the support of all classmates that allowed me to lead everyone. Not to mention the rescue team dispatched by the Bureau of Anomalies. Do not be overly modest. Luo classmate. It was not just luck. Amidst the chaos, your ability to quickly organize the team and demonstrate leadership and coordination skills is truly commendable. Lin brother, you are being too kind. Luo brother, you are too modest. The two, feeling an immediate camaraderie, shook hands vigorously, exchanging pleasantries with great enthusiasm. All right, we are about to go on stage. Let us cease this mutual flattery for now. Li Qingyu interjected, unable to bear it any longer. Only then did they release their grip and take their places in the line. The ceremony progressed to the next item. Now, may I invite the award recipients to the stage. Following the lead of the military personnel, the group ascended the award platform. During this process, the elder recounted the commendable deeds of each recipient. In addition to the 3 students, there were 3 rescue workers from the Bureau of Anomalies and 2 police officers who had guarded the Awakening venue. Lin Gui stood tall and straight, his expression firm, exuding a sense of righteousness. Even clad in a school uniform, he could not hide his youthful vigor and spirited demeanor. As the national anthem played, Lin Gui joined the crowd in singing boisterously. The national anthem, naturally, was not the same as before his transmigration. Lin Gui had proactively researched the national flag, anthem, and related content in preparation for the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. Remarkably, the melody of the anthem remained unchanged, while the lyrics were rewritten to reflect the realities of the Dragon Country. This had its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was that it was easy to sing, as the tune was ingrained in his very being, but it also made it easy to mix up the lyrics if one was not careful. Thus, Lin Gui maintained utmost focus, fearing he might mispronounce even a single word. 5 imposing soldiers formed a neat row, 2 of whom held the Dragon Country flag, while 3 carried trays containing military merit medals housed in ornate boxes. The 3 leaders responsible for presenting the medals approached the stage. The director of the Education Bureau, Tang Xingya, stepped forward and, with a look of encouragement, said, "You 3 are truly heroes of your generation, that I look forward to your future performances." He retrieved the medals from the ornate boxes. 3rd Class Huichin Medal. Accompanied by the stirring music of the military band, Tang Xingya draped the medals around the necks of the 3 recipients. Subsequently, he led them in saluting the audience before descending from the stage. In the audience, Lin Gui's parents, having secured entry as family members, watched their son with tears of pride in their eyes. On the other side, the principal of the first high school, Hu Chong, cast a smug glance at Lu Yongping. The principal of the second high school. With the long-standing rivalry between the two schools, Lu Yongping immediately grasped Hu Chang's implication. Our first high school boasts 2 recipients of military merit medals, while your second high school has only 1. This time, I emerge victorious. Lu Yongping clenched his teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. Was the second high school truly inferior to the first, originally, in terms of talent awakening? The second high school had produced a special grade Lin Gui, leveling the playing field. Who would have thought that yet another military merit medal would be awarded, considering the history of the schools? Was there truly no way to surpass the first high school? Lu Yongping fell into contemplation at this moment. The camera panned to the audience, prompting both principals to quickly don composed smiles, after Lin Gui and the others returned backstage. Despite having been informed of the procedure in advance, Lin Gui still felt a sense of unreality, muttering to himself, "Is that it? Step onto the stage, stand there, wear a medal, salute, and then it's over?" The spectacle is indeed grand, but isn't the process a bit too simple? Not to mention the absence of speeches, not even a moment to stand still. Hearing Lin Gui's musings, Luo Shiri chimed in. While this ceremony is presented as an awarding of military merit medals, it is primarily intended to mitigate the lingering effects of the awakening venue incident. Listen, isn't Chief Shi beginning to speak now? Although they could not see the specifics of the award platform from backstage, they could hear the voice of Shi Yanquan delivering his speech. He began by expressing recognition and gratitude for the exemplary performances of the award recipients, followed by inspiring words and a vision for the future. Luo Shiri continued, "Otherwise, why would we need a ceremony for this third-class Huichin medal? Do you know what some people call this medal? What do they call it?" Lin Gui pondered aloud, muttering, "Huichin medal. Huichin? Dust? Exactly." Luo Shiri snapped his fingers. It is indeed known as the dust medal. Across the entire Dragon Country, there are not fewer than 800,000 individuals who possess the Huichin medal in a battle on the front lines. It is not uncommon for hundreds or thousands of military merits to suffice for the awarding of third-class medals. The phrase is numerous as dust somewhat undermines the respect owed to these soldiers. Yet it remains an undeniable truth. Generally speaking, third-class medals are directly bestowed upon individuals without any ceremonial proceedings, as hosting an event would be impractical. However, in our tranquil gathering place, the awarding of military honors is indeed a rare occurrence. Lin Gui offered a faint smile. "I find the title of dust rather fitting. It serves as a constant reminder that, despite my modest achievements, I am but a speck of dust in the eyes of the truly formidable." He meticulously examined his very first military medal. The medal, shaped like an octagon, featured a predominant golden hue, encircled in the center by olive branches. The upper half displayed several brilliant blue stars radiating their light, while the lower half depicted a sword plunged into the earth. The edges of the medal were inscribed with the words third-class Huichin medal. The 4 types of medals, Qiyang, Yaoyue, Sanxing, and Huichan, were arranged in accordance with the brightness of stars as perceived by the human eye. In the midst of a dark and disastrous world, only the stars twinkled. Qiang illuminates the path for humanity, guiding them forward as a pillar of their spirit. Yahweh safeguards the peace of the land, dispelling all malevolent entities and ensuring that homes are filled with light. Sanxing, like a devoted sentinel, tirelessly orbits the sun and moon, maintaining the natural order. Though Huichin may be obscure, it quietly emits its own radiance. Even if but a few are able to behold its brilliance, that suffices. Chapter 60. Into the wilderness, what are you two discussing? Li Qingyu inquired curiously as she leaned in. Lin Gui replied, "Nothing much, just a casual chat." Noticing Li Qingyu's skeptical expression, he felt compelled to recount Luo Shiri's words. "And so what?" Li Qingyu shrugged nonchalantly. "And no matter how many possess it, the lives I've saved are tangible and will not diminish in value." Lin Gui wholeheartedly concurred with her perspective. The derogatory term dust medal may be harmless when uttered by its recipients in jest, but if someone were to deliberately belittle it and propagate such notions, dismissing the contributions of those who have achieved merit, that would surely be an act of folly or malice, driven by ill intent. Luo Shiri chuckled. "I merely mentioned something I saw online." He surveyed the two of them. "I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." Subsequently, Luo Shiri winked at Lin Gui, leaving Li Qingyu somewhat perplexed. What does that mean? She mimicked Luo Shiri's gesture, winking at Lin Gui, which appeared rather endearing. Lin Gui's lips twitched. "Ignore him. He enjoys spouting nonsensical remarks." Li Qingyu did not dwell on the matter and shifted the conversation. By the way, do you know that Ishan Academy holds a summer camp for new students every July? You will definitely participate, right? Lin Gui nodded. I am aware. I'm still contemplating whether to register. The summer camp is an exclusive privilege for top-tier institutions lasting 2 months, directly connected to the military district. Upon its conclusion, it seamlessly transitions into the academic year. During the camp, all newcomers undergo militarized management, with abundant resources provided, and a newcomer king is selected each year, receiving even better conditions and treatment from the academy. In truth, the recruitment benefits offered by Hui Yuming for the two of them already surpass the rewards for the newcomer king in every aspect. Yet, who would ever complain about having more resources? Each year, nearly all students enroll in the summer camp, allowing them to interact with future classmates and teachers, gaining additional knowledge and skills and spiritual energy, which effectively equates to starting school 2 months earlier. Those who do not enroll often find themselves struggling to grasp the material when classes commence, feeling isolated amidst familiar faces. Therefore, although attendance at the summer camp is optional, very few choose to forego it. Whenever Lin Gui considers the summer camp, he is plagued by auditory hallucinations. The summer before entering university is crucial for students, presenting the best opportunity to gain an advantage. If one misses those 2 months, they risk falling significantly behind their peers. Indeed, a pivotal moment for students of Longhua, Li Qingyu remarked in astonishment. Why? This is an excellent learning opportunity. The reason is that Lin Gui's strength primarily requires energy. And it is evident that the summer camp would not provide ample opportunities to hunt exotic beasts. He is also quite conflicted about whether to disclose his method of acquiring energy through slaying such creatures to the higher-ups. If he could capture a few 5th or 6th tier exotic beasts to hunt, his strength would undoubtedly skyrocket without the worry of energy depletion. However, his instincts caution against such revelations. Every situation has its cause and effect. Traversing dimensions is never without reason. Although he has not heard of anyone gaining strength simply by hunting exotic beasts, should this information reach the ears of such creatures or those actively seeking individuals with this ability, Lin Gui's situation could become perilously precarious. He must continue to keep this a secret until he can confide in a high-ranking transcendent he trusts implicitly. For now, he can only say, there is still more than half a month left. We shall see then. Unlike the 2 students granted admission to Hishan Academy, the college entrance examination has yet to take place, and the summer camp is still merely a distant prospect. It is premature to discuss these matters. Li Qingyu chose not to press further. That makes sense. After the awarding ceremony concluded, Lin Gui returned home and changed into comfortable clothing suitable for movement. He had prepared food and water in advance, along with essential survival gear such as flint, ropes, and knives, just in case. With everything in place, he was eager to showcase his skills in the wilderness. Lin Gui approached his parents to explain his intentions, hoping to alleviate their concerns that he planned to spend a few days in the wild, seeking to gather as much energy as possible. Isn't that too dangerous? It was impossible for them not to worry. For his mother, who had never ventured beyond the base city, the wilderness seemed akin to a den of tigers and dragons, a realm to be approached with utmost caution. His father, unable to comprehend his urgency, said, Son, you are a special grade talent. If you follow a steady course of training, you will eventually reach the 6th tier. Why the rush to hone your skills in the wilderness? Please don't tell anyone. Lin Gui had already formulated his explanation. My talent lies in summoning. Summoned beings can grow stronger through combat. That I believe there is a limit to this growth, and I wish to test it further. Strength through battle. This was Lin Gui's prepared rationale. It would be implausible to request others to capture exotic beasts for him to slay under the guise of this explanation, but if he merely sought combat practice, he could find any transcendent to spar with, rendering the need for exotic beasts unnecessary. Framing it this way made his desire to venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic creatures seem reasonable. Seeing his parents wavering, Lin Gui pressed his advantage. I assure you, I will only operate in the cleansing zone, where only 1st and 2nd tier exotic beasts reside, but summoned beings can barely contend with 2nd tier creatures. There will be no issues. Besides, do I seem like the type to engage in foolishness? Eventually, after Lin Gui's persuasion, his parents relented, provided that he would call home daily to report his safety. Otherwise, his father would seek assistance from the government. After all, a special grade talent student going missing would not be taken lightly by the authorities. Lin Gui readily agreed. shouldering his wilderness survival pack as he stepped out of the house. After some maneuvering, he boarded a specialized train heading out of the gathering area into the wilderness. The train was occupied by 8 scavengers, who appeared to be divided into 2 groups of 3 and 5, as suggested by their seating arrangements. Having been exposed to the elements for an extended period, most of them had weathered, sun-kissed skin, dry and unruly hair cut into manageable lengths, and donned garments made of exceptionally durable materials. Lin Gui felt out of place among them, like a lost lamb in a pack of wolves. The 5-member team seated behind him exchanged glances and whispered amongst themselves. From the trio to his right, an older man with a scar across his face rose to sit beside Lin Gui, casting a warning glance back at the 5 that he smiled and placed a hand on Lin Gui's shoulder. "Young brother, you don't seem very old. Are you a freshman?" When someone approached him, Lin Gui didn't mind, responding half-truthfully. "I am indeed a freshman, planning to venture into the wilderness for some training." To admit he was a prospective freshman who had awakened his talent only 5 days prior would draw too much attention. It was better to go along with the older man's assumption. The older man continued, "And what about your teammates?" Lin Gui replied, "None, I am all alone." Yet he could summon 3 loyal generals, thus forming a quartet. The older man's expression shifted. "You dare to venture into the wilderness alone for your first time? Are you a second-tier transcendent?" Lin Gui shook his head. "I am still a first-tier." The older man exclaimed with surprise, "Then what gives you the courage to brave the wilderness? Surely not merely your bulky backpack." He patted Lin Gui's bag as he spoke. "What is wrong with this bag?" Lin Gui sensed the older man's keen interest in it. The older man remarked, "A seasoned scavenger wouldn't pack their bag so tightly. It hampers agility and unnecessarily drains physical energy. Aside from essential medicines and weapons, most supplies should be foraged on-site. Knowing what is edible and which water sources are safe to drink, he produced his own bag, which was less than a quarter the size of Lin Gui's." The older man added, "Of course, this applies only to scavengers operating within the nearby cleansing zone. For more distant ventures, one must prepare adequately, but a first tier like you would hardly venture that far." "Would you?" Lin Gui appeared lost in thought. "Indeed, these are no small issues." The uncle had been waiting for this moment. "Young brother, why not join our small team? I'll take you along once, and then you'll know what to do. Rest assured, I am not a bad person. After all, bad people rarely admit to being so." Lin Gui pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined his kind offer. "I wish to try on my own." The uncle, somewhat disappointed, returned to his seat. The special vehicle came to a halt that a staff member boarded, checking each person's exit permit. Lin Gui produced the WeChat medal for her inspection. The staff member was taken aback to discover someone aboard possessed a military honor and respectfully said, "Please follow me. We need to verify its authenticity and confirm it belongs to you." Lin Gui accompanied her into a room, handing over the WeChat medal. Shortly thereafter, the staff member returned it with a bow. "Verification complete. I wish you a safe return." Lin Gui resumed his seat, and the vehicle set off once more toward the wilderness. Chapter 61. Acquiring a blade. "We wish you all the best in the outpost." The driver smoothly parked the vehicle at the entrance of a camp. "Thank you." The uncle handed the driver a cigarette and took one for himself, observing Lin Gui as he disembarked towards the outpost. The uncle contemplated and hurried after him. "Young brother, wait a moment." Lin Gui, puzzled, inquired, "Is there something else?" The uncle extended a cigarette. "Young brother, would you like one?" Lin Gui politely declined. "Thank you, but I don't smoke." The uncle pocketed the cigarette and said, "Young brother, you seem quite capable that I want to press you further. I'll just offer you one piece of advice." While checking the exit permits, he noticed Lin Gui's WeChat medal. Among first and second-tier low-level extraordinary individuals, few possess military honors, indicating that this youth must possess some remarkable abilities. Even if they cannot travel together, it would be beneficial to establish a good rapport. The uncle, noticing the 5-member team in the back seat disembarking, lowered his voice. "In the wilderness, the greatest danger is not the extraordinary beasts, but rather people. You must be cautious. The wilderness serves as a natural graveyard. Unlike the gathering places, where surveillance is ubiquitous and incidents are investigated by the Bureau of Anomalies, here there are no rules or legal constraints. In the absence of regulation, the extraordinary agreements become mere scraps of paper, with low-level extraordinary individuals dying for various reasons daily. While their bodies may be devoured by extraordinary beasts, not all perish at their jaws. Nonetheless, within the outpost camp, a basic order is maintained. albeit far more lenient compared to the gathering places. Lin Gui contemplated this advice, discreetly glancing at the 5-member team behind him. I will be cautious. Thank you. The uncle, seeing that Lin Gui understood his meaning, returned to his 2 companions, then retrieved a lighter to ignite his cigarette. Inhaling deeply, refreshing, Lin Gui ventured alone into the camp, curiously surveying his surroundings. So, this is the wilderness outpost. The overall style of the outpost is rugged, with various buildings appearing simple yet remarkably sturdy. The ground is marked with dark red, dried stains, starkly contrasting with the modern urban landscape. Having never encountered such a scene, Lin Gui felt as if he had traversed into another world. He looked left and right, marveling at everything. Initially, the outpost served merely as a temporary resting spot for explorers, providing supplies. Many explorers, accustomed to the wilderness, sought to escape the numerous restrictions of the gathering places and consequently constructed their own dwellings around the outpost. Over time, the scale of the outpost expanded, evolving into its current form. Within the outpost, numerous shops buy and sell extraordinary beast materials and equipment, while explorers directly set up mats by the roadside to peddle various herbs and ores. Such a primitive method of street vending. Lin Gui couldn't help but take a longer look before entering a weapons shop. The store was filled with an array of weaponry, featuring swords, spears, halberds, axes, and more, yet none displayed prices. During his time in the Goblin Forest, Lin Gui found the stone knife quite easy to wield, deciding he would primarily use a blade as his weapon from now on. Soon, he was drawn to a silver-gray large knife forged from a special alloy. This knife measured approximately 90 centimeters in length, with the blade's widest point nearing 6 centimeters, clearly suitable for hacking. Lin Gui picked it up and swung it a couple of times. It felt heavier than he had anticipated, weighing around 10 kilograms, akin to wielding a bag of rice of the same weight. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his physical capabilities, he might have struggled with this large knife. How does this knife feel? Handsome. Lin Gui was startled by the sudden voice. A shop assistant had appeared silently behind him. Lin Gui nodded. Quite good. How much for this knife? The assistant glanced at the large knife. 120,000. Lin Gui expressed skepticism. 120,000 for just one knife? Are you trying to take advantage of me since it's my first time here? The assistant appeared offended. You may inquire elsewhere. Our shop's prices are absolutely fair and just, with no deceit. Lin Gui remembered the advanced bargaining technique his mother had taught him for such small shops, having the price. Thus, he proposed, 60,000. How about that? If agreeable, I'll take one. If not, I'll look elsewhere. The assistant began to lament. Handsome, how can you bargain like that? This knife is forged from alloy number 3. Even the cost price is around 70 to 80,000. 60,000 is absolutely impossible. Alloy number 3 contains a specific proportion of energetic metal, known for its hardness and durability, with a price of around 3,000 per kilogram, considering losses and processing fees. Stating the cost price as 70 to 80,000 is reasonable. The assistant, seemingly looking out for Lin Gui, remarked, Let me teach you how to negotiate. You say 100,000, I say 110,000. You retort with 90, I reply with 105,000. This way, we can inch our way down and discover my bottom line. Understand? Is that so? Lin Gui scratched his head, appearing rather simple-minded. Of course. Handsome, trust me. The assistant patted his chest in assurance. All right then, I'll give it a try. The assistant secretly prepared himself. 30,000. Deal. Will you pay by card or? He trailed off, sensing something amiss, halting. Handsome, how much did you say? 30,000. Scan the code. Lin Gui pulled out his phone and, before the assistant could react, completed the payment of 30,000. Ready to leave. The promised 1 million prize from the Heishan Academy had already been received. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to prepare so many supplies and equipment. And he was purchasing high-quality items. The assistant, with a sorrowful face, grabbed him. This isn't what we agreed upon. Handsome, I'm just a worker. If I sell it at this price, I'll have to cover it with my own salary. This boy had just appeared so naive. But it was all an act. He was deceiving me. Lin Gui, seeing the assistant beginning to play the victim, scoffed. You were the one trying to trick me first. So I can't be blamed. Did he really think he was oblivious after watching so many videos? He had long seen through such small tricks. Handsome, think it over. Otherwise, add another 10,000, and this will be the true cost price. Under the assistant's persistent persuasion, Lin Gui softened his stance. All right, then 40,000 it is, but you have to help me with a small favor. What favor? One of the five-member team, a shifty-eyed man, had been tailing Lin Gui since he disembarked. Observing Lin Gui wandering around the outpost, akin to Lu Laolao discovering the Grand View Garden, he sneered. Look around all you want, kid. You want to see this again. The man watched Lin Gui enter a weapons shop, waiting for a long while but seeing no sign of him exiting. Damn it, where did he go? The man sensed something was off and rushed into the shop. Inside, besides the weapon counter, there was not a soul in sight. That fat sheep has escaped, he lamented. Just then, a staff member appeared silently behind him. Customer, are you looking to buy a weapon? Chapter 62. The duo of pigs return home. Lin Gui officially stepped onto the land known as the wilderness. The surroundings were eerily quiet, appearing quite desolate, with only drought-resistant wild grasses and low shrubs growing, revealing no suspicious activity. Not far away, a series of low hills undulated, cloaked in dense vegetation, where birds could be faintly seen soaring. The extraordinary beasts were not foolish. They recognized this area as human territory and naturally kept their distance. It wasn't until he had walked 400 to 500 meters that Lin Gui finally discovered traces of extraordinary beasts amidst a thicket. A wild boar adorned with beautiful golden fur bore an unhealed wound on its back. It lowered its head to munch on berries among the bushes, its ears twitching slightly, ever alert to the sounds around it. The golden-haired boar, a low-tier demon beast, is known for its aggressive nature and tendency to live in groups. Its primary method of attack is a charging collision, best avoided in direct confrontation. Lin Gui's mind conjured up its basic information. Besides preparing supplies, he had conducted a brief study on the extraordinary beasts frequently appearing near the southern gathering place. The lone golden-haired boar before him was likely cast out by its clan due to injury, making it a suitable target for Lin Gui to test his strength. Moreover, a newly acquired weapon must surely see its first blood. He set his bag aside, utilizing the underbrush to conceal his figure. Refraining from summoning his generals or embodying heroes, and gradually approached the golden-haired boar. As he closed within 10 meters, the boar sensed something amiss and abruptly turned its gaze toward Lin Gui. Observing this, Lin Gui chose to abandon his concealment. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leapt into the air, charging towards the golden-haired boar. At this distance, the creature had no chance to accelerate. It could only hastily turn, colliding headfirst into Lin Gui. He had long anticipated such a maneuver. Guided by the fundamentals of movement, he nimbly sidestepped, gripping his blade tightly, and assumed the most effective stance for delivering force. The silver-gray blade sliced through the air, aiming for the wound on the boar's back. A pained grunt escaped the creature's lips as the injury was reopened, blood gushing forth, revealing glimpses of white bone. Yet, its speed showed no signs of abating. It circled around and continued to flee. Contrary to Lin Gui's expectations, it did not head back towards him, but rather towards the hills. It was less a flight and more a desperate escape. Lin Gui began to question the information he had gathered. Was this truly a creature of violent temperament? It had received a wound and immediately bolted, as if fearing that any delay would result in its flesh being turned into braised ribs. Despite his grievances, Lin Gui promptly pursued as the boar ran. Its back wound was further torn open, blood flowing profusely and leaving a gruesome trail on the ground. Soon, the golden-haired boar could no longer sustain its speed, its pace dwindling as it felt the relentless approach of the human behind it, its legs growing weaker. Xiaobai, I'm so sorry, I will never see you again. At last, the boar succumbed to exhaustion. Collapsing to the ground, its chest heaving violently, its vision blurring. Xiaobai, farewell. I shall return as your Xiao Jin in the next life, and we shall never part again. Lin Gui could not fathom the depth of this creature's inner turmoil. With a single strike, he ended its life. Achievement unlocked. First kill in the wilderness. The blade was indeed effective, slicing through the resilient boar's hide as easily as cutting through tofu. He wiped the blood from the blade, growing increasingly satisfied with his weapon. Then, Lin Gui took out his phone and opened a document titled Introduction to Exotic Beasts. This was the Wilderness Beast Compendium he had downloaded from the Southern Mountain Extraordinary Forum. Having successfully awakened and holding a third-tier Huichin medal, he naturally possessed extraordinary permissions to access more information. The golden-haired boar, that was right here. Lin Gui found the detailed entry for the creature, but disappointment washed over him upon reading it. The meat of the golden-haired boar was dry and exceedingly gamey, nearly impossible to swallow regardless of the cooking method. The only part of it worth any value was its hide. A complete golden-haired boar hide could fetch around 5,000 yuan. Seeing this price, Lin Gui felt disinclined to skin it. He still had much to explore in the wilderness. Carrying such a heavy and low-value hide would only be inviting trouble. What a pity. If only it had been a white jade boar, the meat would have been worth a fortune. Lin Gui recalled the 800 yuan per gene white jade pork he had seen at the Longquan market. A wave of regret washing over him. A whole boar, after removing the inedible parts, could easily be sold for over 100,000 yuan. Even if he couldn't bring it back to sell, he could at least cut some pieces for a hearty meal. His only experience with exotic meat had been a gift from Sun Xiaohua, and it had been quite delightful today, as Lin Gui lamented. He failed to notice a white jade boar approaching from afar. Upon seeing the fallen golden-haired boar, its eyes turned crimson, shedding 2 streams of tears. No, my Xiao Jin, what has happened to you? Its gaze fixed upon the most suspicious presence in the vicinity. Was it this human that had slain Xiao Jin? And with a wound on its back, how could a human be so cruel? The white jade boar inhaled deeply and charged at Lin Gui. Just as he was about to move on, he heard a commotion behind him. A white jade boar resolutely launched itself at him. Lin Gui's mind flashed with information about the creature. The white jade boar, a low-tier demon beast, had a relatively gentle disposition and was solitary. Its defining characteristic was strong defense, capable of mitigating impact. Sharp weapons were recommended for combat. Was this truly called gentle? It charged at him without provocation. He felt perplexed. With his blade raised, he prepared to respond. The moment the white jade boar was about to collide with him, Lin Gui employed the same tactic once more. With a swift movement, he evaded and swung his blade. The boar charged into empty air, sustaining a new wound. These exotic beasts were mere brutes, lacking agility. Enhanced by the fundamentals of movement and cognitive reinforcement, dodging was effortless for Lin Gui. The white jade boar, undeterred, turned back to charge at him again. Xiao Jin, I must avenge you. Another wound was added to its body. Lin Gui felt like a matador in a bull ring, brandishing a red cloth against a relentless bull. A bullfighter? That didn't sound quite right. The monotony of the encounter allowed Lin Gui to indulge in idle thoughts. After the 5th charge, the white jade boar finally collapsed to the ground. Whether it was an illusion or not, Lin Gui perceived a profound sorrow in the creature's eyes. With a grunt, the white jade boar struggled to move its massive frame, slowly inching closer to the golden-haired boar. Gradually, their snouts touched. The white jade boar seemed content, its eyes fluttering shut. Xiao Jin, I know I cannot kill this human, but I can stay with you. Thus, the 2 pigs returned home together. Lin Gui watched the scene with a mixture of bewilderment and emotion. Could these 2 pigs be a pair? Was the white jade boar here for revenge? It was all too touching. Tears of gratitude streamed from the corners of his mouth as he thought. Thank you, white jade boar, for the meat. With that, Lin Gui burst into song. We, who do not understand how to express tenderness, thought that love's sacrifice was merely an ancient tale. Chapter 63. Coming again? The crimson boar, the fiery boar. Lin Gui's mouth was filled with the succulent meat of the white jade boar, savoring the exquisite flavor. The pig shank, roasted to perfection, formed a thin, crispy shell on the outside, revealing a tender pink interior. Each bite was juicy, bursting with its distinctive taste. Beside the makeshift grill, an array of spices including chili, cumin, and 5-spice powder awaited. The uncle who had chatted with Lin Gui on the transport vehicle could never have imagined what was packed in Lin Gui's bulging bag. Aside from essential supplies, there were a barbecue grill, a tent, and even toiletries. In the wilderness, one must remain a refined individual. Just as he was enjoying his feast, a furious roar erupted from the southern hillside. The very place where the white jade boar had appeared earlier. Another white jade boar. This one appeared significantly larger, measuring nearly 3 meters in length, charging towards him with an unstoppable momentum. A wild boar descending the mountain. Lin Gui observed this scene with a hint of worry. Please don't come any closer. I can hardly handle one. Instinctively, he reached for his blade, just before his grease-laden hands could grasp the hilt. He halted. That was a close call. It was a situation his mother would have scolded him about. Moreover, he had come to realize that, given his abilities, dealing with these rampaging white jade boars posed no challenge. There was no need for him to intervene personally. The virtual machine flickered. Lord of the Salted Fish, summoning mode. It was time to let his mythical salted fish general stretch its legs. A crimson-haloed magical array unfolded in the air, casting a shadow over a portion of the sky. Faintly visible were the surging waves of the Yangtze River and the prosperous lands of Jiangdong. A dashing young general led his troops across the river, later uniting Jiangdong after seizing Yuzhong County, laying a solid foundation for the establishment of the Sunwu state. Alas, fate was unkind. He met his demise at the age of 26. Assassinated in his prime, the salted fish general, Sun Tzu, strode forth with a regal presence, proclaiming, "Father above, bless Jiangdong. Gongjin by my side. Let us secure the realm." His hair was tied back with a band. His beard meticulously groomed, clad in resplendent golden-red armor, his eyes glowing with a deep azure light, wielding a golden-white twin crutch as his weapon. What should have been a simple countenance exuded an aura of valiant elegance. This armor was rather impressive, Lin Gui thought, his eyes gleaming with envy. The red mythical general was indeed exceptional. The visual effects of his entrance surpassed those of a purple epic one by several degrees. Unfortunately, he still stood only at 1.5 meters tall. Yet, the aura of the salted fish general felt as towering as 2 meters. The white jade boar was oblivious to any special effects. It only knew that this human had slain its Xiao Bai and had brutally dismembered and consumed it. Even if there was a seemingly formidable creature now, it mattered not. It would charge and kill. Lin Gui remained unfazed, leisurely continuing to savor his roasted meat. The salted fish general stepped forward, blocking the white jade boar's path, without flinching. It bellowed, sweeping its left crutch horizontally into the boar's leg joint, effortlessly toppling it to the ground. Dust erupted from the ground, poor wild grass crushed to a fine powder. The white jade boar had charged down the mountain with the force of a small car. Yet the salted fish general had easily brought it down with a mere flick of his wrist, expending little effort. The salted fish general did not cease his assault. With a deft twist of his left crutch and a downward thrust of his right, he struck the white jade boar, causing its flesh to tear. The dual crutches, versatile and adaptable, executed a complex combination that left Lin Gui bewildered. The white jade boar lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Truly, a red mythical general. The salted fish general reached for the boar's head with his crutches, poised to deliver the final blow, a headlock. "Wait, let us see what this pig intends to do." Lin Gui halted him. "As you command, my lord." The salted fish general stood aside. Lin Gui, curious, inquired, "Why do you all refer to me as my lord?" The information from the lord of the salted fish's compendium indicated that the emperors of Wei, Shu, and Wu, Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan were not within the range of those he could summon. Could it be that I am regarded as the embodiment of the Trinity in the eyes of the salted fish? The salted fish strategist replied methodically, "The Lord is simply the Lord. There is no reason required. Perhaps this is the premise of the minigame." Master of the salted fish, Lin Gui did not delve further. After retracting the salted fish strategist, he gazed at the newly arrived white jade pig as expected. The new white jade pig struggled to move its body towards the half-eaten white jade pig, raising its trotters in an attempt to touch its form. Ultimately, it exhausted its last ounce of strength midway and came to a halt, expiring. "Do all you pigs play so extravagantly?" Faced with this eerily familiar scene, Lin Gui felt a jolt of shock. He had not anticipated that his entrance into the wilderness would be marked by such a melodramatic spectacle. Interspecies romance, tragic sacrifices, love triangles. Is this the sort of situation that explorers confront daily? It seems quite unlike what is depicted in textbooks. Before Lin Gui could finish his roasted meat while observing this soap opera, another mournful pig cry resonated from the same spot. In a way. Another one, a four-way romance. His moment of culinary enjoyment was repeatedly interrupted. Even a clay figurine would feel irate, let alone Lin Gui. Moreover, these white jade pigs came one after another like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandfather. Although their efforts were futile, they were certainly irksome. This time, the white jade pig on the hillside did not charge down, but rather turned and fled at last. These pigs exhibited some semblance of normalcy. Lin Gui consumed the final piece of pork, wiped his hands clean, and returned the assorted jars and barbecue grill to his backpack. "If the pigs want to come to me, then I shall go to them." Each of these pigs provided an average of 12 hours of energy, significantly superior to that of ordinary first-tier goblins. Energy with legs, and it could even run away. the white jade pig, Xiao Yu, sprinted through the forest. She and the white jade pig, Dabai, were childhood friends, innocent and carefree, destined to become mates. Yet, Dabai's heart was stolen by the newcomer, Xiao Bai, while Xiao Bai exchanged glances with the rival pig clan Xiao Jin. The four pigs found themselves ensnared in a vortex of emotion, unable to extricate themselves. This time, Xiao Jin was ousted from the golden-haired pig clan due to an injury. Upon learning this news, Dabai intended to eliminate Xiao Jin, only to be overheard by Xiao Bai, who planned to alert him. Xiao Yu, feeling anxious, went to investigate, only to find the tragic corpses of the three pigs. I must inform the clan leader. He must avenge Dabai. Xiao Yu's pace quickened. Bang. With a faint gunshot, Xiao Yu collapsed to the ground. There was no visible bullet hole in her head, only a slow trickle of a red-white mixture from her ear. Revealing the site of the gunshot, the bullet passed through her ear, delivering a swift death while preserving the animal's hide, showcasing the marksman's formidable precision. Four explorers emerged from the forest. The only woman exclaimed, "Old Air, your shooting skills are truly exceptional, undoubtedly among the best among the explorers around the southern mountain." Old Air, donning sunglasses, showed no reaction to the praise. Seemingly accustomed to the woman's flattery, the bald man in the group squatted before the corpse of the white jade pig, carefully dissecting it while examining each bone. Finally, he discovered a hint of jade color at the cervical vertebrae. He exclaimed excitedly, "Without a doubt, this white jade pig is evolving into a jade bone pig." The last member, who had been silent, hurriedly cautioned, "Boss, don't shout so loudly. What if others hear?" The bald leader quickly lowered his voice. "Old C, you're right. Let us proceed as usual." "Understood." The three responded in unison. Chapter 64. The Salted Fish Hero in a State of Invisibility. Lin Gui approached the corpse of the white jade pig, Xiao Yu. Upon hearing the gunshot, he promptly possessed the shadowy Hassan. Thankfully, the specially designed smoke bomb that the hero carried made little noise, avoiding the attention of the quartet. Once invisible, Lin Gui stealthily concealed himself behind a tree, listening intently to the conversation of the four explorers, having learned from the experience of being discovered by Songzuren. He became increasingly cautious. When the four departed, he inspected the cervical vertebrae as Old San had suggested. Indeed, he spotted a jade-like skeletal fragment the size of a fingernail that a jade-bone pig. What tier of aberrant beast could that be? Lin Gui retreated to a safe distance, dispelled the possession, and opened the introduction to aberrant beasts. However, he found no record of such a creature, only a mention that white jade pigs had a slight chance of evolving into yellow jade pigs. It seemed that jade-bone pigs were not common in the vicinity of the southern mountain gathering place. He attempted to search online, but found no network connection. Being able to make satellite calls does not equate to having internet access. A roundabout approach was necessary. Lin Gui first called his parents, asking them to look into information on jade-bone pigs, but being ordinary citizens, they lacked the necessary clearance. After much contemplation, Lin Gui decided to call Fan Rong. "Hello, Lin Gui, is there something you need?" The voice from the phone sounded slightly distorted. "Captain Fan, do you know about jade-bone pigs?" Lin Gui inquired. "That I've heard of such aberrant beasts. They mostly inhabit areas rich in spiritual energy." "Wait, are you in the wilderness? Alone?" Fan Rong sensed the issue to as Lin Gui's father had mentioned. Extraordinary talent holders generally refrain from taking risks. As long as they follow the training regimen, their futures are boundless. Fan Rong was taken aback that Lin Gui's first action after receiving military honors was to venture into the wilderness. "Yes," Lin Gui admitted, not intending to conceal the truth, given their previous exchanges. Fan Rong knew Lin Gui had his own ideas and was not easily swayed, yet he still attempted to persuade him. "Lin Gui, please don't insist. Thank you for this time. Next time we meet. Drinks are on me.bye.in." The office of the Bureau of Anomalies. Fan Rong dialed another number. After a brief busy signal, the call connected. "Director, this is Fan Rong. The extraordinary talent holder Lin Gui has entered the wilderness alone. Should we send someone to protect him?" "How did you find out?" The director sounded somewhat surprised. "He told me himself." The director replied, "This matter is already known at a higher level. You need not concern yourself with it. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. As a special talent holder, all information regarding Lin Gui in the system was marked confidential. Upon exiting the gathering place, staff members confirmed his mental information. And immediately, someone was informed of the situation and dispatched to covertly protect Lin Gui, of which he was entirely unaware. Understood, no further reports are necessary, Fan Rong respectfully concluded. Beep. The call ended. Jade bone pigs only reside in areas abundant in spiritual energy. From this information, Lin Gui formed a hypothesis. The spiritual energy tide was still at a low ebb, and moreover, the wilderness surrounding the southern mountain had never been home to jade bone pigs. Their appearance could not be attributed to natural evolution. Thus, only one possibility remained. They had discovered a location rich in spiritual energy. The instinct for evolution had triumphed over the biological tendencies. They altered their solitary habits, clustering together solely to embark on a journey towards broader realms. The significant increase in spiritual energy concentration could only be due to a few factors: a spiritual energy vein, a treasure emerging, or the death of a powerful, extraordinary being. Whichever scenario it may be, it represents wealth and opportunity. Since these are unclaimed treasures, it is only fitting that each relies on their own abilities. As the cooldown of 10 minutes expired, a burst of smoke dispersed, and Lin Gui's figure vanished once more as dusk settled. Old C was digging a pit in the forest, apart from Old Da, who was a talent holder. The other three had undergone modifications to become extraordinary beings. Old Da's talent could not be used for combat, but as the only second-tier extraordinary being in the team, he naturally assumed the role of leader. Old Air was a mechanical modifier, having replaced one of his eyes with a prosthetic, thus he constantly wore sunglasses, which aided his aiming. Old San was a biological modifier, having integrated the genes of a cat-like aberrant beast into his legs, allowing for nimble movement and incredible speed. He himself had only undergone the most basic physical enhancement, possessing slightly greater strength, but nothing particularly notable. This team found themselves in a rather awkward position in the wilderness. While they had a second-tier extraordinary being, they struggled to contend with even a single second-tier aberrant beast. They could only meander near the outpost. By chance, they stumbled upon a gathering of over 20 white jade pigs, including second-tier white jade pigs. The meat of second-tier white jade pigs alone could fetch tens of thousands per kilogram. If they could hunt them all, it could amount to millions, yet their combined strength made it difficult to consume the entire group. Just as they debated whether to seek assistance from other teams to share the spoils, Old Da grew suspicious of why the white jade pigs were congregating, leading to the scene Lin Gui had witnessed. Old C envisioned the days of wealth that awaited him, working harder and harder. Old Da approached, inquiring, "Old C, is the trap ready?" "Almost there, boss, 5 minutes." Old Da nodded. "Then we'll commence operations in half an hour." However, merely 3 minutes later, a terrified white jade pig suddenly appeared and fell into the trap. Old Da frowned. Did Old Air and Old San act prematurely? A series of gunshots echoed through the forest, and Old Da realized that something had indeed changed. Not good. Someone must have gotten there first. Old Da sensed the urgency and quickly pulled Old C towards the direction of the white jade pig clan. They beheld a figure wearing a peculiar salted fish mask, surrounded by 3 bizarre fish-shaped summons, rampaging through the herd of white jade pigs. The second-tier white jade pig was being relentlessly driven back by one of the summons wielding crutches, utterly defenseless. This person had appeared out of nowhere among the pigs, summoning 3 fish-shaped entities. Old Air attempted to fire a few shots, but all were deflected by the summons. Old Sen pointed at the salted fish strategist. It seemed that upon noticing the arrival of Old Da and his companions, the masked man urged, hurry up, people are coming." The twin kins of the summoning artifact radiated a brilliant azure light, and as they descended, the second-tier white jade pig was swiftly dispatched, its brain exploding in a shower of gore. This display instantly unnerved the leader. In a direct confrontation, he might not have been able to defeat a second-tier white jade pig, yet it fell so easily to this summoning artifact. Unless this masked man was a third tier, he had to be at least a second-tier advanced summoner, a being far beyond the capabilities of his group. Such individuals could not possibly remain obscure. He had never heard of anyone like him before. He stood rooted to the spot, hesitant to advance further. Soon, the white jade pigs were annihilated entirely. The masked man rummaged through the water source frequented by the pigs, stowing something away in his cloak. Noticing the 4-man squad standing idle, he nodded in satisfaction. "You show good sense. The remaining white jade pigs are yours to deal with." With that, he severed a foreleg from a second-tier white jade pig and strode away. "What is your name?" The leader felt an odd premonition that they might meet again in the future. "You may call me the salted fish hero," replied the masked man, waving his hand dismissively. Holding the pig's leg in one hand and raising the other high, surrounded by 3 fish-shaped summons, he left them with an unforgettable impression. Chapter 65. The Spirit Conversion Pearl. The masked man returned to his secluded cave. The original inhabitants had long vanished, presumably exterminated by treasure seekers. Leaving only a few desiccated bones behind, he removed the salted fish mask, revealing the handsome face of Lin Gui, a young hero who had recently received the WeChat medal. Despite his brief appearance, he could potentially be recognized by those with discerning eyes. To avoid complications, Lin Gui had custom-made the salted fish mask for his excursions in the wilderness. What would happen if the iconic salted fish generals were recognized? In Goblin Forest, all students who had seen Lin Gui's salted fish form were sworn to secrecy, unable to disclose relevant information to the outside world. Thus, Lin Gui's talents remained a mystery to the public. By the time his abilities became known, he would have already relocated his family to the He-Shan-based city for schooling, thus escaping the troubles of the Shan-Nin gathering. Moreover, as long as his strength grew swiftly enough, trouble would not be able to catch up with him. After deciding to compete for treasures, Lin Gui donned his mask and placed his bag within the cave. He then stealthily infiltrated the territory of the white jade pigs, only to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy here was not as high as he had envisioned. In fact, it could be deemed lower. After a thorough search, he found nothing, just as he began to doubt whether he and his 4 companions had made a misjudgment. He stumbled upon the observation that the white jade pigs gravitated towards a particular water source. Whenever one pig left, another would quickly take its place, as if the water source held immense allure for them. This piqued Lin Gui's interest, but the pigs had completely obstructed access to the water, making investigation impossible. He made a decisive choice and summoned 3 salted fish generals for a direct assault. In addition to salted fish Su, he summoned salted fish Ji, responsible for long-range fireball harassment, and a newly acquired purple salted fish, Chung Pu. Salted fish Pu wielded a double-headed flail, which, paired with his skills, effectively restricted enemy output. The 3 salted fish generals shared a commonality. They were all generals from the Wu Kingdom. The simultaneous appearance of these 3 Wu generals activated a special aura effect, Wu Kingdom Aura, when summoning 3 or more Wu generals. All attributes of Wu faction generals increased by 10, with an additional 5 for each extra general. The Wei and Shu kingdoms, as well as the various factions, possessed similar aura effects. Lin Gui only discovered this special aura upon summoning 3 generals simultaneously. Under the comprehensive enhancement of the aura effect, salted fish Su was capable of overwhelming the second-tier white jade pig without using skills, and upon utilizing his active skills, he could effortlessly eliminate it. It is worth noting his active skill, Waves of Terror. The next 3 attacks deal 238 attack damage, and additionally inflict 12 of the target's maximum health as true damage, not exceeding 10 times his attack. This skill could be described as a godly technique for challenging opponents of a higher tier. As long as the target's strength remained within a certain threshold, a mere execution of Waves of Terror would deplete half their health. Coupled with 2 other passive skills, Inspiring, a successful block is considered as dealing damage to the target. Spirit Form increases health by 20, block rate by 20, and resistance to debuffs by 15. The second-tier white jade pig never even saw the 4th skill of salted fish Su, Domination, before it succumbed. Incidentally, isn't this active skill reminiscent of Sun Tzu's 2nd skill from the game King of Glory? The 3 passive skills are also named after skills from the 3 kingdoms Sun Tzu. This salted fish lord certainly possesses a knack for stitching together abilities. As for the pigs, each provided between 11 to 14 hours of energy, while the second-tier white jade pig yielded a remarkable 35 hours. Lin Gui's energy was once again nearing the 400 mark. After decimating most of the white jade pigs, Lin Gui plunged his hand into the water source and was pleasantly surprised to find it rich in spiritual energy. The white jade pigs had likely evolved towards the jade bone pig due to their prolonged consumption of this energy-infused water. The spiritual energy content varied by location. Lin Gui continued to explore, eventually discovering a small bluish-green glow within the sediment at the bottom. Upon extraction, it turned out to be a thumb-sized pearl, the source of the spiritual energy emanating from the water. Lin Gui stored the pearl carefully, paying no further heed to the 4-man team as he quickly departed the scene. Strangely, after acquiring the pearl, it ceased to emit any glow, transforming from a crystalline object into an ordinary stone, devoid of any remarkable qualities. After a prolonged examination, Lin Gui finally deduced the reason. If the white jade pigs could, would they not seek out the source of spiritual energy to expedite their evolution? Low-tier exotic beasts had already developed a semblance of intelligence, so that could not be the reason. Thus, the only truth remained. The pearl could not be relocated. It had to remain within the water source to fulfill its purpose. Lin Gui retrieved a bottle of water from his bag, attempting to drop the pearl inside. As expected, upon contact with water, the pearl slowly began to emit a faint glow once more. Within 10 seconds, a 300-milliliter bottled mineral water had transformed into spiritual water imbued with energy. Simultaneously, Lin Gui noticed that while in water, the pearl would continuously absorb surrounding spiritual energy, likely the origin of its power to convert ordinary water into spiritual water. I shall name you the Spirit Conversion Pearl, he mused, delighted at the aptness of the title. As he toyed with the Spirit Conversion Pearl, Lin Gui couldn't help but wish for the ability to directly perceive information, eliminating the need to laboriously memorize details about exotic beasts and ensuring he would not overlook treasures. Alas, such abilities were mere fantasies. Consequently, Lin Gui resolved to keep the Spirit Conversion Pearl within the bottle, allowing it to absorb wandering spiritual energy, aiming to convert his stored bottled water into spiritual water. It was well known that the applications of spiritual water were vast, with prices exceeding 1,000 for a liter. Depending on its energy content, the vitality water Lin Gui had consumed previously contained high-grade spiritual water, given that the pool of water the white jade pigs drank from was valued at nearly 10 million. With this conversion efficiency, even at the lowest price, it could yield over 100,000 in spiritual water per hour. In an ideal scenario, the weekly revenue could approach 20 million, perpetually generating wealth. Lin Gui envisioned mountains of fortune beckoning him closer. After confirming everything, he downed a third of the bottle of spiritual water in one go, whether it was a psychological effect or not. It tasted decidedly superior to ordinary mineral water. There was even a hint of sweetness. The spiritual energy contained in the water could directly enter the body, eliminating the need to capture spiritual energy separately. And this energy far exceeded what could be captured. Lin Gui operated his basic spiritual energy cultivation method for 10 minutes, fully integrating the energy from that sip of spiritual water into his spiritual source. He initially estimated that cultivating while consuming spiritual water doubled the speed of his training compared to before, significantly enhancing his efficiency. Of course, this could also be attributed to the current low tide of spiritual energy, the low concentration in the environment, and his inexperience in capturing spiritual energy. However, it was undeniable that spiritual water could provide substantial support for early-stage cultivation. As night fell, Lin Gui decided against searching for exotic beasts and began to cultivate spiritual energy instead. Now in the wilderness, he naturally did not need to worry about energy shortages. He opened a mini-game and began to idle, occasionally taking a sip of spiritual water. This allowed him to engage in dual cultivation of both his golden finger and spiritual energy. It was indeed a delightful experience. Chapter 66. The name of the salted fish hero. Have you heard? A rather peculiar treasure seeker has recently appeared in the wilderness. In the tavern at the outpost. A treasure seeker was chatting with his friend. His companion slapped his thigh in excitement. Of course, you mean the salted fish hero, right? I encountered him once. The treasure seeker, intrigued by his friend's reaction, pressed on. Really? Do tell. Was it like the rumors say? His friend, brimming with conviction, replied, absolutely. That guy has some serious issues. Just 2 days ago, our squad faced 8 gale wolves, and we were on the verge of killing them. As he spoke, his thoughts drifted back to 2 days prior. Gale wolves, low-tier exotic beasts, were known for their viciousness, pack mentality, and incredible speed, making them particularly troublesome foes in the wilderness. The squad confronted a total of 8 gale wolves, with the leader being a second-tier gale wolf. Fortunately, through the team's cohesive cooperation, they managed to slay the second-tier leader without any members sustaining serious injuries. However, the cornered second-tier gale wolf could launch a desperate counterattack at any moment, which would be the most perilous time. Everyone was on high alert, striving to avoid any irreversible consequences at the last moment. At that moment, a figure adorned with a salted fish mask leaped forth to obstruct them. Hold on. Friends, shall we discuss a matter? The entire team became vigilant once more, and the captain stepped forward, raising his long sword menacingly at the masked individual. "Are you attempting to take advantage of our misfortune?" The masked figure offered no reply, instead summoning an eccentric fish-shaped creature wielding a splendid bow and arrows. The arrows it unleashed split mid-air into three, swiftly dispatching all the surviving gale wolves. This maneuver was no trifling feat. After enduring a fierce battle, every member of the team was in a less than optimal state. Faced with this unexpected foe, they couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation. Better to lose money than to forfeit one's life. To their astonishment, the masked individual summoned yet another salted fish, this one wielding a board, and sprinkled a few drops of dew upon the two most gravely injured members. He then turned to flee, exclaiming as he ran, "No need to thank me, everyone. I'm no hero. You can call me Salted Fish Knight." At this, a friend couldn't help but chuckle. "When I saw the dew flying towards me, I thought it was my end. All that crossed my mind was that I hadn't yet proposed to my girlfriend. Who would have guessed that the dew landing on me would bring no pain, but rather heal some of my wounds?" Allowing me to recover more swiftly, the explorer raised his cup and took a sip. "Then it seems encountering the Salted Fish Knight was indeed a fortunate event," the friend replied with a grin. "For me, it was a blessing. It made me truly realize my heart's desire. Upon returning to the gathering place, I shall propose to my girlfriend." The explorer raised his cup. "Then I extend my heartfelt congratulations in advance." The two clinked their cups together, sharing a knowing smile. Lin Gui remained blissfully unaware that he had inadvertently woven a thread of fate. During this period, he scoured the cleansing zone by day, fervently seeking out aberrant beasts. He did not merely hunt those he discovered. Each time he heard the sound of combat, he would hasten to the battlefield, summoning one of the orange salted generals, Huang Zhong, to swiftly collect the aberrant beasts from afar. The T.O. expressed his gratitude to these explorers for their assistance. He would also summon the salted fish Zhao to administer basic treatment to the most severely injured. After tending to their wounds, he would make a hasty retreat. After all, not everyone relishes being interrupted during battle. If the explorers found themselves in dire straits, on the verge of death at the hands of aberrant beasts, Lin Gui's sudden appearance to rescue them would surely earn him their heartfelt gratitude. However, if the explorers held the upper hand, matters became complicated on one occasion. After he had claimed a beast, even after declaring he would not seize the remains and could assist with healing, he found himself surrounded by furious explorers. Yet, under the influence of the salted fish's dual crutches, they soon became docile. From that point on, Lin Gui developed a habit of healing and then fleeing. By nightfall, he would seek a relatively safe spot to imbibe spiritual water, practice, and engage in games. This wilderness journey far exceeded Lin Gui's expectations for smoothness. Over the past 10 days, he had managed to eliminate an average of 5 or 6 second-tier aberrant beasts daily. With first-tier beasts being countless, his energy reserves had surged to nearly 5,000 hours, an amount surpassing 6 months. This was sufficient to summon a salted general or maintain possession for 2 days. There was no need to worry about depleting it anytime soon. Nevertheless, a lingering fear of insufficient firepower drove him to persistently hunt aberrant beasts. Lin Gui also upheld his promise, communicating with his family daily to stay informed about events in the gathering place. First, the Southern Mountain Gathering Place officially passed a ban on pet ownership. All registered pets would be euthanized. This provoked immense outrage from pet lovers, culminating in protests. Why was there no similar ban in other gathering places? This was a testament to the incompetence of the Southern Mountain Gathering Place. The government must retract this decree. Lin Gui found himself at a loss for words. After all, some had indeed been killed by aberrant pets. Surely the lives of pets could not outweigh those of humans. Next, the college entrance examination had concluded. The top scorer from the Southern Mountain Gathering Place was a familiar name, Luo Shiuri. He had also received the Huichen Medal, and with the title of top scorer. He had garnered widespread acclaim. It was no surprise that he was a top student on the honor roll of the first high school, and Lin Gui sincerely congratulated this friend he had only met once. Lastly, Lin Gui's father expressed his concerns. "Son, I've recently heard of a peculiar character in the wilderness, calling himself the Salted Fish Knight, who is robbing people of their aberrant beasts. You must exercise caution and avoid any conflict with him." Lin Gui's lips twitched. Could it be that the Salted Fish Knight his father spoke of was none other than himself? How would one come into conflict with oneself? Slap himself? channel some martial arts star. What interested Lin Gui more was another matter. How had this information spread so widely? He wondered how Li Qingyu and Fan Rong, those who knew the salted fish was his summon, would perceive this situation. The high-ranking officials in the gathering place seemed rather unconcerned about their own strength, not seeking anyone to bring him back, or perhaps someone was already by his side. He had checked thoroughly and found no suspicious individuals nor any covert protectors. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Those high-ranking officials likely did not concern themselves with such trivialities. Thus, Lin Gui continued to relish his delightful wilderness adventure. He truly did not wish to leave this wilderness. Every individual was exceptionally talented, their conversations delightful. He adored it here. Yet, it was time to depart. In 2 days, the deadline for registration for the summer camp at the Heishan Academy would arrive. Moreover, the third minigame required 1,000 hours of energy, and his current reserves were more than sufficient, allowing him to indulge for a while longer. Once he reached the second tier, he could immediately access a brand new minigame. Rapidly enhancing his spiritual energy was best achieved at the summer camp. What could the third minigame possibly be? Filled with anticipation for the future, Lin Gui embarked on his final day in the southern mountain wilderness. Chapter 67. Wu Feng. Lin Gui tossed a wild fruit into his mouth, sighing. Once I return to the gathering place, I must indulge in a feast. Aside from the first day, when he encountered a delectable aberrant beast, the white jade pig, and feasted on its second-tier leg for 2 days, the remainder of his time had been fraught with hardship. The aberrant beasts he encountered were either the toxic and inedible withered wood snakes and marsh frogs, or the gale wolves and long-armed gibbons, which, akin to golden-haired pigs, possessed poor meat quality and an oddly sour, unpalatable taste. When he could find nothing edible, Lin Gui was left with no choice but to consume the emergency rations in his pack. In the final 2 days, with his supplies exhausted, he had to rely on wild fruits to stave off hunger or nibble on the unpalatable meat of aberrant beasts, despite bringing an abundance of seasoning and a barbecue grill. He had envisioned a culinary adventure in the wilderness. How naive. After consuming the last wild fruit, Lin Gui stood, stretching lazily. It was the final day. He would see if any small creatures had taken the bait. The remains of the inedible aberrant beasts had not gone to waste. He utilized them to attract carrion-eating aberrant beasts, with decent results. Although these carrion feeders were generally zero-tier, they provided him with several hours of energy daily. Lin Gui made his way toward the traps he had set in a massive pit. A dark purple giant tiger, measuring 4 meters in length, lay silently, even in death, radiating an air of past might. Gazing at the carcass, he couldn't help but reflect on the dark night tiger, a paragon among second-tier aberrant beasts, known for its penchant for night ambushes. It had contributed to some of Lin Gui's most harrowing experiences during this wilderness expedition. When he first spotted the dark night tiger, only a few meters separated them. Had he approached any closer, he would have met his demise at its claws before realizing what had transpired. Fortunately, his skills surpassed it. After possessing the tiger, he created distance and summoned the salted fish to dispatch it. The dark night tiger met its untimely end. I was the one who initiated the ambush. After extracting the valuable materials, its teeth and claws, Lin Gui discarded the carcass for repurposing. He noticed lumps forming on the body, pulsating and writhing. He tore open the tiger's hide. A blood-red carrion-eating creature with white fur emerged. The white corpse mouse, one of the most common carrion-eating aberrant beasts. Each time he encountered these little helpers providing him with startup funds, Lin Gui felt a sense of warmth. He wondered what had emboldened Qian Jinlong to undergo such a transformation. Just envisioning the white corpse mice revolting, gnawing from within the transformed individuals, leaving them to feel their flesh and organs consumed piece by piece. What a tragic fate that would be. However, such imaginings did not impede Lin Gui's actions. With a friendly smile, he swiftly harvested the white corpse mice. They barely had time to emerge. Before any of the other mice could burrow out, he sliced open every bulging lump. Even if they didn't show themselves, he would still. The party at a disadvantage was left with only 2 individuals desperately holding on, one of whom shouted, "Boss Lin, we have no grievances or enmities from the past. Why must we engage in this life-and-death struggle? If it is money you seek, we can offer you the crystal core. Upon returning to the gathering place, I can provide you with an additional sum. I assure you, I will never trouble you again." Boss Lin showed no hesitation in his actions, his strikes as ruthless as ever. Wu Feng, do you take me for a fool? Guarantees are worthless. Killing you will still leave me with the crystal core. And then you would return to the gathering place to seek revenge through that son of the first leader who serves as a secretary. Boss Lin's assault intensified, the blade of his weapon glowing with the infusion of spiritual energy. He understood the necessity of a swift resolution to avoid detection by other treasure hunters. The secretary of the first leader, that young secretary, Xiao Wu, who follows Shi Yingquan. Wu Feng's interest was piqued as he scrutinized the man named Wu Feng. Through the blood that smeared his face, a scar became visible. Wu Feng felt a pang of bitterness within him. He had a secretary's son, and all 3 members of his squad were second-tier extraordinary beings. Truly at the pinnacle within the treasure hunter community in the southern mountains. Logically, there should be no threats to them in the clearing area. Yet, an unexpected event transpired. A third-tier diamond bear suddenly appeared and attacked Wu Feng's squad. Wu Feng used a disposable attack item to injure the bear's right arm, significantly diminishing its assault. Subsequently, all 3 members resorted to using a potential stimulating explosive spirit potion, exhausting their physical strength, and through years of tacit cooperation. They fought desperately to barely slay the third-tier diamond bear. Generally, a beast above the third tier contains a crystal core, which is worth at least 10 million. Unfortunately, they encountered Boss Lin's squad. The 2 squads had entered the wilderness in the same vehicle. But this time they had not gained much. Just as they were about to return for resupply, they fortuitously witnessed the entire battle, seeing that the 3 were gravely injured and lured by the temptation of the crystal core. Greed surged within them. In this wilderness, as long as the deed was done cleanly, no one would discover that Wu Feng had been killed. Boss Lin had already succumbed to the allure of immediate gain. Wu Feng clenched his fists, fury igniting in his eyes. After spending over 30 years in the wilderness, having endured near-fatal injuries and witnessed friends perish before him, he had long since grown indifferent to life and death. Ironically, he had once cautioned a young man to be wary of others, only to fall into a trap himself. However, even if he were to die, Boss Lin would not have an easy end. Wu Feng's left hand retrieved an explosive spirit potion from his bosom. Fortunately, he still had one last reserve. Originally intended for dealing with beasts, he never anticipated it would be used against a human one day. It was a small orange pill, compact and convenient for immediate consumption. His teammate exclaimed in horror, "Consuming 2 explosive spirit potions in quick succession will cause you to," before the word die could escape his lips. He was sent flying. Not drinking it also meant certain death. Wu Feng opened his mouth to ingest the explosive spirit potion. Boss Lin's gaze sharpened. He had to prevent Wu Feng from consuming the potion. His long knife hummed. Unable to withstand the influx of spiritual energy any longer, it shattered into several large fragments that flew towards Wu Feng. In a hasty attempt to evade, Wu Feng's left hand lost 2 fingers to the shards, and the explosive spirit potion slipped from his grasp. No. In Wu Feng's eyes, there was no despair, only profound rage. Boss Lin was also struck by the fragments of the shattered blade, but had anticipated the attack. Sustaining only minor injuries, this was a tactic of injuring 1,000 enemies while harming oneself 800. Now you are left without any means. Boss Lin laughed heartily. Ha! Ha! He looked down in confusion as a sharp arrow pierced through his heart. The arrow's momentum did not wane, embedding itself halfway into the earth, its tail feathers trembling uncontrollably. The other 2 companions were also slain by a single arrow. With his last breath, Boss Lin turned to see a stunned figure wearing a salted fish mask. "Who are you?" And then collapsed. Chapter 68. Virtual currency. The active skill of the salted fish loyal was the first refreshing skill Lin Gui had encountered. Aiming 100 steps, the next attack can split into 3 arrows. The farther the distance to the enemy, the higher the damage, reaching triple damage at 100 meters. Killing an enemy can refresh aiming 100 steps, as long as one person was slain. Aiming 100 steps could be unleashed infinitely. It was akin to transforming into a mobile arrow tower, activating an endless barrage. In contrast, the other 2 skills paled significantly. Precision increases critical hit chance by 20. Critical damage by 50. Old but strong. When health is below 80 during battle, receives a 30 damage reduction. One enhanced damage, the other reduced damage, but all values paled in comparison to aiming 100 steps. Nevertheless, Lin Gui was thoroughly satisfied. What use was strength if it was diminished? Are you the salted fish hero? Wu Feng stared at the approaching figure in the salted fish mask, completing the words Boss Lin had failed to utter. Regardless, as he planned to return to the gathering place, Lin Gui pondered for a moment before removing the mask. "Uncle, it's me." Wu Feng was incredulous. He never imagined that beneath the salted fish hero's mask was the very youth he had casually warned to be cautious of others, who had just saved his life. Was this karma for good deeds? With the crisis averted, Wu Feng found himself unable to maintain his stance, collapsing to the ground. Yet, he still strained to rise and check on his companions. Lin Gui hurriedly summoned Salted Fish Xiao. "Uncle, please don't worry, I'll treat you all." The sweet dew descended, and the wounds of Wu Feng and his companions began to heal rapidly, though their exhausted bodies could not fully recover. As for the third member of Wu Feng's squad, who lay on the ground, he was beyond saving. Wu Feng gazed at the lifeless body and sighed. "Little brother, do you know? These 5 individuals were among those who plotted against you on the specialized vehicle we encountered. Who would have thought they would ultimately perish at your hands? That is indeed poetic justice." "Is that so?" Lin Gui inspected the bodies, recognizing one of the shifty-eyed men who had followed him. Feeling a surge of astonishment, the connection was indeed wondrous. The individuals who had arrived in the wilderness on the same specialized vehicle found themselves reunited in this desolate expanse, although Boss Lin was hardly keen on this connection. "Little brother, I am truly grateful to you." Wu Feng's body continued to heal as he struggled to rise, sincerely grasping Lin Gui's hand. Though he had grown indifferent to life and death, he wished to die at the hands of a beast. "Not a despicable opportunist, it's all right. Though it may not seem much, I still appreciate your reminder. We are even now," Lin Gui replied with a smile. "How can a casual reminder compare to a life-saving grace? By the way, little brother, what is your name?" Wu Feng inquired curiously, feeling a sense of familiarity with the youth, but unable to recall his name. My name is Lin Gui." "Lin Gui? The one who saved over 100 classmates during the Awakening Venue incident and was awarded the Huiqing Medal? Did you not claim to be a first-year student?" Wu Feng suddenly remembered that Wu Feng was taken aback. While watching the award ceremony through a live stream, he had focused more on the prominent special talent, Li Qingyu, and had not paid much attention to Lin Gui, who stood beside her. Moreover, his son, Xiao Wu, would not divulge such confidential matters to his father, leaving Wu Feng entirely oblivious to Lin Gui's exceptional qualities. He had even assumed that Lin Gui had merely followed along as Li Qingyu saved over 100 people, much like Zhao Yun and Lu Shan fighting side by side at Changban Slope. Lu Shan, that was not side by side. Back at Changban Slope, I actually outpaced Uncle Zhao by a pace. Not a single enemy could face me for even a round. Lin Gui Lu Shan. However, the current circumstances made Wu Feng realize how utterly mistaken he had been. "You mean this is the strength of someone who has just awakened less than a month ago?" Although there was an element of ambush involved, the attack from Salted Fish Loyal was undeniably at second-tier strength. That cannot be faked that a student who hasn't even entered university possesses such prowess. Wu Feng felt as though he had lived his life like a dog. Lin Gui helped Wu Feng to a softer place to lie down. "I was admitted to Heishan Academy early, so I can be considered a first-year student. Uncle, please don't focus on those details. Just rest well. You can call me Old Wu." Wu Feng retrieved a crystal core from his bosom, stating, "You saved my life, so let me give you this crystal core." Lin Gui accepted it with grace. "Thank you, Old Wu." Compared to the debt of life-saving, this was hardly anything to as he took the crystal core. A prompt suddenly appeared in the virtual machine. "Ding, special resource detected. Would you like to convert it into virtual currency?" Virtual currency. Lin Gui felt a surge of excitement. Was he finally about to unlock the ability to spend? Games that cannot be monetized lack a soul. If these games possessed consciousness, they would surely roll their eyes at Lin Gui. "When you claimed we were scamming you for money, you certainly did not say so," Lin Gui silently thought. Conversion in progress. The crystal core in his hand flowed through his fingers like sand. This reminded Lin Gui of that awakening stone pillar in Goblin Forest. "You now possess virtual currency, 2.17 yuan." Lin Gui's expression fell. The earlier joy dissipated entirely. Not even enough to purchase a 6 yuan starter pack. What use is this virtual currency to me? However, he quickly rallied his spirits. As long as he could learn how to acquire virtual currency, it would suffice. That wasn't it simply a matter of crystal cores. If he killed a few more third-tier beasts, wouldn't he have it? Lin Gui even entertained the thought of delaying his return to the gathering place to seek out a third-tier beast outside the clearing area for a trial run. But no, He quickly dismissed that notion that if he encountered multiple third-tier beasts, or even those above, he truly would not know how he had perished, returning to the gathering place. Gradually accumulating wealth through the sale of spiritual water to purchase spirit cores seems to be a commendable choice. Lin Gui chose to heed his inner voice while adhering to his original plan. That I recall that among the rewards from the summer camp, there were indeed crystal cores. Wu Feng observed Lin Gui, who oscillated between excitement and dissatisfaction, then appeared contemplative, unable to suppress his curiosity. What has befallen this young brother? Given his future potential, one crystal core should not elicit such fervor, should it? Is he practicing the art of Sichuan opera face-changing? Ahem. Lin Gui, regaining his composure, noticed his lapse in demeanor and cleared his throat. Old Wu, you must be planning to return to the gathering place. Shall we go back together? This was precisely what Wu Feng had in mind. Of course. Similarly, Chu Sun, Wu Feng's companion undergoing treatment, chimed in, I couldn't wish for more. After Xian Yu Zhao completed his treatment, he wrapped his fallen teammates' bodies in several pieces of clothing, stating, let us go home. The bodies of the 5 members of Lin's small team were incinerated cleanly by Lin Gui. The 3 then set off in the direction of the gathering place. After walking a short distance, Chu Sun's trembling voice broke the silence. Boss, we are about to encounter trouble as a second-tier biomodifier. His senses were exceptionally keen, having previously aided the team in avoiding numerous dangers. What is it? Wu Feng immediately became alert. Lin Gui halted, looking at him in confusion. Chu Sun swallowed hard. Behind us, the two turned to look. On the hillside stood a nearly 4-meter-tall golden-patterned giant bear, rearing up against the light, silently observing them. That it was unmistakably another third-tier aberrant beast, the diamond bear. Quickly, you two, go ahead. I shall hold the rear. Wu Feng resolutely turned, retrieving the explosive spirit potions he had saved earlier. Even though this action was destined to be a one-way trip, he did not flinch as long as it ensured Lin Gui and his companion's safe escape. It would be a death worthy of honor. Lin Gui, having only recently awakened to such power, was destined to become a pillar of strength for the Dragon Kingdom in the future. He must not perish here in vain. As for himself, dying in Lin's hands was already a sufficient satisfaction. Wu Feng's mind raced with thoughts, yet he felt no inclination to retreat. His eyes burned with the spirit of battle, and a surge of pride welled within him as he faced the charging diamond bear. Laughing heartily, are you here to avenge your companions? Excellent. Lin Gui quickly placed a hand over Wu Feng's mouth to prevent him from abruptly consuming the potion. Stop laughing. Wu Feng struggled momentarily, puzzled as he watched Lin Gui cover his mouth with one hand while snatching the potion with the other. What are you doing? Lin Gui safely stored the potion and pushed him back. Let me handle this. You two go first. Wu Feng's eyes widened, unable to comprehend Lin Gui's actions. But that is a third-tier aberrant beast. Each 2 tiers represent a qualitative change, and even if your summoned creatures possess second-tier strength, they would be utterly inadequate before it. They had primarily relied on disposable attack items to inflict severe damage before painstakingly defeating the diamond bear. That I know. Lin Gui silently calculated his combat capacity. 3 Xian generals could be considered equivalent to 3 second-tier entities, and with his own embodiment counting as another second-tier force, it would be 4 against 1, granting him a distinct advantage. Moreover, it was rare to encounter a solitary third-tier aberrant beast in the clearing zone. This was a golden opportunity to obtain a crystal core. The allure of the initial recharge gift pack was simply too enticing. Hold on. We will call for help shortly. Wu Feng understood that there was no room for hesitation at this moment. With the remaining strength of himself and Chu Sun, they could not even match a first-tier extraordinary being. Staying behind would only be a burden. Only by leaving could Lin Gui unleash his full potential, capable of both offense and retreat. After the two departed, Lin Gui summoned his highest quality red mythic, along with 2 orange legendary Xian generals. Summon, Xian General Sun Tzu. Summon, Xian General Huang Zhong. Summon, Xian General Yuan Shao. As for the purple epic generals, lacking second-tier strength, they would be inadequate against a third-tier aberrant beast. Brandishing the thought-summoning sword, with his white hair tied up and a pout that suggested someone owed him money, Xian Yu Shao burst onto the scene, eagerly shouting, fire arrows, as the mightiest warlord of the late Han, unafraid to declare that his sword was also formidable against Dong Zhuo. Yuan Shao was known for his combative nature. However, among the Xian generals, he had become a supportive figure, Rain of Arrows. By shouting to fire arrows, it can inspire allies, enhancing morale and instilling a sense of fearlessness. It can also intimidate enemies, lowering their morale and inducing fear. The effects are stackable. Eternal Life. When allied Xian generals perish, all of their skills can be refreshed. Noble Lineage. Upon his own demise, he can refresh all skills of allied Xian generals. Truly, the Noble Lineage does not require teammates. Both Eternal Life and Noble Lineage necessitate death to activate, and each use causes a pang of sorrow as the rank of Xian generals increases. The revival consumption of energy will likewise rise, and there will be a waiting period for revival, compelling him to minimize the deaths of his generals as much as possible. Even the Xian general Xing Daorong, who perished in the Goblin Forest, had yet to be revived. After all, 1,000 hours of energy consumption was no trivial matter. Fortunately, as he grew stronger, the energy cost for summoning did not increase. Lin Gui would undoubtedly feel as if an invisible hand were suppressing his strength. As for the modified Rain of Arrows, it was a true group skill, within the range of the skill. Regardless of the number, it could take effect, with the only limitation being Xian Yushao's vocal prowess. In the future, equipping him with a loudspeaker could yield extraordinary results during large-scale battles. Upon hearing Xian Yu's peculiar call, the Diamond Bear hesitated in its charge. It appeared as though dozens of earthen mountains rose before it, with thousands of archers drawing their bows in unison, arrows cascading like rain. Should it take one more step forward, it would surely be pierced by 1,000 arrows. The Diamond Bear, now gripped by fear, hesitated to advance. It was a bear, uninterested in cosplaying as a hedgehog. Seizing the moment, Xian Yusu swiftly advanced, while Xian Yuzhong's bowstring tightened like a full moon, aiming at the Diamond Bear. Lin Gui, having completed his summoning, did not remain idle and activated the 1,000-forged hero embodiment, Divine Favor of Silt. During this period in the wilderness, he had reaped significant rewards. Otherwise, he could not afford the terrifying 400-fold energy consumption that a pure white holy robe adorned with golden edges enveloped Lin Gui, while a crown of thorns pierced his forehead, leaving an indelible scar. As the embodiment concluded, a faint pull emerged, guiding him towards a certain direction. He had previously attempted embodiment, but had never experienced such a sensation, coupled with the title of Divine Favor. Was this a call from the divine? At this moment, he could not concern himself with such thoughts. This was a red mythic hero obtained from completing a special task, one that should not exist within the original minigame. Each hero possessed 2 skills, unlocking or enhancing effects as their levels increased. Silt's skills were as follows: Divine Blessing Healing. The gaze of the Divine Favor is upon you, continuously providing healing and stamina recovery effects. Divine Grace Descend. Summons the soul of a heroic spirit to descend into an ally, enhancing damage output and damage reduction capabilities. Both skills represented formidable supportive abilities, instilling within Lin Gui a sense of inexplicable DJVU. He promptly chose Xian Yusu. Divine Grace Descend. The ethereal figure of the heroic spirit appeared behind Xian Yusu, akin to a guardian spirit. He continued issuing commands. Sun Tzu, ride the winds and break the waves. Huang Zhong, shoot with unerring precision. Lin Gui dared not exhibit the slightest negligence, channeling all damage potential in a bid to inflict as much harm as possible in the shortest time. Xian Yuzhong's sharp arrows flew forth, splitting in midair to form 3 projectiles, each targeting the Diamond Bear's eyes and mouth. Xian Yusu's twin hooks glowed brilliantly, emitting a blue radiance akin to lightning. Appearing exceptionally remarkable, Xian Yushao incessantly shouted, "Fire arrows! Fire arrows!" Although the rain of arrows had just been unleashed and was still on cooldown, it could at least contribute to the atmosphere. Although the Diamond Bear was reluctant to attack, it would not remain idle in the face of incoming assaults. With a furious roar, it unleashed its wrath, the golden sheen of its fur spreading across its body, resembling a suit of armor forged from diamond stone. This was its survival technique, Diamond Body, an indestructible armor that had withstood countless assaults and had aided it in vanquishing other third-tier foes. As long as the armor remained intact, it would remain invincible. Wait, if it possesses diamond armor, why fear the rain of arrows? Moreover, I still need to avenge my little brother. How can I hesitate here? As the effects of the rain of arrows began to fade, the Diamond Bear shed its fear and sensed something amiss. There was no time to ponder the situation. The arrows from Xian Yuzhong surged ahead, hurtling toward its face. The Diamond Bear, brimming with confidence. Did not dodge or evade, merely closing its eyes and mouth. Based on its experience of being struck, such a degree of attack was far from sufficient to breach its diamond body. It merely needed to protect its unshielded eyes and internal body. Yet, the arrows failed even to pierce its eyelids, merely sparking a few embers. Even with the triple amplification from the unerring precision skill, it was insufficient to breach the diamond body's defenses. The diamond bear smirked disdainfully. Such an assault was akin to a mosquito bite, utterly negligible. Wait, something's off. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth. The arrow aimed at its mouth, bolstered by precision, triggered a critical hit, unexpectedly breaching the defenses of the diamond body. The diamond bear attempted to extract the arrow, oblivious to the fact that Xian Yusu had already closed in. The twin hooks, imbued with a force that struck at its very essence, descended with great might. One strike shattered the diamond bear's dreams of invincibility. Chapter 70. Dominance exerted. The diamond bear was still perplexed as to why such feeble attacks could penetrate its formidable body when it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its left eye. As if its protective armor had ceased to exist, left eye blind, the second strike arrived in quick succession, aimed squarely at the right eye. The diamond bear managed to react in time, hastily tilting its head to the left, but still grazed its ear. Right ear, gone. Xian Yusu leapt onto the bear's back, narrowly avoiding a furious swipe from the diamond bear. As it landed, Xian Yuzhong took aim at the diamond bear's unscathed right eye, relentlessly firing arrows as a distraction. Although lacking the precision of a master archer, the arrows posed a significant threat to the vulnerable eye, even if they could not breach the bear's robust exterior. The diamond bear, recalling a previous experience of having an arrow lodged in its mouth, dared not underestimate the situation and quickly raised its paw to deflect the arrows. Xian Yusu darted close to the ground, targeting the bear's sturdy leg. Left leg shattered. The diamond bear's life force had not yet surpassed Xian Yusu's maximum output, and each strike inflicted a substantial 12 of true damage. 3 strikes took more than a third of its vitality. Ugh! The diamond bear attempted to roar in fury, but the arrow wound in its mouth only allowed a mournful whimper to escape. Xian Yusu's twin staves dimmed, raising them just in time to block a retaliatory strike from the diamond bear, sending its body flying several meters away. Had it not successfully blocked, Lin Gui would have had to consider recalling it. He was unwilling to lose his only mythical general, Xian Yusi. In midair, Xian Yusu adjusted its posture, landing gracefully on the ground, its hands trembling slightly from the immense force it had endured. This blow was not easy to absorb. Lin Gui hastily cast Divine Blessing Healing, focusing on Xian Yusu to alleviate its injuries. Observing that the diamond bear, despite its wounds, still retained such formidable presence, Lin Gui's gaze towards Xian Yushao grew increasingly alarmed. Once the effect of Noble Family was activated, refreshing the skills of both Xian Yusu and Xian Yuzhong, defeating the diamond bear would become straightforward. Xian Yushao continued to shout for arrows to be fired, oblivious to the fact that its life hung by a thread. Lin Gui pondered deeply, but found it difficult to allow Xian Yushao to face death. Xian Yurong, teary-eyed, cried out, "What about me? How could you bear to let me die?" Reluctantly, Lin Gui recalled Xian Yushao and summoned Xian Yukai to slow the diamond bear's movements. That a melee general was merely a death wish, and a ranged general could not break through its defenses. Only Xian Yukai, with its supportive abilities, proved useful. The diamond bear, feeling threatened, hesitated to approach the fish monster before it seemed able to disregard its impenetrable body. And with a few more blows, it would surely fall. Lin Gui was determined not to let it escape. He had to obtain that third-tier crystal core. Under the cover of arrows, Xian Yusu charged forward once more. The twin staves danced in a mesmerizing display, exploiting the blind spot created by the diamond bear's left eye and its impaired left leg, delivering a flurry of strikes. The spirits trailing behind mirrored its actions. Though their inflicted damage was negligible, the diamond bear, initially contemplating an escape, grew emboldened upon noticing the fish monster's attacks had suddenly weakened, failing to breach its defenses. 2 massive bear paws tracked Xian Yusu's movements. Finally seizing the moment to strike, Xian Yusu raised its staves, successfully blocking once more, yet the impact was brutal. The blow forced it deep into the ground, creating a depression of over 10 centimeters. Xian Yusu couldn't help but spit blood, having sustained significant internal injuries. "Keep going. Just one more hit." Lin Gui's gaze remained fixed on Xian Yusu, channeling healing energy to mend its wounds. The diamond bear, sensing an opportunity, relentlessly pursued, disregarding Xian Yusu's defensive stance, and struck down upon the intersection of its staves. Boom! Xian Yusu was pushed further into the earth, its skin cracking under the immense pressure, its organs severely damaged. Were it not for the continuous healing from Divine Blessing Healing and the damage reduction from Divine Grace Arrival, it might have already lost its combat capability. The diamond bear grew intrigued, eager to see how many hits this fish monster could endure, and brought down another paw. Merely absorbing blows without retaliating was not Xian Yusu's style. The blue glow around its staves intensified. Xian Yusu finally activated its ultimate skill, Domination. After 3 successful blocks, remove all control effects, restore 15 of max health, and inflict 15 of the enemy's max health as true damage, not exceeding 10 times its own attack. With the final strike, it shattered the diamond bear's right leg. This point, Xian Yusu had inflicted true damage exceeding half of its maximum health, but in the process, it was inadvertently caught by the diamond bear. Fish monster, I shall devour you whole. The diamond bear could not vocalize its fury. Only roaring internally, Daiti opened its gaping maw, preparing to swallow Xian Yusu, while simultaneously tightening its grip, as if to mash it into a pulp. With a futile bite, Lin Gui once more utilized the summoning range to forcibly retrieve Xian Yusu. He then summoned his trusty companions in succession. After enduring several attacks from Lin Gui, Xin Yukai unleashed a Sun Moon Slash after accumulating sufficient armor penetration. Xin Yuchu, stripped of its protective gear, launched a powerful attack with 100 battles. Once Lin Gui had broken through its shield, Lin Gui empowered each general, unleashing their ultimate abilities with Divine Grace Arrival. Including those who had yet to be introduced, they unleashed a relentless barrage upon the diamond bear. Deprived of its legs, the poor creature could only awkwardly move with its forelimbs, utterly incapable of mounting a defense. At last, the diamond body, shattered, Xin Yuzhong's arrows could now easily penetrate the diamond bear, rendering it riddled with wounds. Have I still not escaped the fate of being a porcupine? The diamond bear closed its eyes. Little brother, I shall join you. Lin Gui eagerly extracted the 3rd-tier crystal core from within the diamond bear, silently murmuring, Transformation. Current virtual currency, 2.17, 2.82. Just one more 3rd-tier crystal core is needed. It appeared that the diamond bear Lin Gui had slain was significantly stronger than the ones Wu Feng and his companions had encountered. Had this diamond bear possessed a bit more humility and intelligence, the outcome might have been uncertain. Lin Gui began to gather bear gall and carefully cut the golden fur from its pelt, although unsure of what other parts of the diamond bear might be valuable. The classic bear gall and the striking golden edges would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price at that moment. Lin Gui sensed the allure of the divine vestige of Cert under its influence growing increasingly potent. Perhaps it was time to explore further? Under the influence of mysterious factors, Lin Gui forgot about returning to the gathering point and ventured deeper into the wilderness. In the jungle, Wang Jie could not help but praise Lin Gui's performance. Incredible! Truly impressive that the commander personally entrusted me to protect such talent. Reverse a 3rd-tier creature with merely a 1st-tier strength is an achievement rarely seen in the annals of human awakening. When Wang Jie first spotted the diamond bear, he had intended to intervene and protect Lin Gui, yet he observed Lin Gui's proactive decision to stay back. There must be a reason for this choice, he thought, deciding to wait a moment longer and assess the situation. As he watched, he was astonished by the astonishing number of fish monsters and their strange transformations, as well as their unexpectedly high prowess. Truly, heroes emerge from youth, Wang Jie mused, keeping pace with Lin Gui while quietly sensing the direction in which he was headed. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. At the end of Lin Gui's path lay a spatial rift. Chapter 71. Vines and Zongzi. As they proceeded, the number of exotic beasts surged. 1st-tier beasts roamed in packs, and 2nd-tier beasts, which typically took an hour to find even one, were now appearing every few steps, with scattered 3rd-tier beasts mingling among them. Xin Yuzhong's, aiming for the bullseye, had cooled down and was now continuously firing arrows, each kill refreshing its supply, creating an endless cycle. One Xin Yu general was comparable to a well-trained squad of archers. Lin Gui reveled in the rising energy levels. Xin Yuzhong's monster-slaying efficiency was the highest among all generals, likely only to be surpassed by a true ranged attack general in the future. However, it was still powerless against third-tier beasts. Lin Gui had thought his strength sufficient to navigate the clearing with ease, having focused most of his energy on the need for online grinding for his 1,000 refinements hero. After all, the feedback from enhancing his own capabilities was incomparable to that of strengthening his generals. To his surprise, facing a diamond bear nearly exhausted his trump cards, and the allure of virtual currency drew him deeper. Now it was clear that his strength was far from adequate. Lin Gui opened the virtual machine and selected the minigame King of Fish. He was just a tad short of the advancement stone needed to elevate the protagonist to 3. While all resources available for his generals had been fully utilized, the only remaining items were 10 recruitment tokens earned from climbing the Xianyu General Tower, which he had only just conquered the previous day. He had intended to use them upon returning to the gathering point, but now he could not afford to wait. It must be said that the Xianyu General Tower in King of Fish had become considerably more challenging than before his journey, taking him quite a while to clear the second tower. The recruitment tokens, due to their suspicious drop rates and guaranteed red item pulls from 10 consecutive draws, had quickly become the most critical resource. Under the watchful gaze of Cat Granny, Lin Gui clicked the button to recruit 10 times. Cans of fish opened one by one, and a red glow illuminated the surroundings. Congratulations, you have acquired a new general. Hua Tuo, the mightiest healing general. Lin Gui immediately selected a general to swap with Hua Tuo, gradually perusing its skills, formulating a strategy in his mind. Before proceeding with that, however, he had one more task at hand. With a multitude of exotic beasts gathering and third-tier beasts appearing frequently, this unusual phenomenon led Lin Gui to speculate. Could a new spatial rift have opened? The gathering point was equipped with a spatial rift suppressor. And aside from events triggered by human intervention, spatial rifts would not activate. The wilderness lies in close proximity to the gathering place, resulting in a significant reduction in both the frequency and intensity of spatial rifts. This is a crucial factor in delineating the cleaning zones. Unlike the artificially created rifts that opened during the awakening event, these fissures leading to another realm do not draw individuals in, but continuously spew forth otherworldly beasts, resembling a spawn point of sorts. Otherwise, given the relentless hunts and explorations conducted by the scavengers, the low-tier beasts left in the cleaning zone would have long been exterminated. Thus, in a certain sense, scavengers rely on the whims of fate for their livelihood. These spatial rifts are unstable, with their size determining the tiers of beasts that can emerge, typically as beasts of a certain energy level pass through. The dimensions of the rift contract. Small rifts, measuring less than 5 meters, permit only the passage of low-tier beasts of the first or second tier and often open without warning. There have been instances where scavengers were bisected by suddenly appearing rifts. Medium rifts, ranging from 5 to 20 meters, allow for the emergence of mid-tier beasts of the third or fourth tier, and a palpable sense of spatial anomaly can be felt within 100 meters vicinity. Large rifts, spanning 20 to 100 meters, can bring forth high-tier beasts of the 5th or 6th tier. Such rifts are marked by significant fluctuations in energy, allowing humans to prepare in advance to mitigate losses. Gigantic rifts, exceeding 100 meters, are capable of unleashing 7th-tier beasts, and each occurrence alters the environmental climate over a vast area. The Dragon Kingdom has recorded 5 such instances, 2 of which exhibited abnormal phenomena. In these gigantic rifts, 7th-tier beasts did not materialize, but rather, they transformed into permanent large rifts, continuously inundating the area with otherworldly creatures. One such permanent rift exists along the eastern sea front of the imperial capital, making it one of the most fiercely contested battlegrounds in the Dragon Kingdom. Lin Gui opened his phone and dialed a number that one must be familiar with before entering the wilderness. Hello, this is the Shannon Wild Patrol's call center. How may I assist you? A composed male voice emanated from the phone. The Wild Patrol serves as the official team for exploring the wilderness, while also undertaking the responsibility of maintaining the stability of the cleaning zones. Lin Gui quickly replied. Approximately 19 kilometers south of the gathering place, several third-tier beasts and a multitude of low-tier beasts have been detected, suspected to be the result of a medium-sized rift opening. Please dispatch personnel to investigate. Understood. We will send a team immediately. Please ensure your own safety. The male voice responded promptly. Upon hanging up, Lin Gui began to search for a suitable target. Soon, he set his sights on a third-tier negative wood frog. Named for its peculiar appearance of carrying a tree on its back, the image evoked memories of the Bulbasaur. leaving a lasting impression on him, and he had specifically committed its characteristics to memory. It possesses formidable vitality, defense, and healing abilities, while its offensive capabilities are somewhat lacking, categorizing it as a support-type beast. Its remarkable vitality had been countered by Xianyu Chetian, yet its healing abilities proved to be a bit troublesome. Had the original Lin Gui engaged in a protracted struggle, the accumulated injuries from battling the Diamond Bear could have led to potential failure. However, now that he had Xianyu Tuo by his side, dispatching a negative wood frog was undoubtedly within his grasp. Lin Gui summoned Xianyu Chetian, instructing him to commence healing, mending the wounds sustained during the fight with the Diamond Bear. Just as this brief moment passed, a figure suddenly appeared beside the negative wood frog, or rather, a silhouette resembling a human. She wore a soft, loose, light green robe, her slender and tall frame exuding an air of elegance and composure. As if she were gliding through a grand soiree, her golden hair cascaded down her back, and her exquisitely crafted features seemed to be a gift from nature itself, with emerald eyes resembling a spring pool. Her pointed ears signified her identity as a being from another realm. An elf? Lin Gui was taken aback. How could an elf possibly be here? Did she emerge from a spatial rift? He remained cautious, refraining from any hasty actions. Concealed in the shadows, Wang Jia was tense all over. This elf was formidable. Although he sensed that he and the green-robed elf were both fourth-tier beings, he was acutely aware that he was no match for her. The moment the green-robed elf materialized, the entire forest seemed to rejoice, as if welcoming a figure of utmost nobility, most likely a member of the elven royal family. No, I must immediately lead Lin Gui away from here. He had already detected the spatial rift, but, overconfident, chose not to leave immediately, instead opting to follow and observe what this young man intended to do. Even against a fourth-tier beast, he felt confident in his ability to fight back. And at the very least, he could escape with Lin Gui if necessary. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering such an unapproachable entity. Wang Jie silently chastised himself for having grown somewhat complacent during his years at the Shannon gathering place. He hurriedly tried to extricate Lin Gui, unaware that a vine had silently coiled around his feet. In an instant, the vine sprang forth, binding him tightly as if he were a dumpling, leaving only his head exposed. Not far away, Lin Gui and his 3 summoned generals were also ensnared, all transformed into vine-bound dumplings that a single word echoed in Wang Jie's mind. Over. Chapter 72. Entering Yalia caressed the head of the negative wood frog. The creature contentedly squinted its eyes, gently rubbing against her palm in response. On the tree before her hung 2 vine-bound dumplings, each resembling a human head. After several futile attempts to struggle, Lin Gui realized the vast disparity in their strengths and chose to cancel the summoning of his generals, leaving only 3 scattered vines on the ground. Yalia spoke softly, her voice like a clear spring in the mountains. Greetings, humans, that I merely stumbled into this place without any ill intent. May I inquire where this is? Although she spoke in the elven tongue, Lin Gui miraculously understood her meaning. Esteemed elven princess, what brings you to this location? Wang Jie did not respond directly, but instead feigned a smile as he inquired. Now, it is I who shall be asking the questions. That Yalia's expression remained serene, her fair hand gently clenching into a fist. A muffled grunt echoed through the air. Lin Gui turned to see the vines constricting Wang Jie as if animated, tightening their grip around him. Wang Jie struggled for breath, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple. Desperation etched on his face as he fought against the unyielding vines that held him like a vice. Is this what you call harmless? Lin Gui harbored no belief in the elf's deceitful words. Who could know what she intended to do after learning where they were? Then you shall answer my questions. Human boy. Yalia extended her hand slightly, as if poised to tighten her grip at any moment. An invisible threat sent cold sweat trickling down Lin Gui's back. Just then, Wang Jie appeared unable to endure any longer, his face betraying a plea for mercy, yet the tightness of the vines rendered him voiceless. It seems you are now inclined to respond. The elf waved her hand, and the vines loosened their hold just a fraction. This is the territory of the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, a place where Wang Jie, clearly terrified, hastily spoke. Yalia listened intently. However, after only a few words, Wang Jie abruptly shifted his tone. This is the place where your grandfather grew up. You dead elf. The surge of psychic energy erupted, the vines binding him shattered, and Wang Jie shot forth like an arrow, drawing a short sword from his sleeve and severing the vines that restrained Lin Gui. His talent, charge, allowed him to accumulate power and unleash it in a single strike. It was during his confinement that he had secretly gathered strength, enabling him to break free from the vine's grasp. "Run," he barked, scooping Lin Gui into his arms and fleeing toward the gathering place. Lin Gui remained in a state of possession, bestowing both of his skills upon Wang Jie. Oh, you think you can escape? Yalia pointed her finger, unleashing 2 wood-type spells, Awakening of the Trant and Dance of the Vines. Trees soaring over 10 meters burst forth from the earth, transforming into sturdy limbs, while a portion of their canopies morphed into arms. The twisted patterns on their trunks contorting into faces that blocked the path ahead. Each possessed strength comparable to a third-tier beast. Countless vines erupted from the ground, weaving into nets that ensnared the two, or relentlessly lashed out at them. Wang Jie was struck multiple times, yet he carefully ensured that Lin Gui avoided any blows. Each lash of the vines bore the nearly third-tier strength. How much longer could he endure? If Lin Gui suffered a few hits, his rescue efforts would be in vain. The escape route toward the gathering place was completely obstructed, leaving Wang Jie with no choice but to change direction in a desperate bid to evade capture. After several turns, the trance had begun to form an encircling trap. Lin Gui, however, would not place all his hopes on another for escape. Resolutely, he paid 1,000 hours of energy to revive and summon. Xian General Xing Darou. Xin Yurong was summoned once more, but before he could revel in the moment, Lin Gui commanded, "What are you waiting for? Go and assist." "Just as I thought, my master already possesses a legendary general. How could he recall me?" Xin Yurong wept as he charged toward the trance and vines wielding his axe. Yalia noticed an oddly shaped fish-like creature relentlessly hacking at her vines, and her pursuit of beauty led her to frown in distaste. "What an unsightly creature. It hardly deserves to live. Let it become fodder for the forest." With a swift lash, the vine tore Xin Yurong in half. Feeling utterly unfortunate, Xin Yurong lamented his fate of being summoned only to die and be insulted for his appearance. Yet, he deemed it all worthwhile. Tactical retreat was activated. The thrashing vines came to a halt, rendering all trance and Yalia incapable of movement. Shock reflected in her eyes. What is this power? Though weak, this force carried an element of rule that made it impossible for her to resist, leaving her to await its dissipating effect. Lin Gui was astonished to discover that amidst the encirclement of trance, there remained a narrow gap, precisely the location indicated by the pull of that force. "Run, over there," Lin Gui shouted, pointing toward the opening. Wang Jie also noticed that the enemy seemed to be abruptly frozen. Hastily fleeing in the direction indicated by Lin Gui, without a moment to discern their bearings, within mere seconds, Yalila regained her mobility. Fortunately, the Trant remained immobile, so swift. Yet, it sufficed. The greater the disparity in strength between both sides, the less effective the tactical retreat became. After all, this was a 4th-tier elven princess, while Xin Yurong was merely a 2nd-tier commander. 3 seconds was already quite impressive. A 4th-tier extraordinary being. Wang Jie was chosen to protect Lin Gui, which undoubtedly highlighted his exceptional capabilities. His expertise lay in escape, while ordinary extraordinary beings focused on accelerating the manifestation of their talents and enhancing their attacks. Wang Jie dedicated his studies to running faster, with offense being a mere byproduct of his research. In those fleeting 3 seconds, he had skillfully utilized continuous momentum to lead Lin Gui out of the Trent's encirclement and onto an open ground. The moment they stepped into the clearing, he halted. "Oh, you think the gap in the encirclement was merely a coincidence?" Yalila's voice dripped with mockery. Before Lin Gui and Wang Jie, a pitch-black rift in space opened, resembling the malevolent eye of a demon from an abyss, gazing intently at them. Yalila inquired, "Now, may I have your answers?" She had spared their lives thus far in hopes of extracting some information and facilitating their passage through the rift to relay messages to her kin. One peculiar aspect of traversing a spatial rift was that while individuals from Blue Star could return after entering another realm, beings from that realm could never return once they crossed over. Many spies or captives were assigned to traverse these rifts to convey messages. Lin Gui silently observed the rift. He could feel the allure emanating from it, signifying that the source of this attraction lay within the other world. "Brother, do you trust me?" Although Lin Gui was unfamiliar with Wang Jie, witnessing his desperate attempts to assist him, coupled with the fact that he was a 4th-tier extraordinary being, a presence unlikely to appear in a cleaning zone, led Lin Gui to associate him with the protectors he had sought. Naturally, Wang Jie nodded. Throughout their journey, he had continually recognized Lin Gui's remarkable qualities. The diverse commanders and the sudden change in his possessed state often yielded astonishing results. Much like the immobilization just witnessed. Then let's charge forth. Yalila listened intently to their conversation, unfazed by urgency. Did they believe they would be safe once they reached the other side of the rift? Her kin would undoubtedly be awaiting them at the rift. Once her kin had adequately trained them, they could return to exchange information. Lin Gui and Wang Jie plunged into the spatial rift. Chapter 73. The maze on the other side of the rift lay an expansive, boundless forest. Strange beasts continually entered the rift as if driven by an unseen force, making their way into Blue Star. A dozen or so elves observed from a distance. Approximately 200 meters from the rift point, one female elf, unable to contain herself, complained, "Why must the princess enter the maze?" Upon returning to the territory, "The queen will surely punish us. You know the princess has long desired to venture to Blue Star to escape the queen's control, but she has always been thwarted by the queen. Now that the maze has fortuitously opened, she will certainly seize this opportunity. Let us hope the princess lands within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Through the extradition agreement, her safety can be ensured. If she ends up elsewhere, it becomes uncertain." The elves engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, two humans were expelled from the rift, standing out amidst a throng of strange beasts streaming into the rift. "Look, humans! Capture them and inquire about the princess's condition." "Hold on. Let us attempt to communicate first." The elves swiftly reacted. Lin Gui and Wang Jie tumbled out of the rift. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air of the other realm was exceedingly high, exceeding that of Blue Star by over tenfold, causing Lin Gui to experience a sensation akin to oxygen intoxication. He clutched his head. "I feel so dizzy." This marked Lin Gui's second entry into a spatial rift. Compared to his last experience, he did not lose consciousness this time. Only feeling waves of dizziness. It appeared his enhanced physical condition was at play. Before Lin Gui could fully acclimate, Wang Jie's expression changed dramatically as he surveyed their surroundings. "Damn it. There are even more elves here." The female elf who had initially complained stepped forward, raising her voice from a distance. "Humans, please tell us what lies beyond the rift. What is the state of the princess?" Wang Jie whispered to Lin Gui. "Let us try to delay for 10 minutes before returning to Blue Star." The patrol team must have already arrived. When a medium-sized rift appears, the gathering usually dispatches a team composed of 6 mid-tier extraordinary beings to handle the situation, sufficient to contend with the elven princess. Even if they could not prevail, they could still call for reinforcements, though the outcome remained uncertain. Lin Gui silently nodded, yet he found the elves' loud and confused behavior perplexing. Why did they not dare to approach? Wang Jie offered a brief explanation that in the other realm, spatial rifts were initially referred to as mazes, akin to frightening tales. The maze drew creatures closer, and once within its capture range, they would lose consciousness and be compelled to enter. With no reports of any creature ever returning from the maze, parents in the other realm would threaten their children during tantrums, saying, "If you don't stop, I will throw you into the maze. And you'll never see your mommy and daddy again," causing the children to cease their cries and feared. It was not until humans traversed the rift to engage in dialogue that the other beings began to comprehend more about the rift. These elves were reluctant to abandon their kin, and given that proximity would result in losing consciousness, they chose to communicate from a distance. The female elf, noticing the two whispering without any intention to respond, impatiently declared, "Humans, answer my question at once, or we shall be compelled to take coercive measures." Wang Jie immediately retorted, "Dear elf, do not be anxious. I will address your inquiries shortly." He then turned to Lin Gui. "I will negotiate and buy us some time." He cautiously approached the elves, about 10 meters away, responding, "Beyond the rift lies the vicinity of the Dragon Kingdom's Feng'an base city in Blue Star, a strategic partner of the elven race. There is no need for alarm. The princess? She is quite safe. In fact, she sent us to reassure you not to worry about her." While Wang Jie engaged the elves, Lin Gui concentrated on the source of the allure. Upon entering the rift, he noticed the allure had weakened, yet he could distinctly sense the location of its origin. Roughly several thousand kilometers away, it appeared there was no way to investigate the source any further, which left him somewhat disappointed. However, he quickly cast aside his regret. According to Wang Jie, the strange beasts surrounding the rift remained in a state of unconsciousness. They must not be wasted. Point 3 Summoning arrays unfolded. Xinyu Su, Xinyu Zhong, and Xinyu Tu emerged. Quickly slay the strange beasts, especially those of the third tier. Though Xinyu Tu was the strongest healing commander, he also possessed the ability to poison, surpassing the purple commanders by a considerable margin. Lin Gui unsheathed his large blade, dispatching one small strange beast after another. The beasts behind remained oblivious, continuing to stream into the rift as if on an assembly line, presenting themselves to Lin Gui's blade. The slaughter was relentless. It far surpassed Lin Gui's initial vision of being a butcher in a slaughterhouse. He even managed to successfully kill 2 third-tier beasts, transforming their cores into virtual currency. With over 8 blocks accumulated, he could finally make a choice for an initial game recharge. The moment Lin Gui received the crystal core from Lin Feng, he had not anticipated amassing virtual currency in such a short span. Alas, this blissful moment did not last long. The female elf shouted in fury, "You claim to be sent by the princess, yet you provide no token. How are we to trust you?" A mouthful of lies. "You humans!" Wang Jie's negotiations with the elves fell through. The elves commenced their assault, arrows flying forth, accompanied by vines, wind blades, and earth spikes, a dazzling array of magic. Fortunately, these elves were of the 3rd to 4th tier. Wang Jie, alongside Lin Gui, utilized the rift and the strange beasts as cover, managing to hold their ground. The commanders were also recalled. Should any of the commanders fall due to a surge of energy, it would be a grave loss. Realizing this, the elves allocated several of their number to fend off the surrounding strange beasts, while also clearing the corpses near the rift. Simultaneously, the 2 humans frantically evaded at the rift's edge, evidently seeking to avoid some presence, likely the elven princess. Upon this realization, the elves intensified their assault. With available cover dwindling and Wang Jie needing to safeguard Lin Gui, the 2 found themselves in a perilous situation. 8 minutes passed. Wang Jie gritted his teeth. There was no time to waste. Let us return to Blue Star now. I hope the patrol team has arrived. Just as the 2 were on the verge of crossing the rift, time came to a standstill. The virtual machine screen opened of its own accord, expanding before Lin Gui, enveloping him and transporting him to the source of the allure. What he encountered was vastly different from his expectations of a divine abode. It was neither an imposing, solemn temple nor a resplendent hall, but rather a dilapidated stone room. As the camera zoomed in, a young boy lay unconscious on a small bed within the stone room. Will you forfeit the divine favor of the hero Zird to save the target? Warning: the divine favor of Zird will be permanently removed from the 1,000 forged heroes. Lin Gui hesitated not for a moment. Yes. Zhang Yu opened his eyes in confusion. He could only recall relieving himself behind the goblin chief's tent, then losing consciousness, with no notion of how long he had been out. During his unconsciousness, it seemed someone had been taking care of him, feeding him and providing him with water, which had preserved his life. Where am I? Zhang Yu rose, surveying the humble stone dwelling. His prolonged repose had not rendered his body uncomfortable. On the contrary, he appeared even more robust than before. That a man clad in medieval attire entered, bearing a bowl of porridge, and upon noticing Zhang Yu's awakening, his face lit up with joy. Suddenly, the man froze, the porridge slipping from his grasp and spilling onto the ground, creating a chaotic mess. Undeterred, he pointed at the thorny scar adorning Zhang Yu's forehead, exclaiming with fervor, "A miracle! It is a miracle! Good heavens, he is a favored one!" Zhang Yu could not comprehend the man's words, yet he understood his gestures and, puzzled, placed a hand on his forehead, feeling the circle of thorny wounds. What could this be? Chapter 74. Extradition Clause. Regrettably, you have permanently lost the hero, the favored one, Zird. Lin Gui, upon realizing that the unconscious youth was Zhang Yu, hesitated not a moment and decisively chose to abandon his pursuit. Among the myriad mythic heroes within the realm of forged heroes, only one could inhabit a vessel at a time, rendering many of them redundant. The favored one, Zird, was not without substitutes. Zhang Yu was different. The accidental discovery of Zhang Yu's whereabouts, confirming he was alive and seemingly safe, brought Lin Gui a sigh of relief. He now understood the source of the DJVU regarding Zird's abilities. Divine Blessing Healing, combined with Divine Favor Arrival, was, in essence, another manifestation of Light of Sanctuary. However, how could this mythic hero, obtained through a special mission involving Zird, be connected to Zhang Yu? Lin Gui harbored many questions. Yet he knew there was no time for contemplation. Time resumed its flow. The two returned to the wilderness outside the southern gathering site. Boom! A bolt of lightning flashed before Lin Gui, shattering dozens of vines into fragments. The hairs on Lin Gui's body stood on end, leaving him uncertain whether it was fear or electricity that caused the reaction. Apologies. Did I miss you? You emerged from the spatial rift. Didn't you? A curious female voice inquired that he must be the one who reported the emergence of the spatial rift. Someone responded. Lin Gui turned stiffly to look, observing 5 extraordinary individuals, each uniquely styled, yet all donned in the uniform of the patrol team. Engaged in fierce combat with the elven princess, the mechanized reformer unleashed a torrent of firepower. The physical reformer sought close-quarter opportunities, while the gifted individuals showcased their talents according to their unique abilities. The elven princess held her ground against 5 foes, showing no signs of disadvantage. Her wood magic was executed with unparalleled finesse, petals swirling in the air, vines sprawling across the ground, and branches dancing wildly, creating a breathtaking spectacle. One of the women, surrounded by crackling lightning and wielding a staff, noticed Lin Gui's gaze and greeted them with interest. Greetings. That very lightning was her innate ability. From her demeanor, it was evident that she was not involved in a fierce struggle at all. Suddenly, a chilling glint flashed that a 6th extraordinary individual appeared on the battlefield, cleaving through the elven princess's magical wooden shield with a single stroke of his sword. The blade poised against her neck. Stand down, elf, He Tongfeng said coldly. Reluctantly, Yelira ceased her magic. You 6 against me is hardly fair, He Tongfeng replied. You were the one who initially invaded our Dragon Kingdom's territory. Yelira countered. According to the extradition clause, I demand to be sent to the territory of the elven race. The extradition clause was an agreement signed by the Dragon Kingdom with certain races such as elves and dwarves. Any race aware of this clause could request the Dragon Kingdom to transport them to their corresponding kin, provided they did not infringe upon the interests of the Dragon Kingdom, while also offering certain assistance in return. This clause was established by the Dragon Kingdom to consolidate its strength against primary adversaries. However, you have infringed upon our Dragon Kingdom's interests, He Tongfeng stated, producing a binding spirit lock to ensnare Yelira. Crafted from a special material, the binding spirit lock rendered the captive unable to utilize spiritual energy, and it was exceedingly costly. You are uninjured, Yelira retorted angrily. You have ravaged our Dragon Kingdom's greenery. Elf, He Tongfeng pointed at the devastated battlefield. Yelira shot back. All of this destruction was wrought by you. Lin Gui found the elven princess's reasoning utterly nonsensical, had she not initiated her magical resistance. How could the environment have been marred during the conflict? Moreover, there were 2 victims standing here. Wang Jie, hearing this, promptly shed his upper garments, revealing a body marred with bruises. I shall accuse this elf of personal injury. I asked her where this place is, yet she evaded the question, which is a slight against the princess. Hence I had to administer punishment. That Yelira's explanation was feeble and unconvincing. He Tongfeng tightened his grip on the binding spirit lock. We shall discuss this back at the gathering site. Come with me. The spatial rift had yet to close. 2 members of the team remained to guard it, while the other 3 scoured the surroundings for 3rd-tier aberrations that had ventured into the wilderness. The woman who wielded lightning approached the 2 with a smile. I am Lei Jun. You truly had the audacity to enter the spatial rift to evade attack. When the Dragon Kingdom first discovered that aberrations would be in a state of unconsciousness upon entering the spatial rift, they attempted to send personnel in to block the entrance and eliminate the aberrations whenever a rift opened. However, this state of unconsciousness only affected those aberrations capable of passing through. For instance, smaller rifts had no effect on mid-tier aberrations. The passage rules for humans were identical, resulting in numerous incidents where individuals were slain by aberrations made stronger after traversing the rift, with casualties often exceeding those encountered while blocking the gates on Blue Star. Thus, each entry into a spatial rift became a gamble, risking encounters with aberrations beyond manageable levels. Lin Gui was unaware of this, nor did he know of the existence of the extradition clause. Had he known of its existence, Yelira would undoubtedly have refrained from attempting to harm them to ensure her own safety. Why would she flee at all? Such knowledge was typically acquired in university. Highlighting the impact of information disparity, Wang Jie, looking innocent, said, I thought you were aware of this matter. Did I not ask you? You seem so certain. I assumed you had means to ascertain the safety of the rift. How could there possibly be such means? Lin Gui had not anticipated that the two had been conversing across channels. With the extradition clause in place, that noble elven individual would likely face no repercussions. However, it could compel the elven race to offer substantial reparations, a portion of which they should all be able to claim, Lei Jun added. Lin Gui was pleasantly surprised by the prospect of unexpected wealth. His spirits lifted that moment. A group of scavengers also arrived at the scene. Wu Feng and Chu Sun brought along a dozen scavengers, and upon discovering that Lin Gui had single-handedly slain a diamond bear, they were astonished and followed the traces to find Lin Gui at the spatial rift. Seeing the patrol team present, they dared to approach the rift. Wu Feng grasped Lin Gui's hand tightly. Thank goodness you are safe. Young brother Lin Gui. Lin Gui was uncomfortable with the attention. Just as he was about to protest, another voice interrupted Wu Feng. You arrived just in time. Lei Jun pointed at the scattered bodies of aberrations. Collect all usable parts from these aberration corpses. 70% goes to the patrol team, and 30% belongs to you. The scavenger's eyes gleamed with greed upon hearing this. Most of these aberrations were second tier, and there were even some third tier among them, representing a veritable treasure trove. Even a mere 30% would yield far more than they could earn through their own hunting in the wilderness. This reminded Lin Gui of his own search. He soon spotted a deceased burdenwood frog among the ruins. Its once thriving tree now vanished. No, frog, where is your burdenwood? The focus was not on the tree, but rather that the crystal core of the burdenwood frog had been on that very tree. Soon, Lin Gui located the distinctive tree, excavating the core for transformation. He did not pause, continuing to search through the corpses of third-tier aberrations. Transforming their cores. Why does this third-tier aberration lack a crystal core? Mine too. It seems someone has already looted them, yet no other materials were collected. The scavengers detected the anomaly. Lin Gui feigned ignorance. Continuing to quietly amass wealth, it appeared that the aberrations following the spatial rift had been thwarted by the elven squad, and there had been no movement for quite some time. The valuable parts of the aberration corpses had been nearly exhausted. Lin Gui then retrieved his backpack, using spices to prepare a meal as a reward for everyone. With matters settled, Lei Jun and the others needed to continue guarding the spatial rift, since Wang Jie had already revealed himself. He no longer concealed his presence and accompanied Lin Gui towards the gathering site. Chapter 75. Joy. Lin Gui's virtual currency had reached 15 units, sufficient to purchase starter packs for 2 minigames. It was imperative not to be partial, thus he decided to invest 6 units in each. The starter pack for Forged Heroes granted an orange hero, green diamonds, and various resources, including a unique resource known as VIP experience points, which enhanced monster slaying experience and increased the number of daily treasure chests that could be opened, thereby making the game more convenient. Since Lin Gui had only invested 6 units, he was evidently not yet at the level of someone truly esteemed. The starter pack for the Lord of Salty Fish, however, was far more beneficial, offering a random mythic salty general gift box and a certain quantity of gold bricks, which could be used to purchase various resources, including recruitment orders. This red random salty general could allow Lin Gui to replace all 3 of his current generals with red ones, significantly boosting their power. Please, let it be a formidable salty general. Lin Gui silently wished before opening the gift box. Although the salty fish strategy was quite powerful, it excelled primarily in one-on-one confrontations and specialized in dealing with high-health foes, proving somewhat less effective against large groups. The salty fish Tuwa, a healing-type general, could poison enemies but struggled with efficiency in monster slaying. Lin Gui had discovered this while battling to block the spatial rift. The combined efforts of 2 red salty generals and himself could not match the speed of the orange salty fish Zhong in clearing monsters. After all, the unique characteristic of the 100 steps to piercing the yang, which allows for continuous kills, is indeed quite advantageous, as long as the diligent fish adherent directs an arrow at a relatively weaker first-tier beast. Ensuring a single-shot kill, the refresh rate can be ceaseless in just a few minutes. Lin Gui managed to amass nearly 2,000 hours of energy, rivaling the harvest he had accrued over nearly a week in the wilderness. Of this, 1,000 hours were solely credited to the diligent fish, who, through his own efforts, replenished the resources expended in reviving the fish hero, showcasing a significant disparity. The random red general gift box, after a violent tremor, burst open, emitting a brilliant golden light. A fish adorned with a silk cap, draped in a crane cloak, and wielding a feather fan appeared. Unlike other fish, which often bore vacant expressions, this one radiated an aura of wisdom. It was the red mythic fish general, Zhuge Liang. How splendid! It's the Prime Minister. We are saved. Zhuge Liang was a household name before his reincarnation, known for his renowned exploits, visiting the thatched cottage thrice, engaging in verbal battles with scholars, borrowing arrows with straw boats, and capturing Meng Hui 7 times. Each tale well-celebrated in the realm of the Three Kingdoms. He was Lin Gui's most revered figure. Now, however, like the other fish generals, few recognized him. That he promptly assessed the active skills of the fish Liang. Starfall inflicts 300 attack damage on all enemies within a circular radius of 50 meters, while increasing one's own attack by 15 for 15 minutes. This was the first fish General Lin Gui possessed with a wide-ranging attack skill. The circular radius of 50 meters surpassed the area of 4 basketball courts. Had he been able to unleash such power upon entering the otherworld, the exhilaration would have been unimaginable. Though the arrival of Fish Liang was somewhat belated, Lin Gui could not contain his joy and broke into laughter. "What are you so happy about? Is it such a delight to be on the road?" Wang Jie, who had been following closely, inquired with confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. Just recalling something joyous." Lin Gui feigned indifference. Sensing Wang Jie's probing gaze, he hurriedly shifted the topic. "By the way, what line of work are you in, Jiegu?" Faced with such a clumsy question, Wang Jie responded with a look of exasperation. "Never mind, I won't ask anymore." We've reached the outpost. After nearly an hour of trekking, the gates of the outpost camp loomed near. The place remained unchanged, showing no signs of the spatial rift's emergence. For the explorers, such scenes were commonplace unless it was a significant spatial rupture. Upon entering the outpost, no one could have anticipated that this youthful boy, with a complexion so tender, was the renowned fish hero who had recently made waves in the camp. Without lingering too long, Lin Gui sold most of the beast materials directly to the merchants. It became evident to him why some preferred to set up stalls rather than sell directly to merchants. The merchants were ruthless in their price cuts, offering only 65% of the market price, while the official buyback was even lower at 60%. However, the latter was fair and did not engage in arbitrary price slashing. Lin Gui's total earnings from his wilderness expedition, excluding the transfer spirit beads, amounted to less than $1 million. This was primarily due to his limited carrying capacity, forcing him to select only smaller, relatively high-value materials. Is this a game? How can there be no game backpack? Lin Gui thought discontentedly. The two took a special vehicle back to the gathering place south of the mountains. Upon disembarking, Wang Jie bid farewell. "Little brother Lin Gui, I'll head back to report now." Lin Gui expressed his gratitude. "Jiegu, thank you for protecting me from the shadows over the past 10 days. Next time, I'll treat you to a meal." Wang Jie waved his hand. "It's all part of Commander Shi's arrangements. I'm merely following orders." After watching Wang Jie depart, Lin Gui promptly returned home. His primary objective for this wilderness expedition, to acquire energy, had been successfully fulfilled. The subsequent matters held little relevance for him. He simply needed to await the reception of the rewards for capturing the Elven Princess and reporting the spatial rift. Moreover, there was the most unexpected joy, confirmation that Zhang Yu was still alive. For reasons unknown, similar hero characters with skills reminiscent of Zhang Yu's talent appeared in the game. 1,000 refined heroes, and could even save targets by sacrificing themselves. Lin Gui felt the mysteries surrounding the game were proliferating. With the current information, he could hardly deduce anything. Customer service? GM? System? Would someone respond? He attempted to click around the virtual machine interface, but no similar entity emerged to answer. Finally, seemingly impatient with Lin Gui's aimless clicking, a notification popped up on the virtual machine. Unlock more permissions to gain access to additional relevant information. Unlocking permissions required elevating the spiritual energy rank, a task not easily accomplished. After confirming there were no further notifications, Lin Gui set out for Zhang Yu's home. Such good news about Zhang Yu's survival was something he had to share with his parents immediately. Sun Xiaohua walked out of Zhang Yu's house, her expression fraught with worry, and they crossed paths. Lin Gui was surprised to encounter her there. "Isn't this our little heiress? What brings you here?" Sun Xiaohua, puzzled, replied, "Zhang Yu has gone missing. I came to check on his parents. What about you?" Before Lin Gui could respond, She muttered to herself, "Of course, since your families are in the same neighborhood and you're so close. You must frequently visit." Lin Gui reassured her, "Rest assured, I am certain Zhang Yu is alive, that I will bring him back eventually." Upon hearing this, a smile finally broke through Sun Xiaohua's worried expression. "That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing this news. I trust that with your bond with Zhang Yu, you wouldn't joke about such matters that I in return, you needn't worry about the money I lent you." Lin Gui, embodying the demeanor of a newly affluent individual, exclaimed, "What are you talking about? Just a few hundred. I could repay you tenfold without issue." Times had changed, and he had indeed become quite generous. Sun Xiaohua was amused by his attitude, but quickly composed herself. "Are you going to tell Zhang Yu's parents this news? There's something I'm unsure whether to mention." Lin Gui, intrigued by her hesitance, asked, "What is it? Do share." Sun Xiaohua whispered, "I feel that Zhang Yu's parents do not exhibit the behavior of parents who have lost a child. There's not a hint of worry on their faces. Instead, it seems like joy." Chapter 76. Seeking help. We certainly know that Xiao Yu is alive. After Lin Gui conveyed his message, Zhang's father smiled as he poured tea for him, appearing to have completely emerged from the shadow of Zhang Yu's disappearance. Zhang's mother also seemed in good spirits, stating, "Xiao Yu is a lucky child. He will undoubtedly remain safe and sound." As Lin Gui sat in Zhang Yu's living room, he deeply resonated with Sun Xiaohua's sentiments. Just over 10 days prior, while Zhang Yu's parents feigned optimism, it was evident they harbored some concern, albeit one they were reluctant to display in front of their son's friends. Now, however, it was a stark contrast. Both Zhang Yu's parents appeared relaxed, smiles gracing their lips, as if some joyous event had transpired. Seemingly indifferent to Zhang Yu's situation, it created a sense of disconcerting dissonance. They did not resemble parents who had lost their child. "Uncle Zhang, are you both all right?" Lin Gui hesitantly inquired. "What are you talking about, child? How could we possibly be unwell? By the way, would you like to stay for a meal?" Zhang's father patted Lin Gui on the shoulder. "No, thank you. My family has prepared dinner for me." Lin Gui waved his hand in refusal. "Nonsense. Just have a bite before you leave. It won't be any trouble." Zhang's father insisted warmly. "Really, no thank you, Uncle Zhang. I'm heading home for dinner now," Lin Gui insisted, rising to take his leave. Just as he was about to exit, the door swung open. A boy, bearing a resemblance to Zhang Yu, stood at the threshold. "Brother Lin Gui, come here. I need to speak with you." Zhang Fu, Zhang Yu's younger brother, was a first-year student. Unlike Lin Anan, this boy had existed pre-reincarnation but was rather reclusive. Every time Lin Gui visited Zhang Yu's house, he would seclude himself in his room, never emerging. This was the first time Zhang Fu took the initiative to communicate with Lin Gui. "Of course, no problem," Lin Gui replied as he followed him into the room. As soon as they entered, Zhang Fu locked the door, seemingly cautious of something. "I heard from my brother that your academic performance is excellent. With the final exams approaching, I wanted to ask you a question," Zhang Fu said, pulling out his phone to type on the screen. "Let us keep our parents from being suspicious. We'll communicate via text." Lin Gui understood. Indeed, Zhang Yu's parents had something amiss. He responded, "Of course, no problem. Your brother Lin Gui is a master of all subjects. I can easily handle your first-year questions." As he spoke, Lin Gui felt a bit embarrassed. During the initial days of his reincarnation, he had barely reviewed middle school knowledge and had yet to tackle high school material. However, it wasn't as if he needed to solve any problems. It was just boasting, something anyone could do. While Zhang Fu and Lin Gui pretended to discuss exercises, they were actually communicating through text. Zhang Fu opened a document titled Comprehensive Compilation, typing as he went. "In the days leading up to my brother's disappearance, he suddenly began gathering information about various cults and evil organizations. In the days following his disappearance, my parents started acting strangely. I suspect there's a connection." Days before his disappearance, that aligned perfectly with the time Lin Gui had just crossed over. As he read this, he recalled the night before entering the Orange Grove when Zhang Yu had inquired about certain matters. Lin Gui had thought he was disguising his actions well after the reincarnation, but it turned out to be mere self-deception. Zhang Yu had already detected something was off. However, due to Lin Gui's personal habits, subtle movements, and unchanged tone, he ultimately chose to trust Lin Gui, waiting for him to reveal the truth after awakening. Unfortunately, that opportunity was now lost. Lin Gui took the phone and began examining the document. Without the true teachings, the blissful sect, and the Church of Omniscience, the open source organization, the Dawn organization, the Dark Blade organization, over a dozen malevolent organizations and cults, which have been rigorously suppressed by the authorities, are all documented with brief introductions. Among them, Lin Gui is most familiar with the open source organization. Lin Gui typed, "Were these all collected by Zhang Yu? Do you have any grounds for suspicion?" Zhang Fu pointed to the true teachings and the blissful sect that I suspect my parents have been brainwashed by these two cults, believing that my brother is living happily in another world, which explains their behavior. Lin Gui silently thought, "Your brother is indeed living well in another world, albeit in a different realm." Lin Gui carefully examined the introductions of the two major sections. The true teachings: this world is illusory. Only by worshipping the true mother of nothingness and entering the true realm can one find salvation. There are no spatial rifts, spiritual energies, or otherworldly beings. Only a perfect world where everyone lives in peace and harmony. The blissful sect: believers can ascend to ultimate bliss, transcending the cycle of reincarnation, free from the burdens of worldly thoughts. After death, they will enter the realm of eternal bliss, indulging in all the splendors of life. According to official statements, these cults deceive the masses through brainwashing and manipulation, ultimately leading to the destruction of families and unrest among relatives and friends. The publication of their doctrines aims to help the public discern and report them promptly. Lin Gui pondered, "It is indeed possible. Have your parents exhibited any peculiar behavior, or have any strange individuals visited your home?" Zhang Fu replied, "Not at all, except during the time when my brother first went missing. Several neighbors came to visit, among whom were a few people I did not recognize." Lin Gui continued, "Then why didn't you report it to the police? When in difficulty, one should seek help from the authorities, especially in matters potentially involving cults." "That I did report it, but as you can see, all of this is mere speculation on my part that I cannot provide any evidence, and the Bureau of Anomalies found no issues after their investigation." Zhang Fu felt somewhat defeated. He would not have sought Lin Gui's help if there were any other options. Lin Gui sighed. "If even the Bureau of Anomalies couldn't uncover any problems, what use is it for you to come to me?" "But they definitely have issues. Lin Gui, you are my brother's best friend. I believe you won't stand idly by." Zhang Fu clutched Lin Gui's arm as if grasping the last straw of hope. Lin Gui had no clear direction but still agreed. "In a few days, I will participate in the summer camp at Hishan Academy, and before that, I will help you investigate this matter." "Thank you, Lin Gui." Zhang Fu, though seemingly reserved, typed quickly, clearly accustomed to navigating the internet. "I'll take my leave now." Ignoring the pleas of Zhang Fu's parents, Lin Gui departed from Zhang Yu's home. Once outside, he called Fan Rong. Fan Rong grumbled, "You lad, you never rise early without a benefit. What do you need my help with this time?" Lin Gui chuckled and relayed Zhang Fu's suspicions and the anomalies he had noticed. Fan Rong's demeanor shifted to seriousness. How is it that you encounter such matters?" "I will have someone conduct a thorough investigation. The suspicions of a holder of the Huichin medal and a superlative talent will certainly garner more attention than those of an ordinary first-year high school student. The difference in diligence between investigations initiated by regular officers and those commanded by a captain is significant. Fighting against cults is everyone's responsibility. Let us hope there are some leads this time." "Thank you, Team Leader Fan. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Moving from drinks to a meal is undeniably a significant improvement. "That I am still busy. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up." After saying this, Fan Rong hung up when he saw Lin Gui's lack of response. As Lin Gui walked home, he stretched lazily. "Alas, I never expected to be thrust into work right after returning to the gathering place, without even a moment's rest. Life is not easy," Lin Gui sighed. Chapter 77. Sorting through in a dimly lit room, a stone riddled with pits emitted a mournful wind. Upon closer inspection, the wind coalesced into a hoarse voice. "Has the holy sun been found?" A woman, shrouded in darkness and kneeling before the stone, bowed her head, her face obscured. "To the esteemed bishop, my subordinate has ruled out the suspicions of the vast majority, leaving only two unusually situated youths unverified. One went missing over half a month ago during the Awakening venue incident and has not been heard from since. I am powerless in this regard. The other is named Lin Gui, who has just returned from an outing. My subordinate will promptly investigate his situation." The woman was exceedingly respectful, even knowing that the person before her could not see her humble form. She dared not exhibit the slightest negligence. The wind spoke again. According to the divine oracle passed down by the old mother, the Holy Sun will lead us to the truth. We must locate the Holy Sun swiftly. I shall grant you one more day, and I hope you will not disappoint me. I obey, esteemed bishop. I guarantee the completion of the task. Furthermore, your primary objective is to find the Holy Sun. Do not stray from the path. Your foolishness has already attracted the attention of the Bureau of Anomalies. I will assist you in resolving this matter. I apologize, Bishop. It is my subordinate's dereliction of duty. The woman lowered her body even further, pressing against the ground in utmost humility. This shall not happen again. The wind gradually ceased, leaving behind 4 words. No self, only truth. The woman did not care whether the person opposite could still hear. She fervently recited in an almost chant-like tone, "Praise the truth. Brother, did you buy this for me?" Lin Anan clutched the complete set of the beautiful girl battle god figurines, her face radiating joy as if it might overflow. She had long desired this set but had hesitated to ask Lin father and Lin mother due to its exorbitant price, not expecting Lin Gui to bring it home. Naturally, Anan was overjoyed. Lin Gui patted his sister's head. Of course. I like it. You're the best, brother. Thank you, brother. Lin Anan gleefully embraced the figurines, eager to unwrap and admire them immediately. She absolutely must bring them to school tomorrow to show off to her classmates. Lin Gui watched Anan's delighted expression, feeling somewhat guilty. He had prepared exotic beast materials hunted in the wilderness as gifts for Lin father and Lin mother. For Lin father, it was the gallbladder of a diamond bear, known to strengthen the body and clear the liver and eyesight. For Lin mother, it was the sap from the backwood frog, reputed to delay aging and enhance beauty. The materials, such as the hero's essence, are meant to strengthen one's physique, making them excellent gifts for his parents. Though of little use to Lin Gui himself on the way home, he realized he had forgotten to prepare a gift for his little sister. Anan, just as he passed a shop and spotted the beautiful girl battle god figurines, he casually purchased them as a present for her. It could be said that Anan's gift was the least thoughtfully chosen. Yet she was the one who appeared the happiest. Son, in a couple of days, you will be attending the summer camp at Ishan Academy, right? Lin father, in good spirits today, poured himself a cup of wine and sipped it alone. Lin Gui nodded. Yes, Dad. Are you and Mom coming with me? The agreement he signed with Ishan Academy included a provision allowing him to bring family members to the Ishan base city. Before entering the wilderness, Lin Gui had informed Lin father and Lin mother of this news, and while they were pleasantly surprised, they appeared somewhat hesitant, indicating they needed to think it over. I was just about to discuss this matter with you. Lin father set down his wine glass. Your mother and I have decided to remain in the South Mountain gathering place. Why? What's wrong with going to the base city? Lin Gui was utterly perplexed. The base city is much safer and more prosperous than the gathering place. Several gathering places have fallen to the onslaught of otherworldly beings, while the base city has never been breached since its establishment. Regardless of the dangers faced, many residents of gathering places strive desperately for a chance to settle in the base city, yet it remains elusive. Now, this opportunity lies before Lin father and Lin mother. Yet they casually let it slip away. Your mother and I have spent nearly half our lives in the South Mountain gathering place. Everyone we know lives here, and we have long grown accustomed to this place. Lin father took a reflective sip of wine. Moreover, Anan does not wish to leave, does she? Lin Anan, hearing Lin father's call, finally found a moment to respond. Actually, going with my brother wouldn't be bad. Otherwise, it would be a long time before I could see him again. Lin father shot her a slight glare. Think it over carefully. This. Lin Anan seemed to remember something. Brother, I have a great relationship with my classmates. I can't bear to leave them, so I want to transfer schools. Lin mother chimed in. It's all right, sweetheart. Don't worry about home. Focus on your studies at the academy. Very well then. Lin Gui swallowed back his persuasive words. He realized that his parents were concerned that moving to the Ishan base city might affect him, which is why they chose not to accompany him. Lin Gui could only respect their decision. After dinner, Lin Gui returned to his room and organized the tasks ahead of him. First, there was the summer camp at Ishan Academy. Having successfully registered, he would need to take a train to the Ishan base city in 2 days. Regarding Zhang Yu's parents, there was little more he could do. He could only trust the professionals at the Bureau of Anomalies and await news. The minigames had shown promising progress after sufficient charging and completing the initial purchase. Lastly, there was the cultivation of spiritual energy. With the assistance of spiritual water, his progress was not slow. The spiritual source had already occupied 1/3 of his cerebellum, and once the cerebellum was fully converted into a spiritual source, he could attempt external release and advance to a second-tier extraordinary being. However, as time progressed, the expansion of the spiritual source became increasingly arduous. Lin Gui found that he had to expend 3 to 4 times the previous effort to augment the spiritual source by even a fraction. Logically, one would presume that a higher talent level would facilitate a swifter cultivation of spiritual energy. Lin Gui was uncertain of the specific talent level that matched his unique endowment in terms of cultivation speed. Yet he believed that his progress could surpass the vast majority of his peers. As the saying goes, the impoverished rely on mutations, while the affluent depend on technology. Spending money is one of the crucial avenues to enhance one's strength. Procuring potions from Gongxing Pharmaceuticals, acquiring auxiliary cultivation devices from Yunfan Technology, ensuring a sufficient intake of exotic beast meat, and treating spiritual water as if it were mere boiled water, such was Lin Gui's approach. With sufficient capital, even those with inferior talents could cultivate at a pace that eclipses that of their more gifted counterparts. Lin Gui had recently come into some funds, allowing him to contemplate the acquisition of supplementary cultivation items. After all, technology propels human advancement. As dusk fell, Lin Gui extinguished the lights in his room. The window opened silently, allowing a fragrant tendril to waft into the chamber, exuding a gentle and subtle aroma. Chapter 78. The Saint's Son. A figure clad in a form-fitting black suit stealthily crept into Lin Gui's room, seamlessly blending into the night. She approached Lin Gui slowly, seemingly to ascertain whether he was in a deep slumber. The incense she had placed was called Dream Inducer, capable of lulling low-tier extraordinary beings into a deep sleep. Without any strong stimuli, one could only awaken after a full 8 hours of rest. It was indeed a blessing for those suffering from insomnia. Lin Gui lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, breathing steady, appearing quite asleep. Who would suspect that he was engrossed in a video game? The figure, reassured, produced a jade pendant and cautiously advanced towards Lin Gui. Who, sensing danger, Lin Gui abruptly opened his eyes and instantly summoned Sun Tzu, Hua Tuo, and Zhuge Liang, his 3 formidable allies, since the ambush by the night tiger. He had remained exceptionally vigilant during both cultivation and gaming, even keeping one eye open while sleeping, fearful of falling into a treacherous situation. Even upon returning to the gathering place, he maintained this habit. Yet, it was too late. The jade pendant touched Lin Gui, emanating a brilliant white light. At last, I have found the Saint's Son. The figure was overcome with ecstasy in response to Lin Gui's swift reaction. She was not surprised. As the Saint's Son, destined to lead the Wuzhen sect towards authenticity, possessing such capabilities was entirely expected. She immediately spoke. Saint's Son, please remain calm. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Lin Gui felt a wave of nausea upon hearing this. Why did these people always claim to mean no harm? The elven princess professed no malice, yet the vines were merciless in their application. The figure before him declared no ill intent while stealthily infiltrating his room in the dead of night. That was hardly the demeanor of a well-meaning individual. The summoning array activated, and the first appearance of the salted fish Liang projected a shadow. A figure, aged and no longer brimming with youthful vigor, once assured the ailing monarch of Baidi City that he would assist the crown prince and stabilize the realm. Now, that same figure appeared even more frail. Seated before a desk, penning the memorial on the expedition, each character imbued with hope and admonition for the sovereign. For Zhuge Liang, even at the brink of death, the only concerns that lingered were the late emperor's wishes and the future of the young emperor. Unexpectedly, the light and shadow were confined within the room, only spilling out slightly from the window, failing to occupy the vastness of the wilderness as anticipated. This rendered Lin Gui's plan to attract the attention of the Bureau of Extraordinary Affairs and other official departments a dismal failure. It appeared the light and shadow could not penetrate closed spaces. The figure made no aggressive move. Instead, she spoke with utmost respect. You are the Saint's Son of Wuzhen Laomu, destined to guide us towards authenticity. I hope you will accompany me. Wuzhen Laomu was a figure revered by the Wuzhen sect. Lin Gui was taken aback, having just learned of this sect from Zhang Fu. He now encountered a member who inexplicably referred to him as the Saint's Son. Noticing her non-aggressive stance, he refrained from acting rashly. His parents and sister were ordinary people. if a confrontation ensued. Even a stray stone could claim their lives. Lin Gui cautiously suggested, "It is rather late now. Would you mind returning tomorrow during the day? I can accompany you then." His hands remained concealed beneath the covers, and he had already dialed Fan Rome's number. The figure saw through Lin Gui's delaying tactic and apologetically stated, "Saint Sun, I must beg your pardon." Her eyes radiated a profound black light as she gazed at Lin Gui. The darkness enveloped him, yet nothing transpired. What was happening? Could her gaze truly wield such power? Lin Gui remained on high alert at that moment. A notification from the virtual machine startled him. Ding! Warning! Talent has suffered a special attack, resulting in anomalies. What a terrifying ability, capable of affecting his golden finger. The figure's talent was disconnection, which could sever the connection between herself and a target whose talent and spiritual energy did not exceed her own tier. This was akin to a mobile version of an enhanced spiritual suppression lock. She could also apply this ability to herself, which was pivotal for her disguise as an ordinary person infiltrating the gathering place. The super player status was also a talent, thus it was entirely reasonable for it to be impacted. Was this the end? The thought of being unable to summon his allies or use his abilities to face this seemingly formidable figure made Lin Gui's body tremble with tension. The large blade he had purchased from the outpost remained in a specially crafted case, with a tracking device affixed to the handle, as it was a weapon forged from spiritual metal and required strict oversight. However, Lin Gui still possessed the enhanced physique from the Thousand Refinements hero and the coordination boosted by the minor brain spirit source. He would not passively await his fate before he could muster the will to resist. The next notification from the virtual machine shattered his burgeoning despair. Beast of Burden mode temporarily disabled. What? What special attack was this preventing him from becoming a beast of burden? Lin Gui could not comprehend the current situation. Yet, his movements did not cease for a moment. Possession, Hunter Nasenvale. Instantly, a dense orange beard sprouted from Lin Gui's face, his orange hair cascading down loosely, and he brandished a shotgun, with bandages wrapped around his left wrist. Bear Trap inflicts minor damage to one enemy and induces a stunning effect. The hunter was a purple epic hero, notable for his ability to accurately ensnare foes with his Bear Trap skill. For Lin Gui, the possession mode of the Thousand Refinements hero served as a tactical card, with the enhancement of physical attributes being secondary. Every hero possessed unique skill effects, allowing for flexible application based on differing circumstances to achieve optimal results. Snap! The Bear Trap ensnared the figure, rendering her momentarily immobile. In disbelief, she thought, "What is this ability? How can a first-tier extraordinary being resist my talent? Truly worthy of being the Saint Sun." Seizing the opportunity, Lin Gui raised his shotgun and fired at the figure. Dozens of pellets rained down like petals, striking her suit. The fabric caved slightly before expelling the pellets. Seeing this, Lin Gui hesitated no longer. He commanded his allies to obstruct her while he leapt from the balcony. A shot fired at such close range caused no damage. This individual was undoubtedly beyond his capacity to confront. The Bear Trap's effect swiftly expired, and by then, Lin Gui had yet to touch the ground. His allies failed to impede her in the slightest. The figure appeared at the window, launching herself with force. Catching up to Lin Gui as if he were a mere chick in her grasp, at least a fourth-tier extraordinary being, such a presence could effortlessly overpower 10 Lin Guis with a single hand. The figure grasped Lin Gui as one would a small chick, declaring, "Saint Sun, come with me." His phone slipped from his grasp, revealing an active call with an anxious voice emanating from it. "Hello. Lin Gui, what is happening?" No response was given. Chapter 79. The ritual. Lin Gui found himself bound, blindfolded, and disoriented, having been transported through various twists and turns. Utterly unaware of his surroundings, 31 minutes and 42 seconds had passed. At last, after what felt like an eternity, the mysterious figure who had abducted him came to a halt. The blindfold was removed, revealing a female statue enshrined on an altar, with tendrils of blue smoke swirling before it. The statue, approximately 20 centimeters tall, was carved from a solid piece of malachite, adorned with intricate patterns. Its gently bowed visage exuded compassion, and under the flickering candlelight, it took on an eerie quality. Upon being captured, Lin Gui had cancelled his possession mode. Reverting to his form as a black-haired youth, he surveyed the dimly lit chamber. Save for the statue on the altar, there were no other items present. "Allow me to introduce you, Saint Sun. This is Wu Jun Lao Mu, the sole true deity worshipped by the sect. She embodies both history and the future, the primordial spirit governing the true world, the master of the fate of reality. A fervent voice echoed behind Lin Gui. The shadowy figure stood respectfully behind him. Though her features were obscured, her curvaceous form betrayed her femininity. Is this how your Wujin sect recruits followers? Lin Gui shifted his limbs, stiff from prolonged confinement. Who could understand his plight? He had been minding his own business when suddenly a madwoman burst in, exclaiming about a saint's son and authenticity, forcibly whisking him away. Yet, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. It seemed this woman had no intention of taking his life. He could only attempt to extract useful information. Analyzing the current situation, Saint's son, please do not hold my excessive actions against me. I acted solely for your sake, that you might lead the sect back to authenticity, the woman explained, her voice altered by some means, rendering it androgynous. Perplexed, he inquired, return to authenticity. Please do not rush. Soon you will comprehend, the woman replied. Lin Gui continued to inquire, why do you refer to me as the Holy Son? The woman retrieved a jade pendant, known as the Su Zhenyu. She raised the pendant for Lin Gui to admire, and upon contact with the genuine object, it radiated a brilliant glow. She pressed the Su Zhenyu against Lin Gui's arm, and as in the room earlier, the pendant emitted a dazzling white light. Even as a church deacon, I find myself still far removed from the essence of truth. The woman removed her gloves and held the Su Zhenyu with her bare hands. If the intensity of the light emitted when touching Lin Gui was 100, now it was reduced to 1. If not for the dimness of the room, one might scarcely perceive that the Su Zhenyu was glowing. This exemplifies the disparity of true illumination. Only you, the Holy Son, are the embodiment of reality. Is this your gift? Why am I unable to harness my spiritual energy? Lin Gui could not grasp her words and opted to pose a different question. He secretly attempted to mobilize his spiritual energy, only to discover that both his spiritual prowess and the Nyoma mode remained sealed, evidently indicating that the woman had yet to lower her guard. This is my gift, disconnection, capable of severing the spiritual energy and talents of those weaker than me. The woman answered every question without hesitation, even regarding such a private matter as her gift. Lin Gui was taken aback, astonished at the existence of such a talent. The otherworldly beings lack a concept of human gifts. Thus, disconnection serves as a targeted attack on human awakeners, a PvP divine skill. But why has only the Nyoma mode been disabled? If the gift of superplayer is a result of the second-hand device, could it be that the Nyoma mode was the talent he was meant to awaken? Was he destined to be a natural beast of burden? After a brief contemplation, Lin Gui chose to set this matter aside, as his current predicament did not permit such musings. He had another pressing question. Did Zhang Yu's parents become followers of the Wujin sect under your influence? The Wujin sect is merely a misnomer used by outsiders to refer to the Holy Church. It would be best for the Holy Son to refrain from using that term. The woman corrected Lin Gui, explaining that Zhang Yu's parents were aware that he was living well in the realm of truth and willingly became followers of the Wujin sect solely to see their child once more. Zhang Fu's speculation was indeed correct. Now that the reason was clear, he believed it would not be long before Zhang Yu's parents returned to normalcy. The first step must be to leave this place safely. A sense of urgency washed over Lin Gui. He knew that he could not escape the grasp of this woman from the Wujin sect alone, and could only hope that Fan Rong would realize the gravity of the situation upon receiving his call and promptly send someone to find him. By your words, I am the Holy Son of the Wujin sect. Is this how you treat the Holy Son? Lin Gui's thoughts shifted. Once the Holy Son returns to the embrace of the mother, I shall willingly accept my punishment. To the woman, compared to the return of the Holy Son, punishment was a trivial matter. He ventured. Since I am the Holy Son, I command you to release me. Of course, but you must wait a little longer. Although Lin Gui could not discern her features, he sensed a smile in her tone as she spoke. What are we waiting for? Before Lin Gui could pose the question, the woman solemnly declared, the return ceremony commences. The walls of the room became adorned with ethereal patterns that soon vanished, leaving only the two of them and the statue suspended in an unknown abyss of darkness. Lin Gui exclaimed, what is this? He yearned for more information, yet the woman was not merely answering questions. She was simultaneously preparing for the ritual's commencement. The statue of the Wujin mother swelled rapidly. Reaching a height of 10 meters, Lin Gui found himself immobilized, forced to watch as the statue enveloped him in its embrace. It felt so comforting, akin to returning to the womb at the dawn of life. Immersed in amniotic fluid, faint hymns and prayers echoed in his ears. Lin Gui gradually succumbed to unconsciousness that a cerulean planet revolved within the cosmos, its surface marred by countless fissures resembling ghastly wounds. Lin Gui observed the planet from a god's perspective. Is this blue star? The familiarity was palpable, yet the drastic changes in geography made him hesitant to confirm. He only knew the map of the old blue star before his traversal and was unfamiliar with the energy-infused blue star that followed. Time reversed. The spatial rifts began to close, diminishing in number, and the destruction wrought upon the planet swiftly healed. The energy-infused blue star returned to the moment before it was ever besieged by otherworldly beings. Appearing identical to the old blue star, as time elapsed, there were no more spatial rifts, and humanity began to flourish in peace. A colossal, ethereal figure gazing lovingly upon every soul upon blue star. This was what the Wuzhen sect referred to as the true realm. Lin Gui felt a stirring within. Were it anyone else, they might have yearned for such a possibility, but he felt no such allure. For him, the old blue star bore little difference from the true realm painted by the Wuzhen mother, rendering him immune to such temptation. As blue star continued to develop, its population surged, and technological advancements flourished immensely. Watching these scenes unfold, Lin Gui found himself unwittingly cultivating a sense of reverence for the Wuzhen mother. Just then, the imagery before him began to destabilize. Lin Gui instantly snapped back to awareness. Chapter 80. The wind whispering stone. The pitch-black space began to crumble, distorting the true realm of blue star. Damn it, the ceremony has only just begun, and the holy sun has yet to return to the embrace of the Wuzhen mother. How could a high-ranking individual arrive now? The woman gritted her teeth in frustration. Fortunately, she had not brought Lin Gui to her disguised residence. Otherwise, she would have been exposed. She was unaware of Lin Gui's identity as a special-grade talent and had clearly not anticipated the rapid arrival of a high-ranking extraordinary being. The situation was dire. The woman thrust the Su Zhenyu into Lin Gui's hand. Holy Sun, keep this safe. Every member of the Holy Church can recognize your identity by its glow. Having spoken, she paid no heed to Lin Gui's reaction, cradling the now shrunken statue and murmuring incantations. Mother departs, the true realm traverses. The true realm traversal technique, despite being vigorously suppressed in Long Country, remains one of the primary reasons the Wuzhen sect cannot be eradicated in one fell swoop. Mid-tier members of the Wuzhen sect can utilize the statue of the Wuzhen mother for spatial teleportation, capable of vanishing over vast distances in an instant, unless a high-ranking extraordinary being adept in spatial manipulation intervenes. There is no way to counter the true realm traversal technique. The woman's form and the statue vanished into the void. Farewell, Holy Sun. Remember the Holy Church's motto: no self, only truth. Praise the real. Possession. Hunter Nashing Valley. Lin Gui once again possessed. Intending to use a trap to ensnare the woman, he was bewildered by the unfolding events, but could clearly see that the ritual had been interrupted by an external force and that the woman intended to flee. Likely due to reinforcements arriving. The woman was at least a fourth-tier extraordinary being, a significant catch. If he could detain her, he might be able to uproot the entire Wuzhen sect in the Shannan gathering place. Regrettably, the woman paused for a moment, but ultimately vanished without a trace. In the game, one could easily interrupt a teleportation by simply exerting control. The same applied in reality, where one could disrupt the teleporter's spatial control to halt the transfer. Yet, the true realm traversal technique proved impervious to interruption, likely due to the statue being the initiating entity. With a shatter akin to glass breaking, Lin Gui found himself back in the room. Inside, two individuals clad in abnormal bureau uniforms awaited his emergence, one of whom was Captain Fan Rong. Lin Gui exhaled in relief, knowing he had not misjudged his faith in them. Lin Gui, are you unharmed? The unfamiliar man inquired with a smile. Thanks to your timely arrival, the enemy was scared off. And I'm fine. Lin Gui expressed his gratitude. Had they arrived any later, he might have truly fallen under the influence of the Wuzhen mother. And their next encounter might have been on a list for purging. For eradicating evil. This is our first meeting, truly a remarkable youth. The man greeted warmly. Who is this? Lin Gui hesitated, just as Fan Rong was about to introduce him. He was interrupted by the man himself, who said, my surname is Zhang Chuan. I wonder if Lin Gui is familiar with the name. Zhang Chuan, the director of the Shannan Abnormal Bureau. a fifth-tier extraordinary being who had once faced down and slain a sixth-tier aberration. Sustaining hidden injuries in the process, he had since retired from the front lines to serve as an operative within the Bureau, gradually ascending to the director's position. Director Zhong, I did not expect you to personally come to my aid. Lin Gui felt the privileges of his exceptional talent keenly, having a bodyguard accompany him when he stepped out, and the director of the Bureau arriving promptly when trouble arose. Yet, talent remains merely talent. It must be transformed into one's own strength to avoid reliance on others and to confront danger independently. No need to be tense. Let Xiao Fan communicate with you. Zhang Chuan waved his hand. Ceasing further dialogue, Fan Rong returned Lin Gui's phone, which had been dropped on the ground. You seem to be quite the troublemaker. What happened this time? Upon connecting, he received no response and immediately had his colleagues locate the phone signal. Reporting back to the director, Zhang Chuan also rushed to the scene without delay. In the sensitive aftermath of the Awakening venue incident occurring less than a month ago, there could be no further incidents involving the downfall of special-grade talents. Lin Gui chuckled wryly. This time, it wasn't me causing trouble. Rather, trouble came looking for me. Purely an unwarranted disaster. He recounted the entire sequence of events clearly, handing the Su Zhenyu over to Fan Rong. Lin Gui wished to sever any connection with the cult. Upon hearing the mention of the Wuzhen sect, Fan Rong's demeanor grew serious as he passed the Su Zhenyu to Zhang Chuan. Akin to a game of passing the baton. Director, it would be best if you kept this for now. If there are followers of the false true sect pursuing this matter, the first to encounter trouble would undoubtedly be Zhang Chuan. Director Zhong, oblivious to Fan Rong's ulterior motives, accepted the Shuzhen jade and placed it in his pocket. Subsequently, Fan Rong led Lin Gui out of the room. I will continue to keep an eye on Zhang Yu's parents for you. The fact that she has chosen to share this information with you indicates that she has likely given up on these two new recruits. You need not worry excessively. With our Bureau of Anomaly Psychological Counseling, they will soon return to normal. Thank you for your consideration, Team Leader Fan. Lin Gui sighed in relief. The thought of Zhang Yu returning to find his parents transformed into cultists was an unbearable prospect. Fan Rong suggested, why not arrange to go to Hashan Academy in 2 days? It is far safer there than at the gathering site. Zhang Chuan concurred. I believe that is an excellent choice. Indeed, it was a prudent decision. Once Zhang Yu's parental issues were resolved, his parents had no intention of following him. There was little left in Shannon to hold on to. Noticing Lin Gui's slight inclination towards the idea, Fan Rong pressed on. Trust me, with your knack for attracting trouble, I genuinely fear for your well-being. It was the first time Lin Gui had heard such an endearing term, treasured darling, and it sent shivers down his spine. Very well, I shall return to pack my belongings, Lin Gui resolved. Leaving a day or two early would afford him the chance to acclimate to the new surroundings. Fan Rong urged, I have yet to inform your parents about the situation. If you wish to spare them any worry, you should hurry back now. Team Leader Fan was so considerate, even anticipating such matters. Lin Gui promptly returned to his room to prepare for his journey to the Hushan-based city. In the familiar, dimly lit room, a woman arranged a stone riddled with holes and blew upon it. The wind communication stone, consisting of a mother stone and several child stones, allowed for long-distance communication without the need for a network. The child stone required a breath before use, akin to ringing a phone, and the conversation would commence once the holder of the mother stone responded with their breath. Forgive me, Bishop, for my unilateral actions in attempting to bring the sun back to reality. Yet I have failed. The woman maintained her respectful demeanor. The raspy wind replied, no harm done. Now that we are aware of the sun's identity, we shall have many more opportunities ahead. Chapter 81. Departing Shannon, Lin Mu meticulously arranged the last piece of fried pork ribs into a lunchbox. Why are you leaving today? Wasn't it agreed to depart tomorrow? I'm going a day early to familiarize myself with the environment, Lin Gui replied, choosing not to disclose the matters concerning the false true sect to his parents to avoid causing them distress. Lin Mu stuffed a bag full of food into Lin Gui's hands. Take this to eat on the way. That I could never consume this much. You should keep some for yourselves, he protested, dividing the contents in half. He noticed Lin Anan casting glances at the box of fried pork ribs, nearly drooling yet pretending to be indifferent. You can always buy more at home. You won't have the luxury of home-cooked meals once you arrive at the academy. Lin Mu lamented, tears welling up in her eyes. She couldn't help but worry if her son would adapt to the academy's food and living conditions. That a mother's worry knows no bounds. Lin Gui took one last glance at the small house he had lived in for over a decade. While it was uncertain whether it was the same room after his journey, The identical layout and decorations still held a plethora of memories. "Let us depart," his father announced, driving the family to the station. "It's almost time." "Mom, Dad, I'm leaving," Lin Gui said, grasping his only piece of luggage, a backpack, and half a bag of food that he carried little with him, knowing he could purchase anything else he required at the academy. His father spoke earnestly. "From now on, the road ahead will depend largely on you. The family can no longer assist you significantly." Lin Anan jumped up, waving goodbye. "Brother, take care. Come home to visit when you can." "I will miss you every day." Lin Mu, reluctant to part, accompanied him to the security checkpoint. Her words a flurry of reminders. "Be sure to report your safety once you reach Hashan Base City. Finish all the food, stay in touch, and wear enough clothing." "All right, I understand," he replied, attentively acknowledging his mother's concerns as he passed through security and entered the waiting hall. The electronic display showcased 3 trains scheduled for departure that day. The trains here operated only a few times daily, with direct routes and no stops. Reaching farther gathering sites necessitated multiple transfers, a stark contrast to the intricate railway systems of his previous world. Traveling to another gathering site was no simple feat, requiring traversing the wilderness. Even though each railway line was regularly cleared of high-risk beasts, there remained a possibility of encountering anomalies that could obstruct the trains or, driven by curiosity, damage the tracks, causing delays. Therefore, each train car was specially designed to withstand attacks from lower-tier beasts, staffed with a certain number of extraordinary individuals to prevent unforeseen incidents. Air travel was simply out of the question, as the dangers of the skies surpassed those on land. Despite the presence of cloud whales patrolling the skies over Dragon Country, airspace security could not be guaranteed. Given these numerous constraints, ticket prices were equally steep, with each ticket costing no less than 10,000 yuan. Fortunately, Lin Gui's ticket was covered by Hashan Academy, alleviating any financial concerns, especially since he was no longer short on funds. In the waiting hall, 2 lovely young women held hands, engaged in intimate conversation while an elderly man with a fan observed them with a smile. Li Qingyu, "We meet again. I also got accepted into Hashan Academy. We shall be classmates." Chui Lingqian exclaimed joyfully. Li Qingyu nodded. "That's wonderful. Which department will you be in?" "Not as prestigious as you, Qingyu." "I managed to enter the research department, focusing on spiritual medicine." Hashan Academy comprised 4 main departments. The first, the elite department, recruited only the most gifted individuals, admitting the fewest students each year, with each one receiving meticulous training. Both Lin Gui and Li Qingyu were specially recruited into this department. The second, the combat department, accepted students who achieved notable results in martial exams, ensuring that even non-gifted individuals would undergo transformation into extraordinary beings, later categorized into gifted, mechanical, and biological branches in their second year. The third, the research department, also known as the logistics department, focused on spiritual technology and medicine, predominantly admitting students through written examinations, including both extraordinary and non-extraordinary individuals. The fourth, the literature department, encompassed fields such as politics, economics, and culture, all of which could develop smoothly without requiring spiritual energy, with all students admitted through written exams being non-extraordinary. Chui Lingqian's successful admission to the research department was unsurprising, given her family's medical background. Spotting the 2 girls, Lin Gui approached to greet them. "What a coincidence. Are you both heading to the academy today?" Chui Lingqian pouted. "It's not just coincidence. Someone had to leave early, which is why we're accompanying you. My mother was planning a feast tonight, and I didn't even get to eat." Lin Gui exclaimed. "Someone. Could it possibly be because of me?" "Of course. Grandfather, please enlighten him," Chui Lingqian insisted. The elderly man, Chui Shuchun, leisurely stepped forward. "Greetings, young friend Lin Gui." Through Chui Shuchun's relaxed explanation, Lin Gui gradually understood the situation. He had drawn the attention of the false true sect and required an advanced extraordinary individual to escort him to Hashan Base City, which fortuitously aligned with Chui Lingqian's grandfather's plans. Chui Lingqian had decided to accompany her grandfather, bringing along Li Qingyu, a gifted individual, to ensure safety. Thus, the 3 found themselves together here. "Thank you so much, Elder Chui," Lin Gui expressed his gratitude. "My old bones are just idle. Spending time with you young folks makes me feel rejuvenated." Chui Shuchun chuckled, gently waving his fan. The 4 of them settled in the waiting hall, the 2 young women chatting animatedly while Lin Gui occasionally chimed in. The fearless train to Hashan Base City is about to commence ticket checking. Passengers are advised to prepare accordingly. The announcement echoed throughout the waiting hall. The 4 boarded the train, their seats conveniently close together. The train gradually began its journey, the scenery on either side retreating as it accelerated, soon leaving the gathering site and entering the wilderness. For many, it was their first train ride and their inaugural venture into the wild that a nearby child pressed his face against the window, exuberantly shouting, "Mom, look, we're leaving the gathering site." The sudden outburst drew glances from several passengers. His mother placed a finger to her lips. "Son, this is a public space. Please keep your voice down." "Okay, Mom," the child replied, his voice now hushed. It became evident that there were no unruly children, only parents who lacked the ability to discipline. Lin Gui watched as the gathering site's walls rapidly diminished in height, until they crested a hill and vanished from sight, stirring within him a sense of nostalgia. "Farewell, Shannon gathering site. Here I come." Hashanbei City. Chapter 82. The train in motion. "What are you pondering?" Li Qingyu waved her hand in front of Lin Gui's face. Lin Gui brushed her hand aside. "Nothing much. It's just my first time visiting another city. And I feel a bit reflective. I never would have guessed you were so sentimental," Li Qingyu remarked, surprised. "Since we have some time to spare, why don't we play some poker?" Cui Lingxian unexpectedly produced a deck of cards from somewhere. "Perfectly suited for 3 players. Let us play Do Di Zhu," she proposed. "But first, let us agree. The loser must affix a note on their forehead. The landlord doubles the punishment, and it cannot be removed until we disembark." To everyone's surprise, this traditional card game had not yet faded into obscurity. Lin Gui instantly became intrigued. "Playing cards with me? How amusing. You certainly have some audacity. I once turned 200,000 into 5,780,000 happiness beans. You may not grasp the significance of that. We typically describe such individuals with 2 words, gambling freak." Cui Lingxian, unaware of Lin Gui's sudden peculiar behavior, pulled Li Qingyu into the game, and the deal commenced smoothly. As Lin Gui surveyed his hand, a mysterious smile graced his lips. "This hand is formidable. If only I could swap this king for a knight, it would be a certain victory. Alas, such a swap is impossible." After several rounds of play, Lin Gui was left with but a bomb, while the landlord, Cui Lingxian, held 17 cards, securing her victory. Lin Gui poured a cup of cappuccino for Li Qingyu, saying, "This is the code in Do Di Zhu. Please unleash your bomb display." Li Qingyu, understanding the cue, promptly discarded her only bomb. The landlord, Cui Lingxian, was still desperately clinging to hope. "I have a super bomb." Lin Gui laughed heartily. 17 cards. "And you think you can obliterate me? I, Lin Gui, shall devour this entire table." Ha ha. The plane takes off. With her face plastered with notes, Cui Lingxian discarded the remaining 15 cards in one swift motion, placing her hands on her hips and laughing triumphantly. "See how arrogant you were? Now, let us see how you devour this table." 8 notes apiece. Despite her prior misfortune, she finally savored a moment of triumph. Is it acceptable to feast on fried ribs? "You must try my mother's culinary skills," Lin Gui weakly suggested, presenting the treats prepared by his mother. Cui Lingxian, undeterred, retorted, "Mark my words, young man, hubris begets calamity. This time, I shall excuse you, solely for the sake of your mother's delicious cooking." After affixing 8 notes to Lin Gui's face, it became completely obscured, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from Cui Lingxian. Li Qingyu, too, bore several notes on her face, albeit fewer than the other 2. The skill, absolute control, proved advantageous even in Do Di Zhu, as Li Qingyu possessed an innate ability to keep track of the cards played, allowing her to deduce potential combinations. As long as it wasn't a heavenly hand, Li Qingyu could manage to maneuver her way back. Realizing that playing cards with friends lacked excitement, she voluntarily deactivated absolute control, resulting in an increase in the number of notes on her face. The trio exchanged glances, unable to contain their laughter. Thus drawing closer together as mealtime approached, they retrieved their provisions and invited Cui Shuchun to join them. "Your mother's cooking is truly exceptional," Cui Lingxian remarked, lifting the note affixed to her chin for easier consumption. "Indeed, everyone praises my mother's cooking as being on par with that of a restaurant," Lin Gui replied proudly. "The highest compliment for home-cooked meals, just like a restaurant, and the greatest praise for restaurant fare, just like home-cooked." Li Qingyu said, her mouth full, giving a definitive thumbs up. "Slow down. There's plenty more." Lin Gui offered her a bottle of water. Suddenly, a loud screech of emergency brakes echoed, and the train lurched violently. Lin Gui, with his remarkable physical prowess, maintained his balance, avoiding spilling water on Li Qingyu. Unfazed, she took a sip of water and expressed her gratitude. What on earth is happening? Could it be a beast attack? Lin Gui's heart raced. Here it comes. The protagonist's requisite passive skill, Vehicle Slayer, activated. Whenever he embarked on a vehicle, extraordinary events were bound to occur, presenting a prime opportunity for him to shine. He remained vigilant, prepared for any potential summoning or possession, and glanced outside. The weather was fine, with clear skies and picturesque mountains. Although beasts lurked in the distance, they remained far away, hesitant to approach, showing no signs of imminent danger. An announcement echoed through the train. "Dear esteemed passengers, we regret to inform you that the tracks ahead have been damaged by beasts, necessitating urgent repairs. We apologize for any inconvenience. That all." Lin Gui thought, feeling somewhat let down. "Lin Gui, my friend, relax. Even if trouble arises, I'm here," Cui Shuchun reassured him. With a prominent ally by his side, Lin Gui felt at ease, joining in the revelry of food and drink. The journey proceeded smoothly, and soon they arrived at Hashanbei City. As Lin Gui disembarked, he felt a moment of disbelief. "Have we arrived already? So smoothly? Am I truly the protagonist?" Outside the station, Hui Yuming, donned in a cap and attire emblazoned with the Hashan Academy volunteer insignia, held a sign welcoming new students. Hashan Academy had received early word of 2 exceptional talents arriving and had arranged for Hui Yuming to be there to greet them. Spotting the 2, he waved his sign. Li Qingyu, Lin Gui, over here. The 3 new students approached. "Professor Hua, why did you personally come to greet us?" Lin Gui inquired, astonished. Typically, such welcoming duties were entrusted to upperclassmen. Hui Yuming, as the head of admissions, personally attending, spoke volumes about the importance placed on the 2. Setting down the sign, Yi Yuming chuckled, "I simply couldn't wait to meet you both. The future success of Hashan Academy relies heavily on these 2 exceptional talents." With a respectful demeanor, he addressed the elder following them. "Mr. Cui, rest assured, these children are in my capable hands." Cui Shuchun joked. "Is Hashan Academy not welcoming an old man like me, trying to send me off?" "Absolutely not," Hui Yuming quickly countered. "I wouldn't want to impede Mr. Cui's affairs. Since you have the time, allow me to show you around the academy together with these students." Lin Gui whispered to Cui Lingqian. "Your grandfather seems to have an impressive background." "You think so?" Cui Lingqian shot Lin Gui a glance. My grandfather was once at the 6th tier. Age and a past injury brought him down to the 5th tier. Li Qingyu interjected. "Haven't you seen the news? Grandpa Cui treated all the students during the Awakening venue incident and even shared his life story. I thought you knew." Lin Gui covered his face. "When I watched the news, I was too focused on my own image to pay attention to anything else." Cui Shuchun waved his fan twice. "You 3 youngsters, cease your chatter about me and prepare to board the vehicle." As a 5th-tier extraordinary being, he still retained a modicum of hearing. The young trio fell silent. They boarded a school bus heading to Hashan Academy. Lin Gui gazed out the window, assessing the city where he would reside for the next 4 years. It's just a bit taller, a bit more spacious, and a bit more populated. It doesn't seem much different from the Shannan gathering place. Chapter 83, Acquiring Resources. Hashan Academy, situated on the eastern side of the base city, boasted comprehensive facilities, including supermarkets, shopping centers, hospitals, and various entertainment venues such as internet cafes, KTVs, and bars. It was truly a city within a city. After Hui Yuming escorted the group through the registration process and a brief tour of the academy, he guided each student to their respective accommodations. He brought Lin Gui to a refined apartment within the student housing area, producing a key. "Your room is 402. Feel free to reach out to me if you need anything." Upon seeing newcomers, students frequently entering and exiting the apartment cast curious glances. Those residing in this building were no ordinary individuals. They were either affluent or elite, with accommodation fees exceeding several $100,000 each semester. Fortunately for Lin Gui, his accommodation was entirely free of charge. He accepted the key and ascended to the 4th floor via the elevator. "Hey, classmate, are you a new student too?" A young boy emerged from the adjacent room 401. Nodding toward Lin Gui and extending his right hand. "I'm Lin Gui. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lin Gui reciprocated the handshake. The boy chuckled, secretly applying pressure with his right hand. Lin Gui noted the boy's enthusiasm but remained unfazed, as his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and the pressure was insufficient to cause discomfort. Noticing Lin Gui's lack of reaction, the boy's veins bulged as he exerted all his strength. "Could you please let go?" Lin Gui recognized the boy's ill intentions and slightly tightened his grip. The boy's expression contorted in pain, his mouth agape yet stifling any sound. Desperately trying to withdraw his hand, Lin Gui's grip held firm, akin to steel, while he remarked, "Classmate, what seems to be the issue? Please release my hand. I'm not accustomed to shaking hands with a man for this long." The boy was on the verge of tears, managing to squeeze out, "Please, Let go. Seeing the boy's distress escalate, Lin Gui relented and released his grip. Why are you crying? Are you all right? The boy shook his hand. Feigning composure, it's nothing. I'm just a bit tired that I, Zhou Dingkong, acknowledge you as my neighbor. Completely forgetting his original purpose for leaving the room, he turned and re-entered. Lin Gui called after him. I'm Lin Gui. I look forward to your guidance. Zhou Dingkong, however, could no longer hear Lin Gui's words. In the instant he shut the door, his face contorted in agony, gritting his teeth and rolling on the floor. It hurts too much. Is this guy a monster? Such immense strength. After a considerable pause, Zhou Dingkong finally managed to rise from the ground. It was unlikely for any of the new students, having awakened for less than a month, to reach the second tier. Given their similar physiques, the only plausible explanation was that his neighbor possessed a talent for strength. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Lin Gui was unaware of the misunderstanding Zhou Dingkong had formed about him. He shook his head, realizing that his neighbor did not seem particularly friendly. Their first encounter felt more like a display of intimidation. Turning around, he opened the door to apartment 402. The apartment was a duplex, each unit exquisitely furnished with all necessary appliances, including a refrigerator and television. Lin Gui placed his luggage down and took out his phone to open an application called Xuefu Xinhua Campus Life. Welcome to your visit, Lin Gui. Xuefu Xinhua is the official app of Hashan Academy, providing information on various campus events and serving as a platform for student interaction, shopping, and learning, a veritable encyclopedia of campus life. Lin Gui navigated to the shopping section, where a dazzling array of products awaited him. Detected special privileges. Enjoy a 50% discount on all purchases. This was one of the perks offered by Hashan Academy to entice Lin Gui. He had 100 credits remaining in his balance. At Hashan Academy, numerous rare resources unavailable in the outside world could be purchased, but one needed both permissions and credits in addition to money. Student permissions were categorized into 5 levels, and good performance in courses and active participation in academy events could lead to promotions. Lin Gui's special permission equated to level 5, allowing him to purchase all resources. Credits were earned by completing tasks assigned by the school, and they could be traded. Their value fluctuated based on market conditions, with 1 credit generally costing around 10,000 yuan, including the funds already credited to his account. It amounted to 2 million yuan in total from the academy. Lin Gui entered assisting cultivation into the search bar. He refrained from purchasing resources at the Southern Mountain Gathering Place specifically for this 50% discount. Of course, the agreement stipulated that all resources bought at half price could not be resold. Violation of this rule would result in the forfeiture of this benefit. Otherwise, Lin Gui could have easily turned into a middleman, profiting handsomely, but it was clear that the academy would not permit such scenarios. The search results appeared on his phone screen. Lu Ling Bao Tai. Sitting upon it allows one to absorb spiritual energy from a radius of 100 miles, transforming it into gentle spiritual energy to aid cultivation, while also enhancing the wisdom of the one who sits upon it. Price, $9.99, $9.99, $9.99, credits, $99, $9.99, stock, 1, limit. 1. A rustic J platform, inscribed on all sides with profound characters and patterns. Or 2 slight indentations. Surely, those could not be impressions of someone's posterior, could they? Lin Gui was momentarily dazzled by the long string of 9.99s, nearly a billion, and it required almost 100,000 credits. Was this something a student could afford? Lin Gui shifted his gaze to the second item. Disu Jiang permanently enhances the consumer's spiritual aptitude, imbuing their spiritual energy with imperial characteristics to assist in comprehending spatial rules. Requires level 5 permission to purchase. Price, $9.99, $9.99, $9.98, credits, $99, $9.98, stock, 1 drop, permanently limited to 1 drop purchase. Below was an image of a droplet, a mesmerizing blend of gold and silver, resembling a rare jewel. Suspended in midair, just 1 yuan and 1 credit short. If others saw it, they might think he couldn't afford it. Well, he truly couldn't. These items must be treasures of the town, displayed here for show. It was unimaginable that any student could actually buy such things. The subsequent items, while not as extravagant, still required hundreds of millions to acquire. Time to move along. Lin Gui activated the filtering function, capping the price at 3 million and credits at 200. The resources that appeared thereafter were far more reasonable. Based on the descriptions, he swiftly selected several useful items. A directional extractor, capable of extracting spiritual energy from items and channeling it into a target's body, which might yield remarkable results when paired with the spiritual water crafted from the spirit pearl, priced at 1 million plus 100 credits. 2 bottles of ice leaf potion, each priced at 100,000 plus 20 credits. 0.5 Spirit Energy Stones, each costing 100,000 plus 10 credits, alongside some miscellaneous low-tier exotic beast meat and incense for concentration. Also amounted to a significant expenditure. After the 50 discount, Lin Gui had exhausted all his credits and spent nearly all his money. It could be said that he had returned to square one. Although he was no longer in a position to borrow a few hundred yuan from others, he had only a few thousand left, barely enough to cover 2 months of expenses. This situation was untenable. He wrote a character on each of his eyes. Get money. Chapter 84. The Training Arena. Knock, knock, knock. Just an hour after placing the order, there was a knock at the door. So soon, Lin Gui couldn't help but marvel at the efficiency of Hashan Academy's logistics. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a robot clad in a deep green delivery uniform, holding a large box, its voice gentle. May I inquire if you are the recipient, Lin Gui? Lin Gui nodded. I am. Truly, in the Hashan-based city, he had never encountered a robot delivery person in the southern mountains. He was intrigued, pondering how advanced robots had become before his transmigration. He imagined it was merely capable of performing simple tricks. The robot emitted a laser from its eyes, scanning Lin Gui's face. Beep. Verification successful, confirming recipient identity. Please check if the packaging is damaged and if the items are intact. Once signed for, returns are not permitted. It seemed there was no 7-day unconditional return policy. Under the robot's watchful gaze, Lin Gui opened the box and checked each item, confirming everything was in order before signing for the delivery. At that moment, the door to 402 opened once more. Lin Gui couldn't help but wonder if Zhou Dingkong had been lurking behind the door, waiting for him to emerge. Zhou Dingkong crossed his arms. Oi. Neighbor, what have you bought? None of your business, Lin Gui replied, carefully putting everything away. Seeing this, Zhou Dingkong straightforwardly declared his intention. Neighbor, would you like to spar with me at the training arena? Whoever wins shall be the boss. His greatest passion in life was collecting underlings. Zhou Dingkong had once been a king, commanding half of his high school year as his followers, until his father caught wind of it. The king fell. He was brought home and received a stern lesson in love. Later, his father told him, I am not stopping you from taking followers, but what is the point of having ordinary people as your underlings? Once you enroll in one of the 5 prestigious academies, collect those outstanding students as your followers. That would be true skill. Thus, Zhou Dingkong was determined to excel, gaining admission to Hashan Academy, with aspirations to gather a legion of underlings. And Lin Gui was to be the first target in his quest. Their earlier handshake was merely a test. If Lin Gui were a soft target, he'd have been taken in as a follower. But unfortunately, he encountered a tough nut. Lin Gui scoffed. I'm not interested in having followers. This isn't some gangster film. How childish. Zhou Dingkong blocked his path. Hold on. If I win, you become my underling. If I lose, you can set any condition you like. He was brimming with confidence. He recognized the few individuals wanted not to provoke. But Lin Gui, he was a stranger. Moreover, based on his assessment, Lin Gui was a strength-type extraordinary being who would be completely countered by his own talent. Lin Gui halted, contemplating his nearly depleted funds. How about 100 million? Zhou Dingkong's confident smile faltered as he dug at his ear. Seemingly unsure if he had heard Lin Gui correctly. Did you just say 100 million? Zhou Dingkong's expression was one of disbelief. You said I could set any condition. Lin Gui feigned innocence. If you can't meet it, then don't propose it. It's like a wealthy person offering a blank check. If I fill in the billion digits with 9s, you won't be pleased at most 10,000. If not, then forget it. Although Zhou Dingkong's family was affluent, they strictly controlled expenditures outside of cultivation resources, and 10,000 was already the limit he could muster. All right then, shall we leave now? Lin Gui was not greedy. After all, it was free money, and he saw no reason to refuse. What if you lose? Zhou Dingkong asked jokingly. Lin Gui could swiftly assemble a team of subordinates comparable to second-tier extraordinary beings. And against new students who were mostly first-tier extraordinary beings, there was no need to worry about losing. After putting his items away, Lin Gui followed Zhou Dingkong to the training arena. The arena was one of the few places within the academy where talents could be freely utilized. A vast silver-gray facility constructed entirely of metal, covering over 10,000 square meters. The instructor at the training arena glanced at the two of them. New students just registered. The entry fee for the main hall is 1,000 per hour. While private rooms range from 10,000 to 100,000 per hour, the main hall it is. Zhou Dingkong readily paid the 1,000. The two entered the training arena, and as the holiday approached, the venue was nearly empty. In the center of the hall, there were several empty platforms, and Zhou Dingkong casually climbed onto one. This one will do. What weapon do you need, lest you claim I am bullying you? None needed. Lin Gui had no intention of fighting himself. He fell into contemplation, pondering which of his subordinates would be best suited for this battle. To contend against a first-tier extraordinary being, it wasn't necessary to deploy his orange or red subordinates. Perfectly, the first generation of his champions, Su Chu, though retired from the environment, was more than capable of handling these students. Lin Gui made up his mind and activated the virtual interface. Summon Champion Su Chu. The familiar figure of the laid-back Su Chu, wielding a large hammer, appeared before Lin Gui. Upon his arrival, he expressed his dissatisfaction. "My lord, why did you not summon me during our time in the wilderness?" "I have been itching for a fight," Lin Gui reassured him. "I thought of you first this time. Do not be upset." Meanwhile, Zhou Dingkong watched their interaction, his expression turning increasingly grim. Lin Gui was not a strength-type extraordinary being, but rather a summoner. As a summoner, one ought to conceal oneself behind their summoned creatures and issue commands. Should one be approached in close quarters, death would be the inevitable consequence. How is it that one possesses such immense strength? Could it be that you still entertain thoughts of personally engaging in battle while your summons cheer you on? However, even as a mere summoner, one is not entirely incapable of fighting. Let the battle commence. Lin Gui declared. Yu Chu, filled with rage, gripped his great hammer tightly, eager to unleash all the frustrations accumulated from not having fought in a long time. Of course, it poses no problem. Zhou Dingkong summoned his psychic energy. 10 nearly invisible strands of psychic energy extended from his fingertips, unwittingly entwining around Yu Chu and Lin Gui. Countless threads, a high-level talent that allows the manipulation of innumerable fine strands to restrict movement, sever flesh, and even entirely control an enemy as a puppet. Given his current strength, he could only manipulate 10 strands, with each strand bearing half of his power. At most, he could limit movement. But that was already a nightmare for any extraordinary being adept in strength. Just as Yu Chu intended to charge forward, he felt an unseen force tugging at him, making his movement somewhat arduous. The strands of psychic energy were taut, seemingly on the verge of snapping at any moment. Could his summoned creature possess such formidable strength as well? Zhou Dingkong could only redistribute the strands, ensnaring Lin Gui onto Yu Chu, further constraining his mobility. Thus, Yu Chu found himself bound by 8 strands, while Lin Gui was limited to merely 2. What was happening? Yu Chu, ensnared by the strands, could hardly move, and could only shout in anger. The 2 strands on Lin Gui were insufficient to fully restrict his movements, prompting him to continuously shift and tug, seemingly attempting to disrupt his balance. Yet, this had no effect on Lin Gui. With the enhancement of fundamental movements and cerebellar reinforcement, he was able to swiftly counterbalance with each change in direction of the psychic strands. Strolling towards Zhou Dingkong with nonchalance. As 2 strands transferred from Yu Chu to Lin Gui, the latter found himself immobilized, while Yu Chu began to laboriously advance. Zhou Dingkong could only bind one of them, leaving him flustered and indecisive. With each step, both Yu Chu and Lin Gui drew closer to him. "I am done playing. I will no longer accept you as my subordinate." Zhou Dingkong, observing the menacing grins of Yu Chu and Lin Gui, felt his composure shatter, dispersing the strands of psychic energy and collapsing onto the ground. "Then you shall pay." Lin Gui revealed a benevolent smile. Chapter 85. The dual. Lin Gui surveyed the additional 100,000 on his balance, his gaze towards Zhou Dingkong softening. Not bad. This fortune-bringing youth can at least afford to lose. After settling the payment, Zhou Dingkong lay on the ground like a despondent salted fish, unwillingly inquiring, "Is your talent in summoning? How can your physique be so robust?" Lin Gui retorted with conviction. "Is it not extraordinary to possess such exceptional talent? Exceptional talent refers to an extraordinarily powerful innate ability, rather than merely having an uncommon talent by birth. The final interpretation of this idiom belongs solely to Lin Gui." Zhou Dingkong flailed in protest. "I refuse to accept this. I will surely surpass you in the future." Lin Gui extended a hand to pull him up. "Then ensure you save your money, as 10,000 will not suffice next time." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dingkong's expression turned pained. "No way. You've taken so much of my money. You must treat me to a meal." Lin Gui scoffed. "I earned this money through my own efforts. Why should I treat you to a meal? What nonsense. Even my prior promise to treat Fan Rong and Wang Jie to a meal has yet to be fulfilled. What does Zhou Dingkong, this fortune-bringer, think he is? Dream on." Just as Zhou Dingkong was about to retort, a voice from the edge of the arena interrupted. You two must be new students. I am Ma Yueding from the second-year combat department. Would you like some guidance from your senior? A male student smiled at them. You rascal, bullying the juniors. How shameless. His companion teased that I am merely being kind. Ma Yueding shrugged. Considering you arrived at this hour, you must be participants in the summer camp. Do you know that each summer camp includes upperclassmen who join to give you a taste of reality at the start and assess your progress at the end? Coincidentally, I am one of them. I thought long and hard, fearing that I might be too harsh and damage the fragile spirits of the juniors. Hence I sought you out to gauge the level of new students. Ma Yueding stated, feigning concern for the freshmen. Generally speaking, students from elite and combat departments can reach the second tier after a year at the academy, but fewer than 1 in 5 manage to attain the level of Tier 3 extraordinary beings before graduation. It is highly likely that Ma Yueding is a Tier 2 extraordinary being. I'll pass. Lin Gui expressed his disinterest. He was not afraid. Even in a fully unleashed state, he would dare to engage in battle against an average Tier 3 extraordinary being. However, winning would yield no tangible benefits. Heishan Academy has already prioritized Lin Gui for development, and he need not resort to such tactics to attract the attention of the higher-ups. Losing to a Tier 2 extraordinary being who couldn't even enter the elite department would be tantamount to throwing a fixed match. Lacking any significance, only someone with nothing better to do would engage in random duels. All right, I will. Zhou Dingkong's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. Perfect, here as someone with time to spare. Lin Gui lightly leaped down from the arena, leaving space for the two and standing outside to watch the duel. I appreciate this straightforward junior. I want to bully you. No weapons, Ma Yueding said, removing a short stick from his waist and tossing it to his companion before leaping 4 meters high onto the arena. Do you need a moment to rest and recover your depleted psychic energy? Ma Yueding, displaying a certain poise, did not rush to attack. No need. I am Zhou Dingkong, a soon-to-be first-year elite student. Please advise. Zhou Dingkong extended strands of psychic energy from his fingertips. A few students, noticing the commotion, began to gather around. Is that Ma Yueding? Who is that opposite him? I've never seen him before. That's a new student. Ma Yueding is trying to bully a child. Isn't he afraid that the kid might surpass him and retaliate later? What is there to fear? He has put on a show of courtesy. The junior has also willingly accepted, so none can find fault. The onlookers appeared relaxed, chattering away, convinced that the outcome of the duel was a foregone conclusion, and indeed, it was so. Facing the silently encroaching strands of psychic energy, Ma Yueding maneuvered effortlessly around the arena, flawlessly evading all strands. The strands redirected their approach, no longer pursuing but instead obstructing Ma Yueding's path, yet he consistently found unique angles to slip through the gaps. Zhou Dingkong's forehead began to bead with sweat, unlike the oppressive sensation he felt when confronted by Lin Gui. As Sten Yuchu and Lin Gui drew ever closer, facing Ma Yueding only filled him with a profound sense of helplessness. He attempted numerous tactics, but could not even ensnare the enemy with the strands. What use was his talent then? Suddenly, Ma Yueding came to a halt. Seizing the opportunity, the strands rushed to ensnare him, wrapping tightly around his form. Zhou Dingkong, witnessing this, realized that Ma Yueding had intentionally loosened his grip, and his face flushed with indignation as he exerted all his strength. Ma Yueding attempted to shift his body, but relying solely on physical prowess proved insufficient to escape the bindings. Well done, junior, he praised with a smile, as his psychic energy flowed within him. His talent was agility enhancement, with his lifeblood concentrated in his right leg. The two complemented each other, allowing him to evade all the strands of psychic energy flawlessly. Initially, due to the imbalance between his legs, he walked with a noticeable limp, earning him the nickname Ma the Limp from some classmates. Though such references had since diminished, with a powerful thrust of his right leg, Ma Yueding exerted force in the opposite direction, pulling Zhou Dingkong's body. The strands of psychic energy tightened, ultimately snapping under the strain. I concede, Zhou Dingkong had anticipated that he could still put up a fight with his talent, but he never expected to lose so embarrassingly, unable to mount any counterattack throughout the encounter. Ma Yueding remarked, "Your talent is truly exceptional, junior. Should you face an opponent of the same tier, you would surely find few rivals." Lin Gui nodded in silence. The concealment of the strands of psychic energy was unparalleled. Fine as a hair, translucent white, and easily ensnaring one without warning, Ma Yueding likely noticed the strands from the sidelines and prepared for them, which allowed him to evade effortlessly. The flexibility of the strands was also remarkable. Each one could change direction freely. Zhou Dingkong's manipulations inadvertently hindered the strand's efficacy. He could manage to control a maximum of 4 strands with precision, while the remaining 6 appeared clumsy, rendering him incapable of any other actions. With a bit more practice, Zhou Dingkong could undoubtedly shine brightly and become one of the top students at AS for Ma Yueding. He could be easily dealt with by a mere salted fish, relying solely on numerical superiority. Lacking anything particularly special, Zhou Dingkong wore a face of defeat. Having just been bested by Lin Gui, he was thoroughly humiliated by Ma Yueding, which was a significant blow to his morale. "Thank you, Senior Zhou, for your assistance. I will treat you to a meal. Would the other junior like to join us?" Ma Yueding inquired, glancing at Lin Gui. "No need. I have an appointment." Lin Gui glanced at the message from Cui Lingqian on his phone. "I've invited Qingyu. Let us go see what the cafeteria has to offer." Smiley face. Chapter 86. The Gathering. The cafeteria at Heishan Academy features a diverse array of dishes, rich in flavor and visual appeal, all at reasonable prices, with different types of exotic beast meat available in unlimited quantities daily. The cafeteria staff serve portions generously, and if one finds it insufficient, they can request additional servings at no extra charge, making it a veritable paradise for food enthusiasts. Lin Gui filled his plate with food and scanned the cafeteria. Over here, Cui Lingqian had already claimed a seat and waved him over. "I had my grandfather help me apply for a private room. I'm neighbors with Qingyu. As soon as Lin Gui took his seat, Cui Lingqian boasted, "That's quite nice. You can look out for each other." "My neighbor is quite the opposite." Lin Gui sighed. "What happened? Share it with me." Cui Lingqian sensed the whiff of gossip. Lin Gui recounted the events regarding Zhou Dingkong. "What era is this? Still recruiting underlings? Does he think he is a paragon of strength, that a mere display of power will bring the subordinates flocking to him?" Cui Lingqian laughed heartily. Li Qingyu smiled gently. "It seems your life will be quite colorful in the future. With such a troublemaker by your side, there will certainly be no shortage of incidents." Lin Gui waved his hand. "I intend to keep my distance from him." "Alas, but judging by your description, that individual possesses impressive talent. That I truly envy those of you with such abilities, unlike me who can only serve in a logistical capacity." Cui Lingqian sighed, her face filled with longing. Li Qingyu shook her head slightly. "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. That I would rather lack talent, avoid training, and spend my days playing games at home." Lin Gui recalled that she had expressed similar sentiments during their awakening simulation. "Why do you think this way? Constantly growing stronger to defend our nation against the otherworldly. Is that not a given?" Cui Lingqian appeared somewhat astonished. Li Qingyu pursed her lips in silence. Lin Gui noticed her reluctance to answer and quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, are we the only ones from Shannon who got into the He Mountain Academy? The academy enrolls nearly 3,000 students each year, and if only 3 were admitted from such a large area, it would be rather disheartening. Impossible. There are quite a few who got into other departments, but only you 2 made it into the elite program." Cui Lingqian was quite informed about these matters. "By the way, do you know where Luo Shiri went?" Lin Gui inquired with curiosity. He was particularly interested in this fellow Shannon top scorer who also held the Huichen medal. He went to the Imperial Capital Academy. Our school even hung several large banners for a few days. Did you not know? Lin Gui felt a bit embarrassed. He had been wandering in the wilderness during that time, cut off from news. And upon returning to the gathering place, he hadn't paid much attention to the updates. He was even unaware of where his classmates like Sun Xiaohua and Li Dao had gone, nor did he have any information about Bai Yuchen and Qin Qian. Friends he had made in Goblin Forest, not even a means to contact them. He would need to find a way to reach out to them later. After dinner, the 2 girls left together, and Lin Gui returned to his small room. It was still early, and he hadn't yet tried the resources for auxiliary training. Lin Gui assembled the directional input device according to the instructions. Its appearance resembled a small radar, about the size of a basin, connected to a large box at its base. He temporarily set aside the other training resources. The 2 bottles of ice leaf potions were effective for assisting breakthroughs, and he planned to use them when he was about to advance to the 2nd tier. The spirit energy stones served as hard currency, primarily to guard against the ineffectiveness of spiritual water. They could be used on the input device, and even if they weren't utilized immediately, they wouldn't go to waste. Everything was ready. Lin Gui attempted to pour the spiritual water into the box, aimed the radar at himself, lit the focus incense, and began his training. Closing his eyes, a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward him, eliminating the need to frequently interrupt his training state. He took a sip of spiritual water, allowing him to maintain a continuous training state. Lin Gui simply placed the spirit conversion pearl into the box, skipping the step of pouring in the spiritual water, with the assistance of the focus incense. He felt the operation and refinement of the spiritual energy becoming increasingly effortless, and his training speed almost doubled once more at this rate. He would likely break through to the second tier before formal classes began. As the spiritual energy continued to grow and the training speed accelerated, the pleasant tingling sensation brought about by the enhancement of his brain from the spiritual source intensified, and no wonder some become addicted to training. The feeling of constant improvement is truly irresistible. The night grew deep, and it was time to rest. Reluctantly, Lin Gui turned off the input device. He lay on his bed, hands behind his head. Soon, he would officially begin his studies at He Mountain Academy. At that moment, Lin Gui couldn't help but think of Zhang Yu, who intended to apply to Shannon University. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu no longer had the opportunity to attend university. He wondered how Zhang Yu was faring now. Whether he was doing well in the other world. Meanwhile, in the other world, within the sacred cathedral, two missionaries clad in pure white robes escorted Zhang Yu to the statue of the Lord. The statue appeared modest in height upon entering the cathedral, perhaps only 5 or 6 meters tall, holding a holy sword in its left hand and a tome in its right, its features obscured. However, as they advanced, the statue grew increasingly towering and majestic. By the time they reached the main altar, Zhang Yu could only see the hem of the statue's robe. This must be the legendary space-folding magic. Zhang Yu thought anxiously to avoid revealing his identity as a Blue Star inhabitant. He pretended to be mute. Yet curiously, the villagers did not disdain him. They provided him with ample food and drink each day. Zhang Yu had no particular destination, so he decided to stay for the time being, also taking the opportunity to catch up on the universal language of the other races that he had failed to learn adequately in school. It was indeed sensible for schools to teach the universal language, as suddenly being transported to another world was a plausible occurrence. That evening, just as Zhang Yu was preparing to rest, the male host who had taken him and brought along these 2 missionaries. Upon entering, the missionaries promptly initiated a language proficiency with him. "Come with us. Our Lord wishes to see you." Without affording Zhang Yu any time to react, they escorted him here. The cathedral was filled with clergy, all silently watching Zhang Yu. "Our Lord, the individual has been brought." A bishop clad in crimson robes addressed the statue with reverence. Light shone brightly, sacred music resounded, as if myriad radiant beams encircled them. Resembling countless brilliant stars converging, the entire cathedral shimmered with brilliance. The phantom detached from the statue, rapidly shrinking to the size of an ordinary person, and approached Zhang Yu. All the clergy exhibited fervor on their faces. Worshipping the apparition, "We welcome the descent of our Lord." The phantom of the sacred Lord radiated divine light, enveloping the entire assembly, leaving everyone entranced, save for Zhang Yu. He gently touched the thorn scar on Zhang Yu's forehead. "You shall be my chosen one." Chapter 87. The summer camp begins. Dozens of buses, resembling a serpentine dragon, grandly entered the He Mountain Military District. The rumbling of wheels stirred up a cloud of dust, injecting new vitality into this military area. The vehicles halted in the designated zone, and nearly 1,000 students disembarked, clad in freshly issued military uniforms, carrying simple luggage, with a mix of anxiety and anticipation about their new environment as they stepped onto the training ground. The cacophony of voices and the disarray of formations rendered the scene chaotic. On the observation platform beside the training ground, over 20 instructors in crisp military attire scrutinized the group of newcomers. "Haha, these kids are indeed full of vigor. It is only now they can exhibit some energy. I wonder how many rebels this year will allow me to reshape them." The only female instructor, Tao Yun, frowned. "Today's students truly seem to diminish with each passing year. They haven't settled down even after so long." Another instructor, Fu Hao, chuckled. "Tao Jia, you are mistaken. This batch is actually the highest quality we've seen in decades. With 2 exceptional talents among them. It has been 10 years since we last had exceptional talents apply to He Mountain Academy, and now we have 2 at once." All the instructors are eagerly anticipating this. Moreover, aside from the exceptional talents, there are several signs from prestigious families and extraordinary talents from the common folk, making the overall quality exceptionally high. He Mountain Academy is undoubtedly experiencing a resurgence, with this batch proving stronger than the previous 9. Tao Yin snorted softly. "What good is high talent if they are undisciplined and refuse to follow orders? On the battlefield, they will only endanger their own teammates." Fu Hao defended the students. "They are new here, unfamiliar with the surroundings. It is entirely understandable and shouldn't escalate to that level. Tao Yun remained unmoved. They should at least be aware that this is a military camp, not a place for their raucous behavior. At this point, most of the students had quieted down, with only a few restless ones still milling about and chattering, some even daring to try to leave the training ground in search of others. Chief Instructor Meng Xian saw that the time was right and spoke. Tao Instructor, why don't you teach these students some rules? Yes, Chief Instructor. Tao Yun saluted with a standard military gesture and leapt down from the 30-meter-high observation platform. Boom! She fell like a meteor onto the training ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a sizable crater on impact. The tremendous noise drew the attention of all students. The attendees were all from combat or elite departments. Having entered He Mountain Academy after rigorous testing and did not panic at the sudden turn of events, they remained vigilant and alert until they discerned it was an instructor in military attire, at which point they relaxed slightly. The other departments, which did not focus on combat, were not in the same area. Among the crowd, Lin Gui had already noticed the instructors on the observation platform upon disembarking, so he was not surprised. Tao Yun surveyed the surroundings, somewhat satisfied with the students' reactions. Now, this looks more like it. She then bellowed. What do you think you're here for? A spring outing? Now, everyone quiet down and line up from left to right according to your class sequence. Her voice resonated like a lion's roar, causing those nearest to her to feel a ringing in their ears. The students began to follow her instructions. There were only 2 classes in the elite department, while the combat department had a total of 18 classes, each with about 50 students, though a few did not participate in the summer camp. Li Qingyu was assigned to Elite Class 1, while Lin Gui was placed in Elite Class 2, clearly indicating that the school leadership hoped for the 2 exceptional talents to lead their respective classes, fostering healthy competition. Notably, Zhou Dingkong was also assigned to Elite Class 2. Soon, the training ground was arranged into 20 columns, awaiting the next directive from the instructors. The other instructors, unlike Tao Yun, had not taken shortcuts and arrived belatedly. Fu Hao walked over to the pit behind Tao Yun and shook his head, saying, Sister Tao truly shows no regard for the venue. What would happen if I weren't here? A subtle yellowish glow emanated from him, as the earth and stones automatically gathered into the pit, filling it seamlessly and restoring its original flatness, leaving no trace behind. Without pausing, he caused the ground to rise, forming a platform that allowed all students to clearly see the instructors, observing Fu Hao's ease. It was evident that with such an ability, he was at least a mid-tier extraordinary being. Seeing Meng Xian's arrival, Tao Yun respectfully stepped back, yielding the main position. Meng Xian stood atop the elevated platform, his gaze sharp as he scanned each student, with particular emphasis on Lin Gui and Li Qingyu. Greetings, students. I am Meng Xian, the chief instructor for this river and mountain summer camp. First, I must declare the discipline. We will hold you to the standards of soldiers. You should have some understanding of this before arriving, but I will reiterate. You are to regard the commands of the instructors with obedience. During training, you must report before undertaking any action, only proceeding upon receiving instructions from the instructors. Furthermore, let me make it clear, if one person errs, the entire team will be punished. Those who seriously breach the discipline will face expulsion, and students unable to endure may choose to transfer to another department. Lastly, we will be spending the next 2 months together, and I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously. Is that understood? A chorus of voices responded affirmatively from the crowd. Understood, clear, acknowledged. Hearing such a chaotic reply, Meng Xian couldn't help but frown slightly. Yet he recognized that he could not set expectations too high for the newcomers. That he announced. Now, we shall commence training. Instructors, please gather your students. The 2-month summer camp officially began. The 20 instructors responded in unison. Understood, Chief Instructor. Tao Yun approached Class 1 of the elite group, while Fu Hao arrived before the lineup of Class 2. With a beaming smile, Fu Hao presented himself. Hello everyone. I am your instructor. Fu Hao. My dream is to become a wealthy individual, but alas, my parents were not supportive enough to help me realize that aspiration. The students of Class 2 sighed in relief. Sensing that instructor Fu Hao appeared amiable, in stark contrast to the intimidating female instructor whose loud voice suggested she was not to be trifled with. With a good instructor, the next 2 months would certainly be more manageable. A tall boy spoke up. Then why don't you become wealthy on your own, instructor? What an excellent question. Fu Hao nodded. What is your name? I am Zhu Yaozu. the one who brings glory to my ancestors. Zhu Yaozu puffed out his chest, clearly proud of his name. Upon hearing this, Lin Gui shook his head. Was this child foolish enough to think the instructor was merely engaging in casual conversation? As expected, Fu Hao remarked, Yaozu, it seems your parents have high hopes for you. Fu Hao's expression gradually turned serious. The chief instructor has already stated that training has commenced. Did you just report before speaking? A sense of foreboding arose in Zhu Yaozu's heart. Report, instructor, I did not. I am sorry, I was wrong. Unfortunately, the mistake had already been made, and no amount of swift apologies would rectify it. Fu Hao clapped his hands. Now, everyone, commence 100 push-ups. Chapter 88. Arrogance on the training ground. The 48 students of Class 2 placed their luggage on their backs, hands on the ground, their bodies forming a straight line from back to hips as they executed their push-ups with impeccable form. If anyone's form faltered and was noticed by Fu Hao, they had to start over, and no one dared to slack off during such a time. All were first-tier extraordinary beings, and 100 push-ups were merely a trivial matter. Fu Hao's intent was to instill a lesson and ensure they remembered it. After the initial punishment, the students settled down considerably, obediently following the instructor's commands, standing at attention, practicing formations, running laps. It was less of a summer camp and more like military training. The morning swiftly passed. After consuming an unpalatable lunch, Lin Gui and the others finally returned to their dormitory to stow their belongings. In the military district, all students shared rooms of 8 with bunk beds. And even Lin Gui no longer enjoyed the privilege of a single room. The boys in the dorm quickly exchanged greetings and became familiar with one another. I truly apologize, brothers, for causing you all to be punished. Zhu Yaozu lamented. It's all right. Even if it weren't you, the instructor would certainly find another excuse to penalize us. You merely happened to be in the line of fire, comforted Duan Qitong, who wore glasses and appeared rather earnest. Is there anyone who wants to be my underling? Zhou Dingkong busily inquired around the room. Some students pulled out dolls to place on their beds, others began meditating, while some nonchalantly stripped down to their underwear. Wandering about, observing this chaotic scene, Lin Gui couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Living in this dormitory for 2 months, would that pose any issues? Barely 10 minutes after tidying up, before they could even rest properly. The emergency assembly whistle echoed through the camp. Damn, can we not have a moment to rest? Zhu Yaozu complained, lagging behind slightly. Lin Gui had already darted out ahead. The dormitory building was in disarray, with one fellow hastily dressing as he ran, completely indifferent to the gazes of others. The most unfortunate was a guy who had been halfway through using the restroom, forced to rush out abruptly. Outside the dormitory, the instructors were holding stopwatches. They were not recording who was fastest, but rather noting which teams had the slowest members. Zhu Yaozu was the last to join the ranks. Fu Hao checked the time. His expression inscrutable. 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Yaozu, what am I to say to you? The dormitory rules explicitly forbade jumping down the stairs, and Zhu Yaozu, having exited a moment too late and being of larger stature, was stuck in the stairwell, delaying his pace and unwittingly becoming the last member of Class 2 to assemble. Zhu Yaozu gritted his teeth and called out, Report, instructor, can I just be punished alone? If his actions led to the entire team being punished twice, he would feel terribly guilty. That simply won't do, Fu Hao replied, noticing Zhu Yaozu's pained expression and adding with satisfaction, we finished assembling in under 3 minutes. Meeting the requirements. Why should we punish you all? Zhu Yaozu finally realized he had been tricked. Now, let us go. Fu Hao led everyone to the training ground, dispersing them. He smiled at the group. I have good news. You won't have training this afternoon. Shall we hear a cheer? Having learned from past experiences, the students quickly caught on to his tactics and were no longer easily fooled. Their eyes clearly conveyed skepticism. Really? I don't believe it. Of course it's true. How could you not trust your instructor? I'm saddened. Fu Hao feigned distress. A group of second-year students, all clad in military uniforms, marched in with perfect synchronization. They're here, Lin Gui thought, realizing that the seniors' initiation segment was about to begin. The second-year students split into pairs and approached each lineup. Yueting stood before Class 2, spotting Lin Gui and Zhou Dingkong. He smiled and nodded in greeting. Fu Hao announced, These are your seniors. You should greet them promptly. Hello, seniors, the students of Class 2 chorused. Greetings, junior students. The 5 second-year students replied politely. Fu Hao continued. These seniors have been specially invited to guide you. I hope you can learn about your shortcomings through these sparring sessions. Now, let me explain the rules. The battles will be one-on-one, and you may rotate and rest as you please. The loser will lose the right to continue fighting until all members of one side are defeated. Defeating a senior comes with rewards. Rewards? At the mention of this, Lin Gui was instantly alert and shouted, "Report, instructor, speak." Fu Hao replied, "What rewards do we receive for defeating a senior?" Fu Hao, intrigued, remarked, as expected of a gifted individual, "You have a strong presence. Defeating a senior grants you a day off from military training, along with additional access to certain facilities in the military district, plus resource rewards that will greatly assist your training evaluations." It has been over a decade since any student has managed to defeat a senior at the beginning. Many do so by the end, but I have high hopes for you. Fu Hao made a gesture of encouragement. "If I defeat several second-year students, can the rewards stack?" Lin Gui continued to inquire. "What a bold young man." Fu Hao laughed heartily, surprised by Lin Gui's audacity. "Of course, if you manage to defeat 60 second-year students, the entire summer camp will be waived for you, and you can do as you please in the military district." "That sounds a bit exaggerated. Defeating just these 5 will suffice for me," Lin Gui humbly replied. Humbly? Nonsense. The second-year students felt belittled, their gazes towards Lin Gui turning hostile. "You think you can beat us, who have trained for a year, just after starting school?" Ma Yueding, taken aback by Lin Gui's arrogance, prepared to challenge him. As he observed Lin Gui and Zhou Dingkong spar, he could not see any evidence of such power. Slowly, he began to stretch his ankles, saying, "I hope your strength is as robust as your words." Seeing the second-year students stirred up, Fu Hao's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Now, let your seniors impart some wisdom to you." The ground trembled as makeshift arenas rose before each lineup. The senior stepped onto the stage first. "Which junior would like to spar with me?" He said this while clearly eyeing Lin Gui, his intentions unmistakable. Lin Gui curled his lips and remarked, "Let's allow the other students to take their turns first. Otherwise, if you all fall to my prowess, the others will be deprived of their chances." All right. The second-year student, furious yet laughing, inquired, "Then who will step up first?" "I will." Once again, Zhou Dingkong was the first to leap onto the stage. Bang! He swiftly flew back down from the arena. Zhou Dingkong, unwilling to concede, exclaimed, "This is unfair. I haven't even used my talent yet." The muscular second-year student, his physique bulging with muscle, nearly tore his shirt apart as he retorted, "Young man, stepping onto the stage signifies the commencement of battle. Do you think your enemies will grant you time to gradually employ your abilities on the battlefield? I was initially interested in playing with you freshmen, but now I simply wish to swiftly teach this arrogant lad a lesson. You shall have to bear with it." Next, Chapter 89. The Salty General. One by one, the freshmen were cast off the stage. Those who managed to enter the elite department of Hishan Academy were all exceptional among their peers, inherently carrying a touch of arrogance, and none of them withdrew at this moment. Having witnessed Zhou Dingkong's fate, the newcomers approached with greater caution, fortified in their resolve, resulting in no more instant defeats. Each individual showcased their unique skills, some exhaling flames, others slipping into shadows, and still others transforming into ferocious tigers. The array of talents left Lin Gui in awe. While none managed to successfully overcome the second-year students, they at least posed some challenges. "Stop. Let's change participants." After defeating 9 freshmen, the muscular second year had expended a considerable amount of energy. His breathing slightly labored. "No problem. Who's next?" At the edge of the arena, the referee Fu Hao signaled for a pause. "I will." Another second-year student took to the stage. The relentless onslaught resumed. Freshmen were methodically dispatched one by one, and the second years rotated their turns twice. Damn, is it still not enough? The gap in strength was simply too vast. The morale of the freshmen began to wane, and the remaining dozen or so adopted a mindset of indifference, thinking, since so many have lost, my defeat won't matter, and were quickly swept away by the second years. The auxiliary instructor, El Xinyuan, responsible for treating the students, approached Fu Hao in astonishment. "Instructor Fu, is your elite class about to conclude? Other classes still have at least a dozen students yet to compete. According to customary practice, second-year students would not exert their full strength, allowing the freshmen to display their abilities. Thus, classes that ended sooner were deemed weaker overall. Each year, the instructors had a customary event where the instructor of the class that concluded first would have to distribute a red envelope of 10,000 yuan to the other instructors. While this amount was trivial for the instructors, it was a matter of face. Other instructors rallied their students with fervent encouragement, believing that every additional minute of endurance was a glimmer of hope. Only Fu Hao seemed dissatisfied with the second-year students' performance, his expression urging them to hasten. El Shin mused silently. Could it be that he has given up entirely? This doesn't align with Instructor Fu's character. Fu Hao, indifferent to such matters, pointed at Lin Gui. What's the rush? It isn't over yet. There's still one person left. El Shinyuan's gaze shifted to the sole student yet to take the stage. Is he Lin Gui? Does Instructor Fu believe he can defeat a second-year student? Fu Hao replied with a smile. The real spectacle has only just begun. The last to take the stage, Ma Yueding, defeated 3 freshmen, merely warming up for the challenge ahead. Junior, you have no reason to refuse me now. Do you? Step up and let your senior guide you. He extended another invitation to Lin Gui, reminiscent of their previous encounters at the Academy's martial arts arena. The muscular second year, impatient, interjected, Old Ma, take a breather. I'll handle this kid. He feared that Lin Gui might be vanquished by Ma Yueding, leaving him without a chance to compete. What's the rush? You'll get your turn soon. Lin Gui rose and gracefully ascended the stage. Ha! The junior is quite confident, Ma Yueding remarked, a hint of seriousness flickering in his eyes. None of the students present were fools, having witnessed the prowess of the second years. Lin Gui's words carried a certain weight. The moment Lin Gui stepped onto the stage, a summoning array unfolded before him. The virtual machine had already locked onto a red background featuring a salted fish avatar. Summon, Salty General Sun Tzu. Ma Yueding sprang into action. His opponent possessed a summoning talent, and it was best not to grant him ample time to summon his beasts. Ma Yueding aimed to make this arrogant lad experience some hardship before discussing fair combat. With energy coursing through his legs, he sprinted forward, the wind howling around him. Spirit technique. Gale leg. Lin Gui, standing on the white light marked by basic movement, was unable to evade in time, extending his hands to absorb the kick while swiftly adjusting his stance to dissipate some of the force. Before Ma Yueding could unleash a second kick, 3 seconds had slipped by in an instant. The salty general, wielding dual crutches, appeared before Lin Gui with an imposing demeanor. Ma Yueding paused, momentarily distancing himself. He recalled that Lin Gui's previous summoned entity had been a fish-like creature wielding a massive hammer. Now, it had transformed into this formidable-looking figure, evidently his trump card. Nevertheless, it was all the same. As a first-tier extraordinary being, no matter how flamboyant the summoned creature, could it truly turn the tides? While pondering this, Ma Yueding remained cautious, leveraging his speed advantage to test the waters. To underestimate the enemy strategically while respecting them tactically was the key to victory. Lin Gui rubbed his arm, where he had been kicked, feeling as if his bones might shatter. This is a second-tier extraordinary being of agility. Do you have confidence? The salty general raised his crutches before him, declaring, as a son of Jiangdong, what need is there to fear the world? Excellent, quite spirited. Then let us begin. Lin Gui took a few steps back, allowing the battlefield to be claimed by the salty general. The salty general beckoned Ma Yueding with a flick of his finger. Come here. Unperturbed, Ma Yueding proceeded with caution, maintaining his strategy. Leveraging his speed, he advanced again, launching the gale leg towards the salty general's head. Clang! The crutch was raised just in time to block, producing a sound of metal colliding. The force of this kick caused Ma Yueding's shoe to burst open, revealing metallic battle boots emanating with the glow of spiritual energy, an emblematic ability of a second-tier extraordinary being. This weapon was well hidden. No wonder it wielded such immense power. Meanwhile, Lin Gui had summoned the salty general to heal his injured arm. He remained calm in the back, while fierce combat raged ahead. Ma Yueding continually sought angles for attack, but the salty general's counterattacks couldn't even graze the edges of his clothing, seemingly dominating the fight. Yet, the salty general thrived in evasion, making every block a chance for counter-damage. Ma Yueding increasingly sensed something amiss. The recoil from the metallic boots was several times greater than before, and soon his legs began to feel numbed. He could no longer continue. Unfortunately, before he could change tactics. As the number of blocked hits increased, the salty general's crutches glowed with a brilliant blue light. Dominance activated. The salty general unleashed a speed previously unseen. Charging towards Ma Yueding, he hurriedly lifted his leg to block. Bang! The metallic boot crumpled inward, emitting ominous cracking sounds throughout his leg. Ma Yueding was sent flying, landing in the dirt before a fourth-year student. The frail agility type couldn't withstand a single strike. Just one hit from the crutch was enough to incapacitate him. Fu Hao patted El Xin, who had remained to observe, on the shoulder. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and treat him." Only then did El Xin snap to attention, hastily moving to assist Ma Yueting. Confusion arose within him. Had the identities of the second-year and first-year students been mistakenly reversed? Zhou Dingkong finally caught on. "Was the creature you summoned not that fish-like monster when you fought me? Were you holding back?" Lin Gui chuckled and replied, "I often hear everyone refer to my summoned creature as a fish-like monster. So let me clarify. My summoned creature is named Salty General. You may also refer to them as Salty Fish." Chapter 90. Second-year student? Neil? Salty Sauce? Salty Fish. These are all food-related names. How could such peculiar names exist for summoned creatures? Are you foolish? It's the general as in leader, not the sauce as in condiment. That a food enthusiast voiced a soul-searching question, soon corrected by others. Had he defeated a second-year student? Wow, Lin Gui is amazing. The second years might be arrogant. But next year, I too could easily crush you with one hand. The crowd, still reeling from the shock, gradually erupted into cheers. They had been ruthlessly trampled by the second years, and the victory of Lin Gui allowed them to vent their pent-up frustration. Although their defeat was also due to Lin Gui, who would care about such matters? What had transpired? It seemed someone had overcome a second-year student. Curious glances from various other arenas turned towards this scene. With many eliminated students converging towards the elite Class 2 arena. It was well known that during their additional year of study, second-year students vastly surpassed first-year students in all aspects, including spiritual energy levels, techniques, experience, and proficiency in talents. It was not merely talent that allowed for such overwhelming victories. Just as Lin Gui had received that kick, had he not possessed robust physical conditioning and successfully dissipated the force, he might have already lost his ability to fight. Fu Hao, highly satisfied, urged, "Is the next second-year student ready?" Standing atop the arena, Lin Gui looked down with a commanding presence and declared, "It's your turn now." Muscular Senior. The muscular second-year wore a grave expression. Unable to focus on Lin Gui's address, he and Ma Yueting had sparred several times, with each having their victories. To claim that defeating Ma Yueting was effortless would be utterly impossible. From the recent battlefield, it is evident that the summoned entity known as Xinjiang possesses retaliatory capabilities and impressive speed. He cannot bypass Xinjiang to directly assault Lin Gui like Ma Yueting. The brawny sophomore has already caught a whiff of impending defeat. Retreat is not an option for him. Even if he were to be vanquished, with the presence of the formidable Ma Yueting, they could share the burden of failure together. However, if he were to succumb to fear against a freshman's declaration of war, he would become the laughingstock of the entire school. "I fear you not." The muscular sophomore bellowed, seemingly bolstering his own resolve. He donned 2 sets of finger claws, shed his shirt, and his upper body muscles appeared to swell even larger. With a heavy stomp, he surged onto the arena like a human missile. Spirit Technique. Bear's Might Fist. The convergence of spiritual energy and vitality magnified the size of his fist. Truly, it was a fist as large as a sandbag. This spirit technique requires a practitioner to be at least a second-tier extraordinary being, combining the flow and infusion of spiritual energy to form a unique skill, which students can learn according to their own strengths. Mastering each spirit technique to perfection is akin to acquiring an additional ordinary talent. Facing this formidable punch, Xin Yusu did not flinch or evade. For competitors specializing in raw power, they are often easier to handle. Raging waves. He activated his dual crutches, which once again glimmered with azure light. The muscular sophomore sensed an ominous turn of events. During his battle with Ma Yueting, it took Xin Yusu a considerable amount of time to unleash this technique, leading him to suspect that it required charging. Why, then, was it executed so swiftly against him? Was this a form of discrimination, regardless of how much the muscular sophomore pondered or how rich his internal monologue became? He could not obstruct Xin Yusu's crutch. The crutch first intercepted the bear's might fist, halting the sophomore's charge abruptly. The true force of the impact shattered his finger bones in an instant, leaving him bloodied and in agony. Following that, a vicious sweep came crashing down. The muscular sophomore could only raise his hand in a panicked attempt to defend himself, but his arm bent at an unnatural angle under the immense force.